The tale of the ancient martial arts master who is unexpectedly transformed into a pitiful peasant girl who met her demise from a fall unfolds. Tao Tao remains composed, for she has acquired a sign-in system. Each day she checks in, she is rewarded with various treasures. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked in and received 1,000,000 resources. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked in and obtained a martial arts legacy. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked in and gained the flame of life. Thus, Tao Tao embarks on a vibrant and leisurely life of signing in. As she continues her daily sign-ins, she finds herself bewildered by the throngs of individuals who, in tears, plead to become her loyal followers. Chapter 1. The grievous news. Peach, have you found a job? As Tao Tao answered the phone, a cheerful voice rang out. Yes, I have. I received the notification today. You'll report tomorrow. Ohat aput yo, Lun Lun. How was your job search? Tao Tao replied with a smile. Not too bad. Hey, let's go shopping on Funan Road later. They'll come pick you up. Without waiting for Tao Tao's response, the call ended abruptly, revealing her urgency. With a chuckle, Tao Tao set her phone aside and began to apply her makeup. Please take my song back to your home as a familiar melody played. Tao Tao glanced at her phone to find a call from her uncle. An unsettling feeling washed over her as she quickly answered. Uncle. Upon hearing her voice, her uncle spoke urgently. Peach, you need to come back quickly. Your grandfather, he's not doing well. What? Uncle, what happened to Grandpa? He'll return right away. After ending the call, Tao Tao messaged her friend and hastily packed a few clothes before heading to the nearest station to purchase a ticket. On the way, she requested leave from her workplace. Although it felt inappropriate to take leave so soon after securing a job, nothing was more pressing than her grandfather's well-being. Several hours later, Tao Tao rushed into her familiar home, greeting everyone in the yard before hurrying into her grandfather's room. At that moment, her grandfather lay on the bed, struggling to breathe. Upon seeing his granddaughter, he managed a weak smile, attempting to speak but failing to produce any sound. Tao Tao, recalling her once vibrant grandfather, was overwhelmed by tears that cascaded down her cheeks as she cried out, Grandpa, I'm back. Her grandfather, heartbroken at the sight of his tearful granddaughter, could only weakly lift his left hand to point toward a nearby table. Understanding his intention, Tao Tao quickly approached the table, opened a drawer, and retrieved a small box, returning swiftly to his side to present it to him. Her grandfather lacked the strength to take it, merely glancing at the box and then at Tao Tao, urging her to keep it safe. With tears in her eyes, Tao Tao nodded, promising, Grandpa, I will take good care of it. He gazed at her with reluctance, smiled faintly, and then closed his eyes for the last time. Grandpa, Tao Tao cried out. Her uncle and other relatives sprang into action upon witnessing the scene. 3 days later, after laying her grandfather to rest, Tao Tao expressed her gratitude to those who had come to help but spoke little and ate even less. Once everyone had departed, she returned to her room, where she opened the box her grandfather had given her. Inside lay a jade gourd, a family heirloom she had known since childhood. As she stared at the jade gourd, memories flooded back, and she wept uncontrollably, each tear falling onto the gourd. Unbeknownst to her, the tears were absorbed by the jade rather than pooling in the box. Clutching the jade gourd tightly against her chest, Tao Tao sank to the floor, burying her face in her knees as she sobbed quietly. Chapter 2. The 5-year-old girl. When Tao Tao awoke, she found herself lying in bed. As she reached for her phone to check the time, she felt something was amiss. In a swift motion, she sat up, only to be met with a sharp pain in her head. Noticing her small hands and legs, she was momentarily stunned, wanting to cry out, yet feeling an inexplicable fear. She distinctly remembered being at home. How had she ended up here? As she pondered this, a series of memories flickered through her mind like a slideshow. Realization dawned upon her. She had been swept away by the currents of time, transforming from a 22-year-old woman into a frail 5-year-old girl. The gourd. Yes, the gourd her grandfather had given her, which she had vowed to protect. But now thoughts of her grandfather brought fresh tears to her eyes. Ding! The sign-in system has been activated. The sign-in location is Tao Family Village. Would the host like to set Tao Family Village as a frequently used sign-in location? A mechanical voice echoed in her mind, prompting her to halt her tears and recall the novels she had once read. A golden opportunity. Truly a golden opportunity. Would the host like to set Tao Family Village as a frequently used sign-in location? The voice repeated. Tao Tao quickly thought yes. Successfully set Tao Family Village as a frequently used sign-in location. Would the host like to check in? Yes. On the first day of signing in, congratulations to the host for receiving 1 pound of cornmeal, 2 pounds of cotton, 2 pounds of eggs, and 1 chance for a lottery draw. A novice gift pack has been added. Please check your inventory, and may the host enjoy their time in the kingdom of Mushi. What is this? Enjoy my time? Wait, who are you? Tao Tao wondered aloud at the cold mechanical voice. I'm sign-in system 001. You may call me Little Gourd. Little Gourd? Are you that Little Gourd? Tao Tao exclaimed in disbelief. Yes. Your tears activated me. I found you unconscious and brought your spirit through the time tunnel to this place. Little Gourd explained, anticipating her questions. Am I dead in that era? Tao Tao murmured, trembling. Yes, host. In truth, the owner of this body is you. Do you have any questions? I'm the owner of this body, no. Thank you, Little Gourd. You're welcome, host. When Sushur entered, carrying a bowl of water, she found her daughter sitting dazedly on the bed, lost in thought. Dear, why are you up? Here, have some water. Tao Tao looked at her gentle mother, feeling a mix of confusion and gratitude, and drank from the bowl her mother offered. Does your head still hurt? Be careful when picking wild vegetables, don't go alone, Sushur cautioned, her concern evident. Listening to her mother's words, Tao Tao recalled why her head throbbed originally. She had been very hungry and had gone to the mountains for wild vegetables, only to suffer a fall that caused her injury. She wondered if there would be any lingering effects. Lie down a bit longer, I'll go prepare dinner, Sushur said, her heart aching at the sight of her silent daughter and the injury on her forehead. She gently patted Tao Tao's head before leaving the room. Chapter 3. The Gourd with her eyes closed. Tao Tao was currently following the words of the Gourd, using her mind to visualize her backpack. Within it were 10 compartments, each designed to hold a single item, with quantities not limited to a specific cap. Thus, a compartment filled with cornmeal could not also contain eggs. The first compartment held 1 pound of cornmeal, the second contained 2 pounds of cotton, the third housed 2 pounds of eggs, the fourth stored a lottery ticket, and the fifth contained a novice gift package. Furrowing her brow, Tao Tao gazed at the remaining 5 empty compartments, pondering how she might increase their number. At the urging of the Gourd, she focused her thoughts and opened the novice gift package. Upon opening the novice gift package, congratulations, host! You have received a 10 square meter planting area, a 5 square meter breeding area, a stream, a spring, a thatch cottage, a packet of corn seeds, a packet of wheat seeds, and a packet of cabbage seeds. All areas have been established within the system space, and the seeds are placed in the thatch cottage the host can plant and harvest using just her thoughts. The excited mechanical voice chimed, and the more Tao Tao listened, the more it seemed that this could indeed be an enjoyable experience. Gourd, I wish to participate in the lottery. Of course, host. No sooner had the words left her lips than Tao Tao beheld a spinning wheel divided into 8 segments, each marked with a question mark. What was this? Did each segment conceal something unknown? Suppressing her thoughts, Tao Tao silently commanded, begin. The pointer on the wheel began to spin, gaining speed with each moment. Stop. With a click, the pointer halted, landing on a segment, and she then heard the Gourd's voice. Congratulations, host. You have 3 chicks, 2 peach trees, 2 apple trees, a bolt of coarse cloth, and a bolt of cotton fabric. The chicks have been placed in the breeding area, and the peach and apple trees have been stored in the thatch cottage. The fabrics have been placed in your backpack compartments. Gourd, you are fantastic. The thatch cottage serves as a repository for planting, breeding, and harvesting, while items from the lottery and sign-ins can only be stored in the backpack compartments, correct? Tao Tao scrutinized the situation, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, host. As long as you accumulate sign-ins over time, the number of backpack compartments can increase, though the specifics elude me, the Gourd replied, uncertain about the discrepancies in the current system compared to its previous memory, unsure whether to disclose this to the host. Tao Tao detected a hint of reluctance in the Gourd's tone. Although she did not understand the reason behind it, she offered comfort. Gourd, thank you for staying with me. Your presence makes me feel as though my grandfather is still by my side. I do not feel lonely at all. As for everything else, I believe in going with the flow. I have always been quite laid back. Yes, host. Would you like to plant those seeds in the thatch cottage? The system space has shortened the harvest time to 124. Absolutely. I will do it right away. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao realized that planting wheat would yield a harvest in just 2 days. What was there to wait for? She hurried to plant. Using her mind, Tao Tao planted the peach and apple trees by the stream, scattering the remaining seeds across the ground. As soon as the seeds were sown, they broke through the soil, sprouting forth. As she gazed at the vibrant green expanse, Tao Tao felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She would no longer fear going hungry. How wonderful! With her stomach already empty and after a bout of labor, the initially closed-eyed Tao Tao drifted into slumber. Chapter 4. the eccentric grandmother and the peculiar father. How is our daughter faring, Xiao? Tao Tao inquired, hastily producing 2 blackened bird eggs from his pocket. Here, have a couple. Our daughter shall have hers as well. Hurry up. He glanced around, noting the absence of anyone in the yard. His wife, Su Xiao, was busy in the kitchen, prompting him to sprint inside and whisper his question. Our daughter shall have 2. Let us each take one. I know you haven't eaten. So here. Su watched her husband, who consistently reserved the best for her and their daughter, a warmth blooming within her heart. Despite her inability to recall her past, she felt no grievances since her arrival in this household, a rarity in their village. Tao Tao swiftly peeled the eggs and stuffed 2 into his wife's mouth before exiting the kitchen. Su chuckled lightly, quickly peeling the remaining shells, and took a bowl of water into the room to rouse Tao Tao, urging her to eat promptly. Just as Tao Tao swallowed the egg and drank the water, her father's voice rang out from the yard. Wife, is dinner ready? Set the table quickly so that we may eat and rest early. All right, dear, come help me serve. Su deeply, our daughter has awakened, and I was just giving her water. Has Sanya finally woken up? It's about time. She truly is worrisome. Aunt, has sister Sanya awakened? Su led Tao Tao to the dining table, waiting for her grandmother to serve the meal. Tao Tao surveyed the table, which held a bowl of porridge mixed with wild greens and a plate of dark, salty pickles, her heart a tumult of emotions. In her past life, she had been picky about food. Now she found herself in a situation where even basic sustenance was scarce, seemingly a divine lesson against her former fastidiousness. Here, you little troublemaker, unable to even find your way, always causing concern, her grandmother, Li, remarked, handing her a bowl of thick porridge, her eyes narrowing at Tao Tao. At this moment, Tao Tao began to truly understand her family. Grandmother Li, at 42, was sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, overseeing the household's provisions with a keen eye. Grandfather Tadashin, aged 45, was the 3rd son with 2 elder brothers living nearby. Together, they had 2 sons and a daughter. Eldest uncle Teodijin, 28, had married Lu Ho Hat from Lu family village and had 3 children, the 11-year-old daughter Tali Hua, and a set of twins, a boy and a girl, who had brought much joy to their grandmother. Tao Xiu, the son, was born 2 minutes earlier than his sister Toxinghua, making them both 8 years old. Tao Tao, 25, remained unmarried due to the family's poverty. One day, while gathering firewood in the mountains, he discovered the unconscious Su Xiao and, with his kind-hearted nature, carried her home. After seeking help from the local doctor, who confirmed she had fainted from hunger, he persuaded his mother to prepare a bowl of porridge to feed her. Upon awakening, Su could only recall her surname, Su, and it was through the discovery of a handkerchief with the character Xiao that she was named Su Xiao. Thus, Su Xiao found her place in the Tao Tao household, unaware of her identity or where she hailed from. Eventually, she married Tao Tao, giving birth to their daughter, Tao Tao, 3 years later. Tao Tao, possessing a bit of cleverness, often employed shortcuts and flattery, managing to charm the elderly matriarch into giving him preferential treatment, especially during meal distributions. This evening, the porridge, already not very thick, was further thickened for his daughter, while his nephews and nieces received a more diluted portion. Tao Tao and his wife also had a daughter, Tao Hua, who had married into a family in the neighboring village, producing 2 sons and a daughter. Their families maintained a harmonious relationship, frequently visiting each other. Chapter 5. Bewitching the elderly matriarch sign-in. Successful sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of flour, and 1 pound of pork. Items have been added to your backpack. Please note, there are still 2 empty slots available. Though it was already September, the drought had persisted for 2 years, leaving every household with scant provisions. The wild vegetables and tree bark on the mountain outskirts had long been stripped bare, and even the wild rabbits had vanished. After finishing another bowl of porridge, Tao Tao furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to inform her father or grandmother about the items in her backpack. Noting her grandmother's troubled expression, she surmised the family must be running low on food. Although they had harvested a modest yield from the fields recently, it would not last beyond 2 months, let alone sustain them until spring. Second son, you need to make a trip to the county today. Take the handkerchief your wife embroidered and find out the price of grain. Purchase as much as you can if it's affordable, the elderly matriarch instructed after dinner. All right, mother. You can rest easy, Tao Tao replied, already formulating his plans in his mind. Eldest son, eldest daughter-in-law, There isn't much work to do in the fields today. Let us finish up in the morning and head to the mountains to look for food. Liwa. Take your younger siblings to gather firewood at the foot of the mountain. Yes, mother. Yes, grandmother. As Tao Tao and his wife prepare to leave, Tao Tao, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, tugged at her grandmother's sleeve and blinked innocently. The elderly matriarch, amused by her granddaughter's antics, set down her tools and followed Tao Tao into the house. Grandma, I'm scared, Tao Tao said, her young eyes glistening with tears. Senya, what troubles you? There is no need to be afraid. Grandmother is here. Did that unruly father of yours shout at you? The elderly matriarch, sensing her granddaughter's distress, suspected her son had scolded the little girl. No, it wasn't father. Yesterday, I dreamt of an old man with a white beard. He said I had a good affinity with him and asked me to call him master, teaching me to read and learn. He even gave me some things, Tao Tao recounted, revealing 2 eggs as she spoke. The sudden appearance of the items left the elderly matriarch astounded, murmuring, "Good heavens, child, is that a deity? Do you feel unwell after receiving these?" "No, I feel fine." "There's more," Tao Tao said, placing the 2 eggs on the bed and producing 6 more eggs, a piece of coarse cloth, and a pound of cornmeal. The grandmother, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of goods, hurriedly secured the doors and windows before returning to examine the items on the bed and gazing at her 5-year-old granddaughter in disbelief, her astonishment escalating with each moment. "Senya, did your master give you all these?" "Yes, Grandma. He said he would give me flour in a few days to make soup dumplings." "What? Flour in a few days? Child, make sure to learn well from your divine master. Keep this a secret. Grandmother will handle it. Remember," the elderly matriarch cautioned, concerned that her young granddaughter might inadvertently reveal their secret. Yes. I won't tell anyone but you, Grandma. What should we do with all this?" "Grandmother will find a way. You focus on learning. Keep the items your master has given you hidden. When grandmother needs something, I will let you know. Remember? Be sure to listen to your master. If he needs anything, we will do our best to help. Understood?" "Yes, I've memorized it all." "Grandma, I'm off to the foot of the mountain to find my siblings and gather firewood with them." With that, Tao Tao opened the door and skipped away, leaving her grandmother to stash the items away. Chapter 6. The Rise in Grain Prices Sign-In. Successful sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 pounds of black flour, 3 pounds of cornmeal, and 2 pounds of eggs now added to your backpack. The gourd. My presence here is surely not a mere coincidence. Tao Tao has been pondering this for the past few days, convinced that her arrival here must have some significance, and that the gourd must know something. Taken aback by Tao Tao's inquiry, the gourd found itself at a loss for words, retreating into silence. Observing the gourd's continued quietude, Tao Tao sighed. "Never mind. You needn't tell me. I am quite a laid-back person, without lofty aspirations of boundless love. Senya, what's troubling you? Is your head still aching?" Tao Liwa, the eldest of the Tao siblings, gazed at her sister, who appeared lost in thought at the doorstep, her concern evident. "Elder sister, it doesn't hurt. I was contemplating where to gather firewood today," replied Tao Tao, grinning innocently. "Senya, we must not venture into the mountains today, as we did yesterday. It is perilous. Do you understand?" At Tao Tao's words, a shiver ran down Tao Lihua's spine as she recalled the previous day's reckless escapade into the mountains with her siblings. She quickly cautioned, "All right, today we shall remain at the edges and collect firewood." Observing her petite frame and the worried look in Lihua's eyes, Tao Tao nodded softly. "Senya, you are truly obedient. Come, let us call for your second sister and go, Dan. Arya, Gudan, hurry up. We're going to the mountains to gather firewood." Coming. "Elder sister, wait for me. I'll be ready shortly." Tao Lihua donned a basket on her back, while Tao Tao carried a smaller one on her wrist, waiting in the courtyard for the twins. "Elder sister, we are ready. I'll hold on to Sanya," said Tao Xinghua, her second sister, with a cheerful smile. "Second sister, I am grown now. I can walk by myself." Ha. "Yes, indeed, you are grown, but not yet as old as I am," teased Tao Su, the eldest grandson of the Tao family. Meanwhile, Tao Taiju arrived at the county but did not head directly to the embroidery shop. Instead, he first inquired about the current grain prices. The information he uncovered was startling. Just a while ago, rough rice was priced at 8 won per jean, but now it had surged to 13 won per jean. Fragmented rice had risen by 10 won, reaching 18 won per jean. White flour was selling at 500 won per jean, while fine rice was priced at 800 won per jean, and even though it was not of the highest quality. Even the cheapest black flour had reached 10 won per jean. With the knowledge of these prices weighing heavily on his mind, Tao Tao reflected on the meager 20 pieces of cloth he had in his possession. Fortunately, his mother had given him 2 taels of silver before he set out, instructing him to use it to purchase grain. Otherwise, he would have been hard-pressed to buy much at all. The proprietress of the embroidery shop, upon seeing the 20 pieces of cloth made by Su Shur, was visibly excited. The quality of the embroidery was commendable, though the fabric was cotton rather than silk, or else the price would have multiplied several times over. Ultimately, he sold them at 40 won each, totaling 800 won. Remembering his wife's instructions, he requested 2 bags of scrap cloth, which his wife intended to use for shoe soles. The proprietress, recognizing the low value of scrap cloth and having several bags in her inventory, generously gifted him 4 bags, reminding him to bring her more cloth next time. With his spirits lifted, Tao Tao purchased 1 jean of white flour, 30 jean of fragmented rice, 50 jean of rough rice, and 30 jean of black flour. The total expenditure amounted to 1,991, just 10 won shy of 2 taels of silver. Having secured the grain, he took a sip of water from his bamboo tube and hastily made his way home. Chapter 7. Returning home, eldest son, come help. As Tao Lao too was about to head out to the fields, he spotted his youngest son struggling under the weight of 4 or 5 bags on his shoulders, prompting him to call for his eldest son to assist. Father, I'm coming. What's the matter? Quickly, lend a hand. Your brother has returned. What? Brother has returned? Where is he? The shout from the eldest son startled the others still tidying up inside the house. Tao Lao too and his eldest son swiftly approached, each taking a bag from the youngest son's shoulders to carry inside. The sudden lightening of his load brought relief to Tao Lao, who wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried into the house, where he gulped down a bowl of water handed to him by his wife. Younger brother, tell us what's happening, urged Tao Lao too after his son had quenched his thirst. Father, grain prices have skyrocketed. Black flour is now 10 won per jean. Rough rice is 13 won. Fragmented rice is 18 won. White flour is 500 won per jean. Fine rice is 800 won per jean. And neither the white nor fine rice is of particularly good quality. What? It has risen so much. The news of the grain prices elicited a gasp from Tao Lao Tai, the matriarch. Indeed, quite a significant increase. I learned that there's been drought everywhere this year, and the authorities have waived taxes for this year. I was waiting for the official announcement before returning. If they had not waived the taxes, our meager harvest wouldn't even suffice for 10 days or half a month's worth of food for the family. Truly, that person is a benevolent ruler. Is there anything else? Share more. I plan to visit your third uncle's house shortly. Hearing this, the burden that had weighed on Tao Lao Tu's heart for many days finally lifted. It seems there are reports of refugees from the northern regions arriving in the prefectural city, though I do not have specific details. I sold the 20 pieces of cloth for 40 won each, totaling 800 won. Mother gave me 2 taels of silver, and I bought 30 jean of black flour, 30 jean of fragmented rice, 50 jean of rough rice, and 1 jean of white flour. Here's the remaining 10 won. As he spoke, Tao Lao produced 10 won and a pouch, placing them on the table while sneaking a glance at his mother. He was certain that had she not known about the sale of the cloth beforehand, he would have faced a scolding for spending 500 won on a single jean of white flour. At that moment, Tao Lao Tai felt a surge of indignation, but could not ignore the gleam of excitement in her children's eyes upon hearing about the white flour. She chose to remain silent, taking the pouch and coins from the table and tucking them away before striding into the house to hide the money. Younger brother, what else is in those bags? The matriarch inquired upon her return. Mother, aside from the grain, the remaining contents are scraps of cloth sent by the embroidery shop proprietress. Xiaonyang mentioned using them to patch shoe soles, replied Tao Lao with a grin, eager to share the news with his wife. Upon hearing about the scraps, not only did the eyes of his 2 sisters-in-law brighten, but Tao Lao Tai's also sparkled with interest. She rushed to inspect the bags. How many are there? 4 bags. I took a peek, and there are quite a few decent pieces, and they're not overly fragmented, boasted Tao Lao. Go on, go. Eat your meal and get to work. Don't dawdle around here, making me envious, the matriarch urged, directing her 2 daughters-in-law to carry the 4 bags of scraps in her room, where the 3 women began sorting through them. Meanwhile, the grain had already been directed by Tao Lao to be stored in the cellar. In these times, having an abundance of grain was not a favorable position. Chapter 8. The enigmatic Tao, family village, third brother, third sister-in-law. Come and eat. Tao Lao Tu called out as he ambled over to his cousin's home, where he found the family gathered for a meal. Daishan, have you eaten? Is there something on your mind? Tao Dashu, the village head of Tao family village, was the third brother referred to by Tao Lao Tu. The two families were closely related, separated only by a single household. In the entirety of Taojia village, only a few households belonged to outsiders, with the majority being members of the Tao family. This familial unity fosters a stronger bond within the village compared to others. The villagers are fiercely protective of one another. Even when internal conflicts arise, they stand united against any external threats. This solidarity has led many neighboring families to seek alliances with Taojia village. Have you eaten? There's a bit of matter, but no rush. Brother 3, finish your meal, and then we shall discuss. Grandfather, please have a seat. Ah, thank you, Shaohua. You are so considerate. Tao Dashan accepted the stool brought by his grandniece and settled himself in the courtyard. Dashan, tell me, what is the matter? Brother 3, yesterday, Ertzi went to the county town, and today he returned with news that grain prices have risen. The higher authorities have exempted this year's taxes, and the county has made an announcement. Tao Dashan exclaimed with excitement. What? Grain prices have increased? By how much? They've waived this year's taxes? This is splendid news. Tao Dashu responded, his face alight with joy. Tao Dashan and Tao Dashu exchanged details about the rising grain prices in the county, subtly mentioning that there seemed to be an influx of refugees in the capital. Before leaving, Tao Dashan remarked, I wonder if prices will rise further. Before long, the entire Taojia village was aware of the tax exemption and the soaring grain prices. Some families pondered whether to visit the county to purchase grain, fearing that this year's meager harvest would not suffice for the winter. The women who had married into the village were eager to rush back to their natal families to share this news. However, they did not venture out alone, as the unpredictable outside world posed its own dangers. Although Taojia village is situated in an open area, the only road leads to the village entrance. To the right flows a river, devoid of a bridge, where villagers typically wash clothes and vegetables. Currently, the river is nearly dried up. To the left, not far from the village, lies a small mountain, densely forested. Villagers usually refrain from venturing deeper into the woods, valuing their safety over curiosity. Behind the village stands a tall mountain, rich with flora and fauna, where villagers gather wild vegetables and firewood along its periphery. It remains a mystery who initially chose this location for the village. Yet remarkably, during a severe famine decades ago, every villager survived, as the village was sealed off from outsiders. Now, the elders over 70 years of age labor with the vigor of those in their 40s and 50s. Though these elderly individuals may not attract much attention and are not particularly loquacious, their keen observations make them acutely aware of their surroundings. Tao Dashan, after a brief visit to his brother's home, proceeded to his parents' house, recounting every detail of Ertzi's trip to the county. He did not rush to leave, seemingly awaiting his father's response. Chapter 9, Dumplings, Part 1. Host, the wheat is ready for harvest. Tao Tao was preparing to persuade her grandmother to make dumplings that evening when she heard the voice of Hulu. The wheat has ripened? Hulu, can I transform the wheat into white flour as effortlessly as corn, simply by focusing on it? Tao Tao inquired before immediately harvesting it with her thoughts. Indeed, host. How wonderful. Thank you, Hulu. With a mere thought, the wheat in the field transformed into white flour and was stored in the thatched cottage, previously devoid of cabinets. The thatched cottage suddenly manifested a row of cabinets when she harvested cabbage. Each cabinet was equipped with drawers where her harvested items would automatically be placed, and the names of the items would appear on the drawers. Seeing the spectacle, Tao Tao exclaimed, "This is marvelous." Looking at the flour in the drawers, Tao Tao propped her chin on her left hand, grinning as she gazed at her grandmother's room, her heart brimming with joy. Dumplings, we must have dumplings tonight. Without hesitation, she spotted her grandmother bringing out some cloth and scampered over. Grandma, Grandma. Tao Lisher, delighted by her granddaughter's cheerful demeanor, bent down and asked, Sanya, do you need something from Grandma? Grandma, can we have dumplings made with white flour tonight, filled with cabbage and pork? Tao eagerly whispered into her grandmother's ear, glancing left and right. Cabbage and pork dumplings made with white flour? Good heavens! This child has such audacious ideas. Just as she was about to protest, She observed Tao Tao smile and surmised that her celestial master must have inspired her. Sighing, she resolved to keep a closer watch on her granddaughter, ensuring she didn't recklessly share their treasures with the outside world. Come, let us go inside, dear. Tao Lisher led Tao Tao into her room. Grandma, give me a flour bag. Upon hearing this, Tao Lisher quickly retrieved a bag from the cabinet and handed it to her. With a thought, the bag vanished, only to reappear filled with half a bag of white flour, followed promptly by a pound of pork belly materializing on the table. Even though she had witnessed this once before, Tao Lisher remained astonished. She hurriedly opened the window and called out, Ertzi's wife, Ertzi's wife. Mother, I'm here. What is it? Replied Tao Shusher, who was inside contemplating sewing clothes for her daughter. Quickly, go to the fields and summon your father back. I've strained my back. Hurry, mother. I have medicinal wine. Let me massage your back first before fetching father. As soon as she heard her mother's plea, Shusher turned to retrieve the medicinal wine from the house. Forget the wine. Just go and call him back. Tao Lisher's mind was suddenly filled with a daring thought, one she had never dared to entertain. She needed her husband to return so they could discuss it. Shusher did not hesitate, quickly exiting to summon help. Grandma, Tao Tao sensed a flicker of unease in her grandmother's gaze. Child, we shall discuss this when your grandfather returns. We will definitely have dumplings tonight, but this matter must be conveyed to your great-grandfather by him. Remember, whenever you take something out, ensure the doors and windows are secured, Tao Lisher reiterated. Tao Tao understood the implications of possessing something precious and nodded her head, before being lifted onto the bed by her grandmother as they awaited the return of the family patriarch. Chapter 10, Dumplings Part 2, Old Woman. Old Woman. Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Tao Dashan dropped his hoe and rushed home. The news reached Tao Tegan and his brother, who also abandoned their tools to return. The two daughters-in-law had no choice but to pick up their tools and hurry homeward. What I saw the commotion. Get inside, Tao Lisher urged as she heard her husband's voice. Old woman, what's wrong? How is your back? Should we see a doctor? Tao Dashan blurted out upon entering the house. Close the door. He received nothing but his wife's two words in response, and begrudgingly turned to close the door. Casting a glance at Tao Lisher, who sat on the bed with their granddaughter. Without waiting for him to speak again, Tao Lisher immediately relayed the news about their granddaughter, all the while keeping watch over the yard. Mother, mother, how is she? The yard echoed with a duet of concern. Enough. Your mother is fine. I'll fetch some medicine from your grandmother shortly. Just apply it, and she'll be all right. Now, everyone get back to work. Tao Dashan, still reeling from the revelation of his granddaughter's celestial master, snapped at his sons, then turned to look at his wife and granddaughter. Tao Tao intuitively understood her grandfather's meaning, and with a flick of her small hand, 2 eggs appeared in her empty palm. She glanced at her grandfather and then at her grandmother, placing the eggs on the Kong, and suddenly a fresh, vibrant cabbage manifested in her embrace. At this point, Tao Dashan was at a loss, unsure whether to feel excitement or something else. His lips moved before he finally uttered, Sanya, when did you acquire this? It was only the day she fell and awoke afterward. My dear, Sanya just turned 5 a few days before her fall, correct? Indeed, just turned 5. Old man, do you think Sanya is? All right, let me gather my thoughts. Since Sanya has declared we shall have dumplings tonight, let us prepare them. You should quickly join our 2 daughters-in-law in making them, while I invite grandfather and your parents over for dinner. As Tao Dashan spoke, he kept his gaze fixed on the 5-year-old girl, reflecting internally. By the grace of our ancestors, our Tao family has remained dormant in this place for over a century, seemingly waiting for this child. Yet, she's only 5 years old. Oh dear. Tao Tao was perplexed, sensing that beyond her grandfather's anxiety, there was also a resolute determination. She wondered if there was something more at stake for her. Could it be that, reminiscent of the novels she once read, she was destined to bear some heavy family burden? No, I only wish to climb trees and mountains, to play with dogs and chase chickens. In the kitchen, the 3 women were deftly chopping meat, slicing vegetables, and preparing dough. The meat was minced finely, and the cabbage was chopped into small pieces. Tao Tao, having taken the cabbages, decided to take 2 more, only to find all 3 were whisked away by her grandmother into the kitchen for cutting. Observing her mother and sisters-in-law working with unusual efficiency, Tally couldn't help but marvel at her mother-in-law's prowess. Both had been brought into the family under her watchful eye, making things easier. Grandma, Mom, we're back. In the kitchen, the atmosphere was lively as they prepared dumplings. Tao family brothers were in the backyard, one chopping wood while the other tilled the vegetable patch. Tao Dashin, hands behind his back and head bowed, stepped outside. Tao Tao was stoking the fire in the kitchen. "Oh, you're back. Quickly wash up," Tally called out as soon as she heard their voices. "All right, Grandma. We picked some wild greens today. Should we dry them?" asked the eldest daughter, Tao Lihua, before even entering the kitchen. "Yes, dry them. We'll eat them in winter." "Understood, I'll get right on it." As dusk fell, Tao Dashin appeared in the courtyard, accompanied by his grandfather and parents. "Grandfather, Dad, Mom, please have a seat." "Great-grandfather, grandfather, grandmother, greetings," Tao Tao greeted, searching her memory for images of her parents and their relatives, but only recalled her grandfather and grandmother, with no recollection of the three present. At that moment, she felt as if she had stumbled upon a significant revelation, her heart racing. Once the three had settled, Tao Dashin took his seat, and soon Tao Li and the two daughters-in-law brought out steaming plates of plump dumplings. The elder, who had seated himself first, spoke. "Everyone, sit down and eat. Whatever is to be discussed can wait until we finish." The four Tao siblings sat at a small table, trying their best to eat quietly as their grandmother had instructed, while glancing at the three elders now seated at the larger table. "Dashin, are you referring to this girl?" The family patriarch, Tao Ji, asked excitedly as Sue and Lu returned home with their three children. "Yes, grandfather," replied Tao Dashin. "Child, your great-grandfather does not inquire about your extraordinary adventures. He merely wishes for your safety as you grow and hopes you can assist the family within your capabilities. Can you do that?" Tao Ji looked kindly at the little girl, whose face was filled with questions. Tao Tao, pondering for a moment, asked brightly, "Great-grandfather, if I speak of it, will our Tao family be in danger?" The adults were taken aback by her question, and Tao Ji nodded in approval. "Rest assured, great-grandfather, if the Tao family requires it, I shall do my utmost." Tao Tao had already intended to use her abilities to aid her family, so she readily agreed. At the behest of her great-grandfather, Tao Yishuan, began to recount the history of the Tao family. Through detailed explanations, Tao Tao learned that the Tao village had migrated from the capital over a century ago. The precise reasons were not elaborated upon, only that the family had fallen on hard times, and under the guidance of a wise figure, they had journeyed to settle in this place. The sage had foretold that a girl would be born to the family after 100 years, who would face a challenge at the age of 5. If she survived, she would bring prosperity to the family. The family head and several elders had passed this story down through generations, witnessing countless girls born in the family. Yet none matched the sage's description. Unexpectedly, this girl had now appeared, indeed fulfilling the prophecy of facing a peril at 5, and if she overcame it, she would possess extraordinary capabilities. After receiving the sage's guidance, the Tao family mandated that all children, regardless of gender, must learn to read and practice martial arts after turning 5. Those with exceptional talents were trained rigorously, regardless of whether they pursued scholarly or martial studies. Participation in the imperial examinations was discouraged. If they were to remain dormant, they should focus on agriculture. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao's eyes widened in surprise. Her mouth agape as she gazed at her grandfather. Tao Dashin nodded at his granddaughter, calmly stating, "Your grandmother is proficient in martial arts as well." Tao Tao immediately turned to her grandmother, who shot her grandfather an amused glance and said, "Child, listen closely to your great-grandfather. We shall discuss other matters later." Tao Tao nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she signaled for her great-grandfather to continue. Tao Tao's great-grandmother, Liang, could not help but smile at the spirited child and asked lightly, "Dear girl, your great-grandmother not only excels in martial arts, but also in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Would you like to learn from her?" Tao Tao, slightly pouting as she gazed at the 60-year-old woman, replied with a hint of disappointment. "But I like climbing trees and mountains, playing with chickens and dogs." Laughter erupted in the room. "All right, let the child enjoy her playtime. However, dear, you may only indulge for a year. Once your 6th birthday arrives, you must begin your martial arts training and learn reading and writing, as well as the arts. We do not expect you to master them, but at least gain some understanding. Do you comprehend?" Tao Ji, having not encountered such an adorable child in years, granted her a year to frolic. "Great-grandfather, truly, your wisdom is unmatched. Rest assured, I will not waste this year," she declared, winking at Tao Ji. Tao Ji paused, then burst into laughter. "Indeed, it seems we old folks have been hasty, forgetting your master's teachings." The others in the room recalled that Tao Tao had a celestial master, and thus they decided to allow her to continue her studies next year. Dashin, tomorrow you must remind our daughters-in-law and the younger ones to keep a close eye on the girl, ensuring she encounters no danger. Remember this, Tao Ishwan admonished before departing. Father, I understand. You need not worry. We shall protect the child. Having received the assurance from Tao Dashin, the three elderly individuals leisurely exited the courtyard and vanished into the night. Chapter 12. Village closure. Uncertain of how the elders of Taojia village had convened. When Tao Tao awoke the following day, she discovered that the village was preparing for a closure. They would seal off the village once those returning from their familial visits brought back the news. Though the sudden closure was shrouded in mystery, Tao Tao instinctively felt a connection to it. Having initially resolved to be idle, she decided at that moment to practice the martial arts her grandfather had taught her in her previous life. Should her abilities be discovered by outsiders, she could not afford to be a burden to her family. She must possess the means for self-protection. After making this decision, Tao Tao transformed entirely. Each day, she ran up the mountain, and her three siblings, observing her peculiar movements during these sessions, felt inspired. Unbeknownst to them, they began to join her in practice. It was a deliberate tactic on Tao Tao's part. Ever since the elder of the Tao family mentioned that children over the age of 5 should start training, she had been quietly watching her siblings. After careful observation, she concluded that their practice was rather simplistic. Her eldest sister, Tao Lihua, was 11 and had been training for 6 years. Yet Tao Tao sensed that her sister's potential remained untapped. Thus, every day, as they ventured to the mountain, she would call upon her siblings, believing that in time, they would naturally follow her lead. Indeed, after 7 days, her siblings spontaneously began to emulate her training regimen. As they followed her in running laps, Tao Tao's lips curled into a subtle smile, her clear voice ringing out, "Eldest sister, second sister, brother, keep pace with me. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in again." Under her guidance, the siblings, who previously could manage only 7 or 8 laps, managed to complete 12 laps. Though their legs felt weary, their eyes sparkled with admiration for Tao Tao, eager for her to impart further knowledge. With a gentle smile, Tao Tao advised eldest sister, second sister, brother, "Do not sit down just yet. Take a slow walk, and you will recover shortly, though your legs may still feel somewhat sore." "Wow, little sister, you are impressive. At just 5 years old, you can run 12 laps here, while we used to manage only 7 or 8, exclaimed Tao Su, brimming with excitement. "Is this area arranged by father and uncle?" Tao Tao inquired. Indeed, she learned, realizing that her sister had brought her to this training ground, which had been prepared solely for their use. As she surveyed the open field, encircled by trees, she grew increasingly pleased with their secret haven. "Eldest sister, second sister, brother, let us keep our training a secret from the family, shall we?" Tao Tao proposed, not out of selfishness, but because she wished to hone her skills in solitude. Her practice diverged from that of the villagers, and she sought time to develop without attracting attention. The siblings exchanged glances before softly asking, "What about grandfather?" "No need to mention it. We slip out before dawn and return just before dinner. Our grandfather is astute. He likely knows already without us saying a word." Tao Tao replied, aware of a lingering presence shadowing them for the past few days. During the early hours, she had sensed the person's absence, and at mealtime, she noted that their portions were larger than usual. She suspected that the figure trailing them was none other than the seemingly simple yet cunning old fox of their family. Chapter 13. Potato Seeds Hulu. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 pounds of radishes, 5 pounds of eggplants, and 10 pounds of rice. Host. The crops in the fields are ready for harvest. All right. Thank you, Hulu. Harvest. The produce from the fields flew into the thatched cottage and automatically filled the compartments. Beep. Through your diligent efforts, the farm has harvested 10 times, rewarding you with 2 parcels of uncultivated land, a bag of potato seeds, a bag of rice seeds, a packet of chili seeds, and 2 packets of eggplant seeds. Beep. Through your diligence, the ranch has harvested eggs 15 times, rewarding you with 3 ducklings and a small pond. Tao Tao's eyes gleamed at the mention of rewards. Wow, I can plant potatoes now, and rice too, and ducklings. Oh yes. Hastily, she focused her thoughts within the space, witnessing the 3 ducklings frolicking joyfully in the small pond. Nearby, a divided wooden trough and a duck nest awaited. Unquestionably, the trough was meant for feeding and watering. Tao Tao glanced at the compartments within the cottage, hesitated for a moment, then retrieved 2 heads of cabbage. With a thought, the cabbage was finally chopped and dropped into the trough, and with another thought, water appeared on the other side. Satisfied, she commenced her farming endeavor. First, she cleared the 2 parcels of uncultivated land and planted the potato seeds, marveling at how perfectly the seeds fit the soil. Tao Tao did not dwell on it. As Ulu reminded her, "Host, the backpack compartments are full. There's still 10 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of eggplants without storage space. Would you like to consider selling some items to the system for points to unlock compartments?" Upon hearing this, a mysterious smile graced Tao Tao's face. "Ulu, this is something you hadn't mentioned before." Host, Hulu was unaware. It was only after you finished planting that Hulu learned of it. Hulu felt aggrieved, pondering why this time seemed different from before, although it had its own suspicions. It had not initially spoken the truth to the host and was now too apprehensive to say anything further. "Oh, is that so? All right, let me see." Tao Tao sensed that Hulu was concealing something, but since it chose not to reveal it, she decided not to press further, believing she would understand in due time. For now, it seemed Hulu did not harbor any ill intentions. Tao Tao examined the compartments. 15 pounds of pork belly, 30 pounds of cornmeal, 10 pounds of chili, 15 pounds of flour, 50 pounds of black flour, 10 heads of cabbage, 20 pounds of eggs, 3 pounds of salt, 5 pounds of ribs, and 2 bolts of cotton fabric. Hulu, sell the cabbage, chili, and flour. Understood, host. Cabbage sells for 2 points each. Selling 10 yields 20 points. Flour sells for 3 points per pound. Selling 15 yields 45 points. Chili is 5 points per pound. Selling 10 yields 50 points. Host, you now possess a total of 115 points. Why are chilies more expensive than flour? Tao Tao inquit, pu Tao. Host, chilies contain seeds, and the system has automatically set the price at 5 points per pound. How many compartments can I unlock now? Host, unlocking a compartment costs 10 points, and after 5, each subsequent compartment increases by 5 points. After 5, each additional unlock adds 5 points to the previous cost? Yes, host. All right then, I'll use all my points to unlock compartments. Understood, host. Unlocking 5 compartments costs 50 points. Unlocking the 6th costs 15 points, the 7th 20 points, and the 8th 25 points. You have successfully unlocked 8 compartments and have 5 points remaining. Thank you, Hulu. Is it true that the system can purchase items? Is there a marketplace for that? Host, logically, there should be, but Hulu does not know the specifics. Is the gourd truly foolish? Tao Tao sighed upon sensing the unease in the gourd's words. Let it be. Everything shall unfold as it should. The gourd is not foolish. It is merely encountering the situation for the first time. Please keep an eye on the space for me. When the potatoes are ripe, do remember to call me. All right. Thank you, host. You are truly a kind person. Tao Tao chuckled at the gourd's remarks. Chapter 14. What on earth? Unbeknownst to her, Tao Tao had been here for a month already. During these days, the 4 siblings would ascend the mountain before dawn and descend only as dusk approached. Naturally, the Tao brothers were aware of this, but under their father's instructions, the 3 elders initially kept their distance, trailing the 4 children from afar, returning to the village as soon as daylight broke. After several days, the 3 elders observed the children growing increasingly skilled and discerned some nuances, prompting them to clear a small patch of ground not far from the children to practice as well. The village of Tao had been sealed off for 20 days. On the surface, everything seemed normal, yet Tao Tao felt an unusual tension in the air that stirred her previously calm demeanor. The village elders likely sensed this as well and dispatched 2 individuals to scout the situation. Although the new brides worried for their natal families, they understood that if danger arose, their husbands would not abandon their families. As long as their own families remained free of chaos and were safe, there should be no significant issues. The few families of different surnames in Tao village appeared unremarkable, but in truth, they too were descendants of the Tao family. Long ago, the Tao ancestors had permitted several children to take their mother's surnames for precautionary reasons, leading them to settle here over time. Despite meticulous arrangements, many kin had been lost along the way. Otherwise, how could the entire Tao village consist of merely 20 households today? Alas, the world is indeed a harsh place. Host, the day is nearly over, and you have yet to check in. Just as Tao Tao began to feel drowsy, the gourd's voice broke the silence. Ah, Ghoul, Uri, let me check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of ribs, 5 pounds of eggs, and 2 bolts of cotton fabric. You have successfully checked in at your regularly used location for a month and received a grand check-in gift. What? A month of successful check-ins. And a grand gift. Tao Tao was instantly wide awake, eagerly opening the grand gift, only to hear the gourd's voice announce, "Congratulations, host. You have received 10 strengthening pills, 6 mighty pills, 1 dagger of steel, and 5 mini hypnotics." Tao Tao had expected something delectable, but instead, she exclaimed, "What on earth? What is this?" In disbelief, she queried the gourd, "Gourd, what are these things?" The gourd was equally perplexed, lamenting, "Why are they all such unfamiliar items? I'm quite disheartened. Host, I do not know either, but judging by their names, they should be useful for you. Fine, I'll investigate." Tao Tao began to realize that these items might be linked to the restlessness she had been feeling lately. She examined the dagger. Since it was named Dagger of Steel, it must be a valuable tool, and she decided to keep it for herself. The mini hypnotics were essentially powerful sedatives. A mere speck could incapacitate an adult. With 5 bottles, this was indeed a precious asset she planned to discuss with her grandfather the next day. The strengthening pills were self-explanatory, designed to enhance physical constitution. An adult could consume one, while a child could take half. The effects would involve a brief period of discomfort as impurities were expelled, leading to more effective martial training thereafter. The mighty pills, as their name suggested, would amplify one's strength. Each person could take half a pill at a time, with a maximum of 3 pills per person. The more Tao Tao observed, the more satisfied she became. These were items for survival, and her anxiety began to dissipate. Chapter 15. There are refugees. Second uncle, refugees have already arrived in the town. Although they seem few in number, they're increasing. The number of refugees in the county and the prefectural city has multiplied several times since before. Ching-song, Ching-song, have any refugees been spotted heading in our direction? An elderly gentleman in a green robe stroked his beard and inquired. On our way back, we saw a small group of refugees moving towards us. In our direction, there are Lijiazwang, Shangha Village, Xiahe Village, and Lujiazwang. We are separated from the nearest Lujiazwang by 2 mountains, a capable man replied. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers. Send someone to greet these villages, as well as Qinjiawan and Dashan village across the river. Remind the village women to speak a few words of caution, especially about hiding their food supplies. Understood. We will handle it immediately. While you pass on those instructions, we old fellows will pay a visit to the 5th family. The elderly patriarch added as everyone began to rise. At this moment, Tao Tao had consumed half of a mighty pill. The 5-year-old effortlessly lifted a nearly 200-pound stone mill from the backyard. After verifying its effects, she convinced her siblings to take some in the backyard. Tao Tao then returned to her room, informing her mother that she was dirty and needed a bath, requesting her to prepare some water and leave it outside her room. She then sneaked back in to secretly take half of a strengthening pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and shortly after, she experienced a wave of pain throughout her body. Tao Tao felt her bones misalign, only to realign again automatically. As the pain persisted, a murky yellow substance began to seep from her skin. Gritting her teeth, she endured the discomfort as it gradually subsided, and just as she felt rejuvenated, a foul odor wafted through the air, causing her to cover her nose, though the stench grew stronger. Mother, is the water ready? I want to take a bath." Coming. Su Shi, carrying the water, reached the door just as she heard her daughter's voice. "Daughter, what happened? Why does it smell so bad?" "Mother, don't come in. Just place the water by the door and bring me more, please." "All right, I'll do that." Tao hurriedly brought the water inside, pouring it into the bath, and immediately the clear water turned murky. Su Shi re-entered with more water, only to be greeted by the sight of her daughter bathing in dark, foul-smelling water. Confused yet silent, she poured the water into another basin and hurried off to fetch more hot water. Sister, I've succeeded." "Sister, where are you?" The 3 younger siblings, having consumed mighty pills, came to the front yard searching for Tao Tao. Not finding her, they called out, "Big sister, second sister, sister is taking a bath." "Second sister, could you help Andy with the fire?" "Big sister and Annie, could you fetch water for sister?" Su Shi quickly interjected upon seeing the 3 youngsters. "Okay, we're coming." "Andy." When Su Shi and the eldest daughter returned to Tao Tao's room, she was nearly done washing. This time, Su Shi brought another basin, pouring in fresh water. prompting Tao Tao to resume her bath. With the help of the eldest daughter, Su Shi carried the 2 basins to the backyard, disposed of the dirty water, cleaned the basins, and then returned with them to the front yard. Tao Tao had finished washing and was now in the kitchen urging her second sister to heat more water. Mother, you and big sister go fetch water quickly, and be swift about it. Having experienced the effects firsthand, she wanted her family to benefit from these valuable items, planning for the 4 of them to use them first. With only her mother present at home, they could wash up and head to the mountain, returning only after dark. Su Shi and Tao Lihua hurriedly set off with their water buckets. Chapter 16. The exceptionally accurate intuition Tao Tao took on the task of boiling water, distributing half a pill to each of her older siblings and urged them to quickly return indoors. She arranged the firewood and proceeded to fetch 2 buckets of hot water and 2 buckets of cold water to fill the bathing tub. Su Shi and Tao Lihua made 2 trips back and forth, after which Tao Lihua was called by Tao Tao, who handed her half a pill, instructing her to take in the house before their bath. Observing her daughter's actions, Su Shi seemed to grasp something and hastened her pace in fetching water. At this moment, Tao Xinghua and Tao Su could no longer endure the foul odor and began washing in the tub. Despite the pain, Tao Lihua persevered, reminding herself of her sister's instructions to persist. By the time Tao Xinghua and Tao Su finished their 3rd rinse, Tao Lihua was already seated in the tub. The 2 women, Su Shi and Tao Lihua, busied themselves with fetching water, boiling it, handling waste, cleaning the tub, and delivering it to the house. Once the 3 children finished washing, they felt utterly refreshed and couldn't help but start playing in the courtyard. Observing this, Tao Tao advised her mother to keep the matter confidential for the time being, instructing her not to mention it to anyone until they returned that evening. Then, she swiftly led her siblings into the mountains. Though Su Shi had lost her memory, she had learned much over the years, particularly about certain hidden matters in Tao family village. Watching the children play, she suspected it was the pill her daughter had given them. Since her daughter suggested they discuss it upon her return, she chose to feign ignorance. After using so much water, the supply in the cistern was dwindling, prompting her to fetch a few more buckets. Indeed, Tao Tao and her siblings ventured into the mountains, but rather than their usual training spot, they walked deeper into the woods, where she instructed them to practice their martial arts as they usually did, promising a surprise. Thus, the 4 children trained diligently amidst the trees. Gradually, they sensed a warm energy from the duzhong, prompting them to sit cross-legged and circulate the qi as Tao Tao had taught them, ultimately feeling it settle in their abdomens. The 3 did not immediately rise, but remained seated with closed eyes. Although they were unsure why they needed to do so, they trusted their sister's guidance wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Tao Tao experienced something different. Not only was there a warm flow in her abdomen, but it also seemed as though something was merging with her body from the air. Upon closer inspection, she discerned green and red dots swirling around, eagerly entering her being. Had she been able to move, Tao Tao would likely have jumped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is happening? Could this be the legendary spiritual energy?" If her assumptions were correct, the green dots represented wood elemental energy, while the red ones signified fire elemental energy. This implied she was endowed with extraordinary abilities, akin to the fabled roots spoken of in apocalyptic tales. Could I possibly be the favored child of heaven? Tao Tao muset internally, unbeknownst to the 4 children absorbing the energy of the earth and sky. Several elderly gentlemen had arrived at their home below the mountain. Although Su Shi had consistently remembered her daughter's instructions, seeing the old men enter the house made her legs feel weak. Seizing the opportunity, while pouring water, she quietly whispered a few words to her mother-in-law, Li Shi. Li Shi gasped in response, "Goodness, this matter is too significant to discuss now. We must keep it under wraps. Who knows what these old men might think if they learn about the things in our granddaughter's possession. While developing the family is important, our granddaughter's safety is paramount. We must find a way to send these old men away." Chapter 17. The puzzling elder. Where are the children? The gray-clad elder asked, surveying the surroundings and failing to spot the youngsters. They've probably gone up the mountain to gather firewood. Tao Deshan instinctively concealed the fact that his children were training in the mountains. Gathering firewood? The elder eyed him skeptically. "Elder, it's already October, and the weather is getting colder day by day. With so many people at home, firewood runs out quickly. We want to stock up for winter. So, The children head up the mountain early each day to collect firewood and forage for wild vegetables, Tao Tao explained. His words seemed reasonable to everyone present. After all, which child didn't venture up the mountain for firewood or wild vegetables nowadays? They are good children. It's getting late. They should be returning soon, remarked another astute elder beside the gray-clad one. It's hard to say. If they've wandered far, they might return late. If not, they should be home by now. Tai Jin, Tai Zhu, you two brothers go check at the foot of the mountain. Tao Tao thought it peculiar that he felt an instinctive need to keep the children from returning home too early that day. Qingbai, you should go along. The gray-clad elder said, narrowing his eyes slowly. Understood. Qingbai and the Tai brothers made their way to the foot of the mountain in silence, scanning the area but finding no sign of the children. As darkness fell, their anxiety grew. It was unusual for the children to be so late without any trace. Meanwhile, the four children had concluded their meditation and were practicing their moves in the woods. Tao Tao refrained from teaching them new techniques, instead encouraging them to refine what they had already learned. Watching her siblings train earnestly, Tao Tao ventured into the left side of the forest, closed her eyes, and with a flick of her right hand, a spark suddenly appeared on her fingertip. The spark gradually expanded until it reached the size of an apple. Dancing in her palm, in a heartbeat, the small fireball vanished, leaving behind a chili seed in her hand. She then watched as the seed slowly swelled, sprouting and growing into a chili plant, ceasing its growth thereafter. At that moment, Tao Tao's complexion paled slightly, and her breath became unsteady. It seemed her suspicions were confirmed. Not only could she cultivate the ancient martial arts of the Tao family from her past life, but she also possessed dual elemental roots of fire and wood. Just as Tao Tao finished her meditation, several incantations suddenly formed in her mind. Upon trying them out, she was pleasantly surprised to find success. However, as she was just beginning her cultivation, the amount of elemental energy within her was limited, indicating that she would need to frequent the woods more often. The Tai brothers searched the outer perimeter for a while, but found no sign of the children, prompting them to hastily return and report back. Did you find them? Yes, we searched everywhere. Very well. Let us head back for now and return tomorrow. Dashang, when the children come back, remind them not to go out. We old fellows wish to have a chat with them, the gray-clad elder reiterated before exiting the courtyard. Yes, Tao Tao replied, looking down, concealing his thoughts from the others. Uncertain if everyone had departed, the Tao family sat silently in the courtyard, each lost in their own thoughts. After a while, those lurking in the shadows observed that the Tao family exhibited no unusual behavior and thus returned to report. Shortly thereafter, Tao Tao and Li Shi entered the house, emerging with unreadable expressions. Tao Tao sensed the time was right, so she and her siblings descended the mountain, carrying the wild chickens they had caught. At the mountain's foot, she felt eyes watching them, unsure of the situation, but continued to hasten homeward as usual. Chapter 18, Homecoming. Announcement. Where have you four been today? Why are you only back now? You're driving me mad. Upon entering the courtyard, the children were greeted by the voice of their grandmother, Li Shi, running around aimlessly. And you don't know to come home? What time is it now? Su Shi chimed in, supporting her mother-in-law. See how worried your grandfather and grandmother are. The whole family hasn't tea eaten, waiting for you four. Lu was unwilling to fall behind and spoke up. Tao Tao remained silent, strolling into the house with his hands clasped behind his back. The Tegan brothers hurriedly closed the courtyard gate and brought in the stools from the yard. The family had dinner, after which the four little ones followed their grandparents into the inner room. Why is it so late today? Tao Tao observed the daily growth of these children, but today felt particularly unusual. Grandfather, grandmother, I took my siblings up the mountain today, and I didn't let them return early to avoid trouble, Tao Tao interjected. Oh, your grandmother mentioned it, but I only understood part of it. Please explain what happened. Grandfather, grandmother, my master gave me several pills today, saying that refugees have arrived, and I must protect my family well. I shared 2 pills with my siblings, one to enhance strength, and the other to strengthen the body. After speaking, Tao Tao pulled out 4 strength-enhancing pills and 4 health-boosting pills from her pocket. Although she claimed there were 4, there were actually only 2. She had divided each pill in half and rolled them into small balls. The potency of the pills was so remarkable that Tao Tao wished to avoid drawing attention, leading to this clever ruse. Tao Tao examined the pills in Tao Tao's palm, contemplating, then took 3 strength-enhancing pills and handed them to his wife, Li, urging her to take one immediately. while the other two were for his daughters-in-law. Li quickly left the room. Child, is there something significant about these pills? You seem to have more to say. Grandfather, the health-boosting pill will cause body aches and expel impurities, requiring a bath afterward. Tao Tao nodded, deciding to consume the pills immediately, keeping one of each for later to deliver to his grandfather for further instructions. The four little ones were tasked with boiling water. Fortunately, Sue had fetched water after dinner, and both large water jars were full. Otherwise, they would have had to fetch water in the middle of the night. Uncertain of how to explain it should they encounter anyone. Child, your grandfather has gone to your great-grandfather's today, and you are aware of the circumstances. Tomorrow, you four must remain discreet. You're still too young, and with so many adults in our Tao family village, focus on growing quietly. After imparting these words to the children, Tao Dashin sent them back to their room to sleep. Taking advantage of the stillness of the night, he entered the old Tao courtyard and knocked on the window of the elder Tao. Grandfather, father, mother. Upon entering, Tao Dashin saw the three elders gathered and promptly greeted them. Sit down and speak. Yes, you've grown stronger, my third grandson. Remember to conceal your aura. The elder Tao scrutinized his grandson closely. Yes, grandfather. Here are a health-boosting pill and a strength-enhancing pill. Tao Dashin produced 2 small porcelain vials from his pocket and placed them on the table. Did your master leave any instructions? The elder Tao inquired, glancing at the vials. He said to protect ourselves well. Once this matter is out, do not mention it again. Protect yourselves and ensure you safeguard that child. Also, this must be delivered to Tao Tao. It is hers. Understood, grandfather. I shall take my leave. After Tao Dashin departed, Tao Ji divided the strength-enhancing pills into thirds before Tao Yishuan could speak, saying, take them without questions. The health-boosting pills were similarly divided into thirds, with Tao Ji allowing his son Tao Yishuan to take his first, having already discussed it with Dashin. Thus, Liang quickly boiled water. Why did Tao Ji act this way? At the age of 125, he had once taken a similar pill at the age of 5. Remarkably, 120 years later, he could again partake of it, truly a blessing from his ancestors. Although the efficacy of the pills might be diminished, their discreet nature was invaluable, especially since the main house had been closely monitoring their branch today. Earlier, he had entrusted the jade gourd, quietly passed to him by his ancestor, to Dashin for the little girl, hoping she would thrive swiftly. Chapter 19. The difficulty of being a slacker. Tao Tao. This is from your great-grandfather. He said it belongs to you. Take good care of it. Tao Tao was summoned by her grandfather as soon as she awoke, and she watched him produce a jade gourd, claiming it as her own. The moment she saw the gourd, tears welled in Tao Tao's eyes, and her mouth opened to speak, but no words emerged. Instead, she trembled as she accepted the gourd, clutching it tightly, and then squatted down, quietly weeping. Tao Dashin, perplexed by the scene, called for his wife, sharing a few words before pointing to his weeping granddaughter. Li, equally bewildered, knelt and embraced the sobbing Tao Tao, gently placing her on the Kong and whispering, Child, I do not know what troubles you, but I know you must be well. At that moment, Tao Tao could hear nothing. Her consciousness was adrift in a vast space, where a faint silhouette appeared, her grandfather from her previous life. Good child, do not cry. Do not be sad. You should have returned to your own body now. That place is your true home, and they are your family. This gourd space is now its true form. If you utilize it well, protect yourself, and refrain from committing any heinous acts, perhaps one day we shall meet again. As the silhouette began to fade, Tao Tao shouted desperately, Grandfather, grandfather, come back. Hearing her heart-wrenching cries, Tao Dashin and his wife felt a profound ache in their hearts as they watched. Li gently patted the restless Tao Tao. After a while, Tao Tao finally quieted down and fell into a deep sleep. Mother, what has happened to the child? Sue, having heard her daughter's anguished cries, rushed to the door. Anxious for answers. Nothing's wrong. She cried herself to sleep. We will discuss it when she wakes up. Li, equally perplexed, wondered what could be said. Unbeknownst to Tao Tao, her heart-rending cries had left the entire Tao family in a state of unease, affecting their every action. Dashin, are you home? Where are the children? Tao Dashin looked up to see several old foxes from the previous night had entered the courtyard. He quickly instructed his family to bring out stools and water, welcoming the elders to sit and drink. Everyone is home today. Dia, Arya, and Sue are helping their mother tidy up the backyard. Sanyu is still asleep. The others ran far yesterday, and given her young age, she is likely tired. Should I send her mother in to wake her? Let her sleep a bit longer. How could we let the child sleep indefinitely? Sue and Lid already entered the room to call for Tao Tao. Danya, have you been practicing martial arts with your siblings? Yes, we practice every day. And you, Sue, what have you been practicing these days? Punching, as taught by father. Tao Sue's words were truthful. He indeed practiced boxing, under the guidance of Tao Tegan, observing the three children gazing at them with innocent eyes. The old foxes were unsure how to proceed. Hey, mother, do we have guests? A bright voice shattered the silence. Dashin, is this Sanya? The elder in gray looked at the wide-eyed Tao Tao and beckoned her over. Tao Tao remained still, glancing between her grandfather and grandmother. In truth, she had not been asleep. Her consciousness was exploring the gourd space. The gourd had informed her that the system space had merged with it, now much larger and filled with new items. Tao Tao had been studying these additions, pondering, is it not pleasant to simply be a slacker and tend to the fields? Why must one still cultivate? The child is only 5 years old. Why is it so difficult for the little one to wish to be a carefree spirit? Chapter 20. The old fox's test. Come here, my dear granddaughter, the old man in gray beckoned. Let me introduce you. This gentleman in gray is your great-grandfather, and next to him are your second, third, and fourth great-grandfathers. Finally, the one you already know is your high great-grandfather. Go over and greet them. Tao Tao nodded and cheerfully greeted the elderly men, tilting her head inquisitively as if to ask, what were you doing just now? Sister, Brother Sue, we need to hurry and gather firewood today, Tao Tao exclaimed, seeing her siblings silent. Without further ado, she dashed to the storage room, panting as she dragged out a few baskets, shaking her little hand to call out, come here, little one, come here, my dear, the old gentleman in gray said, gesturing for Tao Tao to approach. Observing the shrewdness in his eyes, she thought to herself, old fox. Hello, great-grandfather. Has your master sent any messages recently? Tao Tao understood that the elderly gentleman was testing her, essentially trying to ascertain whether she truly had a master. Yes, she replied, tilting her head and blinking her eyes. Counting on her fingers, my master tells me to eat well, sleep well, study hard, and practice my calligraphy, and to rise early every day to run in the mountains. But I'm still so small, and I have to get up before dawn. I'm so tired. She rambled on, failing to provide the information the old man desired. The old man in gray watched the little girl struggle to recall, his lips twitching as he fought to calm his impatience. He gently probed, my dear, did your master not mention anything else? Tao Tao, uncertain of what he meant, pondered silently. She had heard her grandfather mention that her high great-grandfather knew how to take medicine, and with that jade gourd, her heart grew more vigilant. Finally, she whispered, my master also said there are bad people who want to steal my vegetable pancakes. Bad people? Stealing pancakes? The listeners exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, if the refugees arrive in large numbers and find no food, they will certainly raid the village. Tao Tao noticed the expressions of the old men shifting, their faces growing serious. She was astonished. Could it be that someone truly intends to steal food? Fifth, you and Ishwan should move to the mountains soon. The children are too young, so keep a watchful eye on them. We old fellows will handle the matters outside, the old man in gray instructed, his tone brooking no dissent as he glanced at Tao Tao. Tao Chi, referred to as the fifth by the old man, nodded in agreement. We'll move over shortly. Don't worry, elder brother. We'll ensure everything outside is in order. Seeing that she had no further role in the conversation, Tao Tao took her siblings and headed up the mountain with their small baskets. Little sister, are there really bad people? Tao Su asked, his eyes wide with excitement. Yes, brother, we must practice our martial arts diligently, so we don't drag our family down, Tao Tao declared, her body brimming with determination. From the old man's words, she sensed a hint of something. Her secrets of sleeves and pills were known only to her family. Steeling herself, Tao Tao resolved to venture a bit further into the inner mountain today. Brother, that girl truly is unaware of the pills and the jade space. If she is unaware, then she is not the person our ancestors spoke of. Why does elder brother still allow the fifth to protect her? Indeed, brother, will the person our ancestor mentioned truly appear? Shallow. Even if that girl is not the one our ancestors spoke of, she is backed by a mysterious master. Do you know anything about her master's background? The old man in gray had initially thought the person referred to by the ancestor had appeared, only to be left pondering when he realized he too was curious about when the ancestor's foretold individual would manifest. Tao Tao was oblivious to the fact that her actions today would lead the old men to later regret their oversight, lamenting their inability to perceive that she was indeed the one referred to by their ancestor. Chapter 21. Refugees at the village entrance. The tranquil days were fleeting. Just a few days later, a throng of refugees appeared at the entrance of Tao village. The patrollers reported this situation to the village elders before continuing their rounds. The county magistrate paid little mind to these refugees. What can be done? There's likely no food left in the county either. Indeed, they say they're distributing gruel outside the county, but it grows thinner by the day. We in Wuxia are in an even worse predicament. Pass the word down. The patrollers must remain vigilant and prevent those people from sneaking in. Hide the food at home and keep fires to a minimum to create the illusion that we too are lacking in supplies. Yes, the old man in Gray's eyes were filled with frost as he meticulously issued commands, leading a trio of similarly aged men to a secluded corner of the village. Third, how have the children fared in training these past years? Rest assured, elder brother, they are formidable, with several already reaching the great martial master level. The old man nodded. Since the fifth's granddaughter is not the one our ancestors spoke of, keep a close watch on the other children in our clan. Over a century has passed. That person should have emerged by now. Yes, elder brother, we are keeping an eye. Elder brother, should we not withdraw the watchers? Very well, I will arrange that. If Tao Tao were to witness this scene, she would likely rejoice for 3 days and nights, as she could return to her carefree existence. These past few days, aside from practicing martial arts, Tao Tao spent her time honing her skills in the Jade Space. From the texts within the Jade Space, she learned that she possessed both fire and wood spiritual roots, along with formidable spiritual strength. With the infusion of spiritual energy and time within the Jade Space, she had already reached the later stages of Qi cultivation, and her ancient martial arts had attained the level of great martial master. To conceal her burgeoning strength, Tao Tao spent considerable time in her space, crafting a pendant that was neither entirely wood nor entirely otherwise. After requesting a few threads from her mother, her nimble fingers soon fashioned an unremarkable necklace, which she then donned. Having practiced the breath-curtaining technique and adorned herself with the necklace to mask her strength, Tao Tao felt at ease and confidently stepped into her family's courtyard. Fifth, refugees have appeared at the village entrance. We old fellows have deliberated and decided to enhance nighttime patrols. You and the second must each guard your respective areas, while Yixuan and his cousins secure the corners. Also, avoid lighting fires at home whenever possible. Understood, elder brother. I will inform Yixuan and remind the family. Go ahead. Tao Chi exited the ancestral hall and hurried back to the courtyard, relaying the information while cautioning Tao Tao against engaging in martial arts. After ensuring the other 3 would remain discreet, he left with his son, Tao Yixuan. Tao Tao, puzzled by the departure of the 2 highest-ranking figures in her family, turned to her great-grandmother. Lady Liang was taken aback by her great-granddaughter's keen sensitivity, but merely patted her head and said, "Child, just grow up well. We will handle the rest. Do not overthink it." Tao Tao realized she would not receive the answer she sought, pouting as she returned indoors, lying down and entering the Jade Space with her thoughts. Pearflower, as the eldest sister, you must protect yourself while also looking after your younger siblings, understand? Lady Liang instructed, contemplating the old man's earlier words and feeling increasingly uneasy. Mountain, as darkness falls, summon your elder brother and a sister-in-law, as well as your second brother and sister-in-law. My intuition tells me something is about to transpire, and I must ensure certain matters are arranged. Chapter 22. The refugees entered the village. An increasing number of refugees gathered at the entrance of the village, while the patrolling guards grew increasingly stern. Although a few attempted to sneak in unnoticed, they were swiftly subdued by several concealed watchers and unceremoniously thrown out. On the surface, Taojia village appeared tranquil, yet a few of the elders were becoming anxious. It was unclear who had revealed that the village had grain, but word had spread that villagers were seen purchasing large quantities of food, prompting the refugees to organize and beseech the villagers for assistance, particularly for the elderly and children, claiming that even a bowl of thin gruel would suffice. This matter soon reached the ears of the town's magistrate. Upon hearing the news, the magistrate hurriedly brought a few attendants with him to Taojia village, unaware of the magistrate's arrival. The elderly man was remiss in his welcome and hoped the magistrate would not take offense. Upon seeing the magistrate, The gray-clad elder realized that it would be impossible for Tao Jia village to remain unscathed. Old Master Tao, I shall speak plainly. I have heard that your village possesses some surplus grain. I have come to seek your assistance in accommodating the refugees outside the village, the magistrate stated directly. Old Master Tao sighed, expressing his dilemma. Magistrate, it is not that I am unwilling to help, but our remaining grain is truly scarce. As you know, most of the women in the village are from neighboring villages, and while we did purchase a fair amount of grain, we have also shared it with our relatives, leaving us with little. The magistrate believed that the villagers would indeed send grain to their relatives, but he was skeptical about the claim of scant resources. After all, he knew that the villagers were skilled hunters and could venture into the mountains, where food was plentiful. He suspected that this old fox had some scheme waiting for him. The magistrate pondered for a moment before suggesting, Old Master, I have an idea. There is a vast expanse of uncultivated land at the foot of the mountain behind your village. Why not allow the refugees to help with the cultivation, and in return, you could provide them with some food? What do you think? Indeed, there is a large mountain behind Taojia village, and at its base lay a significant tract of unclaimed land. The villagers had considered cultivating it before, but had refrained from doing so to avoid drawing attention. The magistrate's proposal was not merely a suggestion, but a well-thought-out plan. The elders exchanged glances, and ultimately, Old Master Tao, with a hint of resignation, declared very well. Let it be as the magistrate says. Second elder, notify everyone in the village to surrender their grain. Starting today, all 100 of us shall dine together. Magistrate, we truly have limited provisions, and we cannot admit too many refugees, or we shall soon find ourselves starving. The magistrate understood the necessity of not overburdening Taojia village with too many refugees, yet the number of displaced individuals outside was overwhelming, and a solution needed to be devised. Consequently, in light of the need to cultivate the land, the magistrate arranged for around 100 refugees to stay in the village temporarily, with some families, including the elderly and children, housed in the village storeroom, while the villagers' grain was stored in the ancestral hall. Old Master Tao watched the magistrate depart, his expression growing increasingly somber, his gaze deep and his tone icy as he addressed the third elder. Have you found anything? Yes, it originated from the town, but we have yet to identify the source, came the reply. Second elder, fourth elder, keep a close watch on those individuals. Let them stay in the storeroom for now. There is nothing of value there, but the tool shed must be guarded closely. Elder brother, what about the food? 2 meals a day, wild vegetable porridge. If they want gruel, they can have it once every 10 days or so. Fourth elder, take some people into the mountains to gather resources. And third elder, continue your investigation. Fourth and fifth elders, you are responsible for supervising these individuals. Ensure that some villagers accompany them during the cultivation. Understood. Chapter 23. Arrangements. Tao Tao had not been in her grandfather's room for long when Elder Tao called for his son, Tao Yishuan, and his 3 grandsons, Tao Dashan, Tao Daming, and Tao Daji. Yishuan, starting tomorrow, you will accompany me to lead the cultivation efforts. Dashan, Daming, and Daji, each day. One of you will take your children to follow Tao Tao, while the other 2 will accompany fourth elder into the mountains to gather resources. Remember, no matter where Tao Tao takes you or what she does, you must not disclose it to anyone. If anyone inquires, simply state that you are training the children in martial arts. Yes, father. Yes, grandfather. Very well. You may leave now and discuss amongst yourselves who will go first. We shall set off early tomorrow. Tao Tao, please stay. Seeing this, Tao Tao seized the opportunity to ask a question that had long troubled her. Great-grandfather, is there some discord between our family and the others? Elder Tao did not respond, but gazed at the young girl with concern. Great-grandfather, is it because of the words left by our ancestors? Is someone plotting against us? Tao Tao's inquiry startled Elder Tao, and he looked at her in disbelief. Are you worried that those old foxes might harbor ill intentions towards me? Or have they already begun scheming? If that is the case, we must locate the camellia flower jade pendant left by our ancestors. Perhaps it could be of assistance. Tao Tao recounted the separate subspace she had read about in the book detailing the Yuling space. Child, how did you know about the jade pendant? The gourd told me. It was the one you gave me, Tao Tao replied, summoning the jade gourd into her palm. After merging with the system, the gourd had melded into her forehead. But with just a thought, it could reappear without hindering the use of the space. Even if the gourd were lost, Tao Tao could still access the space. Elder Tao stared in astonishment at this scene. Although he had heard tales from his ancestors, witnessing it firsthand was a different experience. Great-grandfather. That jade pendant is also a space that holds various items, including pills. Alas, it seems our ancestors foresaw this day would come. You are indeed correct. The Tao family only appears united on the surface. I and second Elder Tao are the direct descendants, while the other three are our distant cousins. The jade pendant is in the hands of my fourth cousin. Wait, the jade pendant is around Little Hong's neck. I saw it a few days ago. Tao Tao recalled the girl who was merely 5 days older than her and always wore an arrogant demeanor, stirring a desire to confront her. What? How could it be in the hands of the girl from second Elder's family? Elder Tao looked at Tao Tao in disbelief. Tao Tao relayed what she had secretly witnessed on the mountain that day, and Elder Tao, upon hearing it, suddenly understood. No wonder, no wonder. It all makes sense now. He has been probing whether I possess anything from our ancestors. As a reader of countless novels, Tao Tao was not surprised at all. Power struggles within large families, disputes for leadership, and rivalries over wealth were all too common. She had not anticipated that she would be swept into such a conflict upon traversing through time. At that moment, Tao Tao resolved to conceal her presence and grow quietly. As for the jade pendant, she trusted that this old man before her would handle it. Observing the girl, tilting her head curiously at him, Elder Tao suddenly smiled and waved his hand, instructing her to prepare for the next day, reminding her to ensure her safety while leading the children into the dense forest to the left. Hearing this, Tao Tao joyfully skipped out. Chapter 24. Abundant Harvest. As dawn broke, Tao Daming set out with 9 children. Alongside his siblings Tao Tao, there were his 13-year-old grandson Tao Yang, his 9-year-old grandson Tao Di, and his 10-year-old granddaughter Tao Xiaoyan. From the second branch of the family, there were 11-year-old granddaughter Tao Duoer and 9-year-old grandson Tao Xian. The group had long been instructed by their families to speak little and observe much, promising to share their findings upon their return home. Fortunately, Tao family village, though not small, consisted of only a few dozen households, and as the Tao family resided on the village's left side, close to the dense forest, their quiet movements did not disturb others. Tao Tao had previously ventured into the forest and was well aware of its offerings. Skillfully leading the group, she guided them to a patch where wild vegetables grew, instructing her older siblings to remain behind with 3 companions to gather them, while the rest followed her deeper into the woods. It was then that the group began to realize the capabilities of their 5-year-old sister. Little sister, had you been here before? They inquired. Tao Daming finally grasped why his grandfather had advised him to observe rather than speak. It seemed that they were no match for the astuteness of a mere 5-year-old. Sighing, he gently admonished, "Have you forgotten the words spoken before we set out?" The questioned siblings shrank back, casting apprehensive glances at their grandfather. Tao Tao gestured for her sister Lihua to take Tao Di and Tao Xian to gather more wild vegetables, instructing them to meet her later at the bamboo grove on their right. The group traversed for about 15 minutes until they arrived at a bamboo thicket. Tao Tao pointed towards the bamboo shoots and said, "Brother Yang, take Sister Yin, Sister Duer, and Brother Su to dig up the shoots here. Remember to peel off the outer layers carefully. Afterwards, join Sister Lihua in the open area to await our return." "Understood. Be careful." Everyone, they replied. "Great-grandfather, come with Sister Xinghua and me," Tao Tao said, executing a graceful movement as she darted ahead. Tao Su observed his great-grandfather and the siblings were digging bamboo shoots. Their jaws dropped in astonishment at their sister's agility. Upon seeing her move, Xinghua also sprang into action, mimicking Tao Tao's nimbleness as she raced after her. Tao Su, noticing that his great-grandfather had yet to respond, trotted over and remarked, "Great-grandfather, if you don't hurry, you might miss seeing my sisters." Awakened from his reverie, Tao Daming swiftly followed suit. "You all are incredible." Yes, Tao Tao is truly remarkable, especially at just 5 years old," they exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with determination. "I must diligently practice martial arts and never slack off again." As they conversed, their spirits buoyed, time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, the day had passed, and upon reuniting, they sorted their harvest. As night descended, they exited the forest and hurried home. Upon seeing the mountain of foraged goods piled high in their home, Liang and Li, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were taken aback yet urged everyone to eat first and discuss later. So many jujubes, along with chestnuts and tender wild vegetables. Who would have thought there was such bounty in the forest? marveled Zhou, Tao Daming's wife. We must quickly store these away, urged Huang, Tao Daji's wife. Her voice tinged with urgency. With the floods 2 years ago, locusts last year, and now drought, so many disaster victims in the village. Liang instructed the sisters-in-law to gather the goods, reminding them to take some home to hide while it was still dark. These could be life-saving provisions, she added, setting to work. Understood. Tonight, we'll quietly rinse the wild vegetables and let them dry. You won't need to come over tomorrow. Just organize the mountain goods at home. Liang concluded. Chapter 25. A dark omen. It had been a month since the disaster victims arrived in Tao family village. Although they were provided with only 2 meager meals of thin porridge daily, it was sustenance nonetheless. During this month, the disaster victims and villagers coexisted peacefully, leading to a sense of relaxation. However, on a dark and windy night, a shadowy figure slipped away from the village, with no one knowing its purpose. Throughout this month, Tao Tao had absorbed a wealth of knowledge within her space, making progress in both ancient martial arts and spiritual energy. Her most significant achievement was receiving a substantial gift pack containing 10 strength pills, 10 body fortification pills, 5 small daggers, and 5 miniature crossbows. As she gazed at these items, her heart raced, sensing that trouble loomed ahead. It was clear that these provisions were prepared by the system for her and her family in advance. Aside from gathering supplies from the mountains, signing in, and managing her space, Tao Tao had not let a single day pass without effort. Her backpack compartments had expanded from 18 to 30, with 5 remaining empty. The other 25 contained not only rice, flour, oil, and vegetables, but also enticing items. 12 strength pills, 16 body fortification pills, 5 miniature negotiators, 5 daggers, and 5 pocket crossbows. With the enhancement from her space, Tao Tao's ancient martial arts had elevated her to the rank of postnatal martial sovereign, just one step away from the innate realm. The hierarchy of martial arts was as follows: martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, postnatal martial sovereign. Innate martial artist, innate martial warrior, innate martial master, great martial master, martial saint, martial grandmaster, demigod, martial saint, true god, and Lord God. These were innate powers, not derived from human effort. Through subtle inquiries and the veiled words of the family patriarch, Tao Tao discerned that they resided in the kingdom of Mushi. Besides the ruling figure, there were 4 prominent families: the Jiang, Wang, Shui, and Tao families. The patriarch had explicitly stated that the Tao family and the village's Tao family were unrelated. Yet Tao Tao suspected a connection that the elder simply chose not to disclose, believing that she would uncover the truth in due time. In the kingdom of Mushi, the highest martial prowess belonged to the innate great martial masters. It was said that among the ruling family, there were several, as well as within the 4 prominent families, though the precise number remained unknown. Several days later, they had nearly foraged everything edible in the forest, and firewood had been adequately prepared. Throughout the month, aside from the initial days, the siblings had spent their time either gathering mountain goods or practicing martial arts in the forest. With the foraging phase concluding, Tao Tao anticipated returning to her leisurely life. However, shortly after lying down, she was abruptly awakened, drenched in sweat, her breath erratic, and her face pale. After a long moment of calm, she rose to seek out her grandmother, Grandma Li, who was in the backyard sorting mountain goods with her 2 daughters-in-law. Rushed forward upon hearing her granddaughter's anxious call. "Dear, I'm here. Grandma, quickly find Grandpa. I need to see Great-Grandma." Tao Tao, filled with apprehension, dashed toward her great-grandfather's house, recalling that her great-grandmother had mentioned testing Yangge today, and she must surely still be there. "What's wrong, my dear?" her great-grandmother Liang asked, worry etched on her face. "What happened?" "Give me a moment," Tao Tao urged as she pulled her great-grandmother inside, only to hear her grandfather and great-grandfather's urgent voices. She waved her hand, took a bowl of water from the table, and gulped it down. "What is it, Tao Tao? What happened?" the elder Tao Daming inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. "Grandfather, great-grandfather, I just had a dream, a terrible dream. Bandits attacked our village, and many people perished. Great-uncle and great-grandfather were gravely injured and unconscious, while many others were hurt. Sisters Yin and Duoer, along with Brother D, went missing, and countless villagers were killed in their sleep. I barely escaped because you hid me in the cellar." Tao Tao still felt a lingering dread as she recounted the events. "What? Murdered in one's sleep?" The elderly residents in the room exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the pallid child, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Chapter 26. The Pills, Lee. You should visit your two sisters-in-law and ask them to prepare. They must all come here to stay tonight. The patrolling in the village has recently become rather lax. Tao Tao pondered for a brief moment before beginning to make arrangements. Deshawn, inform your two brothers that they are not on patrol tonight and should remain vigilant at home. Ensure they all come to stay here as a precaution. Yes, grandfather. I will go immediately. Yes, grandmother. I will go right away. Ishwan, let us pay a visit to your four uncles. All right, father. Tao Tao was comforted in her mother's embrace. Do not fear, my daughter. I am here. Your father and grandfather are with us. Mother, do you wish to recall the past? Tao Tao gazed up at her mother. My child, let bygones be bygones. Your mother is well now. Though Sue spoke these words, she understood that even if the past were forgotten, certain truths remained unerasable within her. After taking the powerful pills, she observed her children mimicking movements, recalling that she had once practiced in secret in the backyard. As her motions transformed from clumsy to adept, she began to suspect that she had once possessed martial skills, the cause of her amnesia remaining a mystery. Tao Tao had indeed noticed her mother's martial prowess. Yet out of respect, she refrained from inquiring, cherishing the warmth of her embrace and vowing to protect her mother at all costs. That night was eerily silent. In the Tao household, Tao Ji looked at the 5-year-old girl before him and then at the items laid out on the table, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, he finally uttered, Child, have you truly made your decision? Tao Tao nodded silently, her resolute gaze fixed on the elder. My dear, you are the blessing of our Tao family. The arrangements have been made, and barring any unforeseen events, they will unfold in the next few days. You must not venture outside. Remember this. Tao Tao smiled faintly. Though the reasons remained unclear to her, she sensed a discord among the elders of the Tao family, particularly with the eldest, who bore an air of arrogance. Opening the door, Tao Tao admitted the adults who had been standing outside and settled at the threshold with her siblings. Soon enough, she noticed her grandmother and mother preparing hot water. Understanding dawned upon her. Tao Tao produced 4 whole, powerful pills and 4 robust health pills for the elder, noting that one of the latter was equivalent to 2 of the former. Witnessing the elder's eyes light up and his mouth twitch in excitement, she then revealed 5 small daggers and 5 compact crossbows. In that moment, the elder abruptly stood, trembling fingers pointing at the items, his mouth moving but failing to articulate a coherent sentence. Noticing the opportunity, Tao Tao remarked, Great-grandfather, please distribute these items as you see fit, preferably for my brothers and sisters' protection. I require none, for I possess this. She then bent down and retrieved a sleek black dagger from her leg. Upon seeing it, Tao Ji gasped. The dagger glimmered ominously, exuding a sharpness that sent a chill through him. With such a weapon in her possession, the others seemed almost insignificant by comparison. Tao Tao, sensing her great-grandfather's gaze filled with envy, decided to conceal her true abilities, fearing that revealing them might cause the elder to faint from shock. Outside, silence reigned, while inside, the atmosphere was charged with fervor. That night, the Tao family underwent a silent transformation. Tao Ji, gazing at the 6 pills in his hand, sighed and retrieved 2 small porcelain vials from a cabinet, carefully placing the pills inside before concealing them close to his body. Chapter 27. The Tragedy of the Past Sister Xiao Hong. May I have back the jade magnolia pendant? You've borrowed it for over a month. We agreed on a month's duration, and it is time for its return. A girl clad in pink with her hair tied in small pigtails glared at a taller girl who appeared to be about 6 or 7, dressed in a green dress and adorned with a white jade magnolia pendant. As soon as the girl in pink spoke, the other instinctively covered her pendant with her hand. Glancing around nervously, had she not been lost in her thoughts, she would not have encountered the nearly 5-year-old Tao Xiao, who had tragically passed away. Upon her rebirth, she discovered that Tao Xiao was still alive. Thus, she seized the opportunity to borrow the pendant, yet remained oblivious to how her brother, Tao Minghai, had accessed its space in her previous life. In her past existence, when her great-grandfather returned to the capital, on the very day the deceitful so-called great-great-grandfather was elevated to the elder of the 4 distinguished families in the capital, her family, save for her, lost their lives. She too was meant to perish, but unexpectedly, as she hovered on the brink of death, Tao Minghai had found her and provided her with several pills. enabling her not only to survive but to become a congenital martial artist. During her recovery, she learned that within the family of the fourth elder, only Tao Ming-hai had survived, while the fifth elder's family had no survivors. Despite her efforts to coax him, Tao Ming-hai refused to divulge the secrets of the pendant's space, leading to a confrontation in which she inadvertently injured him while attempting to seize it. After casting a complex glance at her, he left behind a few small vials and vanished from sight. This time around, she determined to obtain the space pendant herself, knowing full well that the demise of her current sister was orchestrated by that hypocritical elder seeking the pendant. In her previous life, blinded by hatred, she had wounded her brother Ming-hai. This time, she vowed to protect his only sister. This life felt somewhat different from the last. The once departed Tao Tao was now lively and vibrant, a mystery she could not unravel, prompting her to consider probing further. Seeing that no one was around, Tao Xiaohong inquired about whether the fourth elder was home, and upon receiving a definitive answer, she took Tao Xiao by the hand and hurried towards a residence. Red girl, are you serious? The fourth elder, I do not know how to activate the pendant space, but I have tested it with my great-grandfather. His expression was quite peculiar upon seeing it. Red girl, the elder does not impose. You and Xiao should discuss how to proceed with the pendant. Tao Xiaohong was taken aback that the fourth elder would allow her to confer with Xiao. After hearing her sister's words, Tao Xiao glanced at her own arms and legs, reluctantly gazing at the pendant before finally expressing her concern. Elder, will it be dangerous for Sister Hong to hold the pendant? Tao Yu remained silent, instead observing Tao Xiaohong, who appeared awkward as she replied, I am uncertain. I wish to activate this space soon. I fear I may not be able to protect it. Tao Yu nodded, recalling his cousin Tao Ji's words. Brother, though we are not blood brothers, we have supported one another through the years, closer than kin. I know the jade magnolia pendant was bestowed upon you by our ancestors, who once told me that if calamities befall us, the pendant would recognize its master by blood and safeguard our kin. Fourth brother, do give it a try, but ensure that it remains a secret. Chapter 28. The Secret Conference of the Three Elders' Second Brother. Your daughter Xiaohong said as much. Fifth brother, what say you? Tao Xiao did not reply, but instead turned his attention to Tao Ji. Second brother, fourth brother, our Tao children do not lie. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Second brother, my son Ming-hai had a dream a few days ago. The 10-year-old was so frightened by it that he was dazed for 3 days. At this moment, Tao Xiao and Tao Ji, who had begun to believe, looked towards Tao Yu. Ming-hai, the young lad, mentioned that he dreamt of a grim fate befalling our 3 families within a month's time, with some meeting death and others sustaining injuries. He did not elaborate further, but made that singular statement. In recent days, he has been diligently practicing. Tao Yu initially dismissed the dream's significance, but the sudden appearance of the little red girl prompted him to take it seriously. Tao Xiao and Tao Ji exchanged glances, their disbelief palpable. Are you truly certain that the jade pendant is meant for the red girl? Tao Xiao sought confirmation, unwilling to risk discord among brothers over this matter. Though the little girl was merely 7 years old, she exhibited remarkable composure. Nevertheless, such a statement inevitably placed her in jeopardy. The old man's granddaughter was under his protection, regardless of the circumstances. Old 5, I observed the situation you mentioned. Indeed, we have grown complacent. While elder brother assures us there is no cause for concern, I believe we ought to implement some measures of safeguard within our own household. Tao Ji and Tao Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Red girl, have you made your decision? Tao Xiao inquired, gazing at the 7-year-old child. Tao Xiaohong nodded resolutely, her eyes brimming with determination. She pricked her finger with a needle, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the jade pendant. In an instant, the blood vanished into the pendant. At that moment, it seemed as if Tao Xiaohong had grasped its usage. Her wide-eyed expression and parted lips indicated that she had witnessed something significant. The space within this pendant is as expansive as our Tao village, she exclaimed. There are numerous bags filled with grain and shelves holding small porcelain vials, along with various weapons. Strangely, there is even a jug of water. After a brief moment, Tao Xiaohong began to chatter excitedly, producing the jug of water. The 3 elderly men exchanged glances, unanimously concluding that this jug contained the legendary spring water spoken of by their ancestors. Indeed, it was the spring water, albeit diluted. Given the uncertain circumstances, the elders conferred and instructed the red girl to organize the items within the space, suggesting she venture home during the day to retrieve some weapons and medicinal pills. They hoped that a month hence, all would remain safe and sound. Just as they were about to depart, Tao Xiao suddenly interjected, "Old 4, Old 5, remain vigilant." Since Ming Hai and the red girl possess the ability to foresee, it is possible that others may as well, and I fear they might strike preemptively. Tao Yu and Tao Ji, having considered this, nodded in agreement and swiftly vanished into the night. Tao Tao, having received instructions from her elderly patriarch, refrained from venturing outside, choosing instead to remain indoors. In these times, families refrained from cooking, merely boiling water for drinking. Tao Tao and her siblings were growing restless within the confines of their home. It was not until after dinner that the elder called for Tao Tao to stay behind while others kept watch outside. "Child, gather these items first," he instructed. With a flick of her small hand, the items vanished instantaneously, and she blinked in surprise at her grandfather. "Child, here is the matter. The red girl had a dream about Ming Hai." Tao Xiaohong elaborated, eventually producing a larger porcelain vial from her bosom. Tao Tao opened it and inhaled deeply, realizing it contained diluted spring water. "Then the small vial I just stored must contain the pills? Could the pills also be?" Tao Tao mused, her thoughts racing. She focused intently, conjuring a porcelain vial in her hand, removing its cork, and inspecting a single pill closely before nodding in confirmation. Indeed, the spring water and the pills have both been diluted. This single pill's efficacy is less than a quarter the original. Tao Ji was taken back, astonished at their ancestors' prescience and keen judgment of character. However, a sense of melancholy enveloped him as he recalled the earlier conversation. He fervently wished for the safety of his family, hoping that they would not suffer the fate of being left without a trace. Chapter 29. Bandits? Rogue thieves? That night, Tao Tao found herself unable to sleep, so she quietly slipped out of the courtyard, intending to take a stroll outside. Little Tao, upon hearing the voice, she turned to see Tao Xiaohong. "Why aren't you asleep, Sister Xiaohong?" "Little Tao, do you trust me?" Tao Xiaohong asked softly. Tao Tao remained silent, tilting her head curiously. "Sister, I feel an unsettling premonition, as if something significant is about to occur," Tao Xiaohong confessed, her gaze fixed intently on Tao Tao. "What kind of event?" Tao Tao inquired, her brows furrowing. "I cannot say for certain, but the feeling of unease is overwhelming," Tao Xiaohong replied, shaking her head. Contemplating the items provided by the system, Tao Tao considered the possibility that something indeed might transpire, as the system would not bestow such gifts without reason. "Little Tao Shu, look over there," Tao Tao interrupted, gently tugging at her sister's sleeve. A shadow. Both sisters, one reborn and the other transmigrated, each possessing their own unique abilities, stealthily entered the Tao family courtyard, softly tapping on the window. Unfortunately, only Tao Dashan and his nephew, Tao Yinzhu, were at home that night. "Did you truly see a shadow?" Tao Dashan asked, his eyes wide with shock. "Yes, it seemed to have come from the foot of the mountain, heading toward the village," Tao Yinzhu replied without hesitation. Without further ado, Tao Yinzhu leaped into action, vanishing into the darkness. Tao Xiaohong felt a surge of anxiety, worrying for her family's safety, but the old matriarch had forbidden her from returning alone, urging her to wait a while longer. Before long, Tao Yinzhu returned, reporting uncle. "It appears several households have been rendered unconscious. I've alerted the others." Tao Dashan nodded, instructing him to secure the women and children in the cellar while he remained outside to await the approaching figures. Although the children were unwilling, they understood the gravity of the situation and reluctantly followed him to the cellar. Similar precautions were being enacted in other households as well. Once Tao Xiaohong learned that her family had been informed, she joined Tao Tao in descending to the cellar. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 200 individuals had assembled outside Tao village, some wielding glinting knives, all guided by a man clad in black, advancing with urgency. "Who goes there?" Tao Dashan called out softly, spotting the approaching shadows. "Father, it is us," came the response from his sons, Tao Dashan's 2 boys along with his brother's son. "Tao Yinhai, what brings you back?" Tao Dashan inquired. "Our grandfather sent us home," they replied. "What is happening outside?" "Uncle, a group of men in black has appeared on the back mountain. Grandfather instructed us and several cousins to return swiftly," Tao Yinhai explained. Upon hearing this, Tao Dashin's eyes brimmed with emotion, realizing that this group could very well be sent by the Tao family from the capital. After more than a century, they still harbored intentions to reclaim their lineage, and it was astonishing that they had tracked them down here. Wait, they have not ventured out except for essential supplies. How would they possibly know? Unless, could it be true? Inhai, you and Tai, Jin go to your fourth great-grandfather's home. They have only Inhi there. Bring everyone back. If you cannot return, remain there and ensure their safety. Understood, uncle. We will go at once. Before the brothers could reach Tao Yu's residence, they were met with the sounds of combat. Swiftly employing their agility, they traversed the night. Tao Inhi and his son, Tao Minghai, were already engaged in a skirmish within their courtyard. Without hesitation, the brothers seized their weapons and joined the fray. The adversaries, caught off guard by the unexpected assistance, momentarily faltered before regaining their composure. Each move from the opponents was lethal, clearly intent on eliminating their targets. The three brothers worked in synchrony, with Tao Minghai occasionally diverting attention with feints. Inhi, Minghai, how are you faring? Are your wounds severe? We are unharmed. Upon their arrival, these individuals unleashed their deadly moves. When I returned, Minghai was already engaged in combat with them. Who were these people? Bandits? Rogues? It didn't seem so. They bore no insignia to signify their identity. Take their weapons and leave, I commanded. Chapter 30. Tao Shaokai and the peach. The Tao family had settled into Tao Tao's home. Tao Tao persistently urged her grandfather, eventually emerging from the cellar with a warning not to wander aimlessly. With her eyes darting about, she pondered how she could possibly refrain from running. After all, what was the point of all that coaxing to come outside? Seizing the moment when her grandfather was distracted, she swiftly slipped out of the courtyard, weaving through the darkness. She had heard tales of the men in black, yet she was uncertain whether they were targeting the Tao family or her mother. Regardless, it was of little consequence now that she had escaped. They would remain here as fodder. Arriving first at the Tao family home, she noticed several mangled corpses strewn about. It was uncertain whether any valuables remained, but Tao Shaokai was determined to find out. With nimble fingers, she rummaged through the remains and indeed discovered a trove of treasures. Her uncles and elder relatives were likely preoccupied with seeking identification, leaving these riches unattended. What a bounty of silver notes and a few golden peanuts, she mused, collecting them eagerly. As she darted from house to house, she encountered a few still clinging to life. With a swift thrust of her dagger, she dispatched them and collected more spoils. Observing the fray at the village entrance, she discerned an intriguing scene. A group of vagabonds led by a man in black clashed with the family of an old man she had once questioned, alongside the kin of the three elders. Despite the fierce fighting, the casualties on either side appeared minimal. Particularly, the leader of the black-clad men seemed to exchange words with someone amidst the chaos. It struck her as odd. Suddenly enlightened, Tao Tao felt she had stumbled upon something significant. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her light-footed technique and sprinted toward the back mountain. Oh, Heavenly Father, for the sake of your beloved daughter, please do not let those men in black prevail. At the Tao residence, Silver Pillar instructed, you and Galaxy Pillar guard the house. Tai Root and Silver Sea, come with me. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Tao Tao was met with the tumult of battle. Utilizing her small and agile frame, she weaved through the melee with her dagger drawn, for her family was engaged in the fray. Spotting her grandfather and father, who had previously been at home, she realized something must have transpired to bring them here. As she skillfully maneuvered through the skirmish, occasionally delivering a fatal blow, the older members of the Tao family sensed an unseen ally aiding them and felt a surge of hope. They exchanged knowing glances, and the three remaining elders cried out, "A dragon swimming through the sea." With that, several black-clad foes fell, though they too were forced to retreat, weary from the struggle. The remaining black-clad fighters, already beleaguered, grew increasingly frantic upon witnessing their comrades succumb. Mistakes were inevitable under such duress. Indeed, Tao Yishuan and the Tao family intensified their assault, abandoning any thought of sparing lives, delivering lethal strikes until the black-clad men were vanquished. The elder of the Tao family attempted to flee, only to find himself confronted by two figures, Tao Dashin and Tao Daji. Observing the once prostrate elder now standing, panic etched upon his face. The onlookers exchanged glances filled with suspicion. Even if the black-clad men confessed, the elder would deny it. leaving them no choice but to keep a watchful eye on this wily old fox. Seizing the opportunity while attention was diverted, Tao Tao hastily rummaged through the fallen black-clad men. In her search, she uncovered a token at one man's waist, inscribed with the character for Tao. Tao, how fortuitous! She chuckled to herself. Chapter 31. An expected outcome. Tao Yuji, noticing the small figure of Tao Tao gliding along the courtyard edge, suddenly called out, gesturing for her to surrender her findings. Tao Tao was taken aback. Was she being asked to relinquish the hard-earned silver and gold? That was out of the question. Finally, after a moment's hesitation, she handed over the token. Observing the girl's shifting expressions, Tao Yuji burst into hearty laughter upon receiving the token. Unbeknownst to Tao Tao, the elder had coveted the very item she had naively presented. Puffing her chest defiantly, she turned and sauntered into the house, leaving a crowd of bewildered onlookers behind. The cunning elders of the Tao family, now united, stood in the courtyard. Tao Yu observed the token in the hands of the fifth brother, glancing at Tao Xiao. Suddenly invigorated, he rallied his strength. Tao Xiao, understanding the situation, sighed deeply and took a seat with the aid of his son, Tao Iran. What are your plans? Fourth and fifth brothers? He inquired. Let us heed the second brother, was the consensus. Second brother, fourth brother, after so many years of tranquil life. I have no desire for upheaval, Tao Yuji stated resolutely. The safety of his family was paramount. Very well. Fifth brother, hand me the token. I shall pay the eldest brother a visit. Tao Xiao accepted the token and, with the support of his son, hobbled away. Tao Tao paid no heed to their discussions. She was but a 5-year-old girl, reveling in her newfound fortune. Elder brother, will you not join us? Tao Yao, the elder of the family, inquired of his taciturn cousin. Tao Zhu, grandfather, let us accompany the great ancestor to the capital, urged Tao Zhu's grandson, Tao Dongsong, eagerly. Indeed, grandfather, let's go together. We need not toil in the fields anymore. It will be splendid, echoed Tao Dongsong's brother, Tao Daoyao. Tao Zhu, having discerned his cousin's reluctance to leave, sighed resignedly, acknowledging that his age had dulled his spirit for adventure. Those who wish to follow the elder to the capital may do so. I am old and weary. I shall remain here, but I request that the eldest brother looks after them. Tao Yao nodded. We are family. Once we go, we shall reside together. Hurry and prepare. Someone will come to escort us at dawn. Second brother, the eldest brother is truly ruthless. He has nearly depleted our grain stores. How will the vagrants be settled? Tao Yu expressed indignantly. Vagrants? Look at those few families that followed the eldest brother. Not one of them showed any gratitude. Human nature is indeed fickle, Tao Yuji lamented. Vagrants? Do you think many of those will remain? They have seen how much grain the eldest brother has taken, the second brother scoffed. Though I may be somewhat dim-witted, I see clearly. The events of the previous night must surely be connected to the eldest brother. You know my 3 grandsons. They were once fine, but since marrying, they have transformed entirely. Otherwise, I would not have suggested they follow along, Tao Zhu realized, understanding now that his brothers were fully aware of the circumstances. The eldest brother had not only nearly emptied the grain supplies, but had also taken with him several families and many promising young fighters. In a village once bustling with over 100 souls, scarcely 70 remained. Indeed, on the day after Tao Yao's departure, those vagrants began to leave in small groups. Their initial promises of resettlement had been mere words, lacking any official documentation. Upon realizing that the food supplies were dwindling, someone stealthily took the last rations from Tao family village under the cover of night and vanished. Chapter 32. A ray of hope. Tao San sat gloomily in a chair. His son, Tao Yifei, and eldest grandson, Tao Dajiang, were preparing their backpacks and machetes, ready to venture into the mountains to gauge the situation. Uncle Yifei, lend a hand, called out Dajiang. Coming, Yifei replied, setting down his tools and quickly advancing to the courtyard gate, only to stop abruptly. Father, who has arrived? Yifei, what is the matter? Are you frightened? Teased Tao Iran, who was shouldering his sack. Uncle Iran, it sounds like you aren't scared at all, chimed in Tao Inha, who was also carrying a bag. Yifei snapped back to reality and hurriedly took a bag from Iran's shoulder. Come inside, what are you two doing? Without a word, they walked straight into the kitchen and deposited their burdens on the ground. As Iran opened the sack, he said, Third uncle, my father asks you to join him at fourth uncle's house. These are provisions and dried vegetables. Please eat without worry. The family gazed at the sight of the white rice, flour, cornmeal, and dried vegetables before them, their eyes reflecting more joy than surprise. Third brother, it's not that we were trying to deceive you. We just didn't dare to be careless about this matter. We merely sensed eldest brother's ambition and, considering the children were young, chose to keep it under wraps. We hope you won't blame us, Tao Xiao explained, revealing how Tao Xiaohong had unlocked the space left by their ancestors, information known only to the four of them. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhu waved his hand and laughed. Second brother, you've merely informed me a bit late. It's no issue. How ridiculous of eldest brother, his cleverness has backfired. Indeed, let us old men remain here, unconcerned with the outside world. Precisely. We shall toil from dawn till dusk. Let us not be careless. We must protect the children at home. Yes, yes. Third brother, take these pills back with you. You know how to use them. Hurry home. You bear many hidden injuries. All right, I shall return. I'll come and check on you all tomorrow, said Tao Zhu, smiling as he departed. Second brother, even though the refugees have left, we must remain vigilant. Indeed, we shall discuss it together when third brother arrives tomorrow. We all sustained injuries recently. Let us recuperate first. Very well. I shall be off. Hulu, do you think Sister Hong could be reborn? Tao Tao asked, slightly agape in surprise. Host, I only said it's a possibility, not a certainty. I sensed hatred in her eyes. Perhaps she truly is reborn, though we cannot ascertain what transpired in her previous life. Host, you have yet to sign in today. Hulu felt that since that night, when the financial attribute was activated, the host had also unlocked a gossip attribute. Do you not know the saying, curiosity killed the cat? Alas, this host is truly difficult to guide. I know, Hulu signing in. Ding. Successfully checked in at Tao Family Village's dense forest. Congratulations, host. You have received 200-year-old ginseng, 500-year-old Ganoderma, 3 ironclad stone orchids, 1 pack of unknown seeds, and the wood-based cultivation technique, Qingmuju. The medicinal materials are suitable for continued planting and have been placed in the spiritual spring space along with the unknown seeds. Please proceed to plant them, host. Tao Tao's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Although food was scarce, she had acquired medicinal materials and a cultivation technique. Oh my, today has truly been a windfall. Hulu, let us learn the technique first. Upon reading the introduction to Qingmuju, a wood-based cultivation method with 3 levels. First, to enhance physical resilience. Second, to stimulate and summon. And third, for rejuvenation. She felt a surge of eagerness. All right, host. A green light flashed around Tao Tao as she sat cross-legged, channeling the first level of Qingmuju. The surrounding with spiritual energy flowed into her body as she circulated it. After an hour, she exhaled deeply. Thank goodness for Hulu's assistance. Otherwise, it might have taken me another 2 hours to grasp this first level. My body feels remarkably refreshed. It's getting late. I'll plant the medicinal materials first and then gather some wild vegetables. After all, I'm a diligent little bee. Chapter 33. Spiritual Roots. Tao Family Village now consisted of merely 18 households with 73 souls. The 4 elderly men of the Tao family organized daily patrols for defense and declared the village sealed. The villagers were aware of the food shortage. Their sustenance came from the ancestral spirits who manifested in the ancestral hall, where a substantial amount of grain was provided, distributing over 100 pounds to each household. Under the guidance of the village men, women and children ventured into the left side dense forest periphery to gather wild vegetables and mountain goods. The previously dimmed gaze of the people brightened. They knew they would not starve, for their ancestors had always protected them. Tao Xiaohong retrieved half of the grain from her jade pendant space. The already scarce pills had diminished further after the recent battle, leaving her with very few. The pot of diluted spiritual spring water had also been largely consumed. Yet, she felt no sorrow. In this life, her family was alive, and both Brother Minghai and Xiao Xiao's family were safe. Even Tao Tao's family was unharmed. Tao Xiaohong smiled, feeling quite at ease. Tao Tao had been observing this possibly reborn sister. The moment she smiled, Hulu suddenly spoke. Host, your sister is undoubtedly reborn. The system has detected it. Moreover, she possesses a spiritual root, a water spiritual root. Tao Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Hulu, can you scan others? Yes. Initiating comprehensive scan. Moments later, Hulu excitedly announced, Host. The scan is complete. There are 2 others with spiritual roots. One is a little girl digging in the dirt with a small stick, and the other is the chubby boy shaking branches in the tree. Tao Tao turned to see that the girl was Tao Xiao Xiao, the granddaughter of the fourth elder, a few months younger than her. The chubby boy was Tao Sheng, the grandson of the third elder, born on the same day as her, just minutes apart. Elder, may I inquire if our ancestors had any immortal beings skilled in magic? Tao Tao thought that since the three of them had spiritual roots, they should cultivate together. Better to die as friends than as foes. Tao Ju's gaze sharpened, both serious and excited. Girl, did your master teach you this? Without waiting for him to finish, Tao Tao nodded and blurted. Master said that Sister Hong, Brother Sheng, and Sister Xiao Xiao all have spiritual roots. No others have been detected for now. Upon hearing this, Tao Ju suddenly stood, trembling as he asked, Is your master intending to? Master told me to teach them, so we can protect our kin together in the future. Good, 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 Tao Ju repeated thrice, murmuring a few words to Tao Tao before joyfully exiting. In the ancestral hall, Tao Tao arrived to find the four elderly men, all visibly excited, alongside the three individuals she had mentioned. Feeling a bit apprehensive, she hid behind Tao Xiaohong and peeked out, blinking her eyes. Oh my dear elders, why are you all like this? It makes little Tao feel frightened. Little Tao, do not be afraid. We are simply delighted. Indeed, we are filled with joy and a bit of excitement. Little Tao, pay no mind to these old men. Tell everyone what is happening. With her elder's encouragement, Tao Tao stepped out from behind Tao Xiaohong, raised her right hand, formed a seal, and instantly conjured a fireball that vanished with a flick. Little Tao, what was that? Second brother, did I just see what I think I saw? Third brother, I saw it too. Little Tao, are you saying that your master mentioned they can also? Yes. Sister Hong possesses the water spirit root, Brother Sheng embodies the gold spirit root, and little sister Xiao holds the earth spirit root. The master has stated that if they agree, he will allow me to guide them in their studies. Oh, they will undoubtedly agree. From today onward, Tao Yatu, Sister Hong will accompany you in your cultivation. Brother Sheng, if you misbehave and neglect your training, you shall face the fiery consequences as previously discussed. Little Xiao, you shall follow your elder siblings and diligently learn from Sister Tao, always heeding her guidance. The three of them nodded vigorously, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Particularly, Tao Xiaohong had heard tales of immortals in her past life, especially about the immortal residing in the Tao family of the capital. Otherwise, the villagers would not have met such tragic fates. In this life, she has unlocked her spatial abilities, consumed the essence of spiritual spring water, and transformed her constitution, granting her the opportunity to cultivate. How delightful! Chapter 34. News from outside. With the collective efforts of the 73 villagers, a heavy snowfall arrived in mid-December. Although the snow was not overly thick, apart from a few individuals occasionally venturing into the mountains to gather firewood, the rest remained indoors. Tao Tao gazed at the swirling snowflakes in the courtyard, pondering. With this heavy snow, the drought should have come to an end. Uncertain of the situation outside, she resolved to find ways to plant something in the fields next year. Tao Xiaohong, Tao Sheng, and Tao Xiao were instructed by Tao Tao to practice their skills at home, reminding them not to neglect the family's martial arts techniques and to conceal their identities as cultivators unless absolutely necessary, given the presence of formidable adversaries outside in their youth. The elders wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that each child had begun to cultivate in their own rooms, which served as a form of protection. Gourds, sign in. Successfully signed in at the back mountain of Tao Village. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 root water, 3 wheat seeds suitable for the soil of Mushi country, improvable. 3 rice seeds, improvable. 5 soybean seeds, improvable. And 2 improvements, which have been placed in the system backpack for the host to verify. Tao Tao was bewildered. What did this mean? Could it be that the seeds from the Yuling space could not be extracted? Otherwise, why would it be so? It seemed evident. Although the spiritual energy within the Yuling space was sparse, the crops and medicinal herbs cultivated there benefited from the spiritual energy, especially with her occasional irrigation of the spiritual spring water. Thus, upon extraction, they would certainly thrive. It was wise to heed the system's guidance. Moreover, the seeds obtained were compatible with the soil of Mushi country, ensuring their viability. How fortuitous! Tao Tao scanned her backpack with her mind, noting that out of 45 compartments, only 2 remained empty. She decided to stockpile more. Host, please promptly harvest the crops in the space. Doing so will grant you another large gift package. At this moment, Tao Tao was no longer as exhilarated as before. She likened opening a gift package to unwrapping a blind box. With renewed enthusiasm, she collected the crops from the spatial farmland. The crops this time were evidently imbued with more spiritual energy than the previous harvests, so she set them aside separately. Gord informed her that this was due to her prior cultivation of medicinal herbs, notably one ginseng that had mutated into a purple variant after being nourished by the spiritual spring water, while the other herbs had also grown considerably. Tao Tao scattered the seeds, and with a flick of her mind, a localized shower descended from the stream in the space above the farmland. Congratulations, host! You have harvested spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, and spiritual fruits, receiving a super gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Opening the gift package. Congratulations, host! You have received 1 spiritual tea tree, a pair of jade bees, 2 tianshan snow lotus flowers, 3 spiritual lotus segments, and 10 silverfish. The rewards have been automatically placed in the corresponding regions. You may check them at your convenience. Tao Tao chose not to inspect the rewards immediately, but instead headed down the mountain. She was eager to return home and resume her leisurely existence. Brother, is it really freezing to death out there? The fourth brother, Tao Yu, expressed disbelief, believing that the county officials would not neglect the plight of the refugees. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The third brother, Tao Zhu, was also deeply concerned for his 2 vain and impractical descendants. He cast a worried glance towards the capital and sighed softly. Brother, should we increase our patrols to guard against the refugees? Indeed, I called you here today to discuss this matter. Not only are people freezing to death outside, but many are also starving. Given the commotion we caused earlier, it is likely some will remember. Inform the others to remain vigilant. We, the old fellows, shall also take strolls around the village. Very well, brother, rest assured. We'll take our stroll shortly. Chapter 35. Winter gives way to spring each day. Tao Tao diligently signed in throughout Tao Village, reaping a plethora of rewards, farming tools, seeds, fish fry, saplings, various vegetable seeds, and an assortment of food. The drought gradually eased, and time flowed silently by. People began to hibernate for the winter, and even the New Year celebrations felt subdued. As winter transitioned into spring, the villagers of Tao Village traversed the ridges with farming tools in hand. Though some expressions still bore traces of worry, the end of the drought lifted the weight from their hearts. Now all they had to do was sow the seeds, and their diligent hands would surely lead them to a better life. During this period, Tao Tao's continuous sign-ins and gift openings yielded significant gains. Embracing the pleasant spring breeze, she placed the seeds of spring wheat, corn, and various vegetables into the old man's room, along with 2 bottles of root water, providing instructions before gleefully heading out to play. Tao Ji observed the sudden appearance of seeds and root water, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He felt anxious, fearing that this girl might be in danger without her knowledge. In early March, under the guidance of the 4 elders, the villagers of Tao Village planted the wheat seeds that Tao Tao had provided. Though not in vast quantities, they managed to sow nearly 50 acres. Tao Ji had the prepared root water poured over the crops and distributed some vegetable seeds to each household. Tao Village encompassed nearly 200 acres of land. Those who had left had initially relinquished their land contracts in exchange for food, while refugees had cultivated a significant portion. Now, it totaled around 500 acres. With 50 acres of wheat planted, 400 acres remained. Considering the bags of corn at home, Tao Ji conferred with the 3 elders and decided to plant vegetables with the remaining land. The villagers, hearing that corn would also be sown, were filled with enthusiasm and clarity of purpose. The elders had declared that this year's harvest would be shared among all, with each person receiving their portion, and next year, land would be redistributed. After more than half a month's labor, not only had the wheat been sown, but the field for corn were also prepared, awaiting the seeds. Following the planting of the corn seeds, Tao Ji, as customary, had water mixed with root water poured over the crops and, after inspection, returned home. Grandfather, the seeds have all been sown. What troubles you still? Tao Tao inquired, noticing the lingering worry on her grandfather's face. My dear, even though the seeds are sown, we must wait 4 months for a harvest. The little provisions left by our ancestors are merely for emergencies. Indeed, now that stability is returning, can we venture into the town or county to seek work? Yes. However, if all the men leave, who will tend to the fields? Grandfather, what have you all decided? We have discussed and agreed that the older generation should seek work while we tend to the crops. Are there any among our family who are inclined towards commerce? Tao Tao pondered, recalling the stack of silver notes in her space, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. Yes, your father has a penchant for business, and your uncle Inha shares that interest. What, little girl, do you wish to venture into commerce? Is it permissible? We once had our own business, but it was severely impacted. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about it. We'll discuss it later. A few elders gathered every family at the big locust tree at the village entrance. Dear clan members, we have sown crops in the fields, and the wheat is thriving. However, after enduring 3 years of calamity, our savings are nearly depleted. We old men have contemplated that with the farming season at an end and little work to be done in the fields, those skilled in metals should venture out together to seek opportunities. Old man, we understand. Last night, my cousins and I agreed to first visit the town. If there are no jobs, we will go to the county. Indeed, we understand, old man. Were it not for the ancestral spirit's blessing, we might have perished from hunger. Now that there is little work in the fields, we shall set out tomorrow. You're all good souls. However, do not be anxious. Remember to go out in groups of 3 or 4. Do not stray from the path, and remain vigilant. Do you understand? We understand. Chapter 36. Tao Xiaohong's past the clan members found work in the town or the county in small groups. This time, about a dozen set out to seek employment. Only a few returned daily, while the others would return only during their breaks. From their accounts, entire villages had sent half their population to find work, and many were emaciated, their eyes sunken. Those who once appeared in their 30s now looked like they were in their 50s or 60s. Certainly, some encountered relatives while seeking work. Those such as uncles and brothers-in-law would help one another when possible, for they were indeed true kin. Although some relatives were illiterate, they possessed great strength and were unafraid of dirt or toil. Some even brought tokens of gratitude for the meager assistance they received. Tao Tao sai, zepleting. People in these times are genuinely sincere. In my previous world, would anyone express gratitude? It would be a blessing if they did not complain about the labor. Tao Tao, I can now release the water ball. A cheerful voice interrupted her thoughts. Sister Hong, you've reached the mid-stage of Qi training. That's impressive. Tao Tao exclaimed with a smile. I don't know how long it will take to reach your level. Tao Tao, I know you've guessed my circumstances. Let me tell you about it today. Tao Xiaohong was taken aback that her rebirth had been hinted at by this little girl. Yet, she harbored doubts about her, considering that this girl had passed away the previous year. Tao Tao remained silent, resting her small hand on her chin, smiling at Tao Xiaohong. After contemplation, she decided that if asked about her past, she would say she was training under a master and had returned only after completing her studies, ensuring her identity as a time traveler remained concealed. Who knew if there were others like her in the outside world? Tao Tao, I indeed lived a lifetime. In my previous life, last year, a wave of refugees suddenly arrived in the village, and they settled in. About 2 months later, under the cover of night, a group of men in black came to the village. Most of the villagers had been drugged that night. I later learned that they initially intended to poison the water, but the higher-ups disagreed, and they resorted to using a sedative instead. Poison. Yes, poison. That night, your family was all slaughtered, and only Brother Minghai from the 4th Elder's family survived, as he later recounted how he was pinned down by the 4th Elder and Uncle Inha, which allowed him to escape. The 3rd Elder and great-grandfather Ifei also perished. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a cart. Alongside my grandfather, mother, and me were 2 uncles from the 3rd Elder's family, those who went to the capital last year. We were taken to a large courtyard in the capital. Because I was so young, they did not guard me closely. Under my grandfather's and mother's urging, I took the opportunity to eavesdrop on the conversation between the Tao Xiaolan sisters. The Tao Xiaolan sisters? Yes, the duplicitous daughters of the Great Elder. They are twins, about my age. They were boasting about finally returning to the capital. Tao Xiaolan bragged about finding a jade gourd on you, claiming they hadn't found the jade pendant on Xiao Xiao. Boom! Tao Xiaohong's words struck Tao Tao like a thunderclap. The jade gourd was taken by Tao Xiaolan. How greedy to not be satisfied with having the jade gourd. Tao Tao, later, my grandfather and mother died protecting me. I was on the brink of death when Brother Minghai rescued me, but blinded by hatred, I harmed him just to seize the jade pendant from his hand. Tao Xiaohong began to weep, and Tao Tao, unsure how to console her, let her cry. Later, I was pursued again by people from the capital. I knew Brother Minghai was secretly protecting me, but I didn't know how to express my gratitude. Until one day, I spotted Tao Xiaolan leaving alone. Oh my, you didn't kill Tao Xiaolan, did you? Tao Xiaohong looked at Tao Tao with surprise and continued, "Not only did I kill her, but I also dismembered her and retrieved your jade gourd. However, I was also killed by the Tao family. In my final moments, I saw Brother Minghai. He erupted with fury and killed all the Tao family members present. Sister, you must have been brought back by the jade gourd, right? I don't know. I only know that Brother Minghai was also gravely injured, crawling towards me. After that, I lost consciousness and woke up last year. Since then, I've coaxed Xiao Xiao, obtained the jade pendant, and tested that hypocritical elder. Sister, you are incredible." Tao Tao exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Chapter 37. Can I cultivate too? Seeing that Tao Xiaohong's emotions had calmed, Tao Tao spoke. "Come out now. I didn't want to interrupt Sister Hong earlier, but now everyone can join us." As the four elders emerged, along with Tao Minghai and his siblings, Tao Xiaohong's already reddened eyes filled with tears again. "Red girl." I followed the green light emitted by the jade gourd, and just as I reached out to grab you, I came back with you. Though I woke up a bit late, Tao Minghai said softly, gazing at his sister. "Red girl, is there something you haven't told us?" Inquired the elder from Tao Xiaohong's family. "Elder, let me explain. The Tao family in the capital desires the jade pendant and the jade gourd. When I opened the jade pendant, I only found some pills. I never expected that after my sister opened it, there would be so many treasures." "Has the jade gourd never been opened before?" asked Tao Tao. "It likely hasn't. The Tao family has been searching for it. It is said that the jade gourd was originally white, while Tao Xiaolan's gourd is green, clearly not as valuable. Could it be that activation requires a direct bloodline? If it is from a collateral branch, perhaps it could be opened too, but with much lesser resources? Or could it be that a bloodline closely resembling that of our ancestors is needed?" Tao Tao mused, recalling many novels about time travel. After exchanging glances, the elders concluded. "Regardless, it is now activated by Red Girl and Tao Girl. You both must remember not to be reckless. Red Girl, the family grievances will be avenged in due time. For now, focus on cultivating with Tao Girl." "Understood. I know. Minghai, I believe you might also be able to cultivate," Tao Tao remarked, observing the young man before her. Hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head. "What? I can cultivate too?" This revelation astonished everyone, all eyes turning to her. "Everyone, please remain silent. Minghai, take this first." Tao Tao produced a cleansing pill from the box she opened a few days prior and handed it to Tao Minghai. The words of the gourd still echoed in Tao Tao's mind, and she realized why there was only one cleansing pill. It was meant for this young man. Without hesitation, Tao Minghai consumed the cleansing pill and, following Tao Tao's instructions, settled into a meditative posture, emptying his mind. Was suddenly struck by a wave of pain. At first, he could endure it, but in the next moment, it intensified to the point that he gritted his teeth in agony and collapsed onto the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just then, a soothing stream flowed through his body, bringing an exquisite sensation that compelled him to exclaim, "How delightful!" "Fourth old master, remember to let Minghai wash a few more times. He is too foul." This was the voice of the mischievous Tao Sheng, who, upon finishing his remark, pulled Tao Xiao Xiao back several steps. When Tao Minghai opened his eyes, he looked at Tao Tao with a face full of hope. Tao Tao had already heard from the gourd, "Minghai, you possess the wood spirit root, enabling you to cultivate. However, you must first before Tao Tao could finish." "Tao Minghai sao that? Ah, how foul. Why am I so smelly? I can't take it. I must go bathe first. Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, I shall take my leave." The spectators watched him leave in disarray, erupting in laughter. The elders then turned serious, their smiles fading. "You are all still young. The most important thing now is to diligently learn your skills and conceal your identities. We four old fogies will handle the rest. Hong Yatu and Tao Yatu, remember, innocent people can be punished for possessing treasures. Do not expose yourselves. Do you understand?" "Understood. Got it." Chapter 38. Private property. Tao Tao observe her industrious clansfolk. Whether in the fields or on the mountains, their eyes shining with joy, and her heart swelled with happiness. Ever since Tao Minghai began his cultivation journey, the villagers often saw Tao Tao either at home or on the mountain. In truth, she would appear in the fields at night, which had been diligently prepared during the day. Although the drought had subsided, the rivers still lacked sufficient water, and the entire 500 acres depended on the villagers' irrigation efforts, which was no small task. Occasionally, under the cover of night, Tao Tao would visit the cultivated fields and summon a localized gentle rain. At first, the villagers remained oblivious. But as it happened more frequently, they began to believe it was a sign from their ancestors, blessing them for their hard work. Life continued peacefully. Those who went out to work hurried back to the village after receiving their wages, purchasing meat for their families, only to leave again after a day or two. Gourd. Sign in. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the depths of the dense forest. You have obtained a grocery store at the entrance of Dongjia, Wuxia Town, and an 820-acre mountain contract. Please collect the contract within 3 days. What is this? A grocery store in Wuxia Town? A mountain contract? Gourd. Do I have private property now? Tao Tao stammered. Yes, host. You must collect the contract within 3 days, or the reward will be revoked, the gourd said, feigning calm. 3 days? If I fail to comply, it will be taken back? No way. I must devise a plan. Tao Tao recalled the elders mentioning that the Tao family had always been involved with their shop. Otherwise, they would have returned to farming. This year, the villagers' search for work was likely affected by the consecutive disasters, compounded by the lack of nails. Wuxia Town governed the village where Tao Tao resided, which was undoubtedly a system arrangement. It was best not to disclose her private property. She could act under the cover of night. However, she was curious about the location of the mountain contract in the dense forest. That night, after her family had fallen asleep, Tao Tao transformed into the guise of an 18 or 19-year-old young lady, veiling her face, and swiftly exited the yard, employing her light steps. She made her way to Wuxia Town. Though she had never been there before, she had inquired about its details. Upon reaching Dongjia, she spotted a sign for the Tao Yuan grocery store and, after careful observation, decided to enter the back courtyard. She sensed that someone resided there. In the courtyard, manager Yao kept his eyes half closed, too anxious to sleep. Earlier that day, he had received word from the former owner, informing him that someone would come tonight, the current owner of the store, urging him to remain vigilant. He was also given a wooden box to hand over personally, only told that the owner's surname was Tao, with no further details. As the night deepened and the courtyard fell silent, manager Yao pondered the situation when he heard a noise outside. Seemingly someone had deliberately tossed something. Startled, he jumped up and called out, "Who's there?" "I'm Tao, here to collect something," came the response. Manager Yao opened the door immediately. "I have met the owner. Come in and speak." "Yes. What is your surname, manager?" "To the owner, I am but a humble Yao." Manager Yao took the lamp and answered promptly. "Yao, briefly tell me about the store's situation." "Owner, our grocery store primarily stocks seeds, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar. Do we still have inventory?" "Yes, we do. A new shipment just arrived." "Is there any staff in the store? What is their monthly wage?" "There is one staff member, recently hired, quite clever, from a village in our town. Their monthly wage is 601. Mine is 1 tael of silver." "Do you know which nearby village this staff member is from?" Tao Tao recalled that an uncle from her village seemed to work at a grocery store in town. Could be a coincidence. Tao Yinhai from Tao family village was clever, hardworking, and strong. Upon hearing the name, Tao Tao felt a rush of frustration. Her guess had indeed been correct. Well, since he was in their store, she would observe and possibly nurture him. "Manager Yao, increase the wages for both you and the staff by 201. Please take good care of the store." "Thank you, owner. It is my duty. There is no need for thanks." "Manager, this box was delivered this morning for you." Manager Yao handed over the wooden box. Tao Tao received it, and the gourd chimed in, "Host, inside are the property contract for the grocery store and the mountain, both under your name." "Thank you, Gourd." "Gourd, when can I begin cultivating my spiritual power?" Tao Tao communicated in her heart. "All right, I must return now. The store is in your hands, Manager Yao. I will come by once a week. We can discuss any matters then." "Understood. Please take care, owner." Manager Yao watched as Tao Tao vanished from the courtyard in a flash, his eyes wide open, muttering to himself, "This new owner is extraordinary, surpassing the previous one. I must do well. Tomorrow I will remind Tao Yinhai to work diligently." Chapter 39. Journey to the Dense Forest. Congratulations, host. For achieving 150 harvests of crops, you are rewarded with 10 plots of uncultivated farmland. Congratulations, host, for reaching 100 harvests at the ranch. You are rewarded with an expansion of the ranch. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a purple blood spirit mushroom. You are rewarded with a plot of spiritual farmland. Upon hearing about the purple blood spirit mushroom, Tao Tao's eyes widened in surprise. She recalled that her space did not contain such a thing. Could it be that a previous spiritual mushroom had mutated? Gourd, is the purple blood spirit mushroom a mutation of the previous spiritual mushroom? Indeed, host. The purple blood spirit mushroom has been automatically transplanted into the spiritual farmland. Thank you, Gourd. Tao Tao genuinely wished to inquire if the gourd could assist with planting and harvesting inner space. However, she hesitated, realizing that if she relied entirely on the gourd, what else could she do besides cultivating? Thus, she had always handled tasks herself, as long as the gourd remained silent. In truth, only a few minor techniques were needed to complete the tasks, which did not consume much time. Tao Tao's conception entered the realm of space, initiating the cultivation of land, planting, and irrigation with seamless efficiency. The pasture expanded to twice its original size, now housing not only 5 chickens and 5 ducks, but also 4 cows for sheep and 4 pigs. Feeling invigorated, Tao Tao prepared to venture into the dense forest with her elder siblings. They had visited the forest a couple of times since spring, but had since been preoccupied with field work, wary of the potential dangers that might befall the children if they ventured into the woods, as the clan had repeatedly warned against it. Now, with Tao Tao as suggestion, the children erupted in applause, returning home to gather their baskets, slinging them over their shoulders, and brandishing their machetes as they eagerly assembled outside the forest. This time, in addition to the group of over a dozen children, 2 elder gentlemen, Tao Zhu and Tao Ji, joined them. By the end of June, the temperature had risen, and, as they entered the dense forest, a refreshing coolness enveloped them, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Pairs of children wandered through the woods, foraging for wild vegetables and fruits. Look, tender purslane here. Come quickly, there's so many bulrushes, dandelions, and fish mint. The sounds of excitement echoed through the forest shortly after they entered. What a large patch of snakeberries. Come and see. The 2 elders, observing the children's exuberance, wore constant smiles on their faces, pleasantly surprised by the bountiful harvest so soon after entering. They were aware that although the forest appeared dense, it was still a mountain, albeit smaller than the one behind. This mountain stretched over 800 acres. Tao Tao led her group deeper until they reached a small clearing, where she instructed them to practice their skills while she ventured further into the inner sanctum. This time, she wished to explore the depths of the forest, driven by the desire to thoroughly investigate her newfound property. Having already established her foundation, aided by the spiritual energy of the space and the temporal difference, Tao Tao realized that cultivating a foundation in the spiritually barren land of the Muxi nation would typically require decades of dedication. Had she not occasionally provided her companions with special guidance, they would not have reached the mid-stage of Qi training, particularly Tao Minghai, who had only recently begun his cultivation, for which Tao Tao had exerted considerable effort. As Tao Tao delved deeper into the forest, she found nothing particularly remarkable aside from some small game. Yet she felt an innate intuition that the system had not granted her a mountain without reason. There must be something hidden within its depths. Chapter 40. Ancestor Tao Yuan. Just as Tao Tao furrowed her brow in contemplation, a white mist suddenly enveloped her surroundings. The gourd attempted to warn her, yet it could not utter a sound. Upon regaining her senses, Tao Tao found herself shrouded in thick fog. Unable to contact the gourd, she remained vigilant, sensing no immediate danger, which suggested that this might be a trial. Uncertain of the nature of this trial, she recognized that aside from her fire and wood techniques, her knowledge of other skills was limited. After much contemplation, she surmised that this trial might test her patience. Thus, she sat cross-legged, attuning herself to the white mist encircling her. The mist behaved like a mischievous child, playfully brushing against her nose and wrapping around her neck, all of which went unnoticed by her. She soon felt a stream of white energy enter her body, meandering through her meridians, swirling around each energy point before continuing its journey. A profound sense of familiarity enveloped her, as if this white essence were an intrinsic part of her being. Suppressing her inner thoughts, Tao Tao guided the warm, white flow, allowing it to traverse her meridians repeatedly until it coalesced into a small white vortex in her dantian. At that moment, had someone been present, they would have witnessed the vibrant display of red, yellow, green, blue, and orange lights radiating from her, swirling around her before merging into a white vortex that sank into her abdomen. As the white vortex ceased its rotation, Tao Tao opened her eyes to find herself no longer enveloped in fog, but standing in a courtyard. Rising to her feet, She entered a fenced yard with 2 thatched cottages, behind which lay a medicinal garden filled with numerous herbs unknown to her. Respectfully, Tao Tao knocked on the door of one of the cottages. Receiving no response, she gently opened it. Inside, aside from a painting adorning the wall, there was merely a bed, a table, and a chair, exceedingly minimalistic. Adhering to the principle of courtesy, Tao Tao approached the painting and bowed, stating, "I, Tao Tao, inadvertently trespass into this abode and disturb the esteemed elder. I beg your pardon." "Haha, child, you have not stumbled here by chance. The old man has intentionally beckoned you." A hearty voice resonated within the cottage. "Esteemed elder? Child, you possess an artifact I gifted to my partner. I crafted a pair, and she and my 2 gourds are essentially one. You are indeed that child." Tao Tao was taken aback by the implications of this revelation, rendered speechless. She could only continue to listen. "Child, you are also my descendant. Who would have thought my fated one would be my own progeny? Ha ha ha. Close your eyes and do not resist. The ancestor will impart all I have learned to you." Before Tao Tao could fully comprehend, her mind was inundated with knowledge, a sharp pain coursing through her. Just as she was about to voice her discomfort, the white vortex in her dantian stirred, releasing a cool sensation that alleviated the pain. The influx of knowledge intensified, yet she felt no further discomfort. Moments later, the elder's voice echoed once more, "Child, diligently study and comprehend the ancestral techniques I bestow upon you. You are a chaotic body, capable of practicing the 5 elemental techniques. My greatest pride lies in the inheritance of formations. You must earnestly study them, for they will prove invaluable in the future. Esteemed ancestor, I shall certainly devote myself to my studies. But how shall I recount this to my elders?" "Child, the ancestor must take his leave. Take the jade gourd from the table. When the 2 gourds unite, you shall gain profound understanding from them. I request that you protect not only your own safety, but also that of your kin. I shall heed the ancestors' counsel. With you here, I am reassured. Remember to gather this entire area into the jade spring space upon your departure. Should your elders inquire, simply mention the name of the ancestor, Tao Yuan." "Ancestor Tao Yuan?" Hearing this ethereal voice, Tao Tao immediately knelt and bowed deeply. She picked up the jade gourd from the table and retrieved the one hanging from her neck. As she united them, a flash of white light appeared, and soon after, a white jade gourd materialized before her eyes. The tales were indeed true. Chapter 41, The Jade Spring Space, Part 1. Tao Tao held the white jade gourd and silently chanted, "Enter." In an instant, her form vanished from the thatched cottage. "Wow, I've entered. My body has crossed over. This means I can cultivate my mental prowess." "Tao Tao internalize." The familiar voice of the host echoed. "You have arrived." My host, turning towards the sound, she spotted a chubby little figure with a top knot tied with a white gourd, who exclaimed joyfully, "You are the gourd?" "Indeed. Then I can cultivate my mental prowess now?" "Yes. As a chaotic body, you have the ability to study any technique. It is advisable for you to practice the chaotic decision, which includes the chaotic sword technique. As a chaotic body, this is the optimal technique for you. You may also learn techniques related to the 5 elements, alchemy, artifact forging, and formations." Listening to the incessant chatter of the gourd, Tao Tao couldn't help but reflect in her heart, "Here I am, just a mere salted fish, lying idle." She inquired about the current state of the gourd space, to which it replied that the UN space was vast and filled with numerous items. Given the host's current cultivation level, it would take 3 days to explore it fully, urging her to hasten her practice of the chaotic technique. Feeling a bit disheartened, Tao Tao exited the space. Following the elder's instructions, she stored the thatched cottage and medicinal garden into the space, then bowed 3 times to the sky before leisurely departing. On her way back, Tao Tao picked some tender purslane. After reuniting with Tao Minghai and the others in an open field, they began their journey home together. That night, Tao Tao once again entered the UN space. Following the gourd's guidance, she pressed the jade slip inscribed with the chaotic technique to her forehead, and it seamlessly integrated into her mind. Sitting cross-legged, she cleared her thoughts and quietly maintained her spiritual platform, guiding the white vortex in her dantian through her meridians. While in the dense forest, Tao Tao discovered that, due to the flow of the white warmth, she had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. Yet, the circumstances did not allow her to dwell on it, and she had to suppress her thoughts. Circles upon circles formed. With the guidance of the chaotic technique, Tao Tao broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a plump little figure, the gourd, dragging a sword that was considerably taller than him. Gourd, sister, you should use this sword, he said. Gourd, what sword is this? Sister, this is the Bixiao Xintian sword, aligned with your technique, possessing chaotic attributes. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao took the sword and immediately dripped her blood to acknowledge it as her own. She understood that this sword was a gift from her ancestor, who had not only passed on the array formations, but also all knowledge of cultivation that he possessed. When Tao Tao returned home that afternoon, she had been meticulously organizing her thoughts until just before entering the space, though she had yet to examine them in detail. Grasping the sword, she practiced the chaotic sword technique. With fluidity, she danced with the Bixiao Xintian sword, advancing and retreating, spinning, thrusting, parrying, and slashing. The gourd watched Tao Tao, engrossed in her sword practice, and with a blink, he turned and entered the library. After surveying his surroundings, he focused on a particular spot and smiled, then waved his hand, summoning a comprehensive alchemy manual. At this moment, the oblivious Tao Tao was wholly absorbed in her training, unaware that the little gourd had found her another book to study. She was now in a state of flow, and unless interrupted, she would continue on her own. After the fusion, the UN space had fully unlocked its cultivation section. It not only featured a bedroom, library, alchemy room, refining chamber, storage room, and warehouse, but also included a plethora of spiritual plants, a forest, a snow-capped mountain, and a lake. The time ratio between the outside world and the space had significantly increased. 1 day outside equated to 2 months within. It was indeed a remarkable cheat device. Chapter 42, UN Space, Part 2, Awakening from her state of flow, Tao Tao felt a surge of strength. Sister, this is a comprehensive alchemy manual. You can take a look, the gourd said, handing her a book. Tao Tao nodded, accepting the book, and engaged in casual conversation with the gourd, seeking to understand the intricacies of this newly integrated space. Upon reaching the farmland, the gourd observed her with a peculiar expression before presenting her with a piece of paper. Confused, Tao Tao examined it closely, realizing that the UN space not only contained the cultivation section from the fusion of the two ancestral spaces, but also a farming daily life section. This farming section was a benefit from her transmigration, and to facilitate its use, the main system had expended immense energy to merge two disparate space interfaces. What? The main system? Am I merely a subsidiary system? After reading, Tao Tao stared at the gourd, speechless. The gourd, recalling the main system's words, wiped his brow in relief, thinking that had he not been obedient, the main system would not have summoned back the system robot for this subsidiary system. Now equipped with information about the UN space, the gourd also possessed knowledge of the entire clock-in system, all to accompany Tao Tao in this world. He sensed that the main system was profoundly connected to his host, but he could not disclose this, feeling a weight in his heart. Observing her sister with a blank expression, the gourd quietly began sharing what he knew about the system in space. Upon hearing his words, Tao Tao finally understood. The UN space was divided into a cultivation section and a farming daily life section. The former had been entirely unlocked, teeming with countless spiritual plants, fields, spiritual fruits, and stones. If she desired anything, it would materialize at the mere thought. The space-time ratio had escalated to 2 months within for every day outside. The farming daily life section required her to cultivate crops and raise animals, unlocking based on the frequency of her harvests. She now possessed 12 plots of farmland and a ranch that had unlocked chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs, along with fish in the water. There was a bedroom, a kitchen, and a warehouse. Previously, the clock-in system provided a monthly opportunity for a gift package, featuring basic scanning capabilities, with a range of 1,000 meters upgradable, and now included a danger warning function. At this moment, Tao Tao felt shock, contemplating when she could truly relax. She was still under 6 years old, merely a child. Pouting, she gazed at the system backpack compartments. They were overflowing, and on a whim, she began counting. There were 48 compartments filled. Inside were 80 pounds of white flour, 150 pounds of cornmeal, 300 pounds of black flour, 200 pounds of brown rice, 180 pounds of millet, 200 pounds of glutinous rice, and another 200 pounds of white rice. There were 20 buckets of peanut oil, each 5 pounds, 12 bottles of sesame oil, 1 pound each. Beef amounted to 20 pounds, while 300 pounds of pork belly was available in 30 pieces. There were 20 pieces of lean meat, 30 pounds of ribs, 8 pigs' feet, 10 chickens, 5 rabbits, and 10 3-pound grass carp, along with 200 eggs and 100 salted duck eggs. The remaining items comprised various vegetables, fruits, spices, and dry goods, as well as alcohol. Items like sugar, salt, soy sauce, star anise, bay leaves, cabbage, corn, chili, eggplant, cucumber, vermicelli, black fungus, apples, pears, and hawthorn were all present, with not a single compartment left empty. Feeling a pang of hunger, Tao Tao picked an apple to eat, pondering what delicious meal she might prepare for dinner that night. Chapter 43. Inviting the clan for dumplings. Granny. Granny, hey, what is the rush, dear? Tally looked at the little girl running towards her, shouting excitedly. Granny, it's still early. Can we invite the clan to eat dumplings with cabbage and pork filling? Tao Tao thought it would be better to share joy with others. They were all family and had no ill intentions, so sharing a meal was a lovely idea. Child, can you tell me why? Granny, while things have improved, I still see 2 households eating very thin gruel. Indeed, though the disaster has passed, and there are wild vegetables and fruits on the mountain, food is still scarce. Their village is faring better, while others are still subsisting on wild vegetable soup. Tao Li sighed, grateful for the ancestor as protection. The grandmother and granddaughter approached a small courtyard. Tao Li called out at the entrance, Father, Mother, are you home? Yes. Yes, it's Li. What brings you here? Came the voice of Liang, the mother-in-law. Daughter, is father there? What's the matter? The girl piped up. We're inviting the clan over for cabbage and pork dumplings tonight. What? What? Tao Yishuan, who had just emerged from the house, was taken aback upon hearing that the whole clan would be having dumplings. Li recounted the situation, eagerly awaiting the decision of the two. Child, are you truly treating the entire family to dumplings filled with cabbage and pork? Asked the great-grandfather. Can the dumpling skins be made with white flour and cornmeal? Oh, how delightful! Upon hearing this, Tao Yishuan felt a pang of desire, but hesitated to voice it. Great-grandfather, I have also prepared 2 jars of daughter's red wine for you. Noticing that her great-grandfather was also tempted, Tao Tao fanned the flames further. Oh, daughter's red. It's been ages since I've savored it. I've almost forgotten its taste. I am intrigued. This girl must be intentionally tempting me, thought Tao Yishuan. Liang observed this scene and chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Is that all? Just dumplings? What about some side dishes? Tao Yishuan mused, thinking he could indulge himself a bit. We do have wild vegetable soup. Tao Tao giggled as she spoke. You mischievous little rascal, daring to tease your great-grandfather. Tao Yishuan laughed as he playfully tapped her forehead. Yes, indeed, we have vegetables. There are large radishes, and how to prepare them will be decided by great-grandmother and grandmother. Very well. Wife, take a few from the family to the kitchen beside the ancestral hall. I shall inform second uncle and ask Aunt to join us in the preparations, so everyone can eat sooner. All right, off you go. Liang led Li and Tao Tao to the kitchen beside the ancestral hall. Once they saw there was no one nearby, Tao Tao took out 40 pounds of white flour, 50 pounds of cornmeal, 20 pounds of fatty pork, and another 20 pounds of lean meat from her backpack in front of her grandmother and great-grandmother. After estimating the quantities, she asked her grandmother to fetch baskets and a backpack, placing the large cabbage in one basket, the radishes in the backpack, and setting a bundle of green onions on the ground, along with salt, ginger, and 30 eggs on the stove. As the unexpected items piled up, Liang and Li transitioned from shock to calm acceptance. Great-grandmother, grandmother, do you see anything lacking? The 2 women looked over, realizing the eggs were meant for the filling. Having confirmed that nothing was missing, they suggested she return to call her mother and 2 aunts for assistance. Li stepped outside to find her 2 sisters-in-law. Just a few steps out, she saw her second aunt leading a group toward them. Upon closer inspection, she realized they had all arrived, so there was no need to go looking. Why did you go out only to come back? Liang asked Li, who had just returned. My second aunt and her group have come. 5th sister-in-law, we have arrived. What needs to be done? 5th sister-in-law, what can we assist with? In an instant, the once quiet kitchen was bustling with women, some stoking the fire, others fetching water, and many washing, chopping vegetables, and dicing meat. Before long, Tao Tao's mother and her elder aunt arrived. Seeing the kitchen was too crowded, they took the radishes and onions outside to chop. Soon after, a swarm of children arrived, clamoring to help. With their arrival, they took over the tasks of stoking the fire and washing vegetables, allowing the adults to focus on kneading dough and continuing to chop the meat and vegetables. Chapter 44. The girl's master is the ancestor. Old master, are we really having dumplings for dinner tonight? With meat filling? Several elder gentlemen strolled through the fields, urging everyone to hurry up, or they would miss out on the dumplings. At this, a chorus of enthusiasm rippled through the fields, eyes shining with anticipation as they looked toward the elders. Some bold souls even dared to inquire, "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up, or you'll truly miss out on the dumplings." Upon hearing this, it was clear that this individual was quite astute. With a jolt, everyone hastened their tasks. "Wow, it smells so good. I can smell the meat. You have quite the nose. Quickly, hurry home to get a bowl. I'll go back for a bowl too, or I'll miss out. Indeed, let us move. Oh dear, am I imagining things? Are those plump dumplings truly for us? What are you staring at? Get a move on and help carry them out. Coming. Old lady, could we have a couple more? It's been ages since we've had dumplings. Yes, I've almost forgotten what they taste like. All right, hurry and eat. Afterward, each of you will receive a bowl of white water radishes," Liang said as she served dumplings to the guests in line. Hearing this, everyone felt that today's feast exceeded even that of the New Year celebrations. Once the family members were settled, the four elderly gentlemen sat at a table with their sons. Tao Tao quickly placed 2 jars on the table. Tao Xiao glanced at them and exclaimed, "Each jar holds 2 pounds, so that is 4 pounds altogether. Not bad at all. This girl is not deceiving the elders." After a few rounds of wine, the conversation flowed freely. Tao Yu was the first to speak. "Tao girl, we've heard tales of your mysterious master, who appears and disappears like a phantom. Could you reveal their name to us?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 elders and 4 great-grandfathers all turned their gazes toward Tao Tao. Remembering the words of her ancestor, and knowing she had taken the ancestor as her master, inheriting their legacy, she wondered whether revealing the name would startle these old gentlemen. "Fourth brother, if the girl does not wish to speak, we shall not press her. Come, let us drink. This is authentic daughter's red, aged for at least 30 years. The second elder, Tao Xiao, quickly interjected upon noticing Tao Tao's hesitant expression. Although he was curious, they could not force her to speak. "Esteemed elders, my master's name is not a secret, but I fear revealing it might frighten you," Tao Tao replied honestly. "Oh, child, if you can share, please do. We are genuinely curious about what kind of remarkable person your master is," urged the elders. "Do you wish to support the elders first?" Tao Tao asked, turning the question back to her 4 cousins. "Child, speak freely. We are not so easily intimidated," came the voice of the 3rd elder, Tao Zhu. "My master's surname is Tao, and his name is Yuan." "Tao Yuan, the great ancestor of our Tao family?" The 2nd elder, Tao Xiao, suddenly stood up, trembling with excitement. Upon hearing this, the others were equally astonished, rising to look at Tao Tao. She touched her nose and nodded. "My master mentioned this is the most suitable place for the Tao family. He also gifted me the left side dense forest. Now that area is safe, and family members can freely enter to gather wild vegetables, fruits, and other resources, as long as they do not cause extensive damage to the forest." The elders were well aware of that dense forest, having ventured near it before, but always being blocked from entering. Now that Tao mentioned it, they understood it must be the residence of the ancestor. They had long heard that the ancestor was recovering from an injury, and it seemed he was indeed there. It was only under the guidance of this girl that family members could access the forest. They had found it somewhat strange at the time, but now it all made sense. "Child, did the ancestor leave any words for the family? Perhaps a martial arts manual?" Tao Tao recounted the carefully crafted words she had prepared in advance. The ancestor advised family members to practice martial arts diligently and mentioned an ancient martial arts manual, said to contain the complete Tao family techniques. Family members can choose to cultivate either literature or martial arts, or even venture into business. The elders fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 45. The joy of harvest. Ever since Tao Tao revealed her master's name and entrusted the complete set of techniques to the elderly gentleman, she felt a sense of belonging in this community. Upon returning to her room, she sensed that her brothers and sisters were even more attentive to her than before. Although she did not require such care, she relished the feeling of being protected. She envisioned a life of daily excursions to the mountains and rivers, playing with cats and dogs. Time passed unnoticed. The wheat fields gleamed golden, their plump grains a sight to behold. The corn thrived as well, and once the wheat was harvested, the corn would follow. Experienced elder women surveyed the 50 acres of wheat their estimates of the harvest growing increasingly optimistic. Unable to suppress their exclamations of joy, "We have grain." Fresh from a recent calamity, the authorities had announced a tax exemption for this year, with taxes resuming next year. The higher-ups faced their own challenges. Without some reserves and the subtle encouragement of several families, along with incentives for wealthy merchants to contribute a substantial portion of their grain, this year's exemption might not have been possible. On this particular day, before dawn, the villagers of Tao Tao set out with their tools towards the wheat fields. Eager to harvest the golden crops, each step filled with urgency. By the time the sun rose, over half of the fields had been cut. The community members spontaneously divided tasks, some moving to thresh the grain. Tao Tao and her friends, baskets and bags in hand, scoured the fields, ensuring not a single grain was overlooked. In the kitchen beside the ancestral hall, several women busied themselves. Working together allowed them to share meals, thus increasing their productivity. Within 2 days, the wheat had been harvested and threshed, and it seemed that after a day of drying, it could be stored away. Without pause, the villagers turned their attention to the cornfields, harvesting the ears of corn. Each person tied a bag at their waist, depositing the corn as they went. And once the bags were full, they carried them to the drying area. As the bags accumulated, others came to transport them, while the children removed the husks and spread the corn on the clean drying ground. Although Tao Tao could have used a few small spells to ease the labor, she found joy in the camaraderie of toil, especially witnessing the smiles of her kin. She had learned that the wheat yield was typically 2 stones per acre, amounting to 240 pounds, while a good corn yield could reach 3 stones or 360 pounds. This was still a favorable outcome, dependent on the whims of nature. Taxes were levied per household, which led many families to avoid division upon the marriage of their sons, in hopes of reducing their tax burden and retaining more food for sustenance. Previously, the land tax was assessed at 3 stones of grain per household. Many families rented land, paying a rent of 20% of the yield, and after taxes, those who rented 5 acres found little left at the end of the year. If a family had many children, they truly had to live frugally. Each year, in addition to land taxes, there were also personal taxes and military service obligations. Failure to serve meant a monetary payment. Few paid in money for the personal tax, as most men of sound health would willingly serve, drawn by the promise of sustenance and wages. However, many households were willing to pay for military service. In previous years, each household had to send 1 man. Those who did not were required to pay 5 taels of silver. With taxes set to resume next year, uncertainty loomed. While engaged in her tasks, Tao Tao pondered these matters. Chapter 46. The joyous Tao clan. After 2 weeks of diligent work, the wheat and corn were harvested, dried, stored away, and preparations began for sowing winter wheat and planting potatoes. Once again, Tao Tao brought forth the seeds acquired through her sign-in rewards and sprayed them with a highly diluted essence of spring water. She had experimented in her spatial farmland and discovered that seeds treated with this concentration of spring water underwent genetic alterations, yielding a 10% increase in harvest per acre. Thus, the seeds obtained through her rewards, which initially produced 450 pounds per acre, could potentially yield an additional 45 pounds. While the native seeds of the Muxi kingdom, with meticulous care, typically maxed out at 300 pounds per acre. Furthermore, seeds treated with the essence retained their enhanced yield when replanted the following year, marking a significant discovery. This batch of winter wheat seeds, which Tao Tao had discussed with her elderly grandfather, was said to be improved and would out-yield the spring variety. Ideally, they would save all the seeds, yet the temptation to grind a small batch to taste was undeniable. Potatoes, known for their drought resistance and high yield, could produce over 3,000 pounds from an acre planted with 300 pounds of seed. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao quickly conferred with the other 3 elders, and together they decided to publicly declare that the improved wheat seeds were the result of their collective efforts. While the potatoes had been serendipitously discovered in the depths of the back mountains. Regardless, it was paramount to keep Tao Tao's contributions concealed. She was too young, and they were still too weak. Thus, under the careful protection of the elders, the entire clan became aware that this winter wheat was indeed improved seed, promising a bountiful harvest with the intent to save seeds for future planting. The most astonishing revelation was that an acre of potatoes could yield up to 3,000 pounds. This planting season saw 150 acres of winter wheat and 200 acres of potatoes cultivated. The remaining 150 acres were sown with various seeds purchased from the town, primarily soybeans, radishes, and cabbages, alongside a smattering of scallions and spinach. On the second day after sowing the winter wheat and potatoes, Tao Tao village experienced a scene more jubilant than the New Year festivities. As it was time to distribute the grain, the 50 acres of wheat produced a total of 21,000 pounds, averaging 420 pounds per acre. The corn, planted on 360 acres, yielded 270,000 ears, averaging 750 pounds per acre. Everyone knew these were seeds gifted by their ancestors. Yet the harvest exceeded all expectations, primarily due to the lands cultivated by the transient population, who had since departed, leaving behind fertile ground for the villagers to reap. Everyone praised the wisdom of the elders, who, after the departure of the migrants, promptly approached the town official to claim the land as communal property for the village. The elders proclaimed that the seeds were a gift from their ancestors, and this year's harvest would see 30% set aside for the public good, with a portion converted into silver to repair the ancestral hall, and another reserved for emergencies. The remaining 70% would be distributed among the households, each family receiving 400 pounds of wheat and 2,000 pounds of corn, with the rest allocated per capita. The total wheat yield of 70% amounted to 14,700 pounds, with 18 households in the village. Each receiving 400 pounds meant 7,200 pounds, leaving an additional 7,500 pounds, perfectly dividing into 100 pounds per person. The corn yield of 70% totaled 189,000 pounds. Each household received 2,000 pounds, summing to 36,000 pounds, with an excess of 153,000 pounds. With 75 people in Tao Tao village, each individual would receive 2,040 pounds. Hulu informed Tao Tao that in the Muxi kingdom, 1 pound of corn could yield 6 ounces of maize, and 1 pound of cornmeal could produce 5 ounces of flour. Thus, 1,000 pounds of corn could yield 600 pounds of maize, resulting in 300 pounds of cornmeal. Should the farm establish a universal processing plant for crops, 1 pound of corn could yield 9 ounces of flour. Naturally, these figures applied to the best quality corn. Lower quality would yield only 3 to 4 ounces of flour per pound. Hulu's words filled Tao Tao with anticipation for the universal processing plant. Chapter 47. Conversations among kin during this grain distribution. The least fortunate household in Tao Tao village received 700 pounds of wheat and 8,120 pounds of corn. The family with the most members was undoubtedly that of Tao Tao. The elderly man and his son, Tao Yishuan, lived together as a separate household and also received 700 pounds of wheat and 8,120 pounds of corn. Tao Dashan, along with his 2 sons, had not separated their household. Thus, their family of 9 received a substantial allocation of 1,300 pounds of wheat and over 20,000 pounds of corn. That night, every household in Tao Tao village was filled with uncontainable excitement, each heart brimming with gratitude. Whether they were blood relatives or daughters-in-law married into the family, everyone was eagerly anticipating the words of the ancestors about the 3,000 pounds of potatoes per acre, which could be harvested in just over 2 months. They planned to reserve a portion for themselves while distributing the rest among the community, filling the air with joy. They envisioned a hopeful future, one where their granaries would be brimming and hunger would no longer plague them. With the ancestors' protection, they believed that as long as they adhered to the ancestors' teachings, avoiding wrongdoing, treating the elderly and weak with kindness, and remaining loyal to their kin, the ancestors would surely safeguard them. In the instant of worship at the ancestral hall before the distribution, they felt a connection with their ancestors, as if they could faintly hear their voices. Tao Tao village had experienced a bountiful harvest, yet what about the neighboring villages? Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Wife, I will accompany you to your family's home tomorrow. Although conditions have improved outside, we still do not know how your parents are faring. Let us take some wheat and corn along, and perhaps some dried vegetables too, since they are not home. The day after tomorrow, you can visit your daughter-in-law's family. Wife, I will discuss this with my parents tomorrow and request a day off so we can visit your mother the day after. Wife, you should return to your family tomorrow and inquire if anyone else wishes to accompany you. If there are others from your village, travel together. We cannot leave too few people in the village. All right, I understand. I will ask first thing in the morning about those from our village. You need not worry. Such conversations echoed in every household. It was not that the Tao family was unwilling to share. Rather, they understood the sentiments of their daughters-in-law. Though it is often said that once a daughter is married, she is like water poured out. How can a parent not worry about their children, or children not think of their parents? With grain now distributed, it was a good opportunity to take some back home for a visit. A little assistance would bring comfort and ease in their endeavors. Tao Tao's family was also engaged in this discussion. Only her uncle, Tao Tegan, and his wife ventured out. Li, who was brought back by Tao Yishuan and Liang from a pile of beggars, and Su, who had lost her memory and did not know where her home was. Tao Tao pondered her own situation while observing her family, unsure of what to say. Father, can that potato really yield 3,000 pounds per acre? Tao Iran hesitantly asked his father again. Tao Xiao sighed. I do not know the exact yield. It was merely an estimation at the time. We shall know in 2 months. One Tiwi? Son, do you think we would have this peace and joy today if we had chosen to follow your uncle to the capital? Tao Zhu expressed concern for his 2 wayward grandsons. Father, to be honest, I enjoy life in Taojia village. There is no strife here, no distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate children. As long as one harbors no ill intentions and acts righteously, one can count on the kin for support when needed. Father, if we were not here, do you think our Tao Shang would have thrived as he has now? I have come to realize that it is indeed the home of our 5th uncle. Tao Yifei concluded with a thumbs up. Old man, Fei is right. That girl from the 5th family, Tao Yao, is quite remarkable. Do not be fooled by her playful demeanor. She possesses great insight. Tao Zhu gazed wistfully at his wife and son. I understand. The future prosperity of Taojia village rests upon that girl. I was merely expressing my sentiments. I did not mean anything by it. Why the rush? Hey, you old man. Chapter 48. 6 years old for over 10 consecutive days. The daughters-in-law of Taojia village traveled together to their parental homes. Each family brought along some edible items, for although the disaster had passed, and there were wild vegetables and fruits on the mountain, the post-disaster harvest was far from satisfactory. Many families still resorted to consuming wild vegetable porridge. Tao Tao did not inquire about how others were faring. Rather, she contemplated how to extract the stock from her spatial farm. Although Tao Tao wished to lounge and relax, she had not neglected the planting within her space. Upon entering the space, she discovered a considerable inventory, yet she could not retrieve it, which troubled her greatly. Little girl, are you troubled? You seem quite downcast, Tao Dashan remarked upon returning from the field to find his granddaughter sitting on the doorstep, propping her small head on her tiny hands, her face etched with discontent. Grandfather, do you think that family from Tao will send someone again? Indeed. Tao Tao longed for the tranquility of farming here. She cherished the atmosphere in her current life, yet she feared the potential return of that family. She had not forgotten how Tao Xiaohong and Tao Minghai spoke of the presence of cultivators in that family. Child, why overthink? Be careful, or you one tea grow taller. Tao Dashan replied, though he too was uncertain whether that family would return. Grandfather, I love it here, but I fear we have so few people. Do you think we can? You little clever one. In truth, our Tao family still possesses a guard, though I do not know their whereabouts. The ancestors once mentioned a token that could contact that guard, but all I know is the means of contact. I do not know what the token looks like, only that it is a pattern. Tao Dashan mused, considering that if he knew, perhaps that family also knew, but it appeared that the guard had yet to be contacted. Speaking of the guard reminded Tao Tao of her grocery store, Taoyuan Grocery, which might be one of the contact points. Grandfather, what kind of contact method is it? Is it mysterious? Child, perhaps you're familiar with the pattern. Never mind. It is no harm to tell you. If we can make contact in the future, it will be beneficial for your protection. We're getting old. Tao Dashan whispered a few words into Tao Tao's ear, and she looked at him oddly. Do not stare at me. I did not believe it at the time either. Tao Tao found it hard to believe that the guard did not know where they resided now. Last year, she sensed someone was secretly aiding them, albeit only once or twice, but she felt it. If that were the case, those individuals should be nearby. Where could they be? The mountains? The neighboring villages? The fog grew denser. Little girl, rise and shine. Today you turned 6. No more sleeping in. Sue pushed open the door, looking at her drowsy daughter with a teasing smile. Mother, I'm still young. If I don't sleep enough, I one tea grow tall. Then, my dear, have you had enough sleep? Would you like to sleep a little longer? I will share this bowl of fried eggs with your siblings. Fried eggs? Are they really fried eggs? I want to eat. I want to eat. Sue looked at her vibrant daughter, her heart brimming with joy. After her daughter fell into the water at 3, it was as if she had transformed into another person, remaining silent and gloomy. After a fall last year, she revived again. As a mother, she understood her daughter well. The girl before her was indeed her daughter, and the one from before might not have been. Daughter, today you turned 6. I want you to know that you are now wise, thoughtful, and capable, but you must promise me to take good care of yourself. Mother, I'm a grown-up now, I understand. Mother, will father and uncle return today? Mother is unsure. Your father previously mentioned he would come back for your birthday, but it takes several hours to return from the county by horse-drawn carriage. Mother, I understand. Grandma, what delicious food will we have tonight? I can already smell the aroma. You little glutton, your nose is so keen. Go check by the door to see if your father and uncle have returned. All right, I'll go. As soon as she reached the door, she saw 2 figures striding towards her home. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed her father and uncle. Father, uncle, grandma, my father and uncle are back. Daughter, come here. Let me embrace you. My dear niece has come out to greet her uncle. My daughter is here to welcome me. Brother, you are just a bonus. In her father's embrace, Tao Tao watched the 2 men bicker, finding it amusing, yet holding back her laughter, covering her mouth to stifle her giggles. Chapter 49. News from the capital today. The Leaf family prepared a sumptuous feast, inviting the 3 elders to join for dinner, as it was Tao Tao's birthday. Dishes included sauerkraut fish, braised eggplant, stuffed tofu, roasted chicken, boiled bok choy, winter melon soup, stir-fried radish, and smashed cucumber. Tao Tao's appetite surged at the sight of the eggplant and winter melon soup. She had no idea her grandmother's culinary skills were so remarkable. Had she known, she would have brought out some ingredients from the system and space for her grandmother to use. What a missed opportunity. The food today is delightful. How fragrant. Hurry, everyone, take your seats and let's eat. The men gathered at one table, while the women and children sat at another. Each one relished the meal joyfully. Later that evening, greetings were exchanged. Great-grandfather, grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, and the brothers asked after each other. Taijian, what is the situation outside? Tao Ishuan inquired first. To answer grandfather, the county has returned to normal, and many refugees have been settled in the nearby villages. Merchant caravans began moving again last month, and food prices have slightly decreased. I have learned that in half a month, there will be a conscription for labor, 1 person per household aged between 15 and 60, to go to Fuyuan County in the north to build a dam. Households without male members or with males outside the age range must pay 2 taels of silver, while those eligible must send 1 person. This year, they cannot use silver? Indeed. Shanzi, what is your opinion? Tao Ishuan turned to his son, Tao Dashan. Grandfather, father, I wish to participate in the conscription. With these 2 rascals at home, I still want to go. Tao Dashan had contemplated this since the day his granddaughter had spoken with him, though he had not voiced it. He wanted to take a chance. Perhaps his granddaughter knew something, or the token was with her, and he needed a reason to take her along. He was aware that both his grandfather and father were protective, which was why they had kept certain matters from the elders. He admitted he was selfish. He did not want his delicate granddaughter to bear the burden of the family's return to the capital. He would take on that weight, allowing her the freedom to pursue her desires, whether that meant climbing mountains or crossing rivers, as long as she was happy. Shanzi, are you certain? Tao Ishuan asked again. Tao Dashan nodded silently, gazing steadily at his grandfather, Tao Ji. We shall discuss this matter further after the brothers finish speaking. Tao Ji interjected, redirecting the conversation. A few days ago, I accompanied several bodyguards from the escort agency to the capital. The employer needed to bring back some items from there, so we waited, as they preferred to minimize complications. During my stay in the capital, I learned that Old Master Yao has ascended to the position of the 3rd elder of the Tao family, one of the 4 prominent families of the Woodsia Kingdom. Initially, he was vying for the position of the 1st elder, but due to some setbacks last year, the Tao family suffered significant losses. Old Master Yao is quite formidable. He confronted others directly and ultimately became the 3rd elder. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room reacted with surprise. Last year, setbacks? Could it be related to the incident in Tao family village? Several exchanged glances, signaling for Tao Taizhu to continue. The 4 major families and some wealthy merchants donated money and goods, gaining some public favor, but it has drained their resources. Tao Dasong and Tao Dayo, who accompanied Old Master Yao, have now become store managers. I didn't gather much information, but I heard that Uncle Dayo's rise to manager is due to the fortune of his grandchildren. However, I only saw Tao Mingho from Uncle Dayo's family. I did not see Ming Xian and Yin. Oh, that seems odd. Before departing, I inquired again and was told that Yin had found suitor, and Ming Xian was worried about her sister and went along. Do you know who this family is? I do not know. However, before we left the capital, the Tao family's steward met with our employer. Fearing discovery, I kept my head down, cleaning weapons to minimize my presence. The listeners felt a sense of unease, unable to articulate why, and waved for the brothers to rest, suggesting they return to meet again before their departure to ponder further. Chapter 50. Decision Father. Could Yin be? Ming Xian is young, but clever. Since childhood, he has never been close to his brother Hao, but has always followed Ming Hai. Perhaps he sensed something amiss and seeks to protect himself. Grandfather, father, I have a bold idea. Do you think the escort mission Tai Zhu and the others undertook relates? Though Tao Dashan did not finish his sentence, Tao Ji and Tao Yishuan immediately understood, realizing where the inconsistencies lay. Uncle Dayo's daughter-in-law, Shui, is kind-hearted, albeit somewhat feeble, but she dotes on Yen. She would not carelessly arrange a marriage unless she was unaware or powerless to resist, which might explain Ming Xian's involvement. They feared that something unknown had occurred within their family. Shanzi informed Tai Zhu to reconnect with the other boys in the county and discreetly investigate that employer. It would be even better if we could uncover what the escort mission entailed, but their safety must come first. No recklessness. Yes, grandfather. Now, let us discuss why Shanzi wishes to participate in the conscription. Grandfather, father, I want to see if I can connect with the escort team that the ancestor spoke of. I reached out 3 years ago, but lost contact. Later, I encountered some individuals from the capital. Shanzi, the old man knows you wish for us to return to the capital openly, but our current life here is quite satisfactory. This is indeed a place chosen by the ancestor. Tao Ji had grown fond of life here. At his age, he preferred not to move around. Those unaware of his true age would mistake him for a 70-year-old elder, yet he had likely forgotten his actual age. After all, settling here had required some maneuvering. Had it not been for the encounter 3 years ago, those people would not have tracked them down. Except for the elder generation. The younger ones remained oblivious to their true identities and ages. Upon hearing that Dashan wished to contact the escort team, Tao Ji suddenly remembered that he had overlooked that detail. He exchanged glances with his father and then at the resolute Tao Dashan, before nodding in agreement. Grandfather, father. This time I wish to bring along Tao Girl and her 4 companions. Nonsense. Do you not know how young they are? The youngest is barely a child. You cannot take them along. At their age, this is folly. Taizhu, do you know where the employer who hired you for the escort is from? Grandfather. That individual hails from Ning County. However, we were tasked with escorting the goods to a residence in Fuyuan County, as the steward of the Tao family encountered him. I remained vigilant and specifically inspected that residence, known as the Hong residence. Indeed, it appeared satisfactory. Upon returning to the county, I shall inform my kin to investigate that individual. It is imperative to proceed with caution, Tao Yishuan reiterated. Understood. Be careful on your journey. Grandfather, father. Fuyuan County is precisely the location designated for this conscription. The 5 girls, including Tao Yao, will travel together and rent a courtyard directly in the county. I believe their presence will facilitate our inquiry into the Hong residence significantly. After the 2 sons departed, Tao Dashan continued to strive for their success. Elder, I concur that our visit would be quite advantageous. I have always been fortunate. Perhaps in addition to locating Sister Yin, we may also establish contact with that protective escort. Tao Tao had cultivated her mental prowess and had overheard every word spoken in the room last night. Upon analysis, she surmised that her sister Yin might indeed be in Fuyuan County, though she was uncertain of her exact whereabouts. Merely possessing a sense that perhaps Sister Hong and Brother Ming Hai might possess some knowledge. Tao Ji was not taken aback by Tao Tao's sudden interjection, yet he was quite astonished by her words. After a moment's contemplation, Tao Ji nodded in agreement for the 5 of them to embark together, though one individual must accompany them. As for who would lead them, he would confer with the other elders before making a decision. Tao Tao was indifferent. As long as they were permitted to go, the rest was inconsequential. Chapter 51. Arrangements before departure. Half a month swiftly passed. Aside from the elders, 4 young men aged 15 or 16 from the clan were also conscripted, essentially Tao Tao's elder brothers. Accompanying the 5 girls were Tao Tao's great-grandmother, Mrs. Liang, and Tao Yifei's wife, Mrs. Lin. The 2 not only accompanied and cared for them, but also facilitated communication with the conscripted clan members. observing the already sparse village. With an additional 20 individuals departing, Tao Tao feared that someone might disrupt their tranquil existence. Thus, she produced 4 vials of mini medicinal concoction, along with 2 bottles of diluted spiritual spring water for her great-grandfather, informing him of the dosage, and then discreetly withdrew while he beamed with delight. Although she had diligently checked in daily for several months, the mini concoction was limited to only 10 bottles, and parting with 4 made her feel a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, she prepared half a bottle for each of the 6 companions, for in the event of separation and unforeseen danger, self-rescue would be prudent. Tao Dashin and 18 others convened with individuals from other villages in the town before proceeding to Fuyuan County, located 30 miles away, under the guidance of those appointed by the town chief. Meanwhile, Mrs. Liang and Mrs. Lin, after dressing the 5 children, rented a carriage in the town to seek their relatives in Fuyuan County. An hour later, the carriage arrived at a city gate. Standing at the entrance were officials, indicating an entry inspection, with a nominal fee of 3 for entry. Upon reaching them, after inquiry, they revealed their purpose was to seek relatives. Mrs. Liang paid the entry fee and additionally offered a piece of broken silver to the official, who promptly allowed them entry, suggesting they could return if they required assistance. Tao Tao reflected on the significance of money. "Ladies, where shall we go now?" inquired the carriage driver. "To the inn," both Mrs. Liang and Tao Tao replied in unison. Mrs. Lin had been advised before departure to heed Mrs. Liang's counsel and to consult Tao Tao should anything be unclear. Having just entered the county, Tao Tao insisted on heading to the dental office, prompting confusion. To the dental office, Mrs. Liang conceded to the smiling Tao Tao, informing the driver outside. "All right, please take your seats. We shall depart." The driver, familiar with Fuyuan County, knew where the dental office was located and its reliability. Upon hearing the lady's destination, he promptly steered the carriage toward Lee's dental office. Lee's dental office was managed by a man in his 30s, who was both reliable and eloquent, possessing resources for both rentals and sales. "Ladies, we have arrived. This is Lee's dental office in Fuyuan County, offering trustworthy resources for both rentals and purchases, though prices may be slightly higher than other offices." "Thank you, young man. We are not well acquainted with the area. Could you wait for us a while? If we find something suitable, we would appreciate your assistance in transporting us. If not, we would need you to take us to the inn, Mrs. Liang replied with a gentle smile, aware that they might not find an appropriate residence immediately. "Rest assured, your fare will not be an issue," the driver reassured them. "Ladies, please allow me to call for Lily." "Li, who is it?" "It's Chengzi. Coming quickly. Who are these guests?" "Oh, Li. We are here to purchase a residence." Tao Tao interjected, eager to avoid unnecessary conversation. "Greetings, miss. What kind of residence are you seeking?" Li promptly inquired, recognizing the distinction in their demeanor, particularly the cheerful young girl. "Please, esteemed guests, come inside. We shall discuss matters further within." "Chengzi, bring the carriage into the courtyard," he instructed. Mrs. Liang and Mrs. Lin exchanged glances with the young girl and nodded before entering the dental office. Excellent. Chapter 52. Moving into the new home gourd check-in. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Lee's dental office in Fuyuan County. You have received a carriage, 3 bolts of cotton cloth, 20 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of flour, and 20 corn cobs. "Gourd, where's the carriage?" Tao Tao exclaimed with excitement. "Host, the carriage will be delivered to your residence tomorrow." "Thank you, Gourd." Upon hearing Tao Tao mention purchasing a residence and observing her enter the dental office in silence, Mrs. Liang began conversing with Li Gourd. "I have something to attend to. We shall discuss it later." Initially intending to report the first-time check-in rewards, Gourd could only nod in agreement to revisit the topic later. Listening to her great-grandmother converse with Li, Tao Tao ultimately decided to purchase the ready-to-move-in courtyard. Although it was merely an entrance courtyard, it was sufficient for their needs. "Great-grandmother, let us go with the western courtyard that is ready for immediate occupancy. Li mentioned it has everything we need, and we can move in tonight. A higher price is inconsequential," she suggested. "Li, may we first go see the courtyard?" Mrs. Liang also expressed interest in that location. "Certainly. Let us proceed now." Li was optimistic, confident that the courtyard would be sold today. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the courtyard. Li produced the key and unlocked the entrance, allowing Mrs. Liang and her companions to enter and inspect the premises. The courtyard featured a gatehouse, 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms flanking each main room, in a patch of land that likely used to be a vegetable garden. Tao Tao estimated the area to be approximately 180 square meters, which appeared ample for their group. Most importantly, it included a kitchen, a storage room, and a well. The kitchen was fully equipped aside from dishes, and the furnished rooms required minimal additional purchases. Both elderly ladies were quite satisfied, and the others felt similarly, following the prior instructions to observe rather than speak too much. 180 taels, and it's ours, Mrs. Liang stated, handing over the silver note to Li, who swiftly went to the government office to finalize the deed before promptly returning with the documentation. The luggage was delivered by the coachman. Liang and Lin instructed the 5 children to tidy up the rooms before heading out to procure essential supplies. It was at this moment that the children realized that last year, the family was not troubled by a lack of silver, but rather by the dilemma of where to discreetly purchase food. The 2 great-grandmothers, upon seeing the courtyard, appeared unsurprised, as if they were accustomed to it. Tao Sheng and Tao Xiao, however, were unaware that among the 5 children, only they were astonished. The other 3 were entirely unfazed. Liang and Lin were swift in their tasks, returning with all the necessary items, including firewood, within half an hour. The children had also completed tidying up the rooms and cleaning the courtyard. They busily engaged in washing vegetables, kindling fires, and fetching water, thoroughly immersed in their duties. "Let's discuss what we need to do after dinner," Liang proposed. "All right," came the reply. "Great-grandmother, are you saying that Sister Yin and Brother Xian might be here?" Tao Sheng and Tao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Tao Xiaohong and Tao Minghai frowned, seemingly lost in thought. Tao Tao, on the other hand, found it quite simple. The Hong residence was located to the west, not far away, and they could go investigate it later that night. "Sister-in-law, if Yin and Xian are indeed here, do not fret. If they wish to return, we shall bring them back. For now, we must ascertain the facts." As women, they understood Lin's intentions and the accompanying anxiety and concern. If it were not for the ineptitude of the grandson, they would not have been unable to protect their own children, resorting to using them as bargaining chips. Once verified, such a wayward child would not be acknowledged by the Tao family. Chapter 53. A nightly expedition in a group? During the day, Lin and Liang, under the guise of acquiring supplies, had successfully located the Hong residence based on Tao Tieju's description. Yet, they were uncertain whether Tao Xiaoyan and Tao Mingxian were inside. Being sisters-in-law, they could comprehend each other's thoughts with just a glance or gesture. Thus, they resolved to conduct a nocturnal reconnaissance of the Hong residence, a sentiment shared by the 5 little ones. Tao Minghai, aged 11, possessed a single-wood spirit root and was a postnatal martial arts master in the mid-stage of Qi training. Tao Xiaohong, aged 8, had a water spirit root and was a postnatal grandmaster, also at the mid-stage of Qi training. Tao Sheng and Tao Xiao, both 6 years old, had a gold and earth spirit root respectively, both being postnatal grandmasters in the mid-stage of Qi training. Tao Tao, also 6, displayed dual fire and wood spirit roots, with intermediate mental prowess, and was a prenatal grandmaster at the peak of foundation establishment, though she was suppressing her true potential. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be at the early stage of the golden core. After a systematic scan, both Liang and Lin were informed by the system that they were at the level of prenatal grandmasters. Tao Tao nearly gasped in disbelief. Those seemingly ordinary old women were said to be prenatal grandmasters. Who would believe that? Clad in dark attire, the 2 elderly ladies vanished into the night. Half an hour later, Tao Minghai gently opened the door, preparing to leave when he heard a voice. "Brother Minghai, where are you going?" Tao Xiao and Tao Xiaohong appeared in his line of sight. "Brother Minghai, you were planning to sneak away." This accusation came from Tao Sheng, who shared the same room. Tao Minghai was momentarily at a loss for words. "What? Are you already? I'm not late, am I?" Tao Tao dz. "What? All together?" Seeing the 5 of them had gathered, Tao Xiaohong chuckled softly. "Brother Minghai, Sister Hong, do you know where Sister Yin or Brother Xian might be?" Tao Tao had a hunch that even if they were unaware, they had likely heard something. "I have heard that there is a village to the west of Fuyuan County belonging to the Hong family, where a pair of siblings were sent by someone from the capital around this time. The specifics are unclear." Tao Minghai did not confirm their situation, but suggested that it was highly probable by the context of his words. "It must be them. I was simply unfortunate to have consumed something that made me ill during that time, which spared me from being taken away by those beasts," Tao Xiaohong lamented, her face etched with frost and her eyes filled with hatred. Let us go together. The five of them leaped into the night, reappearing near the village. Brother Daya, do you think our ants have found a place to stay? A group of 7 had split into 2 teams for their nighttime exploration, while the weary relatives remaining behind had not yet succumbed to sleep, filled with concern. Dayu, do you really think your ants are ordinary farmers? In the village, they may seem like mere farmers, but look at them now. 3 of them could easily overpower you. Brother Day, are the ants truly that formidable? Can you take them on? Uncles, you've worked all day. It's time for you to rest and prepare for tomorrow's labor. Tao Minghan reminded the eager uncles. Uncles, I believe Tao Tao is the most formidable of all. Tao Mingchao recalled the little girl who dared to stealthily attack at only 5 years old, sending a shiver down his spine. Brother Chao, what makes you say that? Tao Tao is only 6, queried the perplexed Tao Dayo. Last year, at the foot of the mountain, I was injured and unable to defend myself, but Tao Tao swiftly dispatched that person with 2 strikes to the neck, leaving no blood around the wound. I later examined every body, including those in the village, and each had a small wound on their necks. Tao Mingchao recounted his experience without concern for the ridicule of the uncles. Mingchao, are you certain you are speaking of Tao Tao? One voice trembled. Shanzi, you're Tao Tao that night. Wait, that girl also seemed to have taken things from those people. Shanzi, that can't be true. Tao Tao is so adorable and gentle. She just needs to be happy and play. Tao Dashin could never admit it. His sweet, delicate granddaughter needed only to enjoy her childhood. Suddenly, the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 54. News arrives, unknown whether the Hong family was overly confident or simply did not expect anyone to probe their residence at night. Liang and Lin easily infiltrated the back courtyard. Along the way, they encountered only 2 guards dozing against the wall, with no other obstacles in sight. The 2 women separated to search the courtyard. After a quarter of an hour, they still had no success. Undeterred, they crept toward the only room with a faint light. Sir, what is happening above? Inquired a voice. A month ago, a dandy was sent here, followed by a number of children around 10 years old. Madam, speak cautiously. Keep a close watch on the children in the house these days. They must not come into contact with that individual. Sir, are you suggesting we take a break? 3 days later, the madam will take the children back to the countryside to visit her mother. She will stay there for some time. Remember to await my return. The madam, a woman in her 30s, listened to her husband's words implying she should leave with the children, wondering if something was about to unfold here. Do not speak further. I have made arrangements. Please tidy up in the next couple of days. Remember, do not inform Yuer in advance. She is naive and unaware, yet so exquisitely delicate. Someone might have taken an interest in her, and the lady must keep a close watch. Alas, why does the upper echelon target that family? They have been driven into a remote corner and still face relentless pursuit. My lord, you must remain vigilant. I am particularly concerned about the siblings. The higher-ups have placed someone beside me, making it impossible for me to contact that family. What wonderful children they are. Hong Tao sighed quietly, feeling both helpless and frustrated. I heard they severed ties with that family, yet they should be aware of the news. Will they send someone after them? My lord, please be honest. Did you specifically go to Ning County to find the escort agency because you wanted to? Madam, do not inquire further. The less you know, the safer you will be. The room fell silent, yet the light persisted. The 2 sisters-in-law decided to take a risk. What if this person spoke the truth? Bang! Liang threw a small stone at the window. Lin hid nearby, attentive to any surrounding movements. Who? A cautious voice emerged from within. The person you're waiting for. Liang tested the waters. Upon hearing this, Hong Tao inquired, a woman? Is this truly the family I've been waiting for? Why would they send a woman to such a perilous place? Without further thought, he coldly responded, I'm not waiting for anyone. May I ask who has arrived? Liang Yimei. Liang Yimei. Could it truly be the reclusive heroine, Liang Yimei? At this moment, Hong Tao brandished a large blade, approaching the door. He believed that if it were indeed her, then his wife and children would be considerably safer. After all, his own capabilities were limited, and he could not protect them for long. If a mistake occurred this time, he would not even know whether he lived or died. Creak. The door swung open. Liang pointed her sword at Hong Tao's neck, removing her black veil with one hand, gazing at him coldly. Has a pair of siblings been sent from the capital? Where are they? Indeed, they were delivered a few days ago. Yesterday, there was a strong insistence, and I had no choice but to send them over. They should still be safe at the estate in the west, but after tomorrow, I cannot guarantee anything. Facing a congenital martial master, Hong Tao, a mere acquired martial artist, was insignificant. He promptly divulged this information after Liang's inquiry. Tomorrow, arrange for your female family members to leave. Once we have concluded our business here, we will come to escort them. As for you, Liang initially found it puzzling why there were no escort agencies in Fuyuan County, only to realize he had risked his life to relay news. If that were the case, ensuring his family's safety was paramount. As for him, they could not protect him. The upper echelons would not easily let him off the hook. Master Liang, please, considering I risked my life to send you this message. Protect my wife and children. If I survive this ordeal, I shall seek you out and be at your service in the future. Let me be clear, I will only safeguard their safety. As for anything beyond that, I am utterly powerless. That suffices. Thank you, Master Liang. The lady hails from a farming family. Once you have arranged for us, the rest will be managed by her and the children. After Liang entered the room, the woman remained silent. At this moment, she understood that the one currently eyeing her daughter Yue was a risk. The master had ventured into danger for the sake of the two of them. She must wait patiently for his return. 3 days hence, I will retrieve them. Should they choose not to follow me, I will not leave any protection behind. Understood. We will comply with Master Liang's arrangements. Tonight, none of us have seen one another. Indeed, we have not seen one another. Chapter 55. A 6-year-old congenital martial master? Sister-in-law, time is of the essence. We must return. What are the arrangements for tomorrow? One of us will discreetly follow them, acting according to circumstances. The other will investigate that estate during the day and act at night. We shall meet at Bampo Cliff in 2 days. Are you implying they're settled there? Sister-in-law, what do you think? Agreed. Tomorrow I will scout that estate. Very well. Little sister, the house is empty. They are not here. They must have gone out. But I do not know where. Let us wait. After Liang spoke, she stood by the corridor. This place is unfamiliar. This group of children, sister-in-law, do not be anxious. Let's wait. These children are obedient and clever. They must be up to something. Liang felt she was overlooking something, and scenes from their time in Taohua village flashed through her mind repeatedly. Great-grandmother, are you saying we came here to rescue Sister Yin and Brother Xian? Tao Xiaohong exclaimed in surprise. Her eyes filled not only with astonishment, but also with joy and sorrow. Tao Minghai wore a peculiar expression, as if deep in thought. Tao Tao maintained a calm demeanor, while the other two displayed nothing but surprise. Did the 5 of them leave together or separately? Lin anxiously paced nearby, while Yang pondered. Sister-in-law, they must have left together. I might know where they have gone. Where? To the Hong family estate in the west. No, how do they know to go there? The wise matriarch Lin, momentarily disregarding her thoughts, repeatedly questioned Liang. They are so young and inexperienced. If they are captured, and besides, it's said that individual favors children. Our little ones are exceptionally gifted. This will not do. I must find them. As Lin spoke, she rushed to search for the 5 little ones. Liang swiftly caught up with her, whispering a few words in her ear. Lin immediately turned, her face filled with shock. As she heard, the weakest among them is an acquired martial artist, and one is a congenital martial master, all of them being cultivators. Let this be their trial. The weakest is an acquired martial artist? Lin trembled as she inquired. Liang nodded with a smile. And one is a congenital martial master? Liang nodded again. Could it be that the congenital one is Tao Tao? Liang continued to nod with a smile. Lin suddenly disregarded her image, collapsing to the ground, laughing softly. Wonderful. A 6-year-old congenital martial master. Splendid, truly splendid. Sister-in-law, have you noticed? Ever since we arrived in Fuyuan County, aside from Xiao Xiao and Sheng, the other 3 seem to know what they are doing. I even feel as if they are more familiar with this place than we are. Liang voiced her lingering doubts, seeking to gauge whether her sister-in-law shared the sentiment. Lin contemplated for a moment, her eyes widening in realization, and then nodded. That confirms it. We shall wait. Alas, these children are growing their skills. We are getting old. As the 2 sisters-in-law conversed, the 5 little ones successfully located the imprisoned siblings, Yin, and Xian. From them, they learned that the master of the Hong residence had covertly assisted, or else Yin would have been sent here on the very day of her arrival. The master of the Hong family knew the 2 could fight and had given each a small dagger, advising them to keep it hidden and to protect themselves. At this moment, a burning hatred ignited within Tao Xiaohong, yearning to slay the perpetrator immediately, but she was restrained by Tao Minghai and Tao Tao. who insisted on returning to consult their two great-grandmothers before taking action. Once assured of Yin, and Xian's safety, Tao Tao left them 2 pastries and a water pouch, urging them not to act recklessly and promising to return the next day to bring them home. Tao Yin and Tao Ming Xian, with tears glistening in their eyes, bid farewell to several departing individuals. Chapter 56. The rescue plan. You're back. Are you feeling tired? The 2 sisters-in-law exchanged smiles upon the unexpected arrival of the 5 little ones. Greetings, great-grandmothers, the 5 chimed in unison. All right, come inside. Let us discuss the situation, Lin urged as she led Liang into the room. After lighting the lamp, they sat and gazed toward the door, waiting for the 5 to enter. Great-grandmother, we are quite fatigued. Can we make this brief? Tao Tao sighed, breaking the somewhat eerie silence. We found Sister Yinner and Brother Xian over at the Western Village. Inside, there resides a wicked man who has harmed many young girls. In his house, there is a secret chamber where several girls, aged 17 or 18, are confined, some from nearby villages, others from the county. Moreover, the soil in the back garden is quite loose. It seems something might be buried there. I accidentally slipped over and saw 2 servants digging. Tao Mei piped in. When did you go there, Tao Mei? Why didn't you call for me? Tao Xiaohong assumed they had merely located Yinner and her brother, unaware that this 6-year-old girl was braver than herself. At that moment, Liang and Lin exchanged glances, unsure whether to feel angry or frightened, their expressions particularly disapproving toward Tao Tao. Tao Tao was still pondering the initial sign-in reward that Hu Lu had mentioned, having just signed in at the village without even checking the rewards. She was eager to finish her story and return to her room to review her rewards. Great-grandmother, I believe we can gather the families of those girls who have gone missing. After all, everyone has relatives, right? Although that man is from the capital, he was sent here for his crimes and is now causing havoc among the local populace. Just imagine the implications. Tao Minghai and Tao Xiaohong felt inadequate as they observed the 6-year-old girl's vibrant ideas, realizing their own shortcomings. What difference did it make to have lived another life? Their courage was lacking, and their perspectives far too narrow. They resolved to learn from the young girl, striving to protect themselves and their families. The sisters-in-law exchanged glances, saying nothing, and waved the children off to rest. Sister-in-law, this idea of Tao Tao's is quite commendable. I shall go over there and speak to the men. Urging them to devise a plan, Liang stated. Go ahead. I'll visit a few families in the county, Lin replied. The girl is right. We must escalate this matter. If the higher-ups learn of it, the real trouble will fall upon that villain. As for Yinner and her brother, we can take them away amidst the chaos. Hu Lu excitedly informed Tao Tao about her rewards. The initial sign-in reward for Fuyuan County consists of a 500-acre estate east of the county, 2 managers for maidservants, and 3 mid-level guards. The rewards for signing in at the estate are 2 matrons, 1 embroiderer, 10 bolts of silk, 20 bolts of cotton, 500 pounds of rice, 800 pounds of flour, 200 pounds of beef, 100 pounds of pork belly, 150 pounds of ribs, and 40 pig-ass feet. Tao Tao's mouth fell agape, her eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. She patted her heart and slowly spoke. Hu Lu, you must be mistaken. I can't have heard that right. Indeed, sister, Hu Lu was also startled. Hu Lu believes it relates to your acquisition of the courtyard. Though the courtyard wasn't purchased by you, the idea originated from you, and your desire for it was quite strong during the reward distribution. Upon hearing Hu Lu's explanation, Tao Tao remained skeptical. Is that so? Hu Lu, when will those individuals arrive? And what about my carriage? Sister, they will arrive tomorrow morning. Also, sister, your backpack is full. Perhaps consider expanding its capacity, Hu Lu reminded her. All right, thank you, Hu Lu. I'll check it shortly. First, I need to gather some items. Of course, sister. Chapter 57. Chaos in Fuyuan County overnight. An uproar erupted as wealthy young men from the capital, having committed transgressions, were sent to Fuyuan County, causing havoc among the local young women. Families who had lost loved ones immediately rushed to the county office and the estate. On their journey, they encountered others who had also lost children, inviting them to join. Those living farther away, with relatives in the area, hastily sent word. Even those performing labor had numerous individuals crying out to the officials, claiming they had found the one responsible for their loved one's misfortunes and sought justice. The people were quite earnest. Those not directly affected voiced their support, insisting on seeking justice, fearing that if they did not act now, They too might fall victim one day. In response, the officials could do little but acquiesce. Thus, early in the morning, a throng of individuals descended upon Fuyuan County. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed at the courtyard door. Liang and Lin were preparing breakfast in the kitchen, while the 5 little ones remained fast asleep. Who is it? Liang called out as she approached the courtyard. My surname is Zhao. May I inquire if Miss Tao Tao resides here? A male voice answered from outside. Though puzzled, Liang noticed the little girl yawning and nodding at her, prompting her to open the door. Tao Tao rubbed her face and stood on the corridor, looking at the person outside. Come in. The carriage is parked right outside. Yes, my lord, the man in blue replied, bowing, then turned to speak to a group, leading them into the courtyard. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lady, the newcomer said. Tao Tao paid no mind. She knew those sent by the system were loyal and devoted only to her. Please rise. Who would like to speak first? My lord, I shall go first. Very well. My lord, my surname is Zhao, given name Yukai. I am a manager. Here are the contracts. Please keep them safe, Zhao said briefly, handing over a stack of papers. Next, Tao Tao took the documents, examining each one closely. Besides the contracts, there was a detailed account of each individual's background. My surname is Wang, given name Yuliang. I am the estates manager. I am Tao E, a subordinate. I am Tao Air, a subordinate. I am Tao San, a subordinate. I am Ji Qin, a maidservant. I am Ji Qi, a maidservant. I am Ji Shu, a maidservant. I am Ji Hua, a maidservant. Old woman surnamed Qian, known as Granny Qian. Old woman surnamed O, known as Granny O. I am Ji Xiao, an embroiderer. All right, I shall not elaborate on the rules, for you are all aware of them. I trust you are not deceitful or unscrupulous. I know each of you possesses considerable skill, but since you have chosen to follow me, you must perform your duties diligently. Should any treachery arise, do not blame my subordinates for their mercilessness. Do you all remember that? Tao Tao's final words not only conveyed the innate ferocity of a grand martial artist, but also released the pressure of someone at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. For a full quarter of an hour, the 12 individuals standing in the courtyard endured varying degrees of pressure due to their differing martial levels. However, none faltered. They all withstood the pressure for a full 15 minutes. While Tao Tao was questioning them, Lin had emerged from the kitchen, and the other 4 stood at the door, observing in bewilderment, confusion, and astonishment. Enough. Let the few people here meet me first. The rest of the family is not present. I will inform you of your arrangements shortly. Yes, my lord. We await your orders. This is my great-grandmother. Tao Tao introduced Liang first. The maidservant greets the old lady. This is my 3rd great-grandmother. The maidservant greets the 3rd old lady. This is my cousin Ming Hai Tang and sister Han Tang. I have met young Master Ming Hai and Miss Hong. This is my little cousin Sheng Tang and younger brother Xing Tang. I have also met young Miss and young Master Xing Tang. The group greeted each other politely, as the sudden influx of 12 individuals made breakfast insufficient. Granny Qian and Aunt O led Ji Qin and Ji Qi into the kitchen to prepare. Ji Shu, Ji Hua, and Ji Xiao hurriedly arranged breakfast for the hosts, ready to serve. Tao Tao, disliking being waited upon, instructed the 3 to assist in the kitchen. The atmosphere at the dining table was peculiar. Each person was distracted and unsure how to broach the subject. After finishing her last spoonful of porridge, Tao Tao slowly spoke. Do not inquire. Even if you do, I cannot provide answers. I dreamt of it last night. Do you believe me? To the east of the county town, there lies a farm of 500 acres, which also belongs to me. If this matter is handled well, both grandmothers will take little cousin and brother Xing Tang back first, while I and brother Hai and sister Hong will depart a day later to observe the developments. The 2 sisters-in-law were at a loss for words. They indeed had some influence, but had settled in villages for the sake of concealment. They planned to relocate Hong Tao's family there. Although it wasn't too far from Tao's family village, it was still a distance, and even if authorities came to investigate, it would pose no issues. They hadn't anticipated that this young girl would possess greater resources than their elder counterparts. Enough, they sighed. Brother Hai, sister Hong, you must protect Tao girl. Yes, esteemed grandmothers. Esteemed grandmothers, do you have plans for today? Do you need me to assign 2 individuals? Rest assured, all 12 are innate talents, the weakest among them being a grand martial artist. With a precise clatter, chopsticks fell to the table. Tao Ge, grandmothers will be stepping out today. Afterward, we shall reunite with your 3 great-grandmothers and return to the village. Soon, Granny Qian will lead Ji Shu and Tao San to accompany you. Steward Zhao will take Ji Qi, Ji Hua, and Tao Er to follow your 3 great-grandmothers. Esteemed grandmothers, remember to bring them back to Tao family village. I have matters to arrange for them. Understood. We will heed Tao girl's instructions. By mid-morning, the county office was besieged. It was unknown who had leaked the information that the county magistrate was a confidant of a noble family from the capital. This stirred chaos akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Those who had previously filed complaints at the county office without receiving responses began clamoring for an explanation from the magistrate, accusing him of shielding wrongdoers and breaking the law. Not only was the farm surrounded, but some clever individuals had also slipped in unnoticed and eventually opened the gates. A throng of people surged into the estate, startling the young nobleman, who had been psychologically shaken by Tao Tao's mental prowess the previous night, nearly causing him to hide beneath a bed. Later, a group of bearded warriors emerged, seizing the nobleman and dragging him to the courtyard, where they began to wreak havoc until they discovered the hidden chamber. Within the dim confines of the chamber, individuals emerged, each bearing wounds, whip marks, and blood. Their expressions were filled with rage, wishing to devour the beast responsible. The unconscious victims were carried out one after another. An elderly man stepped forward to check pulses, shaking his head and sighing intermittently. Cries of anguish, curses, and pleas for aid echoed throughout Fuyuan County. Upon witnessing the elderly man's efforts, some rushed to assist him. Soon, 7 or 8 ragged children were brought out from somewhere. Those with keen eyes rushed forward, desperate to find their own offspring. A voice cried out, and except for those aiding the rescue and watching over the young nobleman and his followers, everyone else dashed toward the source of the sound. There, amid a sea of flowers, lay a fragment of a leg bone. Families that had not found their children frantically dug through the earth, insisting, "It cannot be. It cannot be." The collective grief intensified, and soon the once vibrant garden was marred by devastation and scattered bones. The air was filled with cries and retching. Once the rescue efforts concluded, the elderly man excused himself to investigate and swiftly vanished, along with the bearded warrior. Simultaneously, Tao Yin and her siblings disappeared. 3 great-grandmothers. Be cautious on your journey. Steward Zhao and Tao San, ensure their safety and wait for me in the village. Yes, my lord. Off you go. Chapter 59. From the people, for the people, Steward Wang. How long until the governor of Zhangzhou arrives at Fuyuan County? As she watched the 2 carriages fade into the distance, Tao Tao's eyes shimmered with cold determination. Since this county magistrate is also indulging in corruption, let us seize all his wealth as compensation. Come, let us take advantage of the chaos to claim our due from the magistrate's residence. Without negotiation, fearlessly we shall traverse the world. Hulu scan. After a thorough search, upon discovering a meager amount of silver notes and precious metals, Tao Tao, feeling dissatisfied, exchanged 500 points for a comprehensive system scan. All right, sister. Initiating scan. Ding. Sister, there's a protrusion at the foot of the desk in the study. Press it. During the scanning process, Tao Tao instructed them to remain still. Upon locating the protrusion, she pressed it. With a hum, the wall opposite the desk shifted. Entering the hidden space, she was astounded. Besides a desk, there were 10 chests brimming with treasures. The chests contained not only gold and silver ingots, but also exquisite jewelry, antique paintings, and decorative pieces. Tao Tao immediately summoned others to carry the chests outside, eager to witness how the magistrate would account for such riches. The desk, after being scanned by the system, revealed a hidden compartment upon twisting its leg. Inside were numerous silver notes of varying denominations and several contracts. Tao Tao collected the notes, leaving the contracts within the compartment, and exited with the box. Using the same method, Tao Tao explored the back courtyard of the magistrate's residence, uncovering an array of valuable items. Naturally, she did not intend to hand over everything. Having brought so many people, she must secure some reward for their efforts. In addition to the tens of thousands of taels and silver notes, she also obtained a box of gold leaves. Ji Qin, Ji Xiao, and Aunt O selected 10 small luminous pearls, 3 chests of inconspicuous gold and silver jewelry, and a bundle of medicinal herbs, including ginseng and bird's nest. Observing the selections made by Ji Qin and Aunt O, Tao Tao felt pleased. Indeed, they were truly her people. Steward Wang and Tao E were equally industrious. gathering the gold and silver unearthed from various rooms into bundles, and even heading to the kitchen to collect chickens, fish, eggs, meat, rice, and flour. Before Tao Minghai and Tao Xiaohong could regain their composure, they exited through the back door. "Aunt, let's depart." Brother Hai, Sister Hong, we're leaving. We have yet another destination." "Another destination? You don't think the county magistrate has only this residence, do you?" "Oh my." Using a similar approach, she plundered 2 additional properties belonging to the county magistrate in Fuyuan County, yielding satisfactory results. "Steward Wang, Youth and Tao, you should distribute the silver ingots from those 2 residences to the families who have lost members. The rest, take them to the magistrate's residence. And remember, there should still be food in the magistrate's house. Ensure it reaches those in need." "Understood. The master is aware. The master knows that Qin Qin and Xiao Xiao are preparing dinner in the kitchen." Tao Minghai and Tao Xiaohong have retreated to their rooms to ponder the intricacies of life. Old Madam O is conversing with Tao Tao in the room. "Master, this humble servant has already examined these items. They are unremarkable, so you may use them with ease. Some of the jewelry is suitable for the old lady, while others are fit for someone of your age." "Indeed, you are thoughtful, madam," Tao Tao replied sincerely. "Master, I also have this for you. Although it is not large, it is currently ownerless. You need only register it at the county office." Old Madam O handed over a thin sheet of paper. Upon opening it, Tao Tao discovered 200 acres of unclaimed farmland. It seemed this had just been acquired and not yet registered. "What a fortunate day. Madam, please give this to Manager Wang and let him handle it. I suspect the magistrate has already arrived, but I am uncertain if the registration can be completed tomorrow." "Master, the county office will not remain unclaimed. Surely someone will oversee it." "Thank you for your assistance, madam. You should rest as well. You have been busy all day." "Yes, master." Chapter 60. Signing in at the county office as dinner time approached, Manager Wang and Tao Yitsai hurried back. After informing Tao Tao, they proceeded to their meal. Tao Tao contemplated, "I must visit the county office tomorrow to sign in. Otherwise, it would leave a lingering regret." A night passed without dreams, and she awoke refreshed. Tao Tao called for Tao Yi, and they strolled towards the county office. They arrived at the entrance to find it surrounded by a throng of people. With a quick thought, they took a familiar path to the rear courtyard of the office, navigating past a few maids, and reached the front courtyard. "Sign in," she instructed. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the Fuyuan County office. Reward: 200 acres of land located 10 miles east of Fuyuan County and a courtyard. Archery, crafting blueprints. Li Qingyue's favorability increased to 50. Favorability? What does that mean? Sister, Li Qingyue is the secretary at the county office. The secretary is responsible for documents and seals, drafting various papers, managing archives, and so forth, akin to a secretary in your era. Thank you, Gord. Tao. Let us return and inform Manager Wang to seek out Secretary Li, mentioning I sent you." "Yes, master." The master and servant leisurely departed the rear courtyard. It would be inaccurate to say no one noticed them. Indeed, Li Qingyue saw them. The moment he laid eyes on Tao Tao, her identity and name flashed in his mind. Tao Tao, the enigmatic third miss of the Tao family, the master of the Tao estate. Li Qingyue could not explain why he knew this, yet he understood that this third miss was extraordinary, and she had just offered him a slight nod. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. He must seize it. Upon receiving Tao Yi's message, Manager Wang swiftly rushed to the county office, carrying the ownerless contract given to him by Old Madam O the previous night. At the entrance, he slipped 2 strings of coins to the guards, requesting they summon Secretary Li, stating that someone from the Tao estate was looking for him. Pleased with the 200 coins, the guard soon led him to Li Qingyue. "Greetings, Secretary Li. My name is Wang, the manager of the Tao estate. The young lady has sent me to register this small estate. Is it convenient for you?" As he spoke, he handed over the ownerless contract. "Manager Wang, long time no see. How has the young lady been? Come, let us discuss this inside." Li Qingyue eagerly took the contract and ushered Manager Wang into the office. The guards at the door were astonished. Was this the usually taciturn Secretary Li? He was displaying warmth and enthusiasm. Having received 200 coins, the guard shared his good fortune with his colleague, and the two exchanged a few words. From then on, whenever someone claimed to be from the Tao estate, they were swiftly welcomed inside, regardless of who was on duty, and directed to find Secretary Li. When Manager Wang emerged from the office, he held not only the contract for the 200 acres of land, but also contracts for 200 acres of mountains in a courtyard. Had he not repeatedly declined, Secretary Li would have personally escorted him out. Even outside the office, the two guards greeted him with smiles, saying that he could simply send a message in the future without needing to come in person. They would assist him. Watching the amiable guards, Manager Wang pondered, when did the office staff become so accommodating? Surely it must be due to my master. Otherwise, who would recognize me? Indeed, my master is remarkable. Chapter 61. The comfort of home. Li Yaxing, please assist in renting out this courtyard and have the rent delivered directly to the Tao estate. I appreciate your help. Here, as a small token of gratitude. Tao Tao presented 3 taels of silver to Li Yaxing. He accepted it with a smile, saying, "Thank you, young lady. Rest assured, I will handle this diligently. Thank you for your effort. It's no trouble at all. It's part of my duties. Safe travels, young lady." Li Yaxing watched the departing carriage, grinning widely. Previously, when Lin returned to Tao family village, Tao Tao purchased 2 carriages, and this time, she acquired another. The carriage gifted by the system was exclusively hers, equipped with a small table and several hidden compartments. Inside were pastries, dried fruits, tea and tea sets, charcoal, a small stove and cushions, truly everything one could need. Tao Xiaohong and Tao Tao shared one carriage with old Madame O and Qin Qin, while Tao Minghai rode in another filled with fabrics and vegetables, driven by Manager Wang. The 7 of them, master and servants, traveled along the official road. As for the troublemaker, he had been taken away by the magistrate the previous day, along with the county magistrate and the deputy magistrate. For now, Li Qingyue was temporarily managing Fuyuan County until a new magistrate arrived. The 3 siblings spent the day wandering Fuyuan County, purchasing gifts for their family before heading to Tao family village. In the twilight, the 2 carriages entered Tao family village. Upon arrival, Tao Tao instructed Qin Qin to lift the curtain, and she poked her head out to see several toddlers playing at the village entrance. "Which of you will go to call for Tao Taiju and tell him Tao Tao has returned?" "Sister Tao, is that really you? I'll go right away." "You returned first. No one is home. They are all in the fields. I'll call them immediately." A little boy, whom Tao Tao did not recognize, but Tao Xiaohong did, named Xiaoduzi, quickly organized the others. "Take your time. There's no rush." Tao Tao called after the 2 little ones as they dashed off. "Understood. Tao girl, you're back. Hong girl. Hi Ji, you've returned." "Yes, we're back. Have our great-grandfather and great-grandmother returned?" "Yes, yes. Yin and the others are on their way. They should arrive the day after tomorrow." "All right, grandfather. We'll go rest for now." "Very well. After a few tiring days, it's best to take a break. We'll discuss matters tomorrow. Remember to come and have a good chat with this old man." 3 children returned safely, accompanied by others. However, Tao Yishuan's keen eyes quickly discerned that these individuals were clearly following his little girl. Upon her arrival, the 2 drivers immediately directed the horse-drawn carriage to the backyard, busily unloading and feeding the horses. The elder, evidently a well-mannered matron, was accompanied by a maid who assisted in bringing down the luggage, casting inquiring glances at the little girl regarding where to place their belongings. Unfazed, the girl pointed to her room, instructing them to place everything inside, and even sent someone to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She reclined on a chair, lazily closing her eyes and swaying. As Tao Yu entered the courtyard, he was greeted by the sight of the little girl lounging in the chair. Tao, he held a bag in one hand and a basket of vegetables in the other as he made his way to the kitchen. Ji Qin entered Tao Tao's room with several bundles, re-emerging to carry in some rather plain brocade. The kitchen was bustling with activity as dinner preparations were underway. Tao Yu strolled into the backyard, hands clasped behind his back. He observed 2 horses tethered there, with someone feeding them hay. Not far off, 2 sheds, unmistakably for horse-drawn carriages, stood empty. Upon returning to the front courtyard, he inquired of his son Tao Yishuan, who had arrived home earlier. What's the situation? Tao Yishuan shook his head, indicating he was unaware. At that moment, Tao Tao sighed, finally home. There's nothing quite like the feeling of being at home. I could be a sloth again. Chapter 62. Discussion of arrangements. Old Master, allow me to introduce these individuals. These 2 are my family's esteemed elders. Old Master sounds a bit awkward, doesn't he? The 2 elders remained silent, gazing at her. Tao Tao glanced sideways and continued. This gentleman is referred to as the 5th grandfather, and this one is Grandfather Yishuan. The servants bowed respectfully. We have met the 5th grandfather and Grandfather Yishuan. There's no need for such formalities. We are all from farming families, Tao Tao said, gesturing towards the 4 individuals standing in the courtyard. This gentleman in gray is Wang Yuliang, the steward of my estate. A fitting name, indeed. As long as he is here, there will surely be grain. He will return to Fuyuan County in a couple of days to oversee my estate there. This is Madame O, and this is Tao Yi. This is Yi Qin, Steward Zhao and Granny Qian, along with Tao Er, Tao San, and the scholars Ji Qi, Ji Shu, Ji Hua, and Ji Xiu are accompanying our 2 grandmothers. We shall have them pay their respects once they return. Old master, I am hungry. Let us go eat. You all may serve yourselves. No need for formalities. Yes, master. The girl remarked playfully, with this trip, I become quite the wealthy one, even owning an estate now, Tao Yishuan teased. Indeed, you should consider who I am. She replied with a hint of pride. Such a bold claim. Tao Yu chuckled, content to watch the banter between the elder and the child. Are Sister Yin and Brother Xian to be settled elsewhere? They both nodded. Is there anyone from the Tao family there? Another nod. Has someone been arranged to care for them? Your great-grandmother has her plans for that. What are your thoughts, my dear? Tao Yishuan hadn't visited that area in quite some time and was unaware of the current situation. The little girl's inquiry prompted him to ask. Perhaps Granny Qian and Ji Hua, along with Tao Er, can look after them. In terms of martial prowess, Granny Qian and Ji Hua are innate masters, while Tao Er recently broke through to become a master. They have a special means of communication. I believe this may be a more secure option. Although the matter stirred up trouble in Fuyuan County and subsequently reached Zhangzhou, it is uncertain if someone behind the scenes will suppress it. If they discover that individuals have gone missing, will they not seek to find them again? Since great-grandmother sent word back, you should be aware that someone has specifically conveyed Sister Yen's news to us. We cannot ascertain if this is a trap. Even if it is not, will the information not be at risk of leaking? The little girl had grown considerably. Rest assured, we are aware. Your 2 great-grandmothers intentionally did not return directly, but took a detour for this reason. My dear, since there is a special means of communication, let us proceed as you suggest. Leave 3 of your people there to care for Sister Yin and her brothers for a while. Tao Yishuan felt a sense of pride, recognizing that the Tao family had a promising future. Additionally, grandfather, I have gathered a small sum as a reward for my efforts. You see, our entire group, both the elderly and the young, needs to provide for ourselves. Buying a courtyard and a carriage has not been inexpensive. Yesterday, I took a few people to discuss a modest remuneration. Should this be reported? Tao Tao gestured with her fingers, feigning concern, fearing the 2 elders would demand she turn it all in. You've referred to it as a reward. Then you may distribute it amongst yourselves. We shall not play the role of the miserly old men. However, the courtyard belongs to us. That cannot be shared. Little girl, you now possess an estate. Would you still covet that courtyard? How amusing. How could I forget? The little girl is now a wealthy landowner and would naturally not desire that courtyard. Naive old man, let me inform you that I am indeed a landowner, and moreover, noticing the 2 elders feigning indifference while secretly listening intently, she proudly declared, I own 2 estates, totaling 700 acres, plus an additional 200 acres of mountainous terrain. That courtyard can remain for the 2 elders to enjoy. I shall cover the expenses. With a flourish, she produced a stack of banknotes, shaking them to reveal 2 100-tael notes, which she slapped onto the table with a flourish. Ignoring the incredulous looks in their eyes, she neatly stacked the notes, tucked them away, and skipped off to her room to sleep. Tao Yu and Tao Yishuan exchanged glances. Chapter 63. Tokens. The following day, Tao Minghai and Tao Xiaoang visited Tao Tao's home, staying briefly before returning to their own. Being young children, still growing, they had exerted themselves significantly in recent days and appeared not yet recovered. After their departure, Tao Tao secured the door and silently uttered, "Enter space." Instantly, she vanished from the room. Once again, Tao Tao harvested potatoes, rice, and some ripened vegetable from the black soil. She scattered seeds for corn, wheat, soybeans, and peanuts. In the pasture, she gathered chicken and duck eggs into a basket, which, at her command, flew automatically into the storage. She moved the sheep's milk and wool into storage as well. The pasture resembled the family farming game she had previously enjoyed. Currently, her farm could accommodate 3 pigs, cows, and sheep. Once fully grown, each pig yielded 9 pounds of pork every 12 hours, allowing for a harvest every 4 hours, and could be slaughtered and replaced after 5 days. Cows produced beef twice daily, 3 pounds each time, along with 2 pounds of milk every day, and could be slaughtered and replaced after 10 days. Sheep yielded meat twice a day, 3 pounds each time, along with 2 pounds of milk and a 5-pound bundle of wool. Though Tao Tao found these developments puzzling, she refrained from investigation or questioning the gourd. Recalling the sage words of her master, she swiftly teleported to the study within the cultivation section. On the table lay an open box made of an unknown material, inside which were 3 finger rings, 1 dark green and 2 light green. Beside the rings was a piece of paper as thin as a cicada's wing, inscribed with the words, "The dark green ring is for yourself. The other 2 are for your discretion." The bearer of the dark green ring possesses the authority to command the entire Tao family guard composed of the Shadow Riders and Cloud Knights. The wielder of the light green ring can command a single group of the guard. Ostensibly, the Tao family guard consists of 81 members, arranged in groups of 9. However, there exist 2 additional teams that remain elusive, akin to shadows, known as the Shadow Riders, collectively comprising 18 individuals. Tao Tao retrieved the dark green ring and exited her space, organizing the spoils from her recent expedition to Fuyuan County. Among her findings were silver notes, totaling 189,600 taels, safely stored in her small treasury, along with a box of gold leaves and 2 bundles of gold and silver ingots. Upon closer inspection, the ingots bore no distinctive marks, ensuring their usability. Each ingot weighed 50 taels, with 20 ingots in each bundle, summing to a total of 1,000 taels of silver. The gold ingots weighed 10 taels each, totaling 200 taels, equivalent to 2,000 taels of silver. Contracts for the estate were placed in the small treasury, along with the gold and silver peanuts and seeds, while jewelry and fabrics were also set aside. The luminous pearl was reserved as well. Ultimately, Tao Tao resolved to distribute the gold and silver ingots, along with the peanuts, jewelry, and luminous pearl. This decision stemmed not from stinginess, but from a desire to prevent others from developing an insatiable appetite for wealth. The recent encounter had been fortuitous yet perilous. She was unwilling to risk her family's safety for the sake of money. After organizing her findings, Tao Tao began to play with the dark green ring. "Knock, knock, knock. Master, Tao, he has returned." "Come in immediately," she replied, donning the ring on her thumb and hastening outside. "Master, Tao has spoken. He insists on safeguarding Miss Yin and young Master Mingxian. Thank you for your hard work. Please take a rest." "Yes." As Tao turned, he caught sight of a hint of dark green and leaned in for a closer look. The ring, dark green with intricate patterns. "Master, may I be so bold as to inquire?" "Ask. Is it permissible for me to approach and examine the ring upon your hand?" "Oh, certainly. I have yet to fully comprehend it. The patterns seem rather peculiar." Tao produced a piece of white paper and a small porcelain vial. Glancing between the ring and Tao Tao, uncertain of how to proceed. "Speak your mind. I shall listen." "Yes, master. Please drop the liquid from this vial onto the ring. Then roll it across this paper." Tao Tao complied, and in an instant, the words "dark cloud" vividly appeared on the paper. Taoi kinet abruptly, placing his right hand over his heart, solemnly declaring, "Shadow Riders, Group 1, respectfully greet the master." A second thud followed. Group 2 of the Dark Hoof, respectfully greet the master. Unbeknownst to them, Granny O and Steward Wong had also appeared, kneeling in reverence. Group 3 of Dark Cloud, respectfully greet the master. Group 7 of Dark Cloud, Ning O, respectfully greet the master. "Please, master, grant us your peace." Their unified voices echoed loudly, disturbing the elder Tao Ji, who had been reading quietly at home. Upon emerging, Tao Ji was met with the sight of 4 individuals kneeling, their right hands placed over their hearts. His expression shifted from disbelief to realization as he surveyed the securely closed courtyard gate, finally allowing his anxiety to settle. Just as he was about to approach, a glance from a young girl halted him. "You may rise. From now on, refrain from such formalities. Remember, we shall heed your command." "Very well, Tao, ye shall remain. You may all withdraw for now." "Yes, master." "Speak, Tao Yi." Tao Tao lightly tapped the table, observing the animated expression on Tao Yi's face. "Yes, master." Both Tao Air and Tao San are members of Group 1 of the Shadow Riders. Before our arrival, we refer to one another as Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, we were instructed to adopt the surname Tao, though our given names remain unchanged. There are two groups within the Shadow Riders. Our group has always been stationed in Zhangzhou, while the second group is located in Qingyang County, though their precise whereabouts remain unclear. In case of emergencies, we can communicate with one another. What do you know about the Dark Hoof? Tao Tao in Gui. The Dark Hoof consists of 9 groups, totaling 81 members. 2 groups are in the capital, 3 groups are in the outskirts, and the remaining 4 are dispersed throughout Qingyang County. Specific locations and identities remain unknown to me. Can you communicate with the Dark Hoof? Tao you know it. Yes, in case of emergencies. Tao Tao understood that emergencies might pertain to situations involving the ring's bearer. Were you acquainted with one another prior to this? We were not. It was only when Steward Zhao presented the contract and read out names and origins that we became aware of each other. Yet we did not know each other's true identities. Tao, he spoke truthfully. They truly were strangers until Zhao Yukai revealed the contract, leading to the realization that they were all bound for the same destination to meet the same person. Do not disclose my identity to outsiders for now. I'm still too weak, Tao Tao stated coldly. Yes, master. I shall inform the others shortly. Tao, do you recognize this? Tao Tao produced the light green ring. I recognize it. However, this ring holds limited authority, allowing for the mobilization of only one group of guards. You seem to know quite a bit, Tao Tao observed. After a pause, Tao continued. The previous bearer of Shadow, one imparted this knowledge to me. Your efforts are appreciated. Tao Tao empathized with their struggles. They were uncertain of whom they were meant to protect or who their true master was, living lives of uncertainty. Tao remained silent, and Tao Tao refrained from pressing further. Very well, you may retire to rest. Here in the countryside, we need not adhere to excessive formalities. Yes, master. I take my leave. Elder Tao regarded the 6-year-old girl with a mix of complexity. He had never anticipated that the token of the guard would rest in her hands. However, it was not entirely surprising, given that she was the disciple of the esteemed elder. Sigh, safeguard her well. Elder, whom do you think this ring would suit best? Tao Tao, ignoring the elder's complicated gaze, presented a light green ring. Tao followed her gaze, unsure of how to respond. Child, you. Elder, I am still young, merely 6 years old. I wish only to climb trees and frolic with cats and dogs, tending to the fields and flowers. This ring, as you must know, can mobilize a guard. In certain respects, it carries a measure of authority. Who do you think would be best suited to receive it? Child, perhaps it should be given to your grandfather. He has volunteered for service, hoping to find. Elder Tao mused. You truly are fortunate, this child. Perhaps it is best to keep some matters closely guarded. He had not forgotten that the family was still searching. In a brief exchange between the elder and the girl, Tao Tao successfully assumed the role of a hands-off manager, leading her grandfather, Tao Dashin, into the fray. As dusk descended, 2 horse-drawn carriages made their way into the Tao family estate, entering Tao Tao's courtyard. Greetings to the 2 grandmothers. Your labors are appreciated. Tao Ge, are you the only one here? Liang Shi gently ruffled Tao Tao's hair. The elder is inside. Sister-in-law, I shall return to tidy up and join you shortly. Very well. After a quarter of an hour, the elderly gathered in the room before emerging. Tao Tao led the 2 grandmothers, along with her siblings, Tao Minghai, Tao Xiaoong, and Tao Sheng, into her chamber. Grandmothers, I have some items here that the elder suggested we divide among ourselves. Select the jewelry pieces you prefer. The luminous pearls, fabrics, and gold and silver ingots shall be divided into 4 equal shares. Without waiting for questions, Tao Tao began to chatter away. Apart from Tao Minghai and Tao Xiaoong, who were privy to some inside information, the other 4 were left speechless, astonished by the pile of treasures on the con. Consider this. Which household would casually display dozens of gold and silver ingots and 2 boxes of jewelry, along with numerous precious items? Such treasures are typically hidden away, not laid out for all to see. Where have you all struck it rich? Lin inquired, unable to suppress her astonishment. Though she had once been a lady of a prominent family, years of living a rustic life had made her unaccustomed to such opulence. Tao Tao simply uttered 3 words. Fuyuan County. The 4 looked at her with curiosity. Is that true? If you don't believe me, ask Minghai and Hong. They were with me, the young girl insisted. Tao Minghai, somewhat bashful, nodded in confirmation. Yes, it was on the very day you all left. Tao Xiaohong chimed in, her eyes filled with admiration. Hurry. Choose what you like. Once selected, take your share of gold and silver ingots and fabrics, and grab some golden melon seeds before we head back. I'm so sleepy. Tao Tao urged. This bracelet is quite exquisite, suitable for great-grandmother Lin. These pearl earrings are perfect for Xiao Xiao, she remarked while picking through the items. And this hairpin is fitting for her. Enough, enough. Sister-in-law, come quickly and see what Tao Tao has set aside for us. This hairpin is lovely and matches Sansaw's temperament. Liang coughed lightly, joining the selection process. The others understood that they could not leave without these items that night. So they began to select for themselves. A quarter of an hour later, Lin and Tao Sheng departed with a bolt of fabric, 5 ingots of gold and silver each, a pair of jade bracelets, a carved gold hairpin, 2 pairs of earrings, and a pouch of melon seeds, along with 2 pairs of silk flowers. Tao Minghai and his sister took home a similar assortment, while Tao Xiaohong, escorted by Liang, carried her share, including a bolt of fabric, 5 ingots of gold and silver, a jade bracelet, a gold bracelet, a jade hairpin, 2 pairs of silver earrings, and a pouch of melon seeds, along with a pair of silk flowers. Tao Tao scrutinized the jewelry chosen by her great-grandmother, furrowing her brow before dumping out the contents of the 2 boxes and rummaging through them. Liang selected a jade bracelet, a jade hairpin, 2 gold necklaces, and 2 pairs of silver earrings. Tao Tao sifted through the items again, picking a hairpin, 2 pairs of silk flowers, a gold-inlaid agate string, and 2 pairs of silver earrings. Upon entering, Liang observed the young girl's meticulous selections and teased, Tao Tao, why have you chosen so little for yourself? I must say, your taste is quite commendable. Choose freely. Take whatever you fancy, dear girl. It's a gift from me to you, Liang declared, her tone light-hearted. After organizing their belongings, the 2 granddaughters set off toward the old master's quarters with the selected jewelry, gold, silver, and fabric. Tao Tao knew this was a moment for her great-grandmother to show off. Chapter 66. What a shocking revelation when Tao Ji and his son saw the 2 girls enter. Clutching a bolt of plain silk, they sensed that the spoils had been divided. Tao Ji felt a flicker of curiosity about the contents, while Tao Yishuan stood puzzled, glancing at his wife. Without delay, Liang placed the bundle on the table and opened it. 5 ingots of 50 taels, 5 ingots of 10 taels, a considerable amount of jewelry, and an estimated 2 pouches of melon seeds, she exclaimed. As for the luminous pearls, Liang, unlike others, decided to leave them all for Tao Tao. They had 5 bolts of silk, with 1 set aside for her. Although the jewelry may not have dazzled, it was undoubtedly genuine and of fine quality. Tao Yishuan was oblivious to the origins of these treasures, while the old master seemed to hold some knowledge, regretting his hasty approval of the division. What if I were to retract that statement? He pondered. Liang recounted the details of the division, and upon hearing it was shared equally, Tao Ji could only scowl in frustration. Pretending not to notice, Tao Tao remarked, Great-grandmother, we should be grateful to the old master. It was his directive that we divide the treasures. Otherwise, Tao Yishuan finally grasped the situation, realizing that this bounty was brought back by the little girl. So, that is how it is. But wait, how did my father know and agree to this? He chuckled at the irony, observing his father's expression. Father, you truly are clever. Dear wife, let's not take everything. Leave 1 ingot of gold and silver for father, and half of the melon seeds. We shall keep the rest for ourselves. Come, let us go. Liang stifled a laugh, retrieving 1 ingot of gold, 1 ingot of silver, and a pouch of melon seeds before gathering the silk and returning to their quarters. Tao Tao watched this exchange, somewhat dazed, yet feeling a sense of satisfaction. Old master, what is the matter? Are your eyes unwell? Here, take a look at this. It'll help. She waved 2 gold leaves before him. The old master, unfazed, hoarsely replied, Girl, have you turned highwayman? Next time, take me along. I'll cheer you on. Old master, do you want them or not? If not, I shall take them. He answered, swiftly tucking the leaves into his sleeve. I'm so sleepy, old master. I'm heading back. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. You should rest early. Tao Tao yawned and returned to her room, sleeping soundly through the night. Tao, is this true? Tao Tao mused inwardly. This truly is absurd. The system had provided only guards. Where are they? In the backyard. Summon them to the study. Understood. Tao, he turned to call for them. As Tao Tao sat for a moment, she donned the dark green thumb ring on her left thumb and proceeded to the study with her hands clasped behind her back. Servants greet their master. You may rise. Zhao Guanji, do you recognize this? Tao Tao displayed her thumb adorned with the ring. Master, may I? Zhao's voice trembled slightly. Tao, you wait outside. Now, reveal your true identities. The Wu Ti group. Zhaokai pays respects to the master. The Wu Ti group. Zhiji pays respects to the master. The Wu Ti group. Yu Qian pays respects to the master. Yunqi Shadow Guard. Ingsan pays respects to the master. Please be seated. Stand up. I understand the hardships you have faced these years, and I am but a young girl from the mountains. Are you truly willing to serve me? Tao Tao's voice was cool and composed. We are willing to follow your commands, master. Good. My identity must remain confidential, confined to this room. Understood? We understand. All right. Wang Guanji, I entrust you with the affairs of the Zhuangzi Mountain Estate in Fuyuan County. I will send Aunt O, Zhiji, and Tao San to assist. If food supplies run low, send word. As September draws to a close, if there are any vacant plots or fields ready for harvest, one should promptly till the land and sow winter wheat and potatoes. As for vegetables, you may decide on your own what to plant. I have already prepared the seeds for winter wheat and potatoes, and here are the planting instructions. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to send a message or seek out Tao Dashin in the conscription area. He is familiar with the planting process, and, by the way, he is my grandfather. Tao Tao retrieved several sheets of paper from her sleeve and handed them to Wang Yuliang. Yes, I shall take note of this and ensure proper arrangements are made. He replied, please review it, and feel free to ask any questions if something is unclear. Understood, my lord, Wang Yuliang said as he diligently examined the papers. Oh mama, oh, I will have Ji Qi assist you with the workload, even if it is merely running errands. There are 2 farms and a mountainous area over there, though I am currently unaware of their specific conditions. Yes, my lord. Wang, do you have any questions? None, my lord. Very well. You may all leave. We shall depart after lunch. Old mama, oh, please accompany me. Yes, my lord. Mama, I appreciate your hard work over there. In this box, there are some silver coins, along with a few earrings and bead flowers. Here are 300 taels of silver and 50 taels of copper coins, and this is a 500 tael silver note. Spend what is necessary and keep the accounts in order. Should anything arise, remember to send a message. It will only take me a little over an hour to arrive. Ah, my lord, please eat and drink well. Do not worry. We will manage things on our end. Very well. Be on your way. Yes, my lord. Chapter 67. The bountiful harvest of potatoes. After Wang Yuliang and his party departed, Tao Tao returned to her routine of training a group of young soldiers in martial arts. In addition to their training, they foraged for wild vegetables and fruits, occasionally hunting down animals that wandered too close. Observing the young soldiers from Tao village, Tao Tao contemplated the idea of sending them out into the world, given that others were still searching for their ancestral treasures and the accompanying guard. It seemed prudent to allow this generation of children to venture forth early. If they possessed even a small plot of land or some skills, they would be well prepared for any encounters. Remaining hidden in this secluded valley only left them vulnerable to the schemes of others. 2 months later, the men and boys who had gone off for conscription returned in full. The weather had turned progressively colder. Tao Tao was uncertain how her grandfather had communicated with the elder, but she could sense the complexity in his gaze when he looked at her. She feigned ignorance and directly expressed her intentions. Tao Dashin agreed to discuss matters with the elders. 3 days later, he informed her that the elders had consented. There was a school in town, and come spring, the boys would attend. However, since only the county had a girls' school, they would need to acquire a residence there for the girls to pursue their studies. Tao Tao had no objections. Their agreement was sufficient. She had also instructed the shopkeeper to mentor Tao Inghe, preparing him for a career in commerce, for such talent should not be squandered. Each morning, Tao Tao would stroll through the fields, and today was no exception, as it was already January and the time to harvest the potatoes had arrived. Although she was reluctant to benefit the county magistrate, she had to keep a watchful eye, as her sisters were to attend the girls' school. From what she gathered, the county magistrate was a decent official, having provided aid during disasters, setting up shelters, and distributing porridge, while the town's constable could be somewhat self-serving at times. He had his moments of commendable behavior. Deciding to report after digging up an acre, she resolved to address future matters later. Today at dawn, the villagers, armed with hoes and baskets, marched purposefully toward the potato fields. Initially, women and children pulled up the wilted potato vines, and once they had cleared a section, the men, under Tao Dashin's guidance, began to dig for potatoes. In the beginning, some lacked understanding, resulting in several potatoes being damaged. Gradually, they began to grasp the technique, minimizing the number of ruined potatoes. The older gentlemen, including Tao Xiao, observed the harvested potatoes, weighing them in their hands. The larger ones weighed nearly a pound, and even the smaller ones were not significantly less. Witnessing the abundance of potatoes strewn across the field, the elders chuckled with delight, exclaiming, "This must be a high yield." It was estimated that this acre alone would yield over 3,000 pounds. Potatoes were not picky about soil. They could even thrive in barren land. How wonderful! If we manage to harvest the 200 acres, it will be incredible. The group of men digging potatoes felt an exhilarating surge of energy, digging with increasing enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to others, they had farmed for decades, estimating that this acre would certainly exceed 3,000 pounds. This moment of harvesting potatoes was too thrilling to miss. They felt compelled to witness the miracle firsthand. The women and elderly who followed behind, gathering potatoes into their baskets, were too joyous to speak, eagerly collecting the freshly unearthed tubers. "Stop!" Tao Tao called. The group understood that it was time to weigh the harvest. A child counted, and they had filled a total of 16 baskets. Weighing commenced. 185 pounds, 218 pounds, 198 pounds, 215 pounds, 245 pounds. After considerable time, they finally completed the weighing, with the lightest basket at 185 pounds and the heaviest at 245 pounds. In the end, when the totals were calculated, they were astounded to find that the yield was a staggering 7,300 pounds. After several confirmations, they were certain there had been no mistakes. Indeed, it was 7,300 pounds for this 1 acre. If 1 acre produced this much, then 200 acres would yield. At this moment, Tao Tao was equally exhilarated. He exchanged words with the elders and promptly had a basket of potatoes moved, covering it with the wilted vines before hurrying to take the cart out of the village. The others in the field resumed their work. As they had only completed 1 acre, there were still 200 acres of potatoes to harvest. They witnessed a flurry of activity, pulling vines, digging, collecting potatoes, and transporting them to the storage. In an instant, everyone was busily engaged. Even Tao Tao joined the ranks of those gathering potatoes. Chapter 68. The constable arrives. And so does the county magistrate Tao. He drove the cart, bringing Tao Tao and a basket of potatoes to the town, stating that he needed to meet with Constable Yu. Upon hearing that they were from Tao village, the attendant asked them to wait while he relayed the message. Shortly after, Constable Yu arrived in haste, asking, "Are you the two who wish to see me? What matters bring you here?" "Sir, I am from Tao village. We have recently discovered an edible plant, and after trial cultivation a few months ago, we found that it yields over 3,000 pounds per acre," Tao Tao replied quietly, stepping forward. "Over 3,000 pounds?" Constable Yu was taken aback. He immediately asked in a serious tone, "Is there any deceit in this claim?" "None whatsoever. I have brought a basket for you to see," he said, gesturing toward the cart parked nearby. Understanding, Tao lifted the curtain and removed the potato vines to reveal the contents. Constable Yu quickly approached, picked one up, and weighed it in his hand. It was nearly a pound, and the basket contained approximately 200 pounds. He then inquired, "Are you certain it is edible?" "Absolutely. We have consumed it since we found it in the mountains, and the elders in the village suggested we try cultivating it. This matter is of great significance. Please accompany me to the county office," Constable Yu declared, climbing onto the cart. Tao Tao nodded in agreement and took a seat on the exterior alongside the driver. Tao Tao glanced at the carriage, where the curtain was drawn, and he had yet to inform the person inside that they had cultivated 200 acres of potatoes this year. Otherwise, it would surely startle him. 2 hours later, the carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the county office. Yu Tingchong leaped down and exchanged a few words with the gatekeeper, who hurried inside. The county magistrate, Kong Chiyun, was indeed a capable official, currently preoccupied with concerns about next year's tax revenue. Although there had been no taxes collected this year, the recent famine had just passed. Even though wild vegetables and fruits could be found in the mountains, and there were opportunities for labor and trade in the town, the people could only fill their bellies to stave off hunger, which was a strenuous task. Although he held the modest rank of a 7th-grade magistrate, it pained him to see his subjects suffer from hunger. Having been in this position for 5 years since his master was appointed as the governor of Hong Province, he had not moved from his post. A martial artist at heart, he now found himself in a civil role, which was quite an irony. While Kong Chiyun was lost in his thoughts, he was unaware that a significant surprise awaited him outside. "My lord, Yu Tingchong's gatekeeper has arrived." A voice whispered to him. Without uttering a word, Kong Chiyun swiftly exited the room and made his way to the county office entrance. Observing the hurried approach of the magistrate, Yu Tingchong quickly pulled back the curtain to reveal the potatoes. Cover it up and carry it in, he instructed. Kong Chiyun was a man of decisive action. As he spoke, he grabbed the potato vines and placed them over the basket. Tao Tao remained silent, and, alongside Tao, they each took hold of a side, hastening into the county office. Outside, the carriage was left in the care of the gatekeeper. Is this true? Upon hearing Tao Dashan's words, Kong Chiyun felt a rush of excitement and immediately contemplated heading to Teojiakan. Come here. My lord, what are your orders? Quickly harness the horses. We are going to Wuxia town, Teojiakan, and ensure this basket is watched closely. If even a single potato goes missing, you will be held accountable. Understood. I comprehend your instructions. He had just heard that 1 acre yielded 16 baskets, and this basket weighed 215 jin. Thus, 1 acre could produce over 3,000 jin. Such a miraculous yield of potatoes was something he must witness personally, and if he could dig a few himself, that would be even more splendid. Tao Dashan arrived in Ning County around noon. Now, as Kong Chiyun set out for Teojiakan, the timing was perfect. The journey would take a little over 2 hours, and it was certain that they would stay overnight in the village. In the evening, 2 carriages entered Teojiakan, heading directly to the potato fields. He asked back, Look, Uncle Dashan has returned. Oh, whose carriage is following? It's Yu Tingchong. The magistrate and Yu Tingchong. This way, please. Tao Dashan led the group to the bustling fields where the potatoes were being harvested. Esteemed elders, Magistrate Kong and Yu Tingchong have come to witness the work. Very well. Let us go. Tao Xiaozhou, Tao Zhu, greeted Magistrate Kong and Yu Tingchong. The 2 elders clasped their hands in respect. Greetings to both esteemed officials. Kong has come uninvited. Please forgive my intrusion. Nonsense. It is an honor for us to have you here, they replied. This way, please. Tao Ji and Tao Yu, eager to partake, were already wielding their hoes to dig potatoes, oblivious to the fact that their misfortunes had drawn the magistrate's attention. Chapter 69. Leave 50,000 jin of potatoes. Take the rest away. Kong Chiyun and Yu Nen observed the bustling scene of the entire village, young and old alike, working diligently, and they felt a sense of relief. There were still many potatoes left unharvested in the field. Curious, Yunan wanted to join in the labor, but the magistrate's presence restrained him. Yu Tingchong, let us descend to the fields and have a try. After watching for a while, Kong Chiyun, eager to engage, pulled the curious Yu Nen along with Tao Dashan and the 2 elders into the fields. At that moment, Tao Yi was crouched beside Tao Tao, speaking softly. Tao, is this true? Indeed. My lord, the magistrate emerged from the county office using the Lingwei step. The Lingwei step was a lightness skill practiced by the master and the guards. Others practiced the elusive step. Tao Yi, find an opportunity to test it. Yes, my lord. Unbeknownst to Kong Chiyun, who was engrossed in learning to harvest potatoes, he was already being watched since his appearance at the county office. The villagers continued working until nightfall, after which they returned home and gathered by the ancestral hall's open space to eat dinner. As was customary, they shared a meal during planting and harvesting seasons, using public grain, but they had to work diligently to finish early. Tonight's meal consisted of corn cakes and pork rib soup stewed with radishes. The ribs were, of course, supplied by Tao Tao, as it was better to share joy than to enjoy alone. Kong Chiyun and Yu Nen gazed at the spread before them and suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to stay, which they indeed did, sending those who accompanied them back to report, instructing them to return the next morning with more people to harvest potatoes. While they remained in Teojiakan overnight, Kong Chiyun and Yu Nen received the small booklet handed to them by Tao Dashan and began to read attentively, nodding as they did so. Esteemed elders, I apologize for the disturbance over the past few days. Since these potatoes can serve as seeds, will there be any issues regarding the harvest? Magistrate Kong, Tao interjected, if you can compete with my lord, Teojiakan will only retain 50,000 jin, and you may take the rest, free of charge. Before Kong Chiyun could finish speaking, Tao stepped forward to say this. Following Tao, were Tao Tao and several others. The elders of the Tao family had no objections to Tao Tao's words, as long as it was her suggestion. They agreed unconditionally. At this moment, when Tao spoke, the elders knew it was certainly at Tao Tao's behest, but the reasons were not to be questioned. Yunan frowned. What competition can a civil official like Magistrate Kong engage in? Magistrate, are you truly just a civil official? As Tao Yi spoke, he immediately advanced. Fist raised. Kang Chiyun, unsure of where he had faltered, saw the approaching fist and instinctively extended his hands while bending one leg to push off the ground, causing him to lean back and retreat. This fluid motion astonished the elders and left Yu Nin dumbfounded. Isn't this magistrate a civil official? He knows martial arts? He appeared formidable indeed. At this moment, Tao Yi and Kang Chiyun were engaged in combat above the heads of several onlookers. Tao Yi was mentally prepared, for only those skilled in the Lingwei step could execute such moves. Kang Chiyun, on the other hand, grew increasingly anxious as he realized that his opponent's martial art style was strikingly similar to his own, yet he was significantly more powerful. Who was this person? He pondered. The earlier mention of my lord rang in his ears. No, I cannot lose my composure. Regardless of who he is, I must fight first. Since arriving in Ning County, apart from a few hidden guards, he had yet to engage in a match, and today was a fortuitous opportunity to practice. Tao Yi executed a backflip, drawing a soft sword from his waist, and declared, Magistrate Kong, reveal your weapon. Kang Chiyun, too, with a flick of his right sleeve, produced a folding fan, the blade gleaming coldly as it opened. The cloud folding fan. Indeed, you have a keen eye. Just as the two were locked in a standstill, Tao Tao's voice rang out, Tao Yi, come down and let Ji Shu take your place. Yes, my lord. Chapter 70. A single deal to determine destiny. Ji Shu. Can your pen write upon his fan? Tao Tao inquired with wide eyes, full of curiosity. My lord, I shall try it immediately, the maid replied. My apologies. Counting Magistrate Kong. With a graceful sweep of her arms, Ji Shu propelled herself to stand before Kang Chiyun. She produced a pen of indeterminate material from her sleeve and began to write elegantly in the air. Despite the passage of over a century and the dispersal of the guard, the familiarity of their past training lingered. While the specifics eluded her, certain memories remained vivid. As Ji Shu wielded her pen, Kang Chiyun began to fathom her intent. Are you attempting to alter the world with a single stroke, my lady? Ji Shu smiled silently, her expression serving as a tacit affirmation. Very well. I am weary and shall retire for the night. Tomorrow, we must harvest potatoes. Old master, let us reserve 50,000 pounds of potatoes. The rest may be taken by County Magistrate Kong, without charge. Yawning, Tao Tao spoke after Ji Shu completed her final stroke, then requested Ji Qin to carry her home to sleep. Tao Yi, accompanied by Ji Shu and Ji Xiu, trailed behind. Abruptly, Ji Xiu turned to Kang Chiyun and exclaimed, I believe I can embroider flowers on your fan. Kang Chiyun's eyes widened, and he vociferously retorted, No, I shall inform my master of your bullying. Perched on Ji Qin's back, Tao Tao burst into laughter. Oh, Magistrate Kong, you are quite amusing. Since your master is still around, do remember to send word for him to visit. My lord, my master is also present. I once heard her express her fondness for embroidering flowers on cloud folding fans. Truly, Ji Xiu insisted, concerned that Tao Tao might not believe her, adding the word truly for emphasis. Oh, how you amuse me. They all laughed heartily. If anyone's master or ancestor is still around, do reach out to them. I am curious whether they can write on cloud folding fans. My lord, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, I too wish to witness it. I long to see it, the maid chimed in. Magistrate Kong, along with several elderly gentlemen, stood by, including Yunnan, although puzzled by the commotion, since that Tao Tao had a plan. The elderly gentleman gestured respectfully to Magistrate Kong. It is getting late. We shall arrange for you to rest, Mr. Yu. Apologetically, Kang Chiyun's demeanor softened as he responded. Not at all. Please, esteemed gentlemen, do come in. At that moment, Kang Chiyun realized that the little girl must be the master of both him and his teacher. He had not anticipated that this visit would yield not only a harvest of over 3,000 pounds of grain per mu, but also an encounter with the legendary master. However, she appeared quite young, likely around 6 or 7 years of age. Those accompanying her seemed similarly youthful, leaving him to ponder why the master wished to see him at this time. Did she have plans in mind? Right, the master mentioned contacting the teacher. He would instruct the secret guard to relay the message to his teacher shortly. The following morning, Kang Chiyun conveyed the news of encountering what he believed to be the master and the high-yield crops to his teacher, Lu Dongxiao, the governor of the northern province. As dawn broke, Lu Dongxiao practiced calligraphy in his study when a voice from outside announced, Sir, someone has arrived from Ning County. Come, Lu Dongxiao replied, setting down his brush and regarding the newcomer. Did Xiaoyan send you? Yes, sir. The county magistrate has instructed me to deliver this letter into your hands. The messenger said, producing a letter from his bosom. One stroke alters the world, Lu Dongxiao exclaimed, opening the letter and feeling overwhelming excitement as he read its contents. His astonishment intensified upon discovering the mention of crops yielding over 3,000 pounds per moo, nearly causing his eyes to bulge with disbelief. Pray tell, where is young Master Yin now? At Tao family village in Wuxia town. Very well, you may retire and rest. I have further inquiries for you later, he instructed. Yes, sir. I take my leave. Chapter 71. A fortunate proximity unbeknownst to anyone. News of the remarkable yield at Tao family village had spread, prompting a steady stream of nearby village leaders and clan elders to arrive even before dawn. The elderly gentleman of the Tao family worked diligently to calm the visitors, stating, Indeed, it is true, but we have already reported it to the county magistrate. The implication was clear. Seeking their assistance would be futile. They needed to approach the county magistrate instead. As such, a throng of villagers gazed expectantly toward the magistrate. Kang Chiyun raised his hand to quiet them. Do not fret. Although the quantities are modest, each village shall receive a share of this crop, known as potatoes. Those who can read are to stay and record the cultivation methods. Just then, the followers who had come with him arrived, accompanied not only by 10 or so constables, but also by his assistant, Xue Zhiqian. Magistrate Kong first led the group to the potato fields, allowing them to witness the harvest firsthand before sending his assistant along with the literate village leaders to transcribe the planting methods. While he joined the others in the potato digging effort, Yunin calculated in his mind the number of villages in the town, the area of land each possessed, and how many potatoes he could request as seeds, for they would soon be planting. As Yunin contemplated, he gradually approached Magistrate Kong, whispering, Sir, considering the high yield of food from Tao family village and the familial ties with neighboring villages, might it be possible? Kang Chiyun was well aware of Yu Nan's intentions. He suspected that the early morning visitors were likely summoned by him. With a sidelong glance, he grinned at Yu Nan and replied, Yesterday, the lowest yield recorded was 500 pounds per moo, while Tao family village boasts 200 moo. We must leave some for them. Mr. Yu, I shall allocate 50 moo of potatoes as seeds to each village, and, additionally, I will reserve 1,000 pounds of potatoes for you to distribute. Yunan's face lit up with joy. He had anticipated receiving a mere 30 or 40,000 pounds, but he was pleasantly surprised to receive 56,000 pounds. Thank you, sir. I shall arrange for distribution immediately. However, I must ensure they thoroughly review the manual. We cannot squander such precious food, he added. Observing the usually composed Yu Nan suddenly bustling with energy, Kang Chiyun chuckled and returned to the potato harvest. Those tasked with transcribing the cultivation methods worked with utmost care, their hearts racing with excitement as they documented how to sprout and cut the potatoes. Yunan, noticing their enthusiasm, nodded approvingly and inquired about the whereabouts of the others who had accompanied them before swiftly departing once more. The villagers assisting with the potato harvest, upon hearing Yunan's words, promptly dispatched someone back to their village to summon additional help. One group learned how to dig up potatoes, while another sought advice on cultivation, as they had already achieved success in their planting endeavors. Of course, they would need to return with their allotted 5,000 pounds of potatoes for planting in a little over a month. The field required further preparation, but they could not dwell on it. The more they thought, the happier they felt. Thus, under Yunan's enthusiastic guidance, the leaders of 11 villages in Wuxia town, along with capable villagers, arrived at Tao family village, laden with baskets and ox carts. In no time, the fields were bustling with activity. Even those transcribing the cultivation methods saw an increase in numbers. The assistant, with a clever idea, instructed each person transcribing to document 3 copies of the manual before releasing them. With so many hands at work, they managed to harvest approximately 25 moo that day, adding to the 18 moo harvested the previous day, totaling 43 moo. Gazing at the remaining 157 acres, each visage radiated joy, a happiness that emanated from the depths of their souls. Chapter 72. Not merely a glutton, but a financial savant on the 5th night of potato harvesting. Lu Dongxiao appeared in the imperial study of the current monarch of the Mushi kingdom, carrying a basket of potatoes. Master Lu, what brings you here? Inquired Xinyuan Haoyan. The reigning emperor, perplexed at the sight of the man who had once saved him and later been dispatched to safeguard the citizens. Your Majesty, This is a high-yield food discovered by my unfilial disciple, Kong Chiyun. Here are the records of its cultivation methods and consumption, Lu Dongxiao replied, kneeling on the floor of the study as he held aloft 2 volumes. The emperor's attendant promptly took the books and presented them to the monarch. Master Lu, please rise. We VE agreed to keep our interactions informal, Xianyuan Haoyan insisted. Your Majesty, decorum must not be disregarded. All right, enough of that. Tell me, what did that rascal Kong Chiyun say? The emperor asked, perusing the volumes. He could hardly believe that Kong Chiyun, a man known for his cunning, had no ulterior motives. Your Majesty, we can plant again in a month's time and yield 2 harvests annually. My disciple wishes to plant within the confines of Nane County, as we have limited seeds. I knew it. Have him send me 50,000 pounds. I want the Ministry of Revenue to see it and let them grow it themselves. They spend all day complaining without doing any work, Xianyuan Haoyan mused, his mind racing at the thought of over 3,000 pounds per acre, regardless of soil quality. This is a remarkable find. It could be roasted, boiled, steamed, or stir-fried. Oh dear, the more I think about it, the hungrier I become. Fuqian, please close the door. Master Lu, come. You must be weary and hungry. Let's roast a few of these potatoes. Lu Dongxiao knew that placing the potatoes before the emperor would inevitably lead to them being roasted first. Indeed, as he lifted his gaze, he saw the previously solemn emperor transform into an eager gourmand. Fuqian, who had been eavesdropping, realized that the fresh delicacies brought by Lu Dongxiao were something even the emperor had yet to taste. Tonight, we shall feast again. Truly, Master Lu is remarkable. Starting tomorrow, I must devise a plan for Master Lu to settle down. His family can reside in the capital, allowing him to share his culinary treasures. Thus, a delightful decision was reached, unbeknownst to Lu Dongxiao that Fuqian had already concocted a plan for his romantic endeavors. In truth, he was unaware that Xianyuan Haoyan, alongside him, was harboring a similar intention. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. Is it ready? Almost. Just a little longer. Delicious. Truly delightful. How does one potato leave me feeling so satiated? It's not even that large. Master Lu, be sure to have Kong send me 50,000 pounds. Oh, never mind. You should go yourself. Take care of it after morning court. As Xianyuan Haoyan savored his second roasted potato, he did not forget to remind Lu Dongxiao about the 50,000 pounds. Understood. If there is food, I cannot be silenced. Will you partake, or shall I have it? Fuqian, tomorrow during morning court, ensure each minister receives a roasted potato. Let them see the disparity as they whine about a lack of food while feasting better than anyone. Am I blind to their indulgence? Remember to collect payment. Grain is precious now. After all, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall ensure you do not incur a loss. The charcoal does require silver. Chapter 73. A shock to the court at the hour of the rooster. Within the Golden Lawn Hall, the ministers prostrated in reverence, and, upon standing, awaited the emperor's words. Xianyuan Haoyan feigned a cough. Fuqian, understanding the cue, called out, if there are matters to discuss, please speak. If none, you may depart. Seeing no one respond, the emperor's astute gaze swept over the assembly, his deep voice resounding, since none of you have matters. Allow me to inquire. Ministry of Revenue, what provisions have been made for the grain seeds for the common folk come spring? Before the Minister of Revenue could respond, Xianyuan Haoyan continued, Ministry of Works, what plans have you devised for the irrigation in Jiangnan for the coming year? The Minister of Revenue, Zhou Zishuan, and the Minister of Works, Wu Xinghan, stepped forward, kneeling with trepidation. We are incompetent, Your Majesty. Please grant us more time, and we shall not disappoint you. Rise. You all have gathered here. I presume you have yet to partake of your morning meal. Last night, I acquired some treasures and had Fuqian prepare them for you to sample. Fuqian, here, Your Majesty. Bring it forth for the ministers. Very well. With a wave, Fuqian summoned a young attendant who approached with a tray, halting before the ministers. Upon seeing the dark, unappealing items on the tray, the ministers' faces contorted, as if they had swallowed a fly. Do not linger, partake. Do not be deceived by their appearance. They are fragrant within, Xianyuan Haoyan urged, disregarding their hesitance. He took the tray from Fuqian and began peeling the potatoes. Lu Dongxiao, too, commenced his own task. Some perceptive ministers followed suit, peeling and taking tentative bites. Discovering the soft, fluffy texture was unexpectedly palatable. With each bite, their initial reluctance faded, and they began to converse. Who would have thought these looked so unappealing, yet taste so delightful? What is this? I have never encountered such a food, but it is rather good. Have you all finished? I see you still have potatoes. Xianyuan Haoyan, having consumed 2 roasted potatoes, noticed the ongoing discussions and inquired. In response, Your Majesty, what is this? Zhou Zishuan asked first, his mind racing with the thought that if it was edible, it could likely be cultivated. Do all you ministers wish to know? Yes. Please enlighten us, Your Majesty. This is a potato capable of providing sustenance. Today, each of you has tasted one. This item is precious, having been brought from afar and is not easily acquired. 10 taels of silver each. Fuqian, remember to collect. Understood. Are there any ministers who have yet to finish their potatoes? Here, Minister of Revenue. I entrust this to your ministry, including the cultivation methods. Ensure it is planted within 2 months. It has a yield potential of over 3,000 pounds per acre. 3,000 pounds? What sort of seed is this? A ripple of astonishment coursed through the golden lawn hall at the mention of such an extraordinary yield. Unbeknownst to Tao Tao, her potatoes had stirred quite the commotion within the imperial court, while she merrily gathered them in Taojia village. The Minister of Revenue, overwhelmed, exclaimed, We shall ensure this is planted within 2 months. Oomph. A bunch of unobservant fools. What you just consumed are the seeds. Consider how many you all ate this morning. 100 pounds can plant an acre and yield over 3,000 pounds. You think you are at a loss for 10 taels of silver. Or is it I who incurs the loss? Knowing your reluctance, I would have preferred to cultivate the potatoes in my own garden. Lu Dongxiao observed the rapid change in Xianyuan Haoyan's expression, stifling a laugh that nearly caused him distress. Your humble servant is here, he declared. I command you to gather a group and set forth immediately to escort 50,000 jin of potatoes to the capital for the Ministry of Revenue. I shall obey. Lu Dongxiao responded, promptly exiting the Golden Lawn Hall. He then hastened out of the capital, racing towards Ning County. Deputy Minister of Revenue, you may remain. All others, please withdraw. Yes. Zhou Zishuan, you are to copy these 2 volumes here and return with your transcriptions to study with the officials of the ministry. Do not wait until Lord Lu returns with the potatoes to learn how to cultivate them. Understood. Ensure to reserve 100 jin for me. I wish to plant them in my rear garden. Yes. Chapter 74. Each household receives potatoes after a full 10 days. The 200 acres of potatoes in Taojia village were finally harvested. Upon weighing, the total yield reached 728,000 jin, astonishing all present. County Magistrate Kong, the scribe, and Yunnan had remained in Taojia village, witnessing this remarkable phenomenon firsthand. Lu Dongxiao arrived on the evening of the 9th day of harvesting. Though he did not witness the potatoes being dug up, he saw the storerooms brimming with them. The next day, he personally joined the harvesting team, and later, upon weighing the produce, he was profoundly amazed. The sight was indeed as impressive as reported. On the day following the potato harvest, Lu Dongxiao prepared to take 50,000 jin of potatoes back to the capital. Before departing, he shamelessly requested 5,000 jin from his apprentice, Kang Chiyun, claiming he intended to plant them on his estate in the North Province. Kang Chiyun understood well that his master had arranged this with their lord the previous night. Initially, Lu Dongxiao desired 2,000 jin, but the lord generously granted 5,000, with the stipulation that Kang Chiyun would continue as the magistrate of Ning County while still in Taojia village. Without a second thought, his master agreed, even suggesting the lord provide him with more training. Ultimately, Lu Dongxiao departed with 55,000 jin of potatoes, while Yunnan retained 56,000, leaving a staggering 617,000 jin remaining. Thankfully, the lord did not overburden him, allowing the distribution of 56,000 jin of potatoes to the people of Ning County. Tao Tao also gifted him 2,000 jin for his personal planting. Indeed, Taojia village harvested over 700,000 jin of potatoes, yet only 5,500 jin remained. Despite this, the villagers were elated, for in just over a month, they could cultivate potatoes once more. Taojia village possessed 500 acres of farmland. It was impossible to plant potatoes on all of it, especially since the winter wheat would soon be harvested. In mid-February, they would plant potatoes, followed by spring wheat in March, and by late April, corn would be sown. After the winter wheat harvest, rice seedlings would be transplanted. Oh, the thought alone filled them with joy. Although taxes were due, they would not be collected until after the rice harvest in October. The 300 acres of newly cultivated land would be exempt from taxes for 3 years. meaning they would only need to pay taxes on 200 acres. After bidding farewell to Lu Dongxiao and his entourage, Tao Tao, noticing Yunnan lingering in Taojia village, found him quite bothersome. She tossed him 1,000 jin of potatoes, urging him to return and prepare the fields for planting, as the potatoes needed to sprout and be cut before they could be sown. She promised to inform him when it was time to harvest the winter wheat in June, which finally prompted him to leave. With the successful planting completed, the majority of the potatoes were distributed among the households, while 120 acres of the 300 acres of barren land were reserved for the clan's inheritance. The remaining land was divided into 10 acres for each household. Tomorrow, Tao Dashan would take the land deeds to the county office for processing. Out of 54,000 jin of potatoes, the clan retained 8,000, while the remaining 46,000 were distributed among the households, each receiving 2,550 jin. The remaining 100 jin was set aside for a communal feast that evening. Upon hearing this, the clan members rejoiced, eagerly assisting in weighing the potatoes and gathering them into baskets to take home. Once again, the scene was lively, with some carrying frozen tofu, others with radishes and cabbages, and still others with dried mushrooms. It was indeed a celebration of harvest. Chapter 75. Ice Fishing. Tao Tao reveled in the joyous atmosphere of Taojia village, appreciating the dishes laid out by each household, and grew increasingly fond of her current life. The elder had already decreed that they would use the clan's grain, mixing black flour with corn flour to steam buns. As she gazed at the array of vegetables, a yearning for meat arose within her. However, she realized that relying solely on the meat in her backpack would not suffice. She needed to learn self-sufficiency. Fish. Ice fishing it is. Without hesitation, she rallied her father and uncle, instructing them to bring hoes and spades along. Her cousin, Tao Xinghua, joined her, carrying a basket and bucket. Upon reaching the riverbank, they found a surface covered with thick ice. After searching for a while, Tao Tao finally located a section where the ice was thin enough. Father, uncle, please do not stand too close. We shall break the ice here to catch fish. Her mind swirled with visions of braised fish, pickled fish, spicy fish, and steamed fish. All right, you two girls, stand back a bit. Be careful not to fall in, her father, Tao Tegan, instructed. The brothers, Tao Tegan and Tao Taiju, took turns striking the ice cautiously at first, fearing for the girls' safety. As they continued, cracks began to form in the ice, widening with each blow. With a resounding crack, the ice shattered and a chunk sank beneath the surface. Brother, give it another strike. That hole is too small. All right, another blow, and the hole expanded to about the size of a basket. Just as Tao Tao was about to retrieve a small basket from her pack, a sudden sound caught her attention. Turning, she gasped in delight as a fish leapt from the water, landing on the ice. There are indeed fish. Hey, daughter, you truly are remarkable. Tao Tao handed her father the basket. Father, try using this. Perhaps we can catch a few fish. Daughter, watch and learn. Tao Taiju took the basket, plunged it into the water, and pulled it up with a flourish, revealing 3 or 4 wriggling fish. Daughter, we caught some. I'll place them on the ice. You and your cousin stay put. Tao Tegan, watching eagerly, noticed the bucket Tao Tao had brought and decided to use it as well. The bucket not only contained fish, but also some icy river water. He tipped the bucket into a basket, and, as the water drained away, the fish remained in the basket. Meanwhile, Tao Dashan scoured the area, searching for his 2 unfortunate sons, along with Tao Tao and Xinghua, but to no avail. Just as he was about to lose hope, a child mentioned that they seemed to have headed towards the riverbank. Alarmed, Tao Dashan rushed over, wondering what they were doing on the icy river. As he approached, he heard his daughter's voice. Father, you have a huge fish in that basket. It must weigh at least 3 or 4 jin. Tao, look, my father caught a lot of carp. What? Fishing? In the depths of winter. One might wonder where the fish come from. As Tao Dashan approached, he was astonished to find that 2 baskets were already filled with fish, and numerous others were flopping on the ice, evidently just caught and not yet frozen. How could such a bounty be harvested from a mere hole of that size? You 2 are here to catch fish, yet you brought along 2 little girls. Are you unaware that this is all ice? If they were to freeze, just wait and see how your mother would deal with you. Grandpa, you arrived just in time. We can have fish for dinner tonight. And there's pickled cabbage in the jar. So let us prepare a fish dish, Tao Tao exclaimed, her face radiating eagerness for fish, prompting Tao Dashan to quickly change his expression. Very well, we shall eat fish. Did you not hear the little girl's desire? Hurry and carry the fish back for your mothers to cook, and remember to take some pickled cabbage. Tao Tao, who had just lifted a basket of fish, promptly transferred the smaller catch into the larger basket and set off with it, not forgetting to pass the fishing basket to his father. Tao Tegan suppressed a chuckle, pretending not to notice as he continued to scoop fish with a bucket. He could see clearly that the fish he was currently gathering were neither as plentiful nor as large as those before, but there was still room for a few more scoops. After a quarter of an hour, Tao Tao deemed it sufficient and quickly called her grandfather and uncle to cease their efforts. They marked the hole to signal its danger, and with their catch in tow, the four of them returned to the village. On their way back, they encountered a group of villagers who had come to witness the fishing excitement. Tao Tao informed them that they had caught enough fish for the day, suggesting they leave some for when the ice melted, with today as catch being divided among the families for the New Year feast. Thus, they returned to the village, engaged in lively discussions about how to prepare the fish, marveling at the size of the catch and making plans for next year's fishing expedition. As the new year approached, the men from Taojia village who had been working away began to return home. This year, thanks to the potato harvest and Tao Tao frequently leading a group of children up the mountain, every household enjoyed a more abundant array of food. When Lu Dongxiao came to collect potatoes, he brought with him a generous gift of 100 taels of gold and 100 bolts of plain silk, along with 1,000 taels in silver notes and a box of jewelry, specially gifted to Tao Tao. The gold was offered at the ancestral hall, while the silk was distributed among the villagers, with Tao Tao's family receiving the largest share, as the potatoes had originated from her efforts. As the new year drew ever closer, the villagers became increasingly busy. On the 23rd day of the 12th month, known as the Little New Year, families gathered to pay homage to the kitchen god. They busily cut paper for window decorations. The following days were filled with various preparations, cleaning the house on the 24th, making tofu on the 25th, and slaughtering pigs on the 26th. Though this year, few had pigs to spare. Aside from a few fish caught, many had only procured some meat from the town. The saying goes, eating meat during the new year, especially braised pork, symbolizes prosperity and abundance. On the 27th, chickens were slaughtered, though most households could only afford one or two, for the cost weighed heavily. The 28th was marked by the last market before the new year, bustling with people buying spring couplets, festive decorations, and offerings. On the 29th, families visited ancestral graves to pay their respects, and on the 30th, they gathered to eat dumplings and usher in the new year. Unexpectedly, on the 28th, the town chief Yunnan sent a cart of New Year gifts to Tao Tao. When she learned of his visit, her eyes widened in surprise. Initially, she had no intention of sending any gifts herself, but now she found herself troubled by the obligation. Yunnan had brought 10 pounds of pork, 2 fish, a leg of lamb, for beautifully packaged delicacies, for bolts of cotton cloth, and a small box of hair ornaments suitable for a girl of Tao Tao's age. Tao Tao instructed Tao to take care of the guests and prepare a return gift for Yunnan. Just as she began to organize her thoughts, she was informed that Wang Guan, the steward from Fuyin County, had arrived. Upon seeing him, she was taken aback by the sight of 6 horse-drawn carts. After exchanging greetings, she hurriedly directed them to her storeroom, instructing Ji Qin to assist with the organization. Wang Guan reported, "Master, our team discovered that the estate still held 3,000 pounds of wheat and 8,000 pounds of corn, along with the winter wheat you provided. We ground all the wheat and corn, and from the mountains, we brought back 1,000 pounds of flour and 1,000 pounds of cornmeal. After discussing with old Madam O, we also prepared some gifts for the tenants as New Year offerings." "Excellent. Is there anything amiss?" she inquired. "Nothing for now. The management of the estate has been smooth, and the previous steward remains a diligent worker. I have also brought the accounts for your review. Additionally, we have a card of gifts from Li Zhubu, the clerk from Fuyin County. Oh, let us take a look. Are you returning this afternoon or staying the night?" Tao Tao asked as they moved. "We will return this afternoon, Master. Do you have any instructions?" "Very well. Please take the return gifts for Li Zhubu with you, and ensure you bring back some provisions for your celebration." "Thank you, Master." As for the gifts for Li Qingwei, they included 4 boxes of pastries, 4 boxes of dried fruits, 4 bolts of cotton cloth, a complete set of writing materials, 1 leg of beef, and 4 pairs of hair ornaments. After reviewing the offerings, Tao Tao understood that while the quality of the writing materials was not exceptional, they would serve her purpose well for practice. She sent Ji Shu to fetch her grandmother, Li Shi, to prepare another return gift, which would include 100 pounds of potatoes along with a booklet detailing cultivation and cooking methods. Li Shi felt overwhelmed, as her granddaughter had just called her to prepare one gift, and now there was another, leaving her puzzled about the situation. As for the return gift for Yunnan, it was not particularly extravagant. A package of dried mountain delicacies, 10 pounds of rice, a box of potato pancakes, 8 pieces, 2 smoked wild chickens, 2 smoked rabbits, and a basket of leafy vegetables. Master, the steward from County Magistrate Kong has arrived. Just as Li Shi turned to retrieve the rice, she heard Ji Qin's voice and sighed as she exited. Please come in. I will be right there. Yes. The steward from Magistrate Kong was no ordinary servant. He was skilled in martial arts and quite formidable. Kong steward, greetings. Miss, Happy New Year. The master sent me with New Year gifts, which were supposed to arrive yesterday. But due to Lord Lu's busy schedule, I am late. I hope you will not take offense, Kong Yifan said, bowing. What are you saying, Kong steward? I am more than pleased to welcome you. Please come in and sit. Just then, Tao Dashan returned with his 2 sons and, upon noticing guests, immediately welcomed them inside. 2 carriages, as indicated by Butler Kong, had their contents moved into the small storeroom by Tao Tao. She observed Kong Chiyun delivering the New Year gifts, 3 bolts of brocade, a complete set of the 4 treasures of the study, half a slab of pork, 2 legs of lamb, 6 boxes of pastries from the county's Rei pastry shop, and a basket of fruit containing pears and apples. There is also a small box filled with beaded floral accessories and delicate gold and silver ornaments. However, the gifts from Lu Dongxiao were somewhat extravagant. 6 bolts of silk, 4 sets of the 4 treasures of the study, 6 boxes of pastries from the capital's Rui Zhai, a basket each of pears and apples, 2 pounds of premium Longjing tea, and 2 sets of tea wares, one in white jade and the other in celadon. Additionally, there were various beaded floral decorations, a small box of exquisite gold, silver, and jade ornaments, along with 10 banknotes of 100 taels each. Observing all this, Tao Tao felt her temples throb. How could one possibly reciprocate such lavish gifts? In the main hall, numerous guests, under the hospitality of Tao Dashan and his sons, enjoyed tea. The first to arrive, Yunnan, noticed one carriage after another entering the courtyard, unloading their contents before departing. What was most surprising was that the guests did not leave, but instead helped carry the items. Eventually, he spotted Butler Kong of the county magistrate entering, accompanied by a man in a blue robe whom he recognized as having escorted potatoes back to the capital on the last visit. Yunnan's heart raced with unease. Did the Tao family have an acquaintance with that esteemed gentleman? After a quarter of an hour, Tao Tao approached the hall to invite everyone to dinner. The guests, having been instructed to follow her lead, graciously accepted her invitation. The meal consisted of white-cut chicken, boiled fish, pickled fish, chicken braised with mushrooms, pork stewed with vermicelli, radish and rib soup, cold spinach salad, dry sot egg cabbage, braised eggplant, and wintermelon stew. Due to the need to catch their carriages, with the exception of Yunnan, Butler Kong, and the man in blue, the others refrained from alcohol and dined on rice. Yunnan and the 3 members of the Tao family shared one table, while the accompanying guests were seated at another, and the women and children of the Tao family at yet another. Each table offered the same dishes, except for the Tao family's table, where Tao Tao served 2 jars of 2 pounds of mountain grape wine. Grandmother, for the return gift. I have a basket of fruit and 2 jars of 2 pounds of mountain grape wine, said Yuting. Mother, where should I put this basket of fruit and the 2 jars of wine? It's for the return gift to Li Zhubu from Fuyuan County. Please have Wang, the steward. Take it back later. Oh, is that so? I'll take it there right away, said the mother promptly. Kong Chiyun added 5 jars of 2 pounds of mountain grape wine and a 30-year-old ginseng root. Lu Dongxiao contributed 10 jars of 2 pounds of mountain grape wine. This is exhausting, sighed Tao Li. Miss, this is a letter from your master, said the man in blue as he handed a letter to Tao Tao outside the study. Upon entering the study and opening it, she found not only the letter, but also a deed for the mountain behind Tao Village, which bore her name. The letter contained a single line. The mountain was a gift from the esteemed gentleman above, with no further explanation provided. Tao Tao gazed longingly towards the capital side and retrieved a health-enhancing pill from her backpack, dividing it into 8 portions, dissolving 3 in water, and placing them in small porcelain bottles. She penned a letter and, upon exiting the study, entrusted the small porcelain bottles and the letter to the man in blue, instructing him to personally deliver them to Lord Lu Dongxiao. The man in blue took the items, tucking them into his robes, and after confirming with a nod, departed with butler Kong, carrying the return gifts prepared by Tao Tao. Not only for these two, but Tao Tao had also prepared a small gift for the accompanying guests, neatly packaged in small baskets. As for their contents, only they would discover upon unwrapping. Chapter 78. Joy accompanied by astonishment that evening, Li Qingyue, the assistant magistrate of Fuyuan County, received Tao Tao's return gift, personally delivered by Wang Yuliang, the steward. Similarly, Kong Qian received the New Year gifts brought back by his own butler. What filled both men with joy and astonishment was the mountain grape wine. Li Qingyue had heard of this translucent fruit wine, likened to agate, said to be found only overseas, and was taken aback by the talents of the third miss of the Tao family. This further solidified his resolve to ally himself with her. Kong Qian had the fortune to taste a cup of grape wine at his master's place. While it shared a sweet yet slightly bitter flavor, it lacked the purity of this wine. He was certain that it was not freshly brewed, but had been aged for at least a decade. In truth, Tao Tao's wine was not newly made. It had been brewed for nearly 6 months, and considering the external time-space ratio of 1:60, the wine was nearly 30 years old, with an undeniable high purity. The wine was crafted from mountain grapes, blended with 100-fold diluted spring water, and simply left to rest. Had it not been for the numerous guests delivering New Year gifts, she would have forgotten about the wine entirely. She had harvested all the mountain grapes, yielding 1,800 pounds, of which she sent out 60 pounds, reserved 20 pounds for herself, consumed 4 pounds, and the remainder was given to her grandfather. As for the origins, she preferred not to divulge. If asked, she would simply say she did not know. Tao Tao's return gift for Lu Dongxiao arrived in the capital shortly after midnight. The man in blue packed all the items and swiftly made his way to the capital using his lightness skill. The well-dried mountain delicacies, the pristine white rice, green vegetables, potato pancakes, smoked wild fowl and rabbits, and 20 jars of fruit wine, all clearly 2 pounds each, were laid before Lu Dongxiao. He glanced at the items before turning to the man in blue. Don't deceive me. There must be more. Master, here is the Miss' letter, and I must personally deliver these 3 small porcelain bottles to you, the man in blue replied, observing his master's expression and understanding he had guessed correctly. He quickly retrieved the items from his robes and placed them on the table. Master, this small basket is a gift from a miss, meant for me. Seeing his master's intense gaze, the man in blue instinctively shielded the basket. Stand still. I wish to read the letter and have some questions for you, Lu Dongxiao commanded, exhibiting his fondness for food and protectiveness over it. The letter contained a single line. The contents of the porcelain bottles enhance health and may assist you in dispelling your hidden ailments. 1 bottle per dose. Taken every 10 days for 3 doses, the porcelain bottle to be returned next time. What is this? Capable of dispelling my hidden ailments? This is splendid. Without further ado, Lu Dongxiao tucked the porcelain bottle away and inquired, How is the miss? Has anyone been troublesome? All seems well. Along with County Magistrate Kong, the Yuting Chong also delivered gifts, and the assistant magistrate from Fuyuan County sent his regards through the Miss S. Steward. Li Qingyue from Fuyuan County. I know him. He is quite commendable. Was everything tidied up? Lu Dongxiao's expression turned serious as he posed the question. Rest assured, I made sure of it before returning. I ensured the miss's safety. Indeed. By the way, what is inside your basket? Open it. I have no desire for your possessions. With a change of tone, Lu Dongxiao focused on the small basket held by the man in blue. The man in blue felt a shiver run down his spine under Lu Dongxiao's penetrating gaze, but ultimately relented and opened the basket. Inside, he found a 2-pound jar of wine, a pack of dried mountain delicacies, a smoked wild rabbit, a handful of green vegetables, and a packet of potato pancakes. Very well. Hand over your basket. You may take the rest of the items and leave. Understood. After the man in blue departed with the items, Lu Dongxiao eagerly retrieved the small porcelain bottle from his robes and promptly consumed its contents. Instantly, a warm flow coursed through him, bringing an indescribable sense of relief wherever it traveled. Moments later, he felt significantly lighter, as if his strength had been amplified. He quickly secured the porcelain bottle and reached for the jar of wine. The aroma of the wine was rich and fragrant, reminiscent of the foreign wine brought a decade ago. However, this wine scent was more profound and lingering. Lu Dongxiao murmured to himself, taking a generous sip and savoring it thoroughly. Delight, astonishment, and incredulity washed over him. This truly was that exquisite wine. and its flavor suggested it had aged for 30 years, rich and enduring, leaving one with a singular word to describe the experience: exceptional. Chapter 79. Tao Tao returns home with her family. Last year marked the first new year that Tao Tao celebrated after crossing over. Yet due to calamities, the festivities were rather muted. Today, however, Tao village not only had grain, but also some silver, and families were joyously celebrating the new year. This cheer extended beyond Tao village, as the atmosphere of joy and harmony permeated other areas as well. On the first day of the new year, people donned new clothes to pray and pay respects. In the morning, the entire family changed into new garments, set off firecrackers, and enjoyed dumplings. The village children, after receiving their red envelopes from their elders, formed groups to visit each household, where treats such as candies, peanuts, sweet potatoes, and nuts awaited them. Each child given a handful to take home. Tao Tao found the experience delightful and joined the visiting throng. With only 18 households in the village, it wasn't long before their pockets were filled to the brim. After returning home to empty their treasures, the group set out once more to continue their New Year visits. By the end of their rounds, aside from a bounty of food, they had also collected numerous red envelopes. The three sisters and Tao Su huddled inside, likely counting the coins from their envelopes and planning their expenditures. As the second day of the new year arrived, married daughters would return to their parental homes with their husbands and children to celebrate and share a meal. Tao Tadashi's daughter, Tao Tao, returned with her husband and their 3 children. Before they even entered the house, the 3 little ones rushed in, calling out with glee. The first to burst through the door was Tao Zhen'er's youngest son, 4-year-old Zhang Xiaoshan, followed closely by her 7-year-old son Zhang Dashan and 5-year-old daughter Zhang Xiaohua. Although Lu Guifang's family home, Lujia village, was over a dozen miles away from Tao village, the 3 children were eager to see their cousins after a long separation. Seeing this, Tao Lisher agreed to let them return to Lujia village to catch a cart, as they had ample time. The journey back to their maternal home was an event of pride, not just for themselves, but also for their family. As soon as Tao Zhen'er and her family entered the courtyard, relatives greeted them, and the children frolicked in the yard. "Sister, brother-in-law, come inside quickly. It's cold out here," they urged. "We're coming." Tao Tegan and his brother welcomed their sister-in-law into the house, while Lu's sisters-in-law brought in the New Year gifts. Tao Zhen'er's husband, Zhang Jiajia, was a carpenter, the second of 3 brothers. After the brothers married, they divided their household amicably without any strife. "Mother, sister, this year's New Year gifts are the same as before, but with the recent famine, even if brother-in-law has some skills, I doubt they have much left," Lu said softly to her mother-in-law, Tao Lisher. "I put the chickens sister brought in the coop. They weigh around 7 or 8 pounds. Mother, you don't think she brought all the good things from home, do you?" Tao Lisher pondered over her daughter-in-law's words. Is this girl struggling to make ends meet? Chickens, pork, and pastries, plus new clothes for both of them. "Mother, it's getting late. My husband and I will head back to my family home first. Please let my sister and her family stay a few days," she suggested. "Eldest daughter-in-law, you should hurry back to your family. It's rare for you to return, and it won't hurt to return a bit later. Just be careful on the road and watch over the 3 children. I'll check in with your sister later," Tao Lisher urged, waving Lu to leave quickly to avoid coming back late. "Understood, mother. Brother-in-law, my sister and I will return to her family. Please spend more time with our parents," Lu said. "Go ahead, I understand," her brother replied. Chapter 80. Lu Guifang's grand return to her family. Tao Tegan drove the cart, carrying his wife and her children along with the New Year gifts prepared by their parents, traveling along the dirt road toward Lujia village. Lujia village was geographically similar to Tao village, located downstream on the river. Behind the village stood a large mountain with a small slope by the river, and there was only one road leading out, making it conveniently close to Udingtown. The Lu family had deliberated for quite some time before deciding to marry their daughter to someone from Tao village. Although it was slightly farther from town, the hardworking nature of the people and their harmonious households were compelling reasons. Lu Guifang had a younger brother, Lu Fu, who was 3 years her junior. Unlike many families, Lu's parents did not favor their son over their daughter and treated both equally, which allowed Lu Guifang to maintain a close relationship with her family. Lu Fu's wife, Zhao, was from Lujia village. Raised by her widowed mother, Qin Xiaoqiao, Zhao was the only child in her family. Years ago, they fled from disaster and settled in Lujia village. Qin Xiaoqiao had a spirited personality but was kind-hearted. She wished for her daughter to marry nearby so they could see each other often, which led to the union with the Liu family. Knowing Zhao's background, the Liu family appreciated her capable and filial nature, especially during the famine when she had taken her mother in to ensure her well-being. As Tao Tegan entered Liu Jia village, a passerby spotted him and wondered which wealthy relative might be visiting in a cart. Curious, they approached and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Liu old man's son-in-law driving the cart? This is remarkable." The woman hurried toward Liu's home, shouting, "Nyo, your son-in-law has arrived with a cart." It was the second day of the new year, traditionally when married daughters return to their family. As she called out, more villagers came out to see the commotion. "Look, it really is a cart. And that driver. Doesn't he look familiar?" Someone remarked. "I think that is from Tao village, Liu old man's son-in-law," exclaimed another. "Oh, Liu old man is going to enjoy some good fortune. Why be envious? Liu old man and his wife treat their daughter and son equally. If their daughter is living well, wouldn't she think of her family?" This comment revealed the speaker's understanding, while others merely shrugged, eager to see if Liu's daughter would emerge from the cart. A remarkable individual directly halted the horse-drawn carriage at the entrance. Addressing the elderly couple who had been called out, he said, "Father, mother, it is quite chilly. Why do you venture out? Quickly, retreat indoors to warm yourselves. Gui Fei and I shall join you shortly." His words were spoken with a comforting tone, prompting the elderly couple to respond. "Tegan, you mean our Gui Fei is in the carriage?" "Father, mother, I have returned." Just as Tegan conversed with the elderly couple, Liu Gui Fei emerged from the carriage, lifting the curtain. "Grandma, Grandpa, Happy New Year." Three little ones also climbed down from the carriage to offer their greetings. "Ah, all is well, all is well. Hasten inside, for it is cold." Liu's matron beamed broadly, her face a tapestry of wrinkles. "You three accompany Grandma and Grandpa inside first. Father and Mother will bring in the supplies." "Mother, I shall assist you." The eldest, 12-year-old Tao Lihua, promptly spoke up, signaling her younger siblings. "All right then, Grandma and Grandpa, let us proceed indoors. Grandpa, I must tell you, Father's brought you wine, and for the younger sisters, fruits as well." "Oh, splendid indeed. Grandma, Mother has also brought you wine. Grandma says you will surely enjoy it at first sip." "Is that so? Then I must indulge in a couple of sips later." Liu Fu and his wife watched as their daughter and son-in-law busily unloaded items from the carriage. Momentarily taken aback, "Uncle, Aunt, Happy New Year." Tao Lihua, cradling 2 pieces of satin, greeted the bewildered couple. "Ah, Happy New Year. Our Lihua is truly impressive." Ultimately, under the envious gaze of the villagers, Tao Tegan entered the courtyard, shouldering half a side of pork and carrying a leg of lamb. Liu Guifei, meanwhile, balanced a full basket on her back, with each hand grasping 4 jars of wine. Lu Fu held 2 chickens and a basket of fruit, while Zhao carried 2 cloth bags and 4 fish. The sight of such an abundance left the onlookers yearning. "Oh my, Lu's son-in-law has struck it rich. That half-side of pork must weigh over 100 pounds, not to mention the leg of lamb." In Chapter 81, Mother and Daughter's Casual Chit-Chat, Lihua's mother remarked, "Lihua, why you brought back so much? Your in-laws are numerous, and we are managing well this year. Thanks to the potatoes you brought back, our harvest was plentiful. The village head has distributed more potatoes for planting come spring. You need not worry about home. Just cherish your time with your in-laws. Your mother-in-law is capable and treats her daughter-in-law kindly. You must show her filial respect. Remember to take that half-side of pork back." Lu's matron conversed with her daughter, concerned that Lihua might overlook the importance of propriety. "Mother, all these items were prepared by my mother-in-law. If I bring them back, she will surely scold me. Accept them, please." Lu Guifei understood her mother's apprehension regarding her taking her in-laws' gifts to support her family. She was aware that over the years, her in-laws had discreetly assisted her family. She was neither greedy nor discontent, recognizing the duty to respect both families. This year's gifts were genuinely prepared by her mother-in-law, most of which were gifts collected by her niece. Her mother-in-law, keenly aware of the gossip surrounding the Liu family's supposed poverty, decided to send a portion as a New Year's gift to elevate their family's reputation. "Lihua, is this truly from your mother-in-law? Do not deceive your mother. Indeed, mother, use these items as you see fit and allow my sister-in-law to take some back." Her mother, understanding the importance of respecting her in-laws, reiterated the need for diligence and not to be lazy. "Mother, I understand." As her cousin returned, they would have lunch before heading back. "Of course," Lu's matron replied. Lu Fu's family of 4, along with Tao Tegan's family of 5, filled the table with dishes of chicken, meat, and fish, creating a joyful atmosphere. Although they had invited Chin's family, they could not attend. Lu's matron had her daughter-in-law deliver food to her in-laws, sparing her the trouble of cooking. After lunch, the daughter-in-law's family would return to accompany Qin. This arrangement was customary, and both families enjoyed it, as they lived in the same village, only a few minutes apart. At Tao family village, Tao Lihua's mother asked, "Dear daughter, will you be staying for a few days?" "Mother, Zhubu and I must return. Let the 3 children stay here for a few days. I will come back to fetch them on the 6th. Tao Zhen understood her mother's intentions, but had her own thoughts. "Very well. I shall have your brother take you back. Do not worry about coming to fetch them on the 6th. Their uncle will bring them home." Tao Zhen saw her mother's determined expression and agreed. Tao Tao, aware of her aunt and uncle's impending departure, urged her mother to prepare return gifts. As for what her grandmother would give her aunt, that was not her concern. Tao Tao and her mother busily arranged the return gifts in the large storeroom. They prepared a leg of lamb, 6 boxes of pastries and dried fruits, 2 smoked wild chickens and rabbits, a basket of apples and frozen pears, 2 pieces of satin, 3 pieces of cotton fabric, a set of silverware, 2 sets of writing supplies, 40 pounds of rice, and 60 pounds of flour. After chatting for a while, Tao's matron entered the storeroom and was pleasantly surprised to find her daughter and granddaughter busy with preparations. The items they produced seemed even more abundant than her own. Though the silverware was not ostentatious, it suited her daughter well, enhancing her natural beauty. Tao's matron realized that her granddaughter must have been eager to contribute, demonstrating a desire to ensure their family had plenty. In Chapter 82, Organizing the Little Treasury, time passed swiftly, and before long, the Lantern Festival had come and gone, restoring tranquility to daily life. During the new year, Tao Tao, with her grandmother's assistance, had gifted numerous hair ornaments and accessories to her sisters, including her cousin. The family was aware that these gifts were intended for Tao Tao. Although they kept some, they allowed her to retain a portion. Today, Tao Tao indulged in a leisurely morning before retreating to her small storeroom to inventory her little treasury. This storeroom had been constructed after Tao's family arrived. Otherwise, there would not have been any available space. Inside, she found 20 pieces of cotton fabric, 5 pieces of satin, and 3 pieces of silk. There was a box of hair accessories, a box of velvet flowers, a box of pearl flowers, and 2 boxes of gold and silver jewelry. She possessed 2 sets of writing supplies, 20 banknotes of 100 taels, 580 taels of silver, and 1,673 copper coins. As for the New Year gifts and food sent from the estate, Tao Tao had taken them all to the large storeroom for her grandmother to manage. Everything in her small storeroom was meticulously recorded by Ji Qin, with both Tao Tao and Ji Qin having their own copies. After finalizing the inventory, Tao Tao returned to her room, claiming fatigue and instructing Ji Qin to guard the door, ensuring no one entered. She secured the door and slipped into the Yuling space. Tao Tao first checked her system backpack. 40 pounds of ribs, 30 pounds of pork belly, 8 pig feet, 10 pounds of brown sugar, 20 pounds of white sugar, 260 pounds of millet, 25 barrels of peanut oil, and 20 bottles of sesame oil, 180 pounds of beef for legs of beef, 2 legs of lamb, 20 plucked and cleaned chickens, 10 rabbits, 180 eggs, 270 salted duck eggs, 20 crucian carp, and 10 4-pound grass carp. 10 boxes of seasoning packets, each containing 60 bags, accompanied by a list of ingredients. 12 boxes of hot pot ingredients, each containing 80 bags, also with a list of components. 50 pounds of green peppers, 40 pounds of red chili peppers, 35 pounds of dried chili peppers, 60 pounds of green prickly ash, 10 boxes of 20-pound mangoes, 5 boxes of 20-pound dragon fruits, 12 boxes of 20-pound apples, 30 large watermelons, 80 pounds of lychee, and 50 pounds of strawberries, 15 bags of vermicelli, 15 pounds of dried black fungus, 12 pounds of dried white fungus, and 30 pounds of dried longan, 30 bottles of chopped chili sauce, 45 bottles of bean paste, and 24 bottles of beef sauce, 26 pounds of kiwi, 18 cans of mandarin oranges, and 16 cans of cherries, 25 health-boosting pills, 26 energy pills, and blueprints for bow and arrow production. 3,800 pounds of rice seeds suitable for the soil of the osmanthus, which can be improved. 2,760 pounds of corn seeds, also suitable for the osmanthus soil. And 3,600 pounds of sweet potato seeds that can be improved as well. There are 48 compartments, with only 3 being empty. As for the previous items like white rice, Tao Tao had taken them out, pretending they were sent from Zhuangzi. Looking at the agricultural section of the Yuling space. The warehouse is filled with ample rice, flour, and cornmeal, as well as an abundance of vegetables and fruits, not to mention the slaughtered chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, along with countless eggs. In the fields, there are still 50 to 60 ginseng plants that have not been irrigated with spirit spring water, the youngest being at least 5 years old and the oldest over 100. There are also over 20 pieces of lingji, which have not been watered with spirit spring water either. A box of gold leaves, more than 18,000 taels and silver notes, along with a considerable amount of honeysuckle and gold and silver ornaments, such as coral bracelets. One box contains several contracts, some for the Flawless Town grocery store, others for the Zhuangzi Mountain area of Fuyuan County, and also the service contract of the guards. As for the cultivation section, Tao Tao prefers not to disturb it for now. She simply wishes to live a carefree life, indulging in leisure. Chapter 83. Trial Planting of Sweet Potatoes, Part 1, Grandfather. This is another type of food I have in hand, which reportedly can yield over 6,000 pounds per moo. I wish to trial plant it in our backyard vegetable garden, Tao Tao said, placing 2 sweet potatoes on the table before her grandfather, Tao Dashan. 6,000 pounds. Even the usually composed Tao Dashan could not contain his excitement. Upon hearing the figure, he stood up abruptly, causing his chair to fall with a loud crash. Grandfather, this is called sweet potato. Since it is only early February now, if I start germinating the seeds, I can plant them in April, which counts as spring planting, and the yield will definitely exceed 6,000 pounds. The little one continued. Are you absolutely certain? Yes, I'm certain. However, it requires 2 months of germination before planting. About 100 pounds of sweet potatoes can cover 1 moo of land, the young girl reiterated. Very well. I will allocate 1 moo of land in the backyard for you. It is up to you whether to do it yourself or have someone else assist you. However, one thing, my dear, this should not be seen by any family members outside our household until the harvest. Tao Dashan not only felt thrilled, but also took action, giving instructions. That very night, he gathered the family and announced that the over 1 moo of land in the backyard would be dedicated to Tao Tao's experimental planting, with any vegetable seedlings to be sown in the front yard. If Tao Tao needed assistance, it should not be delayed, and above all, it must not be disclosed to outsiders. Upon hearing that Tao Tao would have an experimental field, the family members were filled with excitement, eager to assist her, their eyes gleaming with the unspoken message. If you need help, just ask me. Tao Tao smiled and said, Uncle, Aunt, and parents, our land needs to be organized. You just focus on tidying up the land. Mother, please take care of the front yard while I prepare to build a gate leading to the backyard. Tao, he is already working on it. Remember to lock the door when entering and exiting the backyard. Got it. All right, you can disperse now. Once the work in the fields is done, let us pretend we know nothing about the little girl's endeavors. Children enjoy playing, don't they? Tao Dashan concluded, and the family meeting was adjourned. In 2 days, not only was a new gate installed, but the earthen wall between the gate and the wall was also completed. Tao Tao and her companion spent half a day inside. Manager Zhao and Tao, you were also elusive that day. Until one day, Tao Dashan saw Manager Zhao and Tao carrying baskets through the back gate. Upon closer inspection, the baskets contained rotting leaves and soil from the mountains. They dumped the contents onto the already dug and crushed earth in the backyard and began raking. Having farmed for decades, Tao Dashan was perplexed, observing their actions and pondering what they were doing and why. Unfortunately, everyone was busy and no one answered him. Ji Qin and Ji Shu were busy breaking up the soil, while Tao Tao and Ji Xiu were selecting the sweet potatoes. As Tao Dashan watched this scene, he looked up towards the direction of the capital, revealing a smile that was hard to comprehend. Indeed, Tao Dashan thought to himself, even if that family were here, they would not regard these individuals highly, as in their eyes, guards were merely tools for killing. How could they be the ones laboring in the yard? Even he, had he not known they were part of the guard team, would not have believed the hard-working individuals before him were the mysterious guards of the Tao family. He recalled the magistrate who came to collect potatoes, recognizing the ring on his thumb and referring to him as a protector. He had been startled at the time, only understanding after Tao Tao explained. Truly, it was like seeing flowers in the fog, obscured by a single leaf. Little did he know that the magistrate and the county officials were all part of the guard team, all of them kin. Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. Chapter 84. Trial Planting of Sweet Potatoes, Part 2, with Tao and Manager Zhao coming and going. The 1 mu of land in the backyard was neatly mixed with the mountain's decayed leaf soil. The 100 pounds of plump sweet potatoes selected by Tao Tao and Jishio were well watered and only needed to be placed in the soil one by one, followed by another watering. Naturally, this task did not require the master, Tao Tao, to lift a finger. Jichin, Jishio, and Jishu directly followed the master's instructions, spacing the sweet potatoes evenly in the soil before covering them with a thin layer of earth. Tao, Yi, and Manager Zhao were tasked with fetching water and watering the plants. Tao Tao entrusted the subsequent care to Manager Zhao, who had expressed a keen interest in the potential yield of over 6,000 pounds per mu, stating he would participate throughout and document the process for future planting of autumn sweet potatoes. This time, Tao Tao did not use diluted spirit spring water. Instead, she utilized the common water used by every household in Tao village for planting vegetables. She wished to ascertain how much yield this sweet potato variety, suitable for the osmanthus soil, could produce per mu. The villagers of Tao village, aside from their own fields, had also been allocated some wasteland. This wasteland was rent-free for 3 years, and this year marked the second. Families were busy organizing their plots, toiling from dawn until dusk. Manager Zhao made progress. The sweet potatoes began to sprout slowly, with leaves emerging. The seedlings changed visibly not just daily, but certainly within 2 to 3 days. Manager Zhao meticulously recorded every detail, fearful of omitting any part of the process. Time passed in this manner, with Tao Tao spending her days foraging for wild vegetables with her siblings in the mountains and practicing her skills, while her nights were devoted to cultivating in the space. It is not that she yearns for strength, but rather that she understands that once the abundant crops in her possession are revealed, she will undoubtedly become a coveted figure in the eyes of certain individuals, naturally attracting attention and caution. After all, she is merely a humble farmer girl from a remote valley. She dreams of a life of leisure, yet she does not wish to be controlled by others. She recognizes that heaven has brought her here, providing her with a system and a space, intending to assist the local populace in securing food and clothing. This season, the general store in her town is not yet able to sell potatoes, but the next harvest will be different. Therefore, after the harvest of the potatoes in Taojia village, she plans to reserve what her family needs and sell the rest through the store. Next year, sweet potatoes will also be available for sale. Thus, she will require trustworthy individuals to open shops in the county or the prefecture. There is no rush. She will first cultivate her personnel. Master, the sweet potato seedlings have already developed 5 or 6 leaves. Is it time for transplantation? Tao Tao was contemplating when to sign in today when she heard the excited voice of Manager Zhao. Let us go take a look. Accompanied by her servants and the 3 siblings of Pear Blossom, Tao Tao made her way to the backyard. Observing the seedlings with their lush green leaves, Tao Tao waved her small hand. Let us tidy up the land today, and we will transplant them tomorrow. All right. The 3 siblings looked at the vibrant patch of green. Their eyes filled with joy and admiration for Tao Tao, and they expressed their eagerness to help the next day. Tao Tao graciously accepted their offer and began instructing everyone on how to transplant the seedlings, emphasizing the necessary spacing between each plant. After explaining, she suddenly remembered she had not yet signed in today. Hulu sign in. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Rewards: 10 bottles of crop growth agent, 50 pounds of sweet potato noodles, 30 pounds of sweet potato starch, 30 pounds of pork belly, and 5 pounds of brown sugar. Tao Tao squinted her eyes and smiled. Indeed, her successful seedling cultivation had yielded abundant rewards. The next day, Tao Daxian and his wife did not tend to their own fields, but instead followed Tao Tao into the backyard. Watching as the sweet potato seedlings were unearthed and set aside, the couple immediately turned to Tao Tao. All right, let us get started. Remember to leave enough space between each plant. The vines will cover this area. In a flurry of activity, they dug holes, placed the seedlings, covered them with soil, and watered them, working in harmony until an acre was planted. Looking at the newly planted sweet potato seedlings, Tao Tao silently thought, sign in. Immediately, the voice of Hulu echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Rewards: 6,000 pounds of sweet potatoes suitable for the soil of the Mushi Kingdom, along with the methods for making sweet potato noodles and starch. Also, 50 salted duck eggs and 60 chicken eggs. Seeing that everything was in order, Tao Tao instructed Manager Zhao to keep a close watch on this patch of land for the next few days, then exited the backyard with her group. Chapter 85. Advancement. Tao Tao led her grandmother into the kitchen, and with a wave of her hand, 10 pounds of ribs, 5 pounds of pork belly, and 20 eggs appeared on the countertop. Mischievously glancing at her grandmother, she skipped out of the kitchen. Li chuckled and scolded her for being greedy before picking up a knife to chop the ribs. Once back at her room, Tao Tao instructed Jichin to guard the door and not let anyone in. After Jichin nodded, she slipped into the Yuling space. Jichin and Jishu were outside making new clothes for Tao Tao, while Jishu helped in the kitchen. Upon entering the space, Tao Tao immediately made her way to the spirit garden, full of abundant spiritual energy. After finishing the planting of the sweet potato seedlings, she suddenly felt a warm current flowing through her body, increasing in intensity. Tao Tao surmised that she was on the verge of advancement. As she operated the chaos decision, the spiritual energy in the space swirled around her, merging into her body and coursing through her meridians. With each cycle, Tao Tao, who had reached the pinnacle of foundation building, continuously compressed the mass of spiritual energy in her dantian, transforming it into liquid, drop by drop, until it coalesced into a small water droplet. The droplet spun in her dantian, drawing in surrounding spiritual energy, growing larger and swirling faster, until with a pop, the droplet burst, revealing a transparent, bead-like object. Tao Tao knew this was the so-called inner Dan. She had now entered the golden core stage. Although it was merely the initial phase, it still signified her advancement to the golden core stage. With the sound of the pop, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into her body, traveling through her meridians, bringing a wave of indescribable comfort that instantly revitalized the somewhat exhausted Tao Tao. This signified her successful advancement, granting her an inner Dan that was untainted by the world's impurities, and it was indeed the purest form of the golden core. There are 3 colors of Dan: golden light that illuminates the world, purple light that shrouds in mist, and the myriad hues of colorlessness. Tao Tao's inner Dan was the colorless variety. After solidifying her advancement, she gracefully transitioned to the agricultural section to harvest her crops. After a busy period, Tao Tao felt that her ancient martial arts should also be ready for advancement. She practiced the sword technique and then utilized the ancient martial arts mindset to maintain her focus. Sitting there, when she opened her eyes again, she had advanced from a grand martial master to a martial saint. Tao Tao's assumption was indeed correct. Her advancement to martial saint was due to her progression to the golden core stage, allowing her to effortlessly reach the martial saint level. A 6.5-year-old martial saint would likely be met with disbelief, yet it was a reality that could not be denied. Tao Tao felt that her advancement had been far too casual. Perhaps this was another trial laid out for her by heaven. How wonderful it would be to simply be a farmer girl in the mountains. Why must I face such trials? Was heaven unwilling to take direct action, and instead made her the scapegoat? Heaven, irritated, huffed in disbelief. Child, you are clearly the protagonist. How could you be a mere scapegoat? Have you ever seen a scapegoat with a system and a space? Naturally, Tao Tao was unaware that she had unwittingly voiced her thoughts as she exited the space, fortuitously overheard by the slumbering heaven. In truth, this situation could not be blamed on Tao Tao. It was more the fault of the dozing heaven. Had he not been napping, the villagers of Taojia village would not have suffered so many casualties, nor would little Tao Tao have perished at the age of 5. He brought her here, restoring her spirit and granting her a universal sign and system, though it was only he who understood its true potential, revealing only select features to Tao Tao. Had Tao Tao known, her temper would have flared, and she would have likely plucked every last hair from his chin. Skikin, em hungry. Looking at her pitiable master. Though aware that this was intentional, Jichin immediately scooped her up and carried her to the kitchen to serve her food. Jishu remarked, "The master doesn't want anyone asking if she has advanced again." Tao Tao rolled her eyes. "Of course you know that and still ask." Jishu replied, "Jishu, give her a glare. Don't you see the master is hungry?" Tao Tao nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm so hungry." Jichin retorted, "I don't believe you." Jishu complained, "You all team up to bully me if I want to eat." Chapter 86. The sweet potatoes are harvested while Tao Tao was busy with the sweet potato seedlings. The families in Taojia village were also hard at work. Each household was allocated 10 acres of wasteland and contemplated what to plant on this land. Eventually, every family decided to cultivate corn, potatoes, and soybeans. These crops were not particularly demanding in terms of soil, but for potatoes, they needed to start with seedlings. The ground is turned, ridges are formed, and wood ashes spread across the fields. Similarly, Tao Tao's family cultivates potatoes, corn, and soybeans. After sowing the seeds, the idle men venture out to find short-term work to earn some silver. The women typically remain at home, tending to the vegetable garden, while the children venture into the hills to gather wild greens and collect firewood. By June, the winter wheat is harvested, followed by the digging of potatoes and, subsequently, the planting of autumn corn. After an industrious period, they harvest corn and soybeans, then replant potatoes. Every household is bustling with activity, and Tao Tao, alongside Zhao Guan and Ji Qin, is no exception. The sweet potato vines flourish in the field, lush and green, providing a pleasing sight. In the midst of this, Tao Tao plucks a handful of sweet potato leaves and stir-fries them with a few chili peppers. This delightful dish soon becomes a staple, and within days, a plate of sautéed sweet potato leaves graces the table. It is during this time that the elder of the Tao family, Tao Ji, realizes that his son's backyard has been cultivating this new food source. The wilting stems and leaves of the sweet potatoes indicate their impending ripeness. Observing the yellowing foliage, Tao Tao estimates that they will soon be ready for harvest. One day, the entire Tao family gathers in the backyard to pull vines, dig sweet potatoes, and pack them away. As they uncover large, plump sweet potatoes, joy fills their eyes. Even at the sight of the smaller ones, smiles abound. The family works diligently throughout the morning, completing the harvest, and the two elder gentlemen witness this newfound bounty. After weighing the harvest, their astonishment is palpable. 6,400 pounds from just 1 acre. Tao Ji exclaims, "The seeds gifted by our ancestors are indeed remarkable." Tao Yuan, Adedese. We need no longer fear hunger. Liang Shi humorously inquires if she has been waking up improperly. Others stand in stunned silence. Toi, take 2 baskets of sweet potatoes to the town and county office. Remember to leave behind the planting and storage methods, Tao Tao instructs, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, allowing the two to tend to their own cultivation. Each basket weighs 200 pounds, enough to plant 2 acres, though by September, it is too late for sowing. They must store them for the following year. The Tao family busies themselves moving the 6,000 pounds of sweet potatoes into the cellar, following Tao Tao's storage instructions. Thus, unbeknownst to the villagers, they have introduced a new high-yield food source into their community. Indeed, your skills have progressed splendidly. Keep up the good work, both in the arts and martial training, Tao Yixian remarks, assessing Tao Tao and the other 3 young ones with approval. Tao Lihua has now entered the ranks of innate martial artists, while Tao Su and Tao Xinghua are both innate warriors. These 3, blessed with natural talent, have also benefited from Tao Tao's clandestine additional training and the consumption of diluted spiritual spring water, enabling them to achieve their innate status at such a tender age. In a time when even ancient martial texts may be incomplete, achieving such a level before 30 without a powerful family background is an extraordinary feat. The eldest, Tao Lihua, is merely 13, while Tao Su and Tao Xinghua are 10, an achievement unmatched even among the 4 prominent families. The elder of the Tao family is well aware of this, having lived over a century and imparted wisdom on how to conceal one's aura. When they attained their innate levels, Tao Tao gifted each of them a storage pouch with a 50 cubic foot capacity and a jade pendant to mask their cultivation level. These treasures have piqued the envy of the adults in the family, especially Tao Ji, who has long heard of such storage pouches but has never possessed one. Noticing the longing in their eyes, Tao Tao gently reassures them. They're only these for now. Once I master artifact forging, I shall create more for you. After testing the 4, Tao Ji insists on staying in the area, claiming it is to guard the sweet potatoes. Consequently, Tao Yixian and his wife remain as well. Chapter 87, Tax Collection, Part 1. Ding, ding, ding. The large bell hanging from the big locust tree at the village entrance tolls. Men, women, and children rush toward the sound. Tao Xiao, the elder of Tao family village and a unanimously recommended village chief, stands at the forefront, flanked by 4 or 5 officials. The villagers sense a tax collection is imminent, filled with unease regarding this year's levy. Is everyone gathered? Tao Xiao's powerful voice resonates, revealing his robust presence. Yes, we are all here. They are aware that after 3 years of calamity and a year of recovery, taxes are to be collected this year. Tao Xiao pauses, surveying the silent crowd, then continues, "This year, there are changes in the tax structure. For every piece of land owned, in addition to the household tax of 2 stones of grain, there will be an additional land tax of 1 stone of grain per acre." The villagers exchange glances, and a voice rises amidst the murmurs. "Elder, can any grain be submitted? The tax can only be paid with rice, wheat, or corn," Tao Tao clarifies. The villagers begin to discuss this new development. Uncultivated land is exempt, but with our 10 acres of farmland plus the household tax, that totals 12 stones of grain. One exclaims, "You're 12 stones, but I must pay 13. Another adds, "Thankfully, we've planted potatoes. Our fields will yield soon, ensuring we won't go hungry." Indeed, the elders are wise, others chime in. The 4 officials dispatched to collect the taxes were instructed by the county magistrate and the local chief to observe quietly and refrain from voicing any concerns until they return. Surprised by the calm demeanor of the villagers, they remember their prior instructions and choose to remain silent. 1 stone equals 120 pounds. Tao Tao's family possesses 3 acres of paddy, 5 acres of dry land, and 4 acres of sandy land, totaling 12 acres, along with an additional 10 acres of uncultivated land. The village comprises 18 households with a total of 200 acres of farmland. The smallest household has 10 acres, while the largest has 12. In the past, poor yields and limited crop varieties plagued them, as the village was under the oppressive control of the unscrupulous Tao Yao. Now, with the 4 elders negotiating together, they not only enjoy high-yield crops, but also a variety of them. Anyone who does not adapt to this newfound prosperity would be foolish. Now that we've clarified everything, disperse and prepare your grains for weighing, Tao Tao declares, guiding the officials to an open area equipped with tables, benches, and scales. "Please, esteemed officials," he gestures. The officials take a moment to refresh themselves with water before proceeding to the weighing and recording of the grains. Each household had prepared their grain in anticipation of the tax change, estimating their yields before arriving. Some, fearing discrepancies, brought their corn in baskets to wait for weighing. The 4 officials, each with a designated role, begin the process, verifying names and landholdings, weighing and reporting grain types and weights, and recording the information. The first to be weighed is Tao Zhao's family, with Tao Ran and his family in attendance. Tao Zhao, with 12 acres of land, pays a household tax of 2 stones and a land tax of 12 stones, totaling 14 stones. Tao Tao has harvested 8 stones of wheat and 6 stones of corn, summing up to 14 stones. Chapter 88, Tax Collection, Part 2, to discuss the tax collection in Taojia village. It is essential to note that the village does not cultivate rice. Instead, they grow only wheat, corn, potatoes, and soybeans. Thus, only wheat and corn are submitted as tax. The corn is measured as individual kernels, not cobs. Tao Jinju has 10 acres, paying a household tax of 10 stones and a land tax of 2 stones. He has harvested 7 stones of corn and 5 stones of wheat, totaling 12 stones. Tao Jinshan has land, and Tao Yinhai has 8 stones of corn and 4 stones of wheat, also totaling 12 stones. The individuals responsible for verifying and recording the harvest were anxious, as were the 2 individuals weighing the grain. With fewer than 20 households in Taojia village and 200 acres of farmland, the tax submissions consisted solely of wheat and corn. There was not a single grain of rice, leading one to wonder if the village had forsworn rice cultivation this year. If the villagers were aware of the thoughts of the 4 individuals, they would undoubtedly give a thumbs up and exclaim, "Brother, you've hit the nail on the head." Though there are only 18 households, the volume of grain weighed was substantial, and this endeavor extended into midday. "Gentlemen, it is now noon. I have prepared some simple tea and meals, and I kindly invite you to partake," Tao Tao remarked, catching Tao Ji's eye and bowing to the officials. The 4 exchanged glances and expressed their gratitude, saying, "We apologize for the trouble we have caused the elder. Thank you for your hospitality." There was no escaping the necessity of polite discourse. Returning without proper manners would surely incur reprimand, and henceforth they would pay closer attention to Taojia village. It was clear that no village comprised merely a dozen households with over 70 individuals. The grain weighers were all of the same surname, and the elders undoubtedly recognized this, as they had reiterated their instructions multiple times. What they referred to as simple meals were not truly so. The dishes were prepared at the canteen beside the ancestral hall. The 4 officials and the elderly men were seated at one table, enjoying spicy rabbit meat, chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried cabbage, radish and pork rib soup, oil-braised eggplant. smashed cucumber, 2 plates of peanuts, 2 jars of wine, and a large platter of white bread. The rabbit, pork, and chicken were generously sponsored by Tao Tao, who had been observing the officials closely, evidently aware of their prior instructions. Since they had suppressed their curiosity, she felt it unnecessary to serve them merely simple fare, especially considering that one day they might require her assistance. The 4 men gazed at the lavish spread, uncertain of how to respond, and could only awkwardly partake in a meal. After dining, they resumed weighing the grain, as several households had yet to be accounted for. Tao Ji, with 10 acres of land, pays a household tax of 2 stones. Tao Deshan, with 12 acres, also pays a household tax of 2 stones. When her grandfather's name was called, Tao Tao noticed that all 4 officials simultaneously lifted their heads to look at him. One of the officials asked, "Are you Tao Deshan?" Tao Deshan, somewhat bewildered, nodded and replied, "Yes, I am Tao Deshan. May I inquire, sir?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the same official. "Is Miss Tao Tao at home? My superior has entrusted me with a letter to deliver personally to her. She is here." Tao Deshan called out to Tao Tao, who was attentively observing the grain. "Let us weigh the grain first. We can discuss matters afterward." Tao Tao had certainly overheard their conversation and nodded in agreement. The official continued, "Tao De Ming, with 10 acres of land, pays a household tax of 2 stones. After a flurry of activity, they finally completed the weighing of all the grain from Taojia village. They requested the villagers' assistance in loading the grain onto the ox carts. Faced with a considerable amount of grain, the 4 officials felt perplexed and had no choice but to seek help from the village head, Tao Xiao. The cunning elders had anticipated this situation. The village had acquired several ox carts throughout the year, and assisting the officials with transportation was no trouble at all. So they readily agreed. Chapter 89. An unusual situation, miss. This is from my superior, who insisted that I deliver it directly to you. The official who had weighed the grain respectfully presented 2 letters to Tao Tao and then stood aside, bowing his head. "Please sit down. Ji Shu, serve the tea," Tao Tao said, unwilling to keep the official waiting. "Thank you, Mississippi." One letter was from the capital, and the other was written by Kong Chi Yun. Tao Tao opened Kong Chi Yun's letter first. He wrote that after traveling around, he found that all those who planted potatoes harvested over 3,000 pounds. He had sold the harvested potatoes as seeds and hoped that in the future, no one would go hungry. The letter also mentioned that the 18,000 pounds of potatoes Tao Tao had sent him were sold for 15 per pound, and the money was converted into silver notes. Tao Tao glanced at the silver notes, which included 2 1,000 tael notes, 1 500 tael note, and 2 100 tael notes. "Is there anything else from Magistrate Kong?" Tao Tao inquired after finishing the letter. "My superior requests that you visit the county office in half a month," the official replied. "Very well. Please inform Magistrate Kong that I will arrive on time. Miss, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, as I must escort the grain back to town." "Thank you for your hard work," Jishu said, promptly entering to present 2 pouches. "This is for you from the miss, and this is for the gentleman's tea." "Thank you, Mississippi." "Thank you, young lady." After watching the official depart, Tao Tao opened the letter from the capital. It was penned by Lu Dongxiao, stating that the potato harvest had astonished everyone, and they had begun cultivating them as seeds in the suburbs of the capital. Since the potato harvest, he had been either roasting or boiling potatoes, spending more than half of the month consuming them. Aside from roasting and boiling, Tao Tao had only provided the method for stir-frying potato slices, leaving out other cooking methods, as she hoped to open a restaurant in the future. To her surprise, Lu Dongxiao's letter primarily inquired whether there were any other ways to prepare potatoes. Tao Tao face-palmed, realizing that while she had not concealed other recipes, she had simply wished to reserve them for her future endeavors. With a sigh, she stored the letter in her space and returned to her study. The gluttonous nature of that individual was truly beyond words. Tao Tao pondered whether that person would be tempted to eat potatoes at every meal upon discovering the multitude of delicious potato recipes. With a smile, she picked up her pen and began to write down various cooking methods: fried potato strips, pan-fried potato slices, potato stew with beef, chicken braised with potatoes, potato cakes, and mashed potatoes. As she wrote, she shook her head, feeling as though she had traversed into a fictitious empire. The individual in power was quite remarkable, exhibiting a penchant for food while being rather frugal, leaving her to wonder how they maintained their position. Having been there for 2 years, she had learned from those around her that aside from their love for food, the royal family possessed no extraordinary traits. Meanwhile, The four prominent families appear to be growing more restless, with some even brazenly engaging in certain activities. Yet, the individual and his sons remained unaffected, continuing their affairs as usual. Tao Tao found the situation rather peculiar. It was hard to believe that the royal family had not noticed these movements. One could only speculate what thoughts they harbored. Tao Tao pondered increasingly upon her circumstances, having resided in Taojia village for 2 years. She found herself disinterested in the mountains of late and rather bored. Perhaps a visit to the capital city would provide some excitement. Chapter 90. Setting off to Ning County Hulu. Sign in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in. You have received 5 pounds of brown sugar and 10 pounds of pork belly. How are Tao E and Tao Air faring? It has been a year. There should be no issues, as they are among the former retainers of the Tao family. Master, Tao Air reports that there were initial inspections, but nothing unusual followed. However, Lord Hong has yet to visit the village, and Tao Air has learned he is under surveillance. Oh, did Lady Hong have anything to say? None. Upon learning that Lord Hong was merely injured and under observation, Lady Hong cautioned her family to refrain from leaving the village except for essential purchases. Very well. Instruct Tao Air to remain vigilant. Understood. Hulu, we have spent 2 years here, and, aside from Taojia village, we have only ventured to Fuyuan County. This time we can finally enjoy an outing. Sister, what prompted you to bring them along? Since we rarely get to go out, the more the merrier. Though this excursion was at the invitation of Kong Chiyun, Tao Tao also wished for her siblings to experience the world beyond their sheltered existence. As long as that family remained relentless in their pursuit of the escort, she felt it prudent to prepare in advance. She was unconcerned with the elder strategies, but desired her siblings to be informed early, rather than remaining oblivious until trouble arose. Accompanying Tao Tao were the 4 companions with whom she practiced, alongside several children of the Tao family. Additionally, there were adults accompanying them, including the 2 venerable grandmothers, Liang and Lin, both of innate martial prowess, as well as Tao Dayo and Tao Dayu from the Tao Yu and Tao Zhu families, respectively. 13 children of various ages, along with the 2 elderly ladies and their guardians, occupied 3 horse-drawn carriages. 12-year-old Tao Minghai, 15-year-old Tao Yang, 11-year-old Tao Di, and 10-year-old Tao Su shared 1 carriage. Driven by Tao Dayo, Tao Tao, accompanied by her 3 guardians and 13-year-old Tao Lihua, 12-year-old Tao Du, 10-year-old Tao Xinhua, and others traveled in another carriage. Driven by Zhao Yukai, Liang and Lin took 9-year-old Tao Xiaohong and 7-year-old Tao Xiao in the last carriage, guided by Tao Dayu. Tao Yi remained discreetly hidden, following behind to ensure their safety. Thus, the 3 carriages rumbled out of Taojia village under the watchful eyes of their kin, heading towards Ning County. Kong Fu, the servant, inquired, Master, do you have any instructions? Kong Chiyun calculated the days and noted that the young lady would arrive in the county today. He hastily summoned his attendants and instructed, you must immediately await at the county entrance. The young lady of the Tao family will arrive today. Upon meeting her, ensure she is settled into the residence previously arranged. Yes, I shall go at once. Upon hearing this, Kong Fu rushed away, realizing the importance of attending to the young lady's needs. Seeing Kong Fu's hurried departure, Kong Chiyun diligently managed his affairs, eager to encounter the extraordinary young lady. Remarkably talented at such a tender age, she surpassed him in martial skills, leaving him feeling quite inadequate. Over the past 6 months, he had been training diligently, often pushed further by Tao. Chapter 91. Welcome gifts in Ning County. The journey from Taojia village to Ning County was not particularly lengthy, and with no urgency. They ambled along at a leisurely pace. After 2.5 hours, they finally reached the gates of Ning County. At the entrance stood 4 officials, maintaining order and observing the arriving individuals. However, an additional figure was present today, Kong Fu, who had been sent by Kong Chiyun to await Tao Tao. Having waited for an hour and a half, Kong Fu was well aware that the officials recognized he was there for the young lady of the Tao family. Since the recent harvest of potatoes, the title Miss Tao had gained notoriety, yet little else was known. Kong Fu craned his neck, scanning the approaching carriages and pedestrians. As noon approached without sight of Tao Tao, he found it impossible to remain calm. Fuzi, there are 3 carriages ahead. Could they be from the Tao family? One official, sharp-eyed, remarked. Zhuzi, it appears so. I've seen the Tao family's carriage before. Let us observe closely. Kong Fu felt a surge of excitement. As Tao Dayo guided the carriage to the entrance, he was greeted by a voice. Are you from Taojia village? Indeed, we come from Taojia village, Tao Tao responded, somewhat puzzled, but not inquiring further. Is Miss Tao Tao among you? Kung Fu asked quietly. Miss Tao Tao. Yes, she is in the second carriage. Upon hearing this reply, Zhao Yukai approached, cupping his hands in greeting. I beg your pardon, Fuzi, for waiting for my young lady. She has instructed me to heed your arrangements. Zhao Guanshi, you flatter me. Let us enter the city. Accommodations have been prepared. Realizing the identity of the voice, Kung Fu swiftly returned the gesture. Please lead the way. Very well. I shall take my leave now. I look forward to treating you all to drinks later. Thank you. Kung Fu acknowledged, addressing the four officials. Fuzi, go ahead. We shall drink at another time. The matter at hand is most pressing. Kung Fu took his seat at the front of the first carriage, directing Tao Tao. A quarter hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. We have arrived. This is the place. Upon hearing this, the passengers disembarked and entered the courtyard, while the carriage entered through a side gate. Miss, you are Kung Fu. Did your master send you to the city gate? Yes, my lady. The master instructed me to bring you here for settling in. He will join us once he has completed his tasks. Kung Fu replied with a smile. Thank you for your assistance. My siblings have come along as well. Could you help settle them? Rest assured, I will ensure everything is in order. Please, take some time to rest. We shall manage without formality, Tao Tao said with a gentle smile. Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Thank you. You may rest now. Yes, I shall take my leave. Grandmothers, please escort everyone to their rooms and help them settle in. Ji Qin, take Ji Shu to the kitchen. Ji Xiao, accompany me to my quarters. Aside from the four who had previously visited Fuyuan County, the others appeared bewildered, unsure of how to proceed, ultimately following the grandmother's guidance. Ji Xiao, how is your practice with the intricate threads progressing? Master, do you expect Ji Xiao to impress you? Ji Xiao looked at Tao Tao, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Seeing Tao Tao remain silent, Ji Xiao proudly declared, I assure you, I will train diligently and impress Kong Qiyun. Ji Xiao, why not survey the entire courtyard and consult Zhao Guanshi on whether you should train with Kong Qiyun? I will take a moment to rest. Tao Tao recalled that she had yet to check in today, eagerly anticipating the discovery of several delightful locations to sign in at in Ning County. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in at Ning County. You have acquired the Jiwei building on Beida Street, along with 1 steward, 2 chefs, 1 accountant, and 2 guards. Please proceed to Jiwei building within the hour to meet Steward Sun Yutian. Could this be a cheat? Tao Tao was taken aback upon hearing the reward. Sister, if you do not arrive at Jiwei building to meet Steward Sun within the hour, you will forfeit this reward. All right, I shall go immediately. This pertains to my finances. The little money-loving Tao was activated. Zhao Steward, prepare the carriage. Xiao and I will visit Jiwei building on Beida Street. If you are uncertain, bring Kung Fu along. Tao Tao instructed swiftly. Yes, master. Under Kung Fu's guidance, Zhao Yukai halted the carriage at the entrance of Jiwei building. Miss, we have arrived at Jiwei building. Good. Tao Tao replied, standing at the entrance with her 3 companions, gazing at the 3 characters of Jiwei building, the scent of silver wafting in the air. Esteemed guests, please enter. A young waiter with a cloth draped over his shoulder approached with a smile upon noticing the 4 at the door. Excuse me, is Steward Sun Yutian present? Tao Tao inquired with a nod and a gentle smile. Indeed, Mississippi Steward Sun is here. Please have a seat while I fetch him, the young waiter responded, ushering them inside, before hurriedly making his way further in. At that moment, Steward Sun Yutian was perplexed. Having just received an urgent letter from the owner stating that the true proprietor of Jiwei building had arrived and instructed him to hand over a certain box to the owner. While still in a daze, he heard the waiter announce someone was seeking him. Suddenly recalling the urgent letter, he thought, could it be true? Greetings, esteemed guests. What brings you to seek me? Steward Sun Yutian arrived in haste and clasped his hands in salute. Good day, Steward Sunday. I am Tao Tao, she replied, following the words suggested by the gourd, playing with the ring on her thumb while smiling at Steward Sunday. Upon hearing and seeing her, Steward Sun realized, indeed, she was the genuine owner. Not only was she the proprietor, but also quite young. Nonetheless, it was better to see her than not at all. Miss, let's speak in the back courtyard. Tao Tao nodded and followed him into the rear courtyard. While Zhao Steward informed the young waiter to keep an eye on Kung Fu before joining them in the courtyard. Greetings, my lord. The Wu Ti group pays respects to you. May you be at peace. Steward's son Ution bowed deeply. Rise. There is no need for such formalities in the future. Yes, my lord. This box was entrusted to me by the former owner to pass on. Steward's son Ution respectfully presented the box. Tao Tao received the box and, with a swift motion, unlocked it with a click. Inside were several papers, the contract for the Jiwei building, indicating that this establishment belonged to her, as well as 6 bonds of servitude. Steward's son, do you recognize these individuals? Tao Tao handed the bonds to Steward's son for his review. Certainly, my lord. I recognize all but 1 bond, which belongs to me. The other 5 individuals are currently in the establishment. I shall call them at once. Very well, please do so. Tao Tao mused upon hearing the reward. She suspected these individuals were likely from the guard team. Upon further observation, it seemed she was indeed correct. Before long, Steward's son Ution returned with 5 men, all exhibiting a respectful yet unassuming demeanor, the eldest appearing to be in his 40s. Tao Tao toyed with the ring on her thumb, tilting her head as she observed the 5 men. Initially, they seemed unconcerned, but when she intentionally revealed the ring, their eyes sparkled with surprise, their gazes following the ring. I will pose a question, and you shall respond. Who among you recognizes this item? I do. The 5 replied in unison. Tao Tao noted their astonishment as they exchanged glances, revealing they were unfamiliar with one another, which she found amusing. I am Tao Tao of the Tao family. Are you from Wu Ti or Yinshi? I am from Yinshi Shadow Guard, Group 2, Wei Wu. Paying respects to my lord, one replied. I am from Yinshi Shadow Guard, Group 1, Ying Qi, paying respects to my lord. I am from Wu Ti Group 1, Zihan, paying respects to my lord. I am from Wu Ti Group 7, Ningyu, paying respects to my lord. I am from Wu Ti Group 5, Han Dong, paying respects to my lord. Very well, rise. The 3 of you are also from Wu Ti. Get acquainted among yourselves. I will be in Ning County for a while. You shall continue with your usual duties, and should there be any arrangements, I will inform you. While Tao Tao maintained a calm exterior, her heart was in turmoil. She was certain she had fallen into a deep pit of misfortune. My lord, I suggest having Wei Wu accompany you for protection. As there are many of us out here, Zhao Steward advised, bowing his head. After considering the suggestion, Tao Tao agreed to have Wei Wu accompany her, while the others continued as before. After a brief discussion with Steward's son regarding Jiwei Building's business, she instructed the procurement of writing materials and elegantly composed 4 menus before leaving gracefully. Steward's son observed the young master, who exuded a commanding presence despite her youth and possessed excellent penmanship, and could only think of 2 words, prodigy. In the kitchen, Zihan and Han Dong, upon receiving the menus from Steward's son, eagerly retreated to the small kitchen to study them. County Magistrate Kong, have beggars always existed in this county? Tao Tao inquired with curiosity. I have seen beggars in Wuxia Town, both young and old, filthy and disheveled, though only a handful, she continued. However, upon wandering around Ning County after leaving Jiwei Building, she encountered nearly 20 beggars. Given that the calamity had passed over a year ago, she found it perplexing that so many beggars remained. My lord, beggars exist not only in Ning County, but also in other regions, even in the capital, and their numbers are significant, Kong Qian explained. Why is this? Aside from the royal family and the 4 prominent families of the Muxi Kingdom, there exists a gang known as the Beggar Gang. They have established themselves under this name, and it is said they have a mysterious leader for guardians and 8 elders. Is there truly a Beggar Gang? Is the leader named Hong? Tao Tao felt a sense of familiarity with the Beggar Gang and suddenly recalled seeing the character Hong Chi in a television series in her previous life. Do you know the leader of the Beggar Gang? Kong Chi-yun exclaimed in surprise. Seeing his expression, Tao Tao felt she had stumbled upon the truth. Could it be that the leader of the Beggar Gang really was named Hong? Be calm. I merely mentioned it in passing. How much do you know about this Beggar Gang? Kong Chi-yun shook his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I do not know how many members the Beggar Gang has, only that they are everywhere. I have heard that the leader is named Hong, and the 4 guardians are wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, while the 8 elders are named gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, and ice. The individuals standing before you remain unrecognized, rendering it impossible to distinguish between the elders and the guardians. It is said that the leader of the beggars sect attained the rank of martial sage 8 years ago. The minimum rank for the guardians and elders is martial sovereign, although this information is merely hearsay from several years past. The specifics remain unknown to anyone. The beggar's sect is indeed a peculiar organization. Tao Tao expressed her musings, her curiosity piqued. What do you know about the Qingshan sect and the Xianyao sect? The Qingshan sect practices ancient martial arts, while the Xianyao sect primarily focuses on ancient martial cultivation, with a few members being cultivators themselves. Cultivators? The term intrigued Tao Tao. Indeed, the second, fourth, and fifth princes of the royal family are affiliated with the Xianyao sect, with the second and fifth princes being cultivators who reached the later stages of Qi training 2 years ago, while the fourth prince is at the innate martial master level. The eldest and third princes are with the Qingshan sect, also at the innate martial master level. After the potato harvest, the 5 princes return to the capital. Following Kong Qiyun's words, a glimmer of inscrutable amusement flickered in Tao Tao's eyes as she continued. Are you aware of the influence wielded by these families and sects? I trust their hidden strengths are not insignificant. I know a bit. It is rumored that 2 ancestral figures of the royal family remain in a forbidden area, and their strength is unknown. What I do know is that the royal family possesses a second-tier alchemist, who is of martial sage rank. A second-tier alchemist? How intriguing. The Tao family is the weakest among the 4 great families, yet they are an affiliated clan of the Xianyao sect. The other 3 families have ancestral guardians, and their specific strengths are uncertain, but they are on par with each other, the highest being martial sage. Please send a message to your master, urging him to thoroughly investigate the relationships and strengths among the 4 families and the 2 sections. Upon hearing the mention of the Tao family, a flash of indignation crossed Tao Tao's eyes. Understood. But why did you summon me here? Tao Tao returned to the matter at hand. My lord, my master conveyed that the potatoes you have unveiled have garnered the attention of the 4 great families, and some of the princes have begun to stir. It is said that individuals have already departed from the capital to investigate you. Kong Qiyun refrained from disclosing the exact contents of his master's message. He had found it rather perplexing and had been occupied with devising ways to provide those investigators with misleading information. Tao Tao's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table as she pondered, eventually stating, I recall not disclosing my name, yet if they genuinely seek to inquire, they will undoubtedly uncover my identity. I am merely a simple peasant girl from the mountains. What do I know beyond foraging and farming? Kong Qiyun nodded, expressing concern. My lord, although it was mentioned as the young lady of the Tao family, many are aware that the potatoes originated from Tao village, which may pose some trouble for you. Please exercise caution. I understand. However, I do not relish trouble, yet I do enjoy instigating it. If they approach me with kind words, that is one thing, but should they harbor ulterior motives, they can expect to encounter my own brand of trouble. Tao Tao remarked with a cold smile. My lord, can sweet potatoes only be cultivated once a year? In some regions, they can be grown twice, though timing must be carefully managed. This crop is not particularly choosy about the soil, and the tender leaves can also be stir-fried for consumption. Thank you, my lord. Without you, I fear that Ning County would struggle to secure food supplies, Tao Tao said with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. Chapter 94. The new forces of the Mushi kingdom. Tao Tao was well aware that it was only a matter of time before Tao village caught the attention of outsiders. She simply did not anticipate that even the usually indifferent individuals would take action. At this moment, she felt the pressing need to leverage her connection with her master to establish a sect. The question remained, where should she choose to do so? She had her sights set on the central valley of the great mountain behind Tao village, a place where she often practiced her cultivation. However, she contemplated how to proceed. Sister, the gourd can assist you, a voice echoed in her mind during her contemplation. Gourd, how should we do this? Sister, your current cultivation is at the golden core stage, so establishing a residence or sect is feasible. The gourd can assist you in setting up formations. The gourd's soft voice ignited a spark of inspiration in Tao Tao. Formations? Of course. Did not my ancestral master impart formations to me? I've been too preoccupied with my laid-back existence to delve into my studies properly. Gourd, let us go to that valley tonight and establish our sect. However, we need to decide on a name, Tao Tao mused, feeling somewhat lacking in intelligence after 2 years in this world. Naming? Let me think. Sister, establishing a sect requires accepting disciples. Are you planning to teach both ancient martial arts and cultivation? As for ancient martial arts, yes. As for cultivation, that will depend on fate. Character is of utmost importance, and understanding is something I take lightly. Sister, how about calling it the Green Garment Pavilion? The Green Garment Pavilion, what do you think of the name Ghost Mountain Manor? Tao Tao squinted her eyes, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Ghost Mountain Manor. Let's name it that. It sounds mysterious upon first hearing it. That will do, the gourd exclaimed excitedly. Very well, let us proceed with that name. I will promptly spread the word. Jichin, a voice called from outside. Miss, do you have any instructions? Jichin, who had been waiting outside, entered promptly upon hearing her mistress's voice. Please summon my 2 great-grandmothers, and have Tao Yi, Zhao the steward, and Ji Shu and Ji Xiu wait outside. I shall have matters to discuss shortly. Yes, I shall attend to it right away. Jichin hurried to the rooms of the Liang and Lin families to convey Tao Tao's message before seeking out Steward Zhao. Miss Tao, what is the matter? Liang inquired as soon as she entered the room. Please, both great-grandmothers, take a seat. Due to the bountiful potato harvest, Tao Village has attracted the attention of individuals from the capital, and some have already sent people to investigate. Liang and Lin exchanged glances, this development falling within their expectations. Though they were uncertain of Tao Tao's intentions, I trust that the elders have their arrangements, but I do not wish to remain idle. The 2 women noted the sudden aura of danger emanating from Tao Tao, feeling a sense of relief. Great-grandmothers, since the Mushi kingdom hosts a gang and 2 sects, along with the 4 great families and the royal power, I intend to ignite the flames further. I plan to present myself under the name Ghost Mountain Manor. Ghost Mountain Manor? What are your plans, Tao Tao? I intend to establish a manor in the central valley of the mountain behind our village. There lies a valley where cultivation is superior to that of the surrounding area. The 2 women exchanged glances, seeing the determination in Tao Tao's eyes. They silently agreed with her plan. Tao Tao, should we inform the family to commence construction in the mountains? Great-grandmother Lin, there is no need to inform the family. I can manage this with a single visit tonight, Tao Tao replied with a smile. Seeing Tao Tao's relaxed demeanor, Lin was taken aback. How could such a significant matter be resolved with just a single visit? Tomorrow, news about Ghost Mountain Manor will begin to circulate. Remember to listen carefully, and then return to inform the clan members. Very well. We shall heed your wishes, young manor lord. Both grandmothers chuckled. Let us return and rest while you busy yourself, they said as they exited the room. Jichin, please allow Tao Yi and the others to enter. Greetings, Mississippi greetings, my lord. The fact that Tao Village had drawn attention meant they too would be scrutinized. Tomorrow, spread the word that the potatoes from Tao Village are produced by Ghost Mountain Manor. As the adopted daughter of the manor lord, who is also a native of Tao Village, is the current young manor lord. Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals exchanged puzzled glances but refrained from questioning, choosing instead to await their lord's next directive. The Ghost Manor is situated at the heart of the towering mountain that encircles Taojia Village. Tonight, I shall make arrangements. I trust you can reach out to your respective group members to disseminate the news about the Ghost Manor. The Master intends for us to refrain from contacting anyone outside our group for the time being. Understood? Yes, Master. Yes, Miss. The Ghost Manor. I wish for the moment people awaken tomorrow, they will hear the name resounding in their ears. The manor not only practices ancient martial arts, but also harbors cultivators. The manor's lord wields a strength yet to be unveiled, and the number of individuals within remains unknown. Do you comprehend? As Tao Tao's icy voice echoed, a palpable aura enveloped her. The pressure of her golden core cultivation level surged forth, leaving the 5 individuals in the room utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Standing in the valley, Tao Tao surveyed the 3 small wooden cabins she had previously erected, feeling a twinge of frustration. Although Hu Lu had offered assistance, the construction of the manor itself had yet to be clarified. Sister, take this. Just as Tao Tao pondered her next step, a soft voice resonated in her mind, revealing a model of a courtyard before her. Before she could fully grasp the situation, a tower materialized in her line of sight. Hu Lu, Tao Tao inquired in confusion. Sister, follow my instructions. All right. First, place these 9 exquisite spirit stones according to the Bagua positions, and remember to position one in the center. Upon Hu Lu's instruction, Tao Tao immediately activated her Ling Wei steps. Sister, this courtyard is something I salvaged from the cultivation section as repository. It is a divine artifact, perfectly suited for the Ghost Manor. A divine artifact? Tao Tao was aware of its significance, yet her lack of engagement with formations and alchemy had left her uninformed. She resolved to delve into the cultivation section starting tomorrow, quietly acquiring knowledge, for diverse skills are never burdensome. Sister, This 9-story tower is also a divine artifact, featuring scenes of ancient martial arts and cultivation, making it ideal. What are we waiting for? Place it in the backyard. The backyard would consist solely of the martial arts arena and this 9-story tower. Sister, we must plant some medicinal herbs. Absolutely. Let us cultivate around 10 acres. Hulu, remember to help me transplant some spirit plants. A pond nestled within the valley piqued her curiosity. She wondered about the source of its water. It would be perfect for raising fish. Indeed, let us add some spirit spring water. I'm quite clever, Tao Tao proclaimed with satisfaction. After an hour and a half of diligent work, the ghost manor was established at the center of the mountain's embrace. In addition to the valley, Tao Tao had excavated several caves of varying sizes within the mountain, primarily for secluded cultivation, ensuring utmost safety. Finally, she and Hulu placed the formation discs they had procured in the repository, meticulously inspecting every corner. On a 2-meter-high stone, 500 meters from the courtyard, she inscribed the 4 characters of Ghost Manor with a spell. Each character emanated the pressure of golden core cultivation. Activating the concealment formation, the Ghost Manor vanished from sight, shrouded in secrecy. When she moved again, a thick white mist emerged where nothing had been moments before. Deactivating the concealment formation, the Ghost Manor faintly appeared amidst the mist, dreamy and ethereal, with the only clear indication being the imposing stone bearing its name. Tao Tao swiftly made her way to the junction between the outer and inner perimeters, casting formation disque. To instill an air of mystery around the Ghost Manor, she placed several formations at the intersection, focusing on confinement and illusion, while more lethal formations were closer to the manor itself. After a flurry of activity, the Ghost Manor was equipped with all necessities. Notably, Tao Tao discreetly embedded a 100-meter-long spirit vein beneath the manor, sprinkling ample spirit spring water, believing it would yield immeasurable spiritual energy over time. The accommodations were plentiful, including spaces for dining and lodging, a conference hall, a library, a martial arts arena, a plantation, an alchemy chamber, a crafting room, a formation hall, and a 9-story tower serving as a cultivation aid. The plantation was dedicated to medicinal herbs, spirit plants, spirit rice, spirit vegetables, and spirit fruits, all nourished with diluted spirit spring water and safeguarded by protective formations. Tao Tao had cleared numerous trees outside the manor and planted grains and vegetables. Thanks to Herwood's spirit energy, these crops had already yielded a harvest, and the newly planted ones had begun to sprout. From the space farming section, Tao Tao retrieved various grains, vegetables, and fruits to stockpile in the prepared caves, serving as the manor's storage. As for living creatures, she decided to wait until her return from Ning County to make arrangements. After all her exertions, dawn was approaching, prompting Tao Tao to hasten her flight back to Ning County. Upon her return to the courtyard, Tao Tao collapsed into a deep sleep, mumbling before dozing off. I'm still just a 7-year-old baby. Insufficient sleep will stunt my growth. This scene was witnessed by her sister, Tao Lihua, who couldn't help but stifle her laughter. While Tao Tao slept soundly within, outside, expressions of shock, disbelief, and confusion abounded. The Yunchi Shadow Group, the Wei Group, and various other factions had successfully contacted Tao Tao. She had not inquired about their numbers, recognizing from the relationship between Lu Dongxiao and Kong Qiyun that although each group consisted of 9 individuals, there were no restrictions on accepting disciples or cultivating successors. As time passed, some members grew older and could not continue living alone, leading her to decide not to ask further about their numbers. Tao Tao was not one to act without a plan. She intended to observe the beggar children, realizing they were not all from the beggar clan. Later, she could select a few to nurture. Yes, cultivation was the goal. This way, she could become a landlady at the Ghost Manor, tending to fields and flowers, living life as leisurely as she desired. Tao, E, and the others had already disseminated the news the previous night. 8 groups, scattered far and wide, had spread the tale of the Ghost Manor, weaving a tapestry of truth and fiction. This news spread like a bomb dropped into a tranquil river, leaving everyone bewildered and unable to discern reality from fabrication. Tao Tao awoke just in time for dinner. Ji-Qin, I'm awake. Are you hungry? I'll bring you your meal, said a servant. Let Ji-Shu come. I wish to hear about the current situation outside. Tao Tao replied lazily. Yes, miss. The tales surrounding the Ghost Manor have become even more fantastical, Ji-Qin remarked, unable to conceal her delight. Oh, do tell, Tao Tao said, intrigued. following your instructions. We hinted at the connection between the ghost manor and Tao Tao village and mentioned a few details about the manor. In less than an hour, it transformed into tales of the manor's lord being a formidable figure capable of wielding the elements. Some even claimed to have witnessed it. Ji-Chin, some claim to have witnessed it. How amusing. Indeed, it is not just that. Miss. Some say that the young master of the manor is a charming and graceful youth with a kind heart, who has even saved me before. Just as Tao Tao lifted a cup of water to sip, she burst out laughing and sprayed it everywhere upon hearing this. Haha, this person is really amusing. Oh my, what a surprise. I initially thought it might be too much of a stretch, but I never expected it. Ha, it cracks me up. Miss, I suppose this news has already reached the capital. Oh, so soon? Not particularly. After all, our people are scattered. Miss, let us eat first. You've been famished all day. Ji-Chin assisted Ji-Shu in setting the table, and then smiled gently. Yes, let us eat. Have you all eaten yet? If not, hurry and do so. Dining is paramount at this hour. Indeed, Tao Tao joyously ate her meal in the room. While some in the capital found it hard to swallow their food, particularly the Tao family. Just a few days after sending someone to Tao village, they heard the dreadful news. The Phantom Manor, the royal family, and others did not react as dramatically as the Tao family. They were relieved that they had merely sent someone to investigate rather than confront anyone. Some even contemplated sending a few of their talented and graceful daughters, hoping that the young master might take notice of them. The glutton directly summoned Lu Dongxiao into the study, asked a few questions, and then returned home with a stoic expression, while the glutton continued to review the memorials. Everything appeared calm on the surface, yet beneath it all, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil. After dinner, Steward Zhao, Tao Yiji, and Ji-Chin animatedly narrated the extraordinary tales circulating about the Phantom Manor. Some claimed the manor possessed intricate mechanisms, with elders having encountered them in the past. Others suggested that the manor had secluded itself for centuries and its sudden emergence might indicate that someone had disturbed them. Some believed the manor's reappearance was to assist them in overcoming difficulties, with potatoes being the best evidence of this. There were also rumors that the young master of the Phantom Manor had left the estate to take in disciples. Others spoke of numerous immortals residing there, recounting how their elders had seen them soaring through the skies. Additionally, it was said that the inhabitants of the Phantom Manor possessed extraordinary skills, appearing and disappearing at will, capable of killing unseen. After a brief silence, Tao Tao dismissed them to rest and made her way to the rooms of her two great-grandmothers. Hello, great-grandmothers. I see you've arrived, Tao Tao exclaimed as she bounced into the room, her voice preceding her entrance. Oh my, is our charming young master the young master of the manor? Indeed, our young master is quite handsome. The two elderly ladies teased as they saw Tao Tao skipping in. Great-grandmothers, you're joining in the jest as well. Tao Tao Feigen Su Bi, you little rascal. Come, sit and chat. What shall we discuss? I merely came to check on you both. Now that I must return to my slumber. After all, I'm just 7 years old, still a baby, and sleeping to grow taller is of utmost importance. Tao Tao spoke solemnly, then truly bounced out, leaving the two bewildered grandmothers wondering if she was truly going to sleep. Chapter 97. The master is quite extravagant master. May I inquire if I can join the Phantom Manor? Kang Qiyun asked cautiously. What prompted this thought? Wu Ti and Yunxi are both part of the Phantom Manor. Do you have other intentions? Tao Tao glanced at Kang Qiyun, took a sip of tea, and spoke softly. I have no other intentions, none at all. As long as I am a member of the Phantom Manor, I hold no other aspirations, Kang Qiyun replied, unable to contain his joy. I have summoned you all today to present you with this. With a flick of her small hand, 7 storage bags and 7 dark fox masks appeared on the table. The storage bags were each 5 cubic meters in space. The fox masks were crafted by Tao Tao with the enhancement of her space abilities over the past few days. Indeed, with her chaotic physique and chaotic spiritual root, Tao Tao had reached the level of an intermediate master craftsman in artifact forging. The ranks of artifact craftsmen are ordinary, master, grandmaster, immortal, divine, and super divine. Each level has 3 grades: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Artifacts also have levels: treasures, magic tools, spirit tools, immortal tools, divine tools, and super divine tools. The 7 dark fox masks presented by Tao Tao were classified as magic tools. Seeing the sudden appearance of the storage bags and masks on the table, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Tao Tao, resting her chin on her hand, grinned. I have only just begun forging, so I can only create magic tools for now. You may make do with these for the time being. I shall craft immortal tools for you in the future. Magic tools? Just make do. And immortal tools? Kong Chi-yun exclaimed in astonishment. Tao, he exchanged glances with the others. Is the master truly a craftsman? Ji-chin replied, I had no idea. Steward Zhao's eyes widened. The master is a dual practitioner of martial arts and crafting. Ji Shu and Ji Xiu remarked, This is indeed remarkable. Wei Wu, observing the exchange of glances, thought to himself, so I'm not the only one in the dark. Come now, do you not want the storage bags? Of course we do. How could we not? They quickly stepped forward to claim the storage bags, initiating the blood oath to bond with them and testing their functionalities. Store the masks for now. Remember to wear them when appearing as members of the Phantom Manor. As for the attire, I will trouble Ji Xiu to have some made, ensuring the sleeves, collars, and hems feature this particular flower. Understood, master. What flower is it? The higginbana or red spider lily, gentle yet ominous. The sole beauty on the road to the underworld. Tao Tao spoke slowly. The robes will be crafted from white satin, paired with the blood-red beauty of the higginbana. What do you think? The group contemplated and found it acceptable, expressing no objections. Very well. Wei Wu, inform Manager Sun that I will be returning to Tao Village the day after tomorrow to bring a cook to the Phantom Manor. Yes, master. Ji Qin, Ji Shu, and Ji Xiu, please begin crafting a few sets of robes, 2 for each of you. They must be completed before we depart the day after tomorrow for Kong Chi-yun and those at the Jiwei building. Yes, Mississippi Wei Wu and the others departed, leaving Kong Chi-yun, Steward Zhao, and Tao Yi in the room. Tao Yi, here are 50,000 taels. You have 1 month to bring a group of individuals to the Phantom Manor. Remember, they must be orphans or beggars who have not joined the beggars sect. Character is paramount, and lesser talent is acceptable. The rest of your shadow group, those who have no tasks, may return to the Phantom Manor. If they have arrangements, they should remain and await summons. Understood, master. Go now. Remember, quality over quantity. Tao emphasized again, wishing for the Phantom Manor to be free of those of poor character. Kong Chi-yun, keep a close watch on unfamiliar individuals coming and going in Ning County, especially those inquiring about the Phantom Manor, Tao Village, or the potatoes. Understood. Has there been any word from your master? None. Or perhaps it's still en route. After all, the emergence of the Phantom Manor must have reached the capital by now. Kong Chi-yun was correct. Indeed, Lu Dongxiao had received word, but he discovered someone was secretly monitoring him. He remained still until he found an opportunity to secretly send a letter to his shadow guard, instructing them to personally deliver it to Kong Chi-yun. This delay was the reason the letter took so long to arrive. Steward Zhao, regarding the sweet potato matter, you will negotiate with Kong Chi-yun under the guise of the Phantom Manor steward. Yes, master. Tao Tao waved her hand, dismissing the two, and then sought out Ji Xiu and the others. Miss, we have purchased 5 bolts of white satin, and we can finish 10 robes by tomorrow evening. Very well. First, let us complete 10 items. We shall attend to the rest upon our return. Remember to procure several bolts of brocade. Should you require silver, consult Ji Qin. I, along with Kong Chi-yun, will make a trip to the county office. Tao Tao, longing for the county office of Ning County, coincidentally found Kong Chi-yun still present, thus taking the opportunity to pay a visit. Ji Qin, the Ghost Mountain Manor is entirely adorned with brocade garments. Ji Xiu, it appears that the young lady is not lacking in silver. Ji Zhu, I shall firmly embrace the young lady's golden legs without letting go. Upon seeing the 50,000 taels in her arms, Tao Tao mused. The master reveals 50,000 taels without batting an eye. Indeed, the master is worthy of the title. Kong Chi-yun, I now possess a storage bag and magical instruments. Haha. Manager Zhao, observing the somewhat frenzied Kong Chi-yun, cast a disdainful glance before turning to fiddle with his storage bag. Chapter 98. The visit of Beggar Gang's Hong Chi master. The Beggar Gang's leader, Hong Chi, seeks an audience outside. Wei Wu spoke somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao paused, intrigued as to why Hong Chi of the Beggar Gang sought her out. She glanced at the somewhat uncomfortable Wei Wu and deduced the truth. Just him alone? No, there are 2 men and 1 woman. They all wish to see me? Tao Tao tilted her head, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Indeed. Please come in. Tao Tao rubbed her head, feeling a bit weary. Having been perusing the comprehensive guide to alchemy in her study since morning, she had initially planned to return to the village tomorrow and hoped to explore today. It seemed, however, that she might not get the chance. Greetings, Master Hong and esteemed guests. Tao Tao, adhering to the principle of being merely a little girl from the mountains, stood and cupped her hands in greeting. Greetings, young lady. Hong Chi and the three individuals behind him bowed and returned her greetings simultaneously. Tao Tao's eyes narrowed. Esteemed guests. Please. Young lady, please. Ji Qin, summon Ji Xiao for tea. Yes. Ji Qin, hidden in the shadows, immediately responded, and the air grew silent. No one spoke in the study, and the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward until Ji Xiao entered with tea, breaking the tension. Master Hong, esteemed guests, please enjoy the tea. Tao Tao sipped the herbal tea she had prepared, secretly observing the four individuals. Thud. After Tao Tao set down her teacup, all four individuals knelt on the ground. Yun Xiang Wei team, Wei Qi, pays respects to the master. May the master be at peace. Wu Ti group, Xiao, pays respects to the master. May the master be at peace. Wu Ti group 7, Bu, pays respects to the master. May the master be at peace. Wu Ti group 3, Yoxin, pays respects to the master. May the master be at peace. The four of them spoke in turn, bowing to Tao Tao, having already suspected their intentions. Tao Tao felt her temples throbbing and waved her hand, urging them to rise and take their seats. After a brief moment, Tao Tao finally spoke. Since you have met me, I shall not inquire how you came to know of me, nor should you mention it. As you can see, I am merely a 7-year-old girl from the mountains. You were what you were, and you remain so. Master, Wei Qi requests to follow the master, be it in the mountains or the countryside. As the leader of the beggar gang, Hong Chi had made up his mind to accompany Tao Tao wherever she went. The other three understood their leader's intentions and remained silent about their desire to stay by the master's side, having agreed on the journey beforehand to follow her arrangements. We shall follow the master's arrangements. Master Hong, I believe you're familiar with the Ghost Mountain Manor. How about taking a position as the chief steward there? However, do not neglect the beggar gang, for it is a vast intelligence organization. Tao Tao tapped her fingers on the table, smiling as she spoke. At the master's command. How could I refuse? It is settled. I, Hong Chi, shall now become the chief steward of the Ghost Mountain Manor. The beggar gang will be managed by Zi Xiao and the others, as they are indeed elders of the gang and capable of handling its affairs. Hong Chi chuckled as he entrusted the beggar gang to the other three. Zi Xiao and the others, already aware of this outcome, quickly rose and cupped their hands, stating, We shall follow the master's arrangements. Tao Tao could easily discern that the four individuals had likely conspired together, and she smiled. You are all now members of the Ghost Mountain Manor. Once the manor's affairs stabilize, Hong Chi shall return to replace you. Yes, master. Onkui. Now at Ghost Mountain Manor, aside from us few, there's no one else. Do you think it prudent to bring back a few promising disciples with good character? This decision is yours to make. Tao Tao, with a mindset of extraction, initiated her first wave. Hong Chi expressed his gratitude to the master. Bu, do you possess embroidery skills? Tao Tao inquired, looking at the only woman among the four. Bu, true to her name, bore a visage as pure as a water lily, with a graceful figure adorned in a light green dress, each movement resembling a beautiful flower. Her attire today clearly differed from her usual garb, and Tao Tao found herself increasingly curious about how such a radiant woman had come to join the beggar gang. Realizing that now was not the opportune moment for questions, she posed that single inquiry. Young lady, Bu knows only a little about embroidery. Bu stood and replied. Ji Qin, take Bu to find Ji Xiao. Yes, young lady. You all may attend to your tasks. Remember, the manor requires all kinds of people. You may each make arrangements. We shall depart tomorrow at noon. Yes, master. The three took their leave, and Tao Tao instructed Wei Wu to summon Ji Qin, ensuring that no one disturbed them, before retreating to the Jade Spring space with the alchemical tome. Chapter 99. The fusion of legacy. Tao Tao placed the alchemical tome down and entered the study within the space, delving into the ranks of alchemists and the various elixirs. It was through this study that she realized she had been guarding a treasure without awareness, squandering too much time. Now, her thirst for knowledge surged as she eagerly surveyed the tomes related to alchemy, casting aside any notion of idleness. The ranks of alchemists are as follows. Medicinal slaves. First to 9th rank alchemists, and above 9th rank, lies the legendary divine alchemist. Alchemists, capable of concocting various miraculous elixirs, hold a status of immense prestige and possess unparalleled influence. For everyone aspires to befriend an alchemist. Acquiring a favor from one would be most advantageous. However, the requirements to become an alchemist are exceedingly stringent. Most cultivators possess but a single spiritual root, whereas an alchemist must possess two, one of which must be a fire root, infused with a trace of its spiritual energy to serve as a catalyst. Moreover, possessing a robust mental fortitude is paramount. The prerequisites for alchemy are materials, a source of fire, and mental energy. The materials consist of various heavenly treasures. The source of fire may be spiritual flames or beast fire, ideally the revered myriad fires. The elixirs crafted by alchemists are also categorized by rank, spanning 10 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the emperor tier being the highest. Elixirs of the fourth tier and above exude a fragrant aura, accompanied by energy fluctuations. Fifth tier elixirs exhibit potent effects, generating energy ripples during their creation. Sixth tier elixirs may invoke anomalies in the heavens and earth. Seventh tier low and mid-tier elixirs can provoke celestial phenomena, while high-tier elixirs may attract alchemical thunder, necessitating evasion from the alchemist. Some even exhibit variations in color. Eighth tier elixirs possess a semblance of sentience, ranging from 2-colored to 9-colored alchemical thunder. Ninth tier elixirs possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, capable of transforming into human or beast forms. Crafting a 9th tier precious elixir may summon black demonic thunder, while the 9th tier golden elixir may evoke 9 mysterious golden thunder. 9th tier elixirs are further classified into 3 tiers: precious elixir, mysterious elixir, and golden elixir. Beyond the 9th tier golden elixir lies the legendary imperial elixir. It was not until evening that Tao Tao emerged from the space. After dinner, she directly lay down to sleep. However, Tao Tao was not merely sleeping. She was investigating the rewards bestowed by the system over the past few days. The Ghost Manor has officially settled deep within the mountains. At that time, Tao Tao signed in and acquired the Phantom Sword technique, the Qingming Sword, and the martial arts legacy of the Qingming ancestor. After mastering the art of forging, she checked in again and received treasures including a Millennium Warm Jade, a Xianhai Ice Soul, and various mystical materials. Among these was the Heart Fire of the Blue Lotus, a flame born from the Earth's core, refined through countless trials, taking a millennium to fully manifest as a vibrant blue flame with a lotus heart. On the day Tao Tao learned to forge artifacts, she astonishingly acquired more treasures, including a Yuan crystal and the ethereal ghostly poison fire, which emerged from the toxic swamps. Having absorbed the poison over a millennium, taking shape as a green, ghostly flame. Upon seeing these rewards, Tao Tao did not hesitate to exchange them for additional backpack space to store her newfound treasures. With the Ghost Manor now in existence as its master, she could not afford to be weak. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved the martial arts legacy of the Qingming ancestor, preparing for its integration. The gourd had already informed her that apart from slight discomfort during the process, there was no danger involved. Sister, shall we integrate the Qingming ancestor's martial arts legacy? Yes, Tao Tao replied resolutely. In an instant, a tremendous aura enveloped Tao Tao, merging with her being. Pain surged through her limbs and bones, and though she felt like cursing the gourd, she found herself too weak to do so. Once the pain subsided, she bathed in the vibrant wood spirit energy, feeling as if she had been reborn. She straightened her posture, inspecting herself, and found her mind filled with newfound knowledge. Tao Tao then entered her space, sitting by the creek and allowing the water to cleanse her. As she sorted through the information in her mind, she discovered that the so-called demon, the Qingming ancestor, indeed practiced righteous techniques. Before his demise, he had sealed the demonic energy within a circular jade pendant, which he referred to as blood jade, entombed at the site of his fall. After integrating the legacy, Tao Tao advanced directly from martial saint to martial sect, but fearing she could not bear it all. The gourd suppressed part of the Qingming ancestor's martial arts legacy to be gradually released later. Congratulations on your successful integration, sister. The suppressed legacy will gradually unlock as you advance in your realm. Thank you, gourd. I will begin my cultivation now. Please keep an eye on the outside for me. Rest assured, sister, gourd will watch over you. Chapter 100. The The Tao family village hears of the ghost manor. Tao Tao had spent the previous day learning about alchemy, wondering if today's signing would bring surprises. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a successful sign-in. You have received the 9 dragons, Thunderfire, the Qingming Ghostfire technique, 2 millennial green spirit vines, 1 snowbone ginseng, 3 black tianma, 2 3-leaf green herbs, 2,000 spirit grasses, 3 dragon blood herbs, 2 bone spirit fruits, 3 ice fire soul fruits, 3 fire sun spirit leaves, 2 bone washing flowers, 1 snake saliva fruit, 2 ice spirit flame grasses, and 3 rejuvenation red fruits. The 9 dragons, Thunderfire, shimmering silver, revealed glimpses of 9 silver fire dragons weaving through the flames. This extraordinary fire, imbued with dragon might, radiated a daunting presence. As the small fire dragons darted about with an almost sentient grace, emanating a sense of oppression, Tao Tao gazed at her rewards, feeling a sense of affirmation. By noon, Ji Qin and others had delivered the unique robes of the Ghost Manor to Jiwei Tower and Zixiao. Tao Tao distributed storage bags and dark fox masks to everyone except Kong Qian. Among her companions were Wei Wu, the chef Han from Jiwei Tower, and Hong Qi, the beggar gang leader. Tao had already ventured out with 50,000 taels of silver, entrusting the card duties to Zihan, while Wei Wu and Hong Qi provided covert protection. As for the individuals Hong Qi selected, he informed Tao Tao that they would ascend the mountain under his guidance. The 2 elderly ladies, Liang and Lin, were no strangers to seeing people return from such outings. Compared to their departure, they now had 2 more carts laden with silks, threads, and various grains. In Tao family village, Tao Dashan expressed his astonishment. What are you saying? The 2 ladies had long conspired not to reveal Tao Tao's arrangements, merely stating that she was the young master of the Ghost Manor, located deep within the mountains behind the village. Beyond that, they were unaware. The children, after their outing, returned to their routine of foraging for wild vegetables, fruits, firewood, and practicing their skills. The 4 elder gentlemen of the Tao family gathered, with Tao Xiao presiding alongside Tao Zhu, Tao Yu, and Tao Ji. To the left sat Tao Yixuan and Liang Mei, along with Tao Yifei and Lin Lan. To the right were Tao Yiran and Shui Yu, accompanied by Tao Yiyang and Ding Yan. Liang Mei, Yu, and Lin Lan should elaborate on the Ghost Manor. Tao Xiao urged. Though skeptical, he pondered the events of the past 2 years, feeling that there was a high probability of truth. On the day they ventured to the county, Tao Tao had acquired a shadow guard. Soon after, tales of the Ghost Manor began circulating, claiming that its young master hailed from Tao family village, and that the manor was home to Tao's origins. Since then, not only had Tao Tao been busy, but also those who accompanied her. Just days before their return, there were sightings of Tao Tao. This time, 3 more individuals returned with her, and she mentioned that Tao had gone to handle some matters. Liang Mei briefly summarized before awaiting the elders' decisions. After listening, Tao Xiao turned his gaze to Lin Lan. As my sister-in-law mentioned, our lodging was arranged by the county magistrate, who visits every other day. What his intentions are, we do not know, as Tao Tao has not disclosed anything, Lin Lan added. The elders contemplated this, recognizing that the magistrate's frequent visits were unusual unless he had specific business or interests. Brother, could it be that the potatoes have attracted some attention? Tao Zhu furrowed his brow and posed the question. Do you think that family has caught on and sent someone to the village? Came the voice of the youngest, Tao Ji. 5th brother, have some confidence. Let's remove the doubt. That family is surely aware. The emergence of the Ghost Manor has likely sent shockwaves, Tao Yu observed astutely. If Tao Tao were present, she would undoubtedly remark, you are quite perceptive. Tao Xiao nodded, affirming, it seems that the people there must know or have already taken action. The news of the Ghost Manor appeared too abruptly, likely as a means of intimidation and protection. Quickly, share what rumors abound about the Ghost Manor. Tao Yiran interjected, eager for the latest gossip. Lin Lan chuckled softly before responding. It is said that the young master of the Ghost Manor is not only a handsome youth, but has also rendered assistance to others. Some claim that the older generation in the village has witnessed immortals soaring over the mountains. Rumors speak of intricate mechanisms, cultivation techniques, 9th-grade alchemists, and legendary artifact crafters within the manor, as well as tales of rescuing the common folk. Some even contemplate sending their daughters to the Ghost Manor, even if just to serve the young master. Is it truly that extraordinary? Tao Yiran mused, intrigued. Tao Yifei widened his eyes in disbelief, while Tao Yixuan remained composed. merely remarking, "Why be a maid? Why not aspire to be the young master's wife?" At that moment, Tao Zhu and Tao Ji, who had just lifted their teacups to sip, burst into laughter, causing tea to spray everywhere. Chapter 101. Copying Books, Part 1. The night was tranquil. Tao Tao, accompanied by 3 maids and steward Zhao, flew toward the great mountain behind the village. With the assistance of Kong Qiun, the expansive 2,000-acre mountain had become hers, revealing its true name, Ling Mountain. On this mountain stood a ghostly manor, a statement that held no falsehood. In the study of the ghostly manor, a voice announced, "Master, today marks the arrival of the first batch, consisting of 13 individuals. Would you like to meet them?" Steward Hong responded, "Given the extraordinary reputation surrounding the young master, is it appropriate for you to meet them now?" Tao Tao teased, "Not at all appropriate, not in the slightest. Shall we give them new names? Please, tell me about these 13 individuals." "Yes, master," Hong Chi replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "There are 7 men and 6 women, including 2 matrons. One, called Matron Li, excels in southern cuisine and pastries, while Matron Wang specializes in northern dishes. The other 4 are around 20 years old. One, named Wu Shuang, possesses the skill of double-sided embroidery, and her maid, Bailan, is a martial artist. Both were gravely injured and unconscious when I rescued them from the beggar's sect. The other 2 are twin sisters who, after my training over the past 7 to 8 years, have recently entered the innate realm and are now innate warrior level." Once Hong Chi finished speaking, Tao Tao blinked at him and said, "Hong Chi, your luck is unparalleled. This position of steward truly belongs to you." Continuing, he added, "Of the 7, only 1 was trained by me. The other 6 were trained by Zi Xiao and his companions. They are named Wuqing, Wuyo, Wuqing, Wuming, Wuxia, Wujia, and Wujing, all at the innate warrior level. Hong Chi, do you have Wuyu, Wuyuin, Wuyu, and Wuhui as well?" Tao Tao casually inquired. At her words, Hong Chi exclaimed in surprise, "Master, how did you know?" Tao Tao held back a laugh, giving him a mysterious glance and softly responding, "Don't ask. If you do, just say I don't know." Jiqin and the others recognized that their mistress was likely speaking whimsically, but to their astonishment, it turned out to be true. They lowered their heads, stifling their laughter. Noticing their struggle, Tao Tao suddenly grinned and said, "Sister Jiqin, don't hold back if you want to laugh. Just let it out. I want to laugh too. I can't hold it anymore, huh? Ah, my stomach hurt from laughing." One of them exclaimed, "You all need to steady yourselves. Hurry and help the young lady calm down before you can't stop laughing." Steward Zhao chuckled in agreement. Only Hong Chi and the 3 others were left bewildered, not understanding why their master and the others were so amused. After a moment, Tao Tao spoke again. "Hong Chi, you are the steward. You should make the arrangements. Just let me know once everything is set. You all need to familiarize yourselves with our manor and the other residents." "Yes, young lady. Understood, master. You may proceed." Tao Tao's consciousness wandered through the library in the Yuling space. She did not wish to extract too many books, but intended to have copies made of the fundamental texts for cultivation. The remaining texts could be stored in duplicate, while she wrote her own versions within the space. She also sought volumes on farming, breeding, military strategy, and historical documents. As her consciousness scanned the agriculture section, titles such as Essential Techniques for Farming, the 36 Stratagems, The Art of War, Comprehensive Mirror to Aid in Government, Records of the Grand Historian, Expanded Wisdom, 3-Character Classic, 100 Family Surnames, 1,000-Character Classic, Essentials of Discerning, Disciples Regulations, Travels, Classic of Mountains and Seas, Ghost Valley, 9 chapters on the mathematical art, Compendium of Materia Medica, Huangdi's Internal Classic, Shinnom's Classic of Materia Medica, Plain Questions, Difficult Classic, Treatise on Cold Damage. And the 4 books and 5 classics appeared on the desk of the study. Upon further examination, texts such as Basics of Embroidery, Introduction to Embroidery, Collection of Embroidery Techniques, and Complete Guide to Embroidery also materialized in the study. Turning to the cultivation section of the library, titles such as Body Refinement Techniques, Washing the Marrow Classic, Foundations of Immortal Cultivation, Heavenly Net Fist, 7-Star Fist, and Diamond Fist were revealed, alongside Heavenly Gang Hand, 9 Palaces Capturing Hand, 5 Steps Fist by Wapalm, and Misty Steps. Seeing these books, Tao Tao nodded with a smile, feeling invigorated by the tasks ahead. Chapter 102. Copying Books, Part 2. As Tao Tao perused a volume titled Complete Guide to Alchemy, she suddenly heard familiar footsteps growing nearer, indicating the return of those who had gone to familiarize themselves with the manor. "Come in quickly. There are matters to discuss," she instructed. "Master, let me tell you." Hong Chi began as he entered. Tao Tao interrupted him, pointing at the stack of books and stating firmly, "Stop. First, let us examine these. Each book must be copied, bound, and then placed in the manor's library. The 13 individuals should be literate, correct? Summon them all to copy in the 2 rooms adjacent to the study. They must start right away." Upon entering, the others finally noticed the multitude of books in the study. Although arranged neatly, it was evident that there were quite a number. Hong Chi assumed he had misstepped upon entering the study, closing and reopening his eyes several times before realizing the abundance of books, prompting him to hurriedly call for assistance. A total of 48 books were meticulously arranged. The others brought in tables from other rooms, each taking a book and diligently beginning to write. When Hong Chi entered with the group, he found everyone engrossed in copying within the study, while the master had already disappeared from sight. Following Hong Chi's direction, he led 4 men to the room where Zihan was copying, while the other 3 were escorted by Steward Zhao and Wei Wu to the opposite side of the study. The remaining individuals stayed outside the study to copy. Tao Tao, meanwhile, remained within, reading and occasionally using her consciousness to observe the copiers. Before they exited, Ji Qin informed everyone. "The master has instructed that no matter the content, silence must be maintained while copying." With this directive, as 20 individuals began to copy, the astonishment at the content was profound, yet they could only internally marvel at their master's prowess. Tao Tao paid no mind to their astonishment, focusing instead on her reading in the space and, under the goddess guidance, familiarizing herself with spiritual plants and their uses. In the span of 3 days, 6 months passed in the space. Tao Tao ascended from being a mere apprentice to a second-tier alchemist. Upon her initial entry into the alchemist ranks, she signed in and received recipes for 3rd-tier elixirs, a phoenix pattern furnace, and various herbs. Today marked her achievement as a second-tier alchemist, and she was eager to emerge from the space. "Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received a black gold coiling dragon furnace, 5 blood essence herbs, 5 blue flame herbs, 10 fire spirit fruits, 4 bone washing flowers, and 6 purple leaf orchids." In 3 days, among the 20 individuals, 8 had completed copying a book and continued their work. Tao Tao observed the 8 bound volumes, retrieving the originals to place back in the space while leaving the copied versions on the study table. She then gracefully exited the manor, heading down the mountain. "Child, you're back. You must be tired. Are you heading back up the mountain?" Tao Tao's mother, Su Shi, inquired as she entered the courtyard. "Mother, how is everything at home?" "All is well. In the mountains, one must exercise caution, for there are numerous large beasts lurking within." "Mother, who is your daughter?" "Whatever creatures appear, she will slay them, and the entire village shall feast on meat," Tao Tao declared with a spirited wave of her hand, reveling in her mother's concern. "Oh dear, after 3 days apart, are you planning to treat everyone to a feast?" "My girl has truly grown in prowess," her grandmother, Mrs. Tao, remarked with a smile upon noticing her granddaughter's return. "Nah, I must ascend the mountain again shortly. I just felt a bit uneasy and wanted to check in," Tao Tao replied. "What is there to worry about? If anything were to happen, we would certainly send someone to find you. Finish your tasks, but remember to eat. Don't let yourself grow too thin." Though Mrs. Tao was unaware of her granddaughter's endeavors, she sensed they were of great significance, especially with the presence of the ghostly manor atop the mountain. Since Tao Tao chose not to disclose her activities, her grandmother refrained from probing further. "Nah, what as for dinner? I'll head up after I eat," Tao Tao asked. "How about dumplings?" came a reply. "Sound good. I will help you make them," Tao Tao chirped, following her grandmother into the kitchen, her mother, Su, trailing behind. Once again, Tao Tao appeared unnoticed in the study of the manor, where silence reigned as she diligently copied texts. This time, she remained still, retreating to her Yuchuan space, where she grasped a pen and began transcribing magical tomes. Chapter 103, The 5 Elements Star Sutra Sister. "Your sign-in count is about to reset," a soft voice echoed, snapping Tao Tao back to reality as she recalled the time slipping away while she had been engrossed in her studies. "There's still a quarter of an hour until the reset," she murmured, ruffling her hair absent-mindedly. Standing before the 9-story trial tower, Tao Tao squinted and declared, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. Acquiring the 5-element Star Sutra and the 9th-level Fire Element spell, Meteor Fire Rain, as well as the advanced Wood Element spell, Song of Life, and Vines Entwine. Gwa! The rewards are truly plentiful. Can I cultivate the 5-element Star Sutra? Tao Tao wondered, her curiosity piqued by the bountiful rewards. Sister, the sign-in rewards are all usable by you, and they will not cause you any harm, Gwa assured her. Encouraged by Gwa's confident tone, Tao Tao promptly sat cross-legged and silently chanted, "Learn the 5-element Star Sutra." In an instant, she found herself enveloped by the boundless cosmos, stars shimmering around her like butterflies, occasionally brushing against her cheeks and playfully settling on the tip of her nose as if greeting a long-lost kin. Simultaneously, the residents of the ghostly manor were taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. Upon realizing that it was their young mistress who had caused the phenomenon, Jiqin immediately instructed Hong Qi to position the 13 individuals around the manor. Manager Zhao took it upon himself to stand guard at the passageways, exuding an air of formidable authority. Wei Wu and Zihan stood resolutely in the rear courtyard, emanating a cold, forbidding aura, while Jiqin, Jishu, Jixio, and Hong Qi surrounded the radiant cocoon of starlight, their singular thought being to protect their extraordinary mistress. In a fleeting moment, the sky full of stars dissipated, leaving only the luminous cocoon. After 2 hours, the cocoon stirred, cracking open to reveal a figure stretching lazily, half-lidded eyes surveying the scene as if awakening from a refreshing slumber. To their eyes, Tao Tao's casual movements radiated a unique resonance, embodying the essence of martial enlightenment. The 7 did not immediately grasp this profound rhythm. Instead, they remained fixated on their mistress, concerned for her well-being. "Stop dawdling. I'm heading back to the study for a nap. Hong Qi, bring those outside in. Let us see how much they can comprehend. Hurry and absorb the energy," Tao Tao instructed, aware of their protective instincts towards her. She was not an ungrateful mistress. She understood her strength lay in the strength of her team. Before departing, Tao Tao formed a gesture with her hands, surrounding the 9-story trial tower with additional starlight, hoping they would grasp more from this experience. Had a peak martial grandmaster been present, they would undoubtedly be left in awe, for breaking through the pinnacle of the martial grandmaster realm would lead one to the demigod level. A daunting leap into the martial saint domain. The distinction between a demigod martial saint and a preternatural martial saint was akin to the heavens and the earth. Many warriors who sought enlightenment through martial arts struggled throughout their lives to surpass the preternatural martial grandmaster level, let alone reach the demigod status. At this moment, the 20 individuals, aside from the 7 from the Black Cloud Guard, were oblivious to the astonishing potential that awaited them from this profound rhythm. As Zhao Yukai and Hong Qi's group delved into the rhythm, they discovered it contained immense energy, slowly merging with their own. In comparison, the energy within their bodies paled into insignificance. Though Tao Tao claimed she was merely resting, she was in fact present in Taokai village, instructing her grandfather, Tao Dashin, to swiftly bring the Tao Lihua siblings to the mountain's foot. She then sought out Tao Minghai and his companions, converging with her grandfather before appearing in the back courtyard of the ghostly manor, not far from the 9-story trial tower. Do not ask questions. Sit cross-legged and absorb the energy in the air, Tao Tao commanded, leaping onto the roof to protect them. Chapter 104. A staggering advancement, this sitting continued until the following midday. One by one, the seated individuals opened their eyes, sparkling with excitement and astonishment. The Tao Lihua siblings had reached the peak of the great martial master level, on the cusp of advancing to martial saint with just the right opportunity. Tao Minghai had broken through to the innate level, bypassing the martial warrior stage and arriving directly at the innate martial master tier, the late stage of Qi training. Tao Xiaohong and her siblings, Tao Xiaoxiao and Tao Sheng, had also ascended directly to the innate realm, achieving the late stage of Qi training as innate martial warriors. Tao Dashin successfully advanced from innate martial saint to innate martial grandmaster, matching his wife, Liang, who was at the pinnacle of the innate martial grandmaster level. All 13 individuals brought by Hong Qi experienced a level up. Zhao Yukai and Hong Qi have both advanced. And now all 6 individuals have reached the pinnacle of the innate martial sect, awaiting only an opportune moment to break through into the semi-divine martial saint realm. Zhao Yukai escorted Tao Dashan and his group to the periphery of Ling Mountain, after which he returned to the Ghost Mountain Manor to continue his transcription of texts. At this moment, Tao Tao was coming to terms with her own cultivation. Previously, she had employed a gourd to conceal the radiance of her advancement. Otherwise, she would be unaware of her own transformation, having learned the five-element star technique and absorbed the power and light of the stars. She unlocked a portion of the martial legacy, allowing her to enter the semi-divine realm, specifically the initial stage of the semi-divine martial saint. Furthermore, she made a remarkable leap, advancing 2 ranks directly from the Golden Core stage to the transformation stage. Achieving the Golden Core stage signifies one has truly become a cultivator, capable of flying with light and attaining a lifespan of 500 years. In the nascent soul stage, one may live for 1,000 years and, through the condensation of vital energy, cultivate their own purple mansion nascent soul, enabling them to fly with light and teleport. Upon reaching the transformation stage, the number of nascent souls within multiplies, transitioning into the primordial spirit, with a lifespan exceeding 2,000 years, mastering the domain of primordial energy and capable of teleporting. At this moment, Tao Tao belonged to the transformation stage, where her nascent soul transformed into a primordial spirit. This sudden elevation was astonishing beyond her expectations. A brief overview of the cultivator levels includes Qi Refinement Stage, Foundation Establishment Stage, Golden Core Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Transformation Stage, Void Refinement Stage, Integration Stage, Great Ascension Stage, Tribulation Stage, Celestial Immortal Realm, True Immortal Realm, Tai True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal Realm, Golden Immortal Realm, Deluo Golden Immortal, Immortal Monarch Realm, Immortal Sovereign Realm, and Immortal Emperor Realm. In a fleeting moment, the shock in Tao Tao's eyes was replaced by calmness, and she proceeded to the agricultural section, engaging in harvesting and sowing. After 3 days, all 48 books had been transcribed and bound into volumes. Tao Tao collected the originals, and with a wave of her hand, additional handwritten manuals on sword techniques, spells, and mental arts appeared on the table. Although the 6 had grown accustomed to their master summoning things with a mere gesture, they were still astonished, almost at a loss for words. As they approached to peruse the titles, they exchanged bewildered glances, inquiring, "Master, are these treasures stored in our manor's library?" Tao Tao rolled her eyes. "If not in the library, for what purpose would I bring them out? To stoke a fire for cooking?" Zhao Yukai shot a glare at Hong Qi and immediately snatched the book from his hands, calling over the knowledgeable ones to organize and catalog the books, subsequently relocating them to the library, arranging them by categories. Zhao Yotsai's name was indeed aptly chosen. Registering the volumes was only proper, and he even hung a wooden sign in a prominent spot within the library. The sign read, "All books in the library are not to be copied without permission. Violators will be placed on the Ghost Mountain Manor's blacklist of absolute extermination." Upon seeing this sign, Tao Tao could only exclaim, "Wow, truly talented. A blacklist of absolute extermination? What is that? How come I was not aware? Never mind. I shall remain a child, focusing on walking my chickens, teasing my dogs, and fishing in the river. Those significant matters should be left to the adults. Yes, indeed. Time to return home. The wild chickens and rabbits of Ling Mountain await my arrival." "Wild chicken, who is calling me? Wild rabbit calling you? More like planning to eat you." The bewildered wild chicken gazed at the rabbit. "What do you mean? Eat me? Who is so shameless?" "Wild rabbit, you are such a fool." "Wild mountain goat, what are you two arguing about?" The wild chicken lamented. "The three-pronged mouth is saying someone shameless is coming to eat me." "Wild rabbit, fool. If not now, when will you run?" "Wild mountain goat, oh no, that shameless one is back again." The foolish wild chicken watched as the three-pronged mouth and the mountain goat bolted, still in a daze, only to find a person standing before her. Tao Tao. Announcement of the launch, notification. "Hello everyone, I am Green Bamboo Mist, but you can call me Misty Treasure. I find myself at a loss for words to describe my current feelings. Filled with an incredible sense of excitement and exhilaration, I took a deep breath. After receiving notification from the editor that this work can be launched, and after discussions with the editor, it has been decided to launch tomorrow. First, let me bow in gratitude to all the supportive readers and esteemed predecessors. I've been working on this piece for over a month, from obscurity to signing and now to launch. Beyond my own persistence in updating, your support has been paramount. I hope esteemed readers continue to follow along. The launch signifies a farewell to a batch of readers. Yes, Chapter 104 is the last of the free chapters. Starting from Chapter 105, there will be charges. Although I do not know how many will continue reading, my commitment to updates remains unchanged, with an increase in daily chapters based on previous foundations. You may consider this as my humble plea for votes. This work falls under the light-hearted daily life genre of farming and cultivation, devoid of excessive business battles, and may at times feel a bit stiff. I am extremely excited about the launch, though I also feel some anxiety, yet more so anticipation. As for giving up, that thought has never crossed my mind, as aspirations must exist, right? The reading comments, flowers, votes, and rewards from esteemed readers are all forms of support for me, and it is because of your backing that I can persist step by step. To be honest, I lack confidence about the launch. I have no idea how many subscriptions I will receive. My writing may not be particularly refined, and I struggle with certain points, often failing to express things adequately. Here, I want to outline my update plan post-launch. On the day of the launch, there will be 5 updates, followed by 3 updates daily thereafter. This is the dream of this lazy author. Lastly, I humbly request a wave of initial subscriptions. Initial subscriptions. Initial subscriptions. If anything I said affects your mood, please forgive me. I am but a struggling author. Chapter 105. Tonight we feast milk. Tonight we feast on chicken stewed with mushrooms. The voice arrived before the person did, referring to Tao Tao, who was carrying a wild chicken. You little glutton. I thought you were so wild you had forgotten the way home, said Tao Li, chuckling as she pointed at Tao Tao. Grandma, how could I forget the way home? I'm looking forward to your chicken stewed with mushrooms. At this moment, Tao Tao was entirely the image of a little girl, tugging at Tao Li's sleeve and acting cute. All right, tonight we shall have chicken stewed with mushrooms. I will go boil some water now. Tao Li placed the tied-up wild chicken under the eaves and briskly walked into the kitchen to heat water. It was November, the corn had been harvested, and the winter wheat was already sown. The potatoes in the field should be ready for harvest now, but she needed to check. The potatoes were planted in late July to early August, and now, in November, it was about time to reap the rewards. Tao Tao trotted down the village's small field paths with her short legs. Observant villagers quickly called out, "Little Tao, slow down. If there is anything, tell Uncle, and I'll help you. Little Tao, be careful, slow down. Uncle Dashin, Little Tao is here, running in a hurry. Taiju, your girl is here, running very anxiously. Go take a look." The Tao family, who were digging potatoes, heard the villagers' remarks and looked up. Sure enough, a little girl was hastily approaching, her legs flying. Little Tao, slow down. Little Tao, there, stop. Daughter, don't run, let me carry you. Tao Dashin tossed aside his hoe and rushed out. He didn't want his adorable, soft, and lovable granddaughter to be taken by anyone else. In the background of a bustling potato harvest, Tao Taiazizu pondered. I knew it would turn out this way. My second brother lacks insight. The laughter of Lu and Su, the sisters-in-law, echoed as they watched the 3 men contesting for the best potatoes, covering their mouths in amusement. Grandfather, uncle, aunt, have we finished digging the potatoes? Tao Tao, nestled in her grandfather's embrace, unabashedly inquired as she observed the ongoing labor. Soon, just this piece of land left, and we'll be done, replied her grandfather. Tao Ge, once we finish, should we plant something else in the field? The reason Tao Dasha's potatoes were still unharvested was due to the late sowing of winter wheat after the corn harvest. With 5 acres of potatoes planted, the late timing meant they had only managed to harvest 1 acre so far, while the men worked to prepare the soil for the upcoming winter wheat. Despite the overtime, 2 acres remained until November, and with the weather turning colder, it was becoming inappropriate to plant anything else. Just then, Tao Tao appeared with a suggestion. Looking at her family's fields, and then at those of her relatives, she noticed a similar situation. Most families had at least 1 acre or 2 left unplanted. With a flourish of her small hand, she boldly declared, "Let us turn over the soil. If anyone has some wood ash at home, sprinkle it in. For next year, we shall plant drought-resistant rice." Rice. Drought-resistant rice. The exclamation was met with cheers from all around, young and old alike. This year, no household in Tao village had planted rice, and those longing for it had to purchase it from the town. Tao Tao's words served as an implicit promise to the villagers that the rice they would cultivate next year would undoubtedly be superior to that from the kingdom of Mushi. With newfound energy, The workers in the field animatedly resumed their labor. Tao Tao planned to return home to check her backpack for rice seeds, while harboring thoughts of when she might acquire rape seeds, so that her kin could not only have oil for personal use, but also earn some extra income. Yet, she pondered whether it was necessary to establish an oil mill. This could wait until the seeds were in hand. "Grandfather, I'll help gather the potatoes. Let us finish quickly so we can return home for chicken stew with mushrooms," she exclaimed. "Oh, that sounds delightful. Let us hurry, for tonight we feast on meat." Tao Dasha's hearty laughter invigorated the family, and their work became more spirited. Chapter 106. The greatest delight upon returning home, Tao Tao resumed her leisurely routine of waking naturally, playing with the cats and dogs, and frolicking about. "Sister, Ji-Qin and Zhao Yukai have returned." The soft, endearing voice of Hulu broke her reverie just as she was contemplating whether to continue sleeping. "Fine, I'll go see." Tao Tao reluctantly crawled out of her warm bed, donned the cotton coat her mother had made, and made her way to the outer room where Ji-Qin awaited. "Miss, did I wake you?" Ji-Qin asked, her tone apologetic. Tao Tao waved her hand dismissively, her eyes still hazy. "How did you come down?" "Miss, the second batch has arrived. 8 in total, 6 men and 2 women. Manager Hong mentioned that 2 of them are quite skilled with numbers. One elderly gentleman possesses vast knowledge, and one lady is knowledgeable in herbal medicine, having previously been a physician. The other 4, though Manager Hong did not elaborate, appear to be martial artists." Ji-Qin recounted Manager Hong's words and her observations, patiently waiting for her mistress's instructions. At that moment, Tao Tao mused, could this beggar gang be specifically training people? "Ji-Qin, how are the robes from the Ghost Mountain Manor coming along?" she inquired. "Besides the second batch of 8, the others, including Tao Air and Tao San, have 2 sets of robes prepared, and your robe is also finished. I have it with me." "Good. Please ask Manager Zhao to send a message for the 4 from there to return." "Understood, Mississippi." It wasn't that Tao Tao lacked trust in sending someone else. She merely felt that her words would carry more weight. Though she disliked complications, she would act decisively when the time came to clear matters. "Oh dear, I haven't checked in today. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 volumes of the Purple Chi Technique, 3 volumes of the Homing Technique, 100 loyalty pills, 2 volumes of the 7-star sword technique, 4 seedlings of the Pan Tao, and a small piece of Shirang." As Ulu announced her rewards, Tao Tao mused aloud. Could this be another way the system operates? How is it that after merely establishing a manor and welcoming new people, I am granted such generous rewards? This time, the Pan Tao saplings and Shirang were eligible for placement in the Jade Spring space. "Heavenly Tao Father, do confess. Have you been using connections on my behalf?" While Tao Tao pondered, she cast her gaze upward at the overcast sky. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, 2 figures in the heavens were engaged in a spirited debate sparked by her glance. The elderly man with white whiskers chuckled. "Heavenly Tao, what do you think? I told you this girl is quite clever, yet you would not believe me." The man referred to as Heavenly Tao sighed. "As a father, I must concede defeat to you as a master." As the man lamented, Tao Tao seemed to sense something and looked up again at a specific point in the sky, the very place where the 2 stood. Though skeptical, this usually laid-back girl found her thoughts lingering on sugar-glazed ribs, winter melon soup with pork, spicy Christian carp, and spicy rabbit bites, all tantalizing dishes that stirred her appetite. "Nye, nye." Her exuberant calls might have led one to believe she was being chased by a dog. "Ah, Tao girl, your grandmother is in the backyard. What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Tao Tao scampered toward the backyard with her short legs. Seeing her granddaughter approach with a joyful expression brought immense joy to Tao Li Nai. "Do we have any ribs or fish left?" "I want sugar-glazed ribs, winter melon soup with pork, spicy rabbit bites, spicy Christian carp, and mountain delicacies chicken stew," she declared, counting off the dishes on her fingers and swallowing as she spoke, making Tao Li laugh until she could hardly stand. Tao Dasha, returning from outside, was greeted by the sound of his wife laughing heartily in the backyard. He hurried in, only to catch the tail end of Tao Tao listing off more dishes: crispy chicken, boiled fish, roasted beef. He paused, then quietly retreated, thinking to himself, this little granddaughter is a source of joy. She bears the weight of the family on her shoulders. And when she can no longer do so, I shall have my youngest son take over. Yes, let my youngest son take on that responsibility. Tomorrow we begin his training. No, tonight he will start his rigorous training. Unbeknownst to him, Tao Tao, who had been wandering the mountains looking for bird eggs for his daughter, suddenly felt a chill on his back, unaware he was now the target of rigorous training. Chapter 107. Preparing in advance after a few days of idleness. Tao Tao felt something was amiss, her brow furrowing in concentration, yet to no avail. I can't remember. Never mind, I'm going to sleep, she mumbled, scratching her head. Miss, the crops are ready for harvest. Hulu's soft voice arrived just in time, dispelling Tao Tao's drowsiness as she sprang into action, eager to assist in the labor. In the realm of space, the gourd serves as a helpful aid to Tao Tao, assisting with harvesting and sowing, managing every aspect of the UU in space. Irrespective of the sector, the gourd, under the guidance of its superior, is aware of Tao Tao's tendency towards laziness and occasionally offers timely reminders. Considering the immense power demonstrated by its superior, who summoned 1,000 bolts of heavenly lightning with a mere snap of the fingers, it is understandable that the gourd is cautious. For the sake of its own existence, it wishes to prevent Tao Tao's laziness from reaching a critical stage. Observing Tao Tao bustling about energetically in the space, the gourd massages its temples before discreetly retreating. Oh, it just struck me. I forgot to inform the elder about the movements of those in the capital. I must mention it tomorrow, otherwise it would be too late. Indeed, I find joy in my lively endeavors. Farming brings me happiness, and reaping rewards enhances my memory. Elder, the astonishing yield of potatoes has emerged. Alongside the many intrigues in the capital, we must plan accordingly in the village. Tao Tao, adhering to the principle of being a child who knows nothing and cares for little, feels unconstrained before Elder Tao Ji. Upon learning of her recent whereabouts, whether she has returned to the mountains or remained in the village, Tao Ji inquires. I am heading back to guard my medicinal fields. If there is a matter, you may send someone to find me, Tao Tao responds. Very well. Thank you, my dear girl. Go, and take those around you along with Ming Hai and the others. Elder Tao Ji wishes to conceal the fact that someone from Tao family village is practicing immortality. Since the legend of the ghostly manor's young master points to a villager, he decides that the 5 children should leave together. He has faith in this seemingly harmless and adorable girl, who is anything but delicate. She is a formidable force. The events of that fateful night 2 years ago, at the foot of the back mountain, remain vividly etched in his mind. The ruthless precision of her strikes and the chilling aura that belied her 5 years of age. Tao Tao pauses, understanding the implications, and nods before stepping outside to summon Zhao Yukai. Ji Qin packs several garments for her master, and soon, a group of 7 ascends the mountain amidst the reluctant gazes of several elders. Ji Qin, please arrange their accommodations. Zhao, summon Chief Hong to meet me. Tao Tao commands upon entering the manor. Yes, master. The accompanying individuals, on their second visit to the ghostly manor, desire to remain with Tao Tao. Yet they recognize that now is not the time for indulgence. They must hasten their growth. Especially Tao Ming Hai and Tao Xiao Hong, who have been reborn. Sense that certain circumstances differ from their past lives. Could it be that the near annihilation they faced in their previous existence has altered the narrative? Master Hongqi, your skills surpass all here. Now, entrust your current tasks to Zhao Yukai and focus on your cultivation. Descend in 2 days to protect Tao family village, and when necessary, use the identity of the manor's steward. Do not reveal your status as the leader of the beggar clan. Tao Tao instructs as she produces the Hongmeng Ju and places it on the table, imparting the method of converting ancient martial energy into spiritual energy for cultivation. As Hong Qi stands in astonishment, ready to speak, Tao Tao gestures for him to proceed with his training. He nods earnestly before departing. Zhao Yukai, you are now responsible for the front yard of the ghostly manor. Summon Ji Qin and Wei Wuzi Han. Yes, master. At this moment, Tao Tao is no longer the playful little girl. She is transformed into a decisive leader, commanding with strength. Master, they address her. There are only 2 copies of the Hongming Ju, but I hope all of you can learn it. Now, the 6 of you will copy it in this room. Understood, master. I will step out for a moment, she replies, leaving the study with her hands clasped behind her back and heading towards the quarters of Tao Ming Hai and the others. Chapter 108. The Laws of Heaven and Earth Ming Hai. Oh, Xiaohong, you are here as well. Upon entering the disciples' courtyard where Tao Ming Hai and Tao Sheng reside, Tao Tao finds the 4 engaged in conversation. Sister Tao, you're here. Come, tell us what is happening. 12-year-old Tao Ming Hai, with some past experiences, is skeptical of the notion that they are merely here for a brief visit. After a moment of contemplation, Tao Tao decides to be forthright, recounting the movements of the capital's individuals as conveyed by Kong Chiyun, and revealing that the enigmatic young master of the ghostly manor is her senior brother. After sharing this information, she assigns them identities as inner disciples of the manor's master, Qing Su, designating them as her elder brothers and sisters due to their later cultivation. From now on, within the ghostly manor, they will relate to one another as brothers and sisters. The mysterious young master, Xiao Gongzi, is Qing Su's first disciple. Tao Tao is the second disciple, Yun Xiao, while Tao Ming Hai is the third, Yun Hai. Tao Xiao Hong becomes the fourth, Yun Yin. Tao Sheng is the fifth, Yun Sheng, and Tao Xiao Xiao takes the sixth, Yun Quebec. Each is given an identity token bearing the image of the other shore flower and the name of the ghostly manor. These tokens, crafted through a unique method by Tao Tao, are impervious to water and fire. Every individual in the ghostly manor possesses one, and the tokens denote names without rank differentiation. Now, you should explore the manor's library when you have time. There's a training arena in the backyard and a tower for trials, along with a spirit herb garden and a medicinal garden. Would you like me to lead you there, or would you prefer to go on your own? Tao Tao offers, allowing them to make their choice. Sister, we will go ourselves. You may attend to your matters, Tao Ming Hai replies, glancing at his siblings and bowing respectfully. Tao Tao regards him with admiration before nodding and exiting the disciples' courtyard. Wearing a white fox mask and adorned in the ghostly manor's distinctive other shore flower robe, Tao Tao arrives at the training arena, preparing to select a few individuals from the 21 present to assist in managing various tasks. As the training session concludes, she assesses their strengths. Quite impressive. My master has taken the senior brothers out for training, and I require a few individuals to assist in various matters. You may choose based on your circumstances. As the sparring ends, Tao Tao gracefully descends from the air, grounding her energy and circulating her spiritual power as she speaks. The aspirations of each individual glimmer in their eyes, a sight not lost on the familiar Tao Ming Hai and his companions, who clench their fists, eyes ablaze with determination to grow stronger, before casting one last glance at the floating Tao Tao and turning towards the library. 2 individuals head to the library, 3 to the medicinal garden, 2 to clean the front yard, 1 each for the alchemy and forging rooms, and 2 for the training arena and backyard, while 5 are assigned to the kitchen. Everyone in the manor must partake in the farming activities, whether sowing or harvesting. The library is responsible for registering and issuing borrowing credentials. The medicinal garden focuses on planting and harvesting, while the kitchen requires grains and vegetables. There is a cellar beside the storage room for meat, which should be sourced through hunting. In the afternoon, a breeding garden will be established, requiring 2 individuals, who should come to the affairs hall to find me. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yun Xiao, the second disciple of the manor's master, and my 4 junior brothers and sisters have also returned to the manor. Observing that some have already turned to leave, she gracefully strides towards the affairs hall. In the affairs hall, Miss, an elderly lady, namely specializes in southern cuisine and pastries. I will head to the kitchen. Miss, another elderly lady named Wang specializes in northern cuisine. I will also go to the kitchen. Miss Wu Kei, Wu Ya, is responsible for cleaning the front yard. Miss Wu Qing is in charge of the forging room. After a flurry of activity, Wu Ming handles the alchemy room, while Wu Xia, Wu Ji, and Bai Ji oversee the medicinal garden. The erudite Elder Wei was assigned by Tao Tao to oversee the affairs hall, while the astute Wu Jin and Zheng Zhou were directly tasked with managing the harvest of the fields and the breeding grounds outside the estate. Wu Jiang and the twin sisters Ling Lan and Ling Yin followed the 2 matrons to take charge of the grand kitchen. Wu Yuan and Wu Yu were given responsibility for the training grounds, while Wu Hui and Wu Yu oversaw the breeding grounds. Observing the silent Wu Shuang and Bai Lan who had entered the affairs hall without speaking, Tao Tao designated them to manage the embroidery hall, with Ji Xiu tasked to organize their work. Each individual clutched their identity badge, eagerly examining it. Whether young or old, they were all as excited as children. Particularly, Elder Wei, upon receiving his badge and seeing the inscription Ghost Mountain Villa, felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. As he glanced at the identity badges of the others, tears of joy streamed down his face upon realizing they all bore the same inscription aside from their names. He exclaimed, I, Wei Jing, have also attained an identity badge. From this day forth, I am a citizen of Ghost Mountain Villa. In life, I shall belong to it, and in death, I shall remain among its departed." With Wei Jing's declaration, the other 20 individuals echoed his sentiments, and, as their voices faded, the very laws of the universe seemed to resonate in response. Tao Tao, observing this scene, lifted her gaze to the empty sky in confusion, suppressing her perplexity without uttering a word. Chapter 109. The Remarkably Ordinary Elder Sign-In Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received 800 pounds of rapeseed suitable for the soil of Mushi country, 1,200 pounds of drought-resistant rice seeds, 20 bolts of brocade, 50 bolts of fine cotton cloth, 50 chicks, and 10 piglets. While Tao Tao contemplated the optimal location for the breeding grounds, she was suddenly alerted by the multitude of rewards announced by the gourd. Her previously furrowed brow relaxed, and she cheerfully set off to establish the breeding grounds outside the villa. "Master," Tao Tao remarked, observing the now steadier Hong Qi compared to 2 days prior. "Impressive. You've progressed to the mid-level of Qi cultivation in just 2 days. Here are 10 medium-grade spirit stones for your training." With a flick of her hand, 10 medium-grade spirit stones appeared on the table. These were rewards from her second day's sign-in at the villa, and besides these 10, she had an additional 90 medium-grade spirit stones and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones resting in her system backpack. "Understood, Master." Watching Hong Qi, adorned in a dark fox mask, depart, Tao Tao pondered whether she had indeed traversed into the correct timeline. Tao Family Village. At this moment, the 4 venerable elders of the Tao family stood beneath the eaves, observing the uninvited guests with keen interest. Having lived for over a century, their usually murky eyes sparkled with intensity as they scrutinized the individuals standing in the courtyard. "Tao Village Chief, we mean no offense. We have merely heard that the young master of Ghost Mountain Villa is from your esteemed village. We have come to witness the young master's grandeur and hope you will not take offense," spoke a middle-aged man dressed in finery, fanning himself despite the cold, his face glistening with grease and insincerity. "If you wish to meet the young master of Ghost Mountain Villa, why not go directly to the villa?" Despite his seemingly honest demeanor, Tao Yu is known for his sharp tongue. This was indeed Tao Yu's courtyard. Upon the arrival of the guests, Tao Inha discreetly approached Tao Dashan to relay the situation. With a solemn nod, Tao Dashan followed Tao Inha to the residence of the elder Tao Yu. Before the greasy middle-aged man could utter another word, a young man behind him interjected, "Old man, if it weren't for the young master of your village, would Lord Yao come to this rundown place?" "Exactly. What is there to commend in this shabby village? The master of Ghost Mountain Villa must be blind and foolish to allow someone from this village to be called a young master." "I say the young master should be our Lord Yao," chimed in the young man's companions, echoing his derision. Before the elderly men could respond, one of their kin retorted, "Lord Yao? With a greasy man like this, what good could possibly come of it? As for the title of young master of Ghost Mountain Villa, I would wager he is still floating in the river." At that moment, a fellow clansman beside him gave him a thumbs up. This usually quiet individual had surprised everyone with his retort, prompting thoughts of emulating his boldness in the future. The greasy man narrowed his eyes at the one who had spoken, then turned to smile insincerely. "Ah, so this is how you elders govern your kin. Today, I have learned much. Never has anyone mocked my son and lived to tell the tale," said Li San. "Lord Yao, I understand." A man in blue attire stepped forward, glaring dangerously at the Tao family member who had spoken earlier. Zhang San inhaled deeply, then with claws outstretched and legs poised, lunged toward the Tao family member. Just as Zhang San's claws were about to make contact, the latter bent his knees and prepared to retaliate with a punch, only to find Zhang send hurtling through the air. Bang! A scream echoed as Zhang San landed, and the greasy man stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Hearing the cries outside and witnessing the Tao elder still with his hand raised, he shrank back, swallowing hard. Though he had witnessed it firsthand, he repeatedly muttered in his mind, "This is merely a coincidence. This old man is just a rustic elder." Tao Xiao fixed a deathly gaze upon the remaining members of the Yao family, standing in the courtyard, gathering his energy and commanding, "Leave. If you do not exit Tao family village in 5 breaths, you will die." With the overwhelming presence of 4 peak martial sect cultivators, the aura bore down upon the Yao family members one by one. All 7, including the greasy man, found their legs weakened and coughed up blood before stumbling out of Tao family village. The greasy man thought to himself, "What kind of ordinary village is this?" The followers murmured in agreement. "What kind of ordinary elder is this? Clearly, he is a master." Li San, lying on the ground, added, "Hey, I'm still here." The Tao family members responded, "The elder is indeed the elder. Let us go. Let us go. There's nothing more to see. Let us practice martial arts." Chapter 110. The comical glutton Iran, make arrangements. "From now on, keep a close watch on any unfamiliar faces," commanded the village chief, Elder Tao Xiao, his expression grave as he narrowed his eyes. "Old 5, assign a few individuals to keep an eye on the village children. The 4 of us old fellows will wait for those visitors. Second brother, 3 groups of people have come today, clearly merchants sent to scout the area. Do you think those gentlemen from the capital will truly come?" Tao Ji scoffed. "Those crafty individuals are unlikely to appear personally. They will send others to assess the situation. I suspect they are merely curious about Ghost Mountain Villa. They would not risk personal involvement with the unknown." Tao Zhu frowned, sensing something amiss with the 3 groups of visitors without being able to pinpoint the source of his unease. The elders of the Tao family were not mistaken. The gentlemen from the capital had indeed sent only a few individuals to gather information discreetly. It was well known that potatoes were sent back to the capital by the one in charge. The origins of these potatoes were certainly known to that individual. If they acted with excessive boldness, would the royal ancestors spare them? As it stood, the individual had 5 princes, and aside from the eldest, second, and fourth, who had engaged in some minor activities, the third and fifth had returned to their sex post-haste and were currently abiding peacefully therein. Regarding the 4 prominent families, the individual had discreetly dispatched some news to them and sent them on their way. Only the Tao family is excessively petty and harbors ill intentions. Anyone they disdain is guided in the opposite direction. As for the 3 groups that ventured into Tao village, they were intentionally left behind by a certain individual, who was curious about the sudden appearance of the ghostly young master of the manor, eager to ascertain both their martial prowess and moral character. To their surprise, the villagers of Tao village swiftly suppressed these 3 groups with force, leaving no one aware of the mysterious young master's gender or name. Upon receiving this news, Xinyuan Haoyan was momentarily taken aback before retreating to the royal forbidden grounds. The 7th ancestor truly possesses remarkable foresight, and Xinyuan Haoyan genuinely admires this protector of the elders in the forbidden area. If not for greed, the 4 prominent families would undoubtedly be led by the Tao family. Unfortunately, the catastrophe that struck over a century ago caused many of the Tao family's most talented members, both direct and collateral, to fade from public view. The gray-clad elder, with a nostalgic expression and eyes filled with admonition, remarked that he suspects the current Tao village within Ning County harbors those once extraordinary talents of the Tao family. He urged caution, emphasizing that if one cannot befriend them, they must not become adversaries. If friendship is possible, then all the better. Xinyuan Haoyan had heard of the calamity from a century ago before. Most of the Tao family's talents had perished, with a few severely injured individuals vanishing without a trace. He never anticipated that his unintentional actions might aid those once celebrated for their talents. At this moment, Xinyuan Haoyan resolved that regardless of whether the Tao village in Ning County consisted of those former prodigies, their ability to produce abundant crops demonstrated commendable character, warranting his protection. After a brief exchange with the gray-clad elder, Xinyuan Haoyan returned to the imperial study and promptly summoned Lu Dongxiao to the palace. Speaking of Lu Dongxiao, he is indeed a notable figure. Armed with the potato recipe delivered by Kong Qian, he had returned to the northern province under the pretense of addressing matters within his jurisdiction. Xinyuan Haoyan harbored suspicions regarding Lu Dongxiao's sudden departure and, only the following day, realized that the plump fellow must have discovered the method for preparing the potatoes and had embarked on a solitary feast. In that moment, Xinyuan Haoyan appeared far removed from the demeanor of a sovereign, pondering when he might finally retire, lamenting that such distractions hindered his culinary adventures. Surprisingly, they had the audacity to investigate the origins of the potatoes. He had labored diligently to complete the task, and surely Lu Dongxiao ought to share the recipes with him. The urgent summons from the sovereign? Alas, such is the nature of hierarchy. Sighing, he resolved to set off immediately. Lu Dongxiao, upon reading the letter, shook his head and turned to make arrangements. Minister Lu Dongxiao, he muttered, "Oh, you plump fellow, hoarding my recipes while indulging yourself. Just look at you." It was as if he had finally grasped what Kong had learned from him. Before Lu Dongxiao could kneel to express himself, Xianyuan Haoyan, embodying the quintessential disgruntled protagonist, began to vent his frustrations. Fu Qian, who had been attending to him, glanced at the two with wide eyes filled with confusion, pondering Kang's character. Enough, Fu Qian. Why the furtive glances? You possess quite the audacity. Swiftly escort this plump fellow to my private kitchen. Let him prepare a meal for me, for I am famished. Lu Dongxiao, a gluttonous complainant, is truly vexing. Meanwhile, in Chapter 111, the veneer of calm in Tao village belied an undercurrent of tension. Hongqi, concealed behind a dark mask, discerned the village's peculiarities. Having journeyed from the capital, he, a member of the beggars' sect, gathered a plethora of intelligence, encompassing the four prominent families. He recalled that something had transpired involving the Tao family, resulting in the disappearance of a pair of brothers and several close associates. Rumor had it that despite their prodigious talents, youthful hubris had led to calamity, with some severely injured and subsequently rescued by their kin, only to ultimately fall victim to pursuers, plummeting from a cliff, leaving no trace. It seemed plausible that the Tao village nestled within this mountain hollow might harbor survivors from that fateful descent. Or perhaps the Tao family's prodigies had been meticulously arranged from the outset. The more Hong Qi pondered, the more he sensed that matters were far from straightforward. His master belonged to a family residing in this very village, and one of the current elders was a direct relative. Could it be that their family was indeed the Tao family? Yet what the Tao family in the capital? A cascade of questions swirled in Hong Qi's mind, further complicating his understanding. He resolved to investigate the connections between these two Tao families, seeking clarity regarding the events of over a century ago. He recalled his master's words about the activation of the Cloud Rider Shadow Guardians, tasked with remaining hidden and protecting their master. Though before the identity of that master could be revealed, the individual had succumbed to a fatal poison. Now that he had located his master, who belonged to this village, he wondered if the villagers were the true descendants of the Tao family. Hong Qi was jolted by his own thoughts, as an epiphany flitted through his mind, too fleeting to grasp. In stark contrast to the tension enveloping Tao village, three individuals in the walled courtyard of the capital were indulging in a sumptuous potato feast prepared by Lu Dongxiao. Xianyuan Haoyan, while eating, sought to curry favor, proclaiming, "Plump fellow, I have thwarted those who sought to enter Ning County, and that squint-eyed Tao family was duped into retreating, sending only 3 groups to that unblemished town. Combined, those 3 groups could not contend with those villagers, let alone if they had united. I have rendered you a grand service. You must repay me in kind." As Lu Dongxiao savored the potato braised chicken, he glanced at the incessant chatter of Xianyuan Haoyan and calmly replied, "Did I request your assistance?" Fu Qian, engrossed in gnawing on a pork elbow, remained indifferent, fully aware that Lu Dongxiao would respond in such a manner, given their decades of camaraderie. Though the sovereign disregarded matters of status, Fu Qian was mindful of his own. Should these two unite, along with that Kong, one could only wonder what astonishing upheavals might ensue. For now, he resolved to focus on his role as a servant, seizing the opportunity to relish the culinary delights before him. In the face of such gastronomic pleasures, nothing else seemed to matter. "Hey, plump fellow, you truly lack appreciation. I've heard that Tao village has cultivated a new high-yield grain, capable of producing over 6,000 pounds per acre." Upon hearing Lu Dongxiao's composed words, Xianyuan Haoyan's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment at the mention of such a high yield. Lu Dongxiao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Over 6,000 pounds per acre? What sort of miracle crop is this? How was I not informed? The audacious, disobedient disciple has truly grown bold, not informing me and instead letting that gluttonous husky know. It seems the training has been insufficient. With the new year approaching, perhaps I shall reside with the disobedient disciple for a time. No, I am merely visiting to pay my respects and present gifts to my esteemed master. Yes, it is indeed a visit to honor my master." Lu Dongxiao merely cast a fleeting glance, remaining silent as he continued to struggle with the potato feast laid out before him. Xianyuan Haoyan, observing the scene, could sense that this fellow must be concocting some scheme. It would be prudent to keep a watchful eye on him, lest he sell me out while I end up counting the silver notes for him. Yet, considering this fellow's capabilities, Xianyuan Haoyan found himself at a loss as to whom to entrust with this task. Chapter 112. Second rank alchemist. 2 days passed, then 3, and, after another 5 days, Taoyuan village remained tranquil. Apart from the initial 3 groups of visitors, no strangers had ventured into the village. Not only were the villagers puzzled, but also Hong Chi, lurking in the shadows, found himself equally perplexed. Could it be that the information was erroneous? That seemed unlikely, as the beggar gang had also conveyed similar tidings. Was it possible that someone had misled them en route? However, the master remained at the manor and did not venture out. Who could possibly deceive them? Hong Chi decided it best to return to the manor and report to the master for a decisive judgment. At the Phantom Manor, the masked Wei Wu and Ji Qin were diligently instructing 21 individuals in body training, adhering to their master's methods. Tao Tao, adorned in a white mask, personally guided the 4 young ones of the Tao family and others. The participants, all wearing masks, 5 in white fox masks and the rest in dark fox masks, were engaged in rigorous physical conditioning, a practice deemed essential for both cultivators and martial artists. Every day, a familiar sight unfolded at the manor. A group of individuals would circle the manor's perimeter, engaging in peculiar movements that initially baffled them. Yet after several days, they began to notice subtle changes within their bodies, leading to a self-initiated practice. Upon Hong Chi's return, he was astonished to witness this curious scene. "Master, how fares it down the mountain?" "Master, only the 3 inconsequential groups arrived on the first day, all of whom were forcefully driven away by a few elders from Taoyuan village. Since then, no strangers have entered the village before my return to the manor." Hong Chi reported faithfully, leaving Tao Tao somewhat bewildered. This should not be. Kong Chiyun's information ought to be reliable. Could there be an issue? Or has someone lent assistance from the shadows? Since all is well, you should also engage in practice. With these words, Tao Tao pointed her finger at Hong Chi's forehead, imparting the body refinement technique to him. A technique without rank? Anyone can utilize it? Is the master planning a heist? Reflecting on the numerous tomes and manuals still housed in the library, Hong Chi couldn't help but admire his master's extraordinary capabilities, despite her unassuming demeanor. He had scarcely perused a few of those manuals, especially considering a majority were advanced techniques, with a few being of divine rank. The Hongmeng formula he practiced was indeed a divine technique, yet his master had so casually bestowed it upon him. Had he not exercised restraint, he would have exclaimed upon seeing the manuals. Suppressing his astonishment, Hong Chi hastened to follow Ji Xiao, becoming part of the peculiar scene. "Manager Zhao, it seems the manor has expanded significantly since my brief absence." After their activities, Hong Chi walked alongside Zhao Yukai, observing the flourishing terrain and the burgeoning breeding grounds. All of this is arranged by the master. Zhao Yukai detailed the responsibilities assigned to each individual. He also mentioned that a group of 7 from the beggar gang had arrived the previous day and were currently in the guest quarters, with the master requesting Hong Chi to pay them a visit. Listening intently, Hong Chi committed the information to memory, deeply impressed by his master's arrangements. "Master, the water has been prepared." "Very well, you may leave. I shall attend to it myself." After loosening her muscles, Tao Tao indulged in a bath, changing into a fresh, dry dress before retreating to her room to catch up on sleep. Sign-in notification. "Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have received the inheritance of a 2nd-rank alchemist, a random divine beast egg, and 1,000 mid-tier spirit stones." "Hulu, the inheritance of a 2nd-rank alchemist? Is it as I envision?" "Indeed, sister. Shall we proceed with the integration of the 2nd-rank alchemist inheritance?" "Integrate." With Tao Tao's command, a wealth of alchemical knowledge and methods for identifying spirit plants, as well as techniques for crafting 1st and 2nd-tier pills, flooded her mind. Although this influx of information was substantial, it felt gentler than previous experiences. Perhaps this was due to the essence of flora and fauna inherent in spirit plants. Upon integrating the 2nd-rank alchemist inheritance, Tao Tao successfully advanced from a mere alchemical servant to the ranks of a 2nd-rank alchemist. Tao Tao exhaled, "Hulu, a divine beast egg, yet it remains random?" "Yes, sister. The divine beast egg will hatch into a cub, though I currently cannot ascertain the type of divine beast it contains." Hulu's voice dwindled. Tao Tao presumed Hulu's softened tone stemmed from uncertainty regarding the egg's nature, yet it was quite the opposite. Hulu felt discontent, believing he had deceived Tao Tao by withholding the truth about the egg's identity. After placing the divine beast egg into the Yuling space for Hulu to monitor, Tao Tao commenced her day of languorous repose. Chapter 113. The host sister is truly pitiful within the room. Tao Tao nestled cozily under her blankets, soundly asleep. Outside, Hongqi encountered the third and final batch of 7 individuals, as arranged. 4 men and 3 women, upon receiving their instructions from Hongqi, donned the manor's distinctive white robes embroidered with crimson blooms of the other shore and proceeded to the surrounding terrain. Indeed, these 7 were assigned to tend to the land, with Tao Tao planning further arrangements after 10 days. Meanwhile, the others engaged in their respective tasks, either at the training grounds or within the library. Even the untrained Wu Shuang immersed herself in the library, eagerly poring over the compilation of embroidery techniques, wishing she had 2 additional pairs of eyes. Wei Wu was absorbed in the 9 palaces to capture the enemy, occasionally gesturing with his hands, while even the elder from the affairs hall borrowed records of the grand historian to study. Aside from a newly arrived 7, all others had found intriguing manuals and texts within the library, eagerly devouring their contents. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures concealed in the void hovered above Phantom Manor. The elder with a grizzled beard spoke wearily. Is it truly time for you to intervene directly in the affairs of the heavens? The man in white robes nodded softly, gazing reluctantly at the slumbering Tao Tao. Should I depart and not return, I implore you to isolate this world from any repercussions. I have destroyed all other pathways, but the laws and destiny of this realm remain unestablished. Let fate decide. The man in white robes cast a lingering gaze at the still sleeping Tao Tao before resolutely turning away. A moment later, the elder with the bushy eyebrows waved his hand, causing the ground of the Mushi kingdom to tremble, and a surge of spiritual energy rippled above the Ling Mountain. With reddened eyes, he gritted his teeth and shattered the pathway they had taken, leaving only a faint, somber whisper in the air. Little girl, farewell. Your father can no longer protect you, and I, your master, can no longer accompany you. From now on, you must rely on yourself. The elder's hand bestowed a modicum of pure spiritual energy upon the Mushi kingdom, yet upon integration, it appeared somewhat muddled. In her dreams, Tao Tao seemed to sense this change, as a wave of discomfort and profound reluctance surged within her, akin to the sudden departure of something vital in her life. Upon awakening, Tao Tao's face was streaked with tears, her eyes red and swollen. She wished to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. Consequently, to the eyes of Ji Qin and the others, the once lively and mischievous Tao Tao became unexpectedly somber. At times, she gazed up at the sky above the ghostly mountain manor, while at other moments she sat in silence, lost in thought. The gourd in the Yuling space, aside from reminding her to sign in, remained silent. It understood the confusion in its host sister's heart, but had promised not to bring up those matters again. As she cherished her carefree life, everything would drift away with the wind, and all would come in due course. It believed that its host sister would eventually come to understand. Indeed, the gourd spoke. Sister, do you think I have lost something of great importance? Tao Tao finally voiced her thoughts. Sister, what have you lost? Where did you lose it? Let me help you find it, the gourd replied, a hint of unease in its tone. I don't even know what I've lost. I just feel as though something is missing, yet I cannot recall what it is. Tao Tao's frustrated voice made the gourd hesitate, but seeing its 7-year-old host's sister, it resolutely stated, Sister, I believe it is because you missed the Tao family. You haven't returned in many days. The Tao family? Is that so? Yes, sister. Have you forgotten the dumplings your grandmother made? And that delicious winter melon and pork rib soup, along with the tantalizing spicy rabbit bites? It seems so. I haven't tasted my grandmother's cooking in ages. Gourd, now you've made me crave it. I must return home to have her prepare a feast for me. The thought of delightful food invigorated Tao Tao, and she hurried off to the disciples' courtyard to find her siblings. Observing her renewed spirit, the gourd wiped non-existent sweat from its brow, mumbling to itself, at last. I've managed to deceive her. Although the influential figures had departed, the remnants they left behind might one day reveal the truth to the host sister. Would she confront those irresponsible men with fury? The gourd harbored doubts about the 2 cunning men, fearing they had merely grown weary of the once pugnacious host sister. Alas, the host sister was indeed pitiable. It anticipated the day they might clash, feeling somewhat conflicted. Chapter 114. Descending the mountain for food and comfort. Brother Hai, Sister Hong. Xiao Xiao, Shenggu, Tao Tao exclaimed as she reached the courtyard entrance. Upon hearing her cheerful voice, the occupants of the courtyard rushed out in a flurry. They were met with the sight of a beaming Tao Tao. Siblings, do you wish to return home? The four of them had been living in the village with family, and after being apart for nearly half a month, they indeed yearned for their loved ones. Don't just stand there. Let us descend the mountain and return home for a feast. Hearing Tao Tao's jubilant tone, the four were filled with joy. Thus, the decision for the 5 young ones to descend the mountain and indulge in comforting food was unanimously approved. Before leaving the manor, Tao Tao dragged along Ji Qin, believing that with Hong Qi and the others present, she could simply enjoy her time as a carefree child. At the Tao family home, the elderly couple, Tao Dashan and Tao Lisher, exchanged worried words. Hasn't Tao Tao been away for half a month? Indeed, it has been half a month. The snow has fallen for 3 consecutive days, and the weather is growing colder. I wonder how the children are faring in the mountains. They haven't even sent a message back. Yesterday, Inha inquired about his 2 children. I fear that mischievous girl is behind this. If she returns, I shall have to teach her a lesson. Old man, who are you planning to discipline? Shouldn't the girl assist you? Before Tao Dashan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a teasing voice. Upon seeing the 5 children at the entrance, he felt his anger dissipate, though he was reluctant to truly reprimand them. Let them be. They are merely children. I shouldn't exhaust myself at my age. I might end up suffering. Oh dear, my sweet little one has returned to see me. Old man, what are you doing standing there? Hurry and stoke the fire. Can't you see my little one is looking thin and hungry? As Tao Dashan grumbled, Tao Lisher's voice rang out. Tao Dashan glanced at the 5 children who had entered the courtyard and promptly went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. For cultivators, ordinary food was often deemed too impure to consume. However, Tao Tao was different. She relished food, especially that made by her family, which she considered the finest. She firmly believed that wasting was a grave error. After enjoying a bowl of sauerkraut and his shredded pork noodles, Tao Minghai and the others returned home. Grandfather, grandmother, is the old man not here? The old man has gone back to their courtyard. My dear, how is the mountain? Tao Dashan was particularly curious about the ghostly mountain manor. Though he had visited once, it had been too hurried for him to appreciate it fully. Tao Tao did not answer directly, but instead inquired, Grandfather, only 3 groups of people came? Has there been no one else? Tao Dashan nodded, but suddenly recalled something and asked, My dear, how did you know there were 3 groups? Tao Lisher was also intrigued. After all, the girl had been in the mountains at that time. Tao Tao grinned mischievously and shook her head, saying, The mountain folk possess their own clever tricks. I cannot reveal them. Tao Lisher chuckled at the girl's antics. You're such a rascal. Did you manage to trick those people, my dear? Tao Dashan asked, voicing the question that had lingered in his mind. Tao Tao shook her head, frowning slightly. It wasn't me. There were indeed several groups from the capital, but I don't know which kind-hearted person misled them. When I find out, I must express my gratitude. Hearing this, the elderly couple nodded in agreement. Grandmother, where are my parents and my uncle and aunt, as well as my siblings? They went to the market in town and will return later. Would you like to rest for a while? Tao Lisher gently patted her enigmatic granddaughter's head. Yes, I'm a bit tired. Grandfather, grandmother, I will take a nap. If I'm not awake by dinner, please eat without me. I will ask Ji Qin to prepare something when I awaken. Yawning and rubbing her eyes, Tao Tao retreated to her room for a rest. Chapter 115. The Eye of Illusion. Father, Mother, I heard our daughter has returned. Where is she? Well, it seems that like parents, like daughter, exclaimed Tao Taiju and his wife as they entered the courtyard. It seemed as though their daughter had departed many years ago. What was all the fuss about? The young girl, Tao, was utterly exhausted and sleeping inside. If she were to be disturbed, you would face dire consequences. The kitchen knives wielded by Tao's mother glimmered ominously. Upon seeing the knife in her hand, Tao Taiju and his wife immediately fell silent, transforming into timid quails, obediently carrying the purchases to the storeroom alongside their elder brother and sister-in-law. The siblings of Tao Li Hua exchanged glances, then quietly nodded, their eyes communicating unspoken thoughts. Tao Su remarked, Elder sister, I'm glad I refrained from speaking earlier. Tao Xinghua rolled her eyes. You had no opportunity to speak. Had I not covered your mouth, you would surely have been scolded by our grandmother. Tao Li Hua added, Indeed, I witnessed it all. Tao Su Sai, Ouda Sita. You might soon lose your clever brother. To which Tao Li Hua retorted, Just you. Whoever desires you may take you away. I have my sister Tao Tao. With a smile in her eyes, Tao Xinghua followed her elder sister into the kitchen to assist their grandmother with the cooking. Meanwhile, Tao Tao continued her deep slumber. only to awaken to the darkness of night. A lamp illuminated the room, likely lit by Ji Qin, who was probably in the outer room at that moment. Ji Qin approached. "My lady, you are awake and likely hungry. Please wait. I shall bring your meal." Tonight, the old lady prepared steamed dumplings and braised ribs with potatoes. Ji Qin announced. "Very well, place it on the table," Tao Tao replied. "Ji Qin, do you know of the Misty Steps technique?" she inquired while eating. "Yes, my lady. Would you like to learn the technique? Does Hong Chi and the others know of it as well?" "Our guard team is familiar with both Ling Wei steps and Misty Steps. The former is a required technique for the guard team, while the latter is for potential candidates or disciples." Ji Qin continued. "I have placed Misty Steps in the library and instructed Hong Chi to teach it to those who choose it. Additionally, I have ensured that herbal compendium and spiritual plant compendium are also stored there." At this moment, after a refreshing sleep, Tao Tao remembered something she had forgotten and promptly instructed Ji Qin to handle it. "Yes, my lady." After a fulfilling meal, Tao Tao returned to her space to gather grains, vegetables, fruits, and a selection of eggs and milk. She also harvested spiritual rice, vegetables, and fruits from the cultivation realm before exiting her space. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received 20 yuan cultivation pills. The Divine Sword Technique 7-star Sword Technique and the Eye of Illusion." What is the Eye of Illusion? Dear sister, the Eye of Illusion is one of the top-tier ocular techniques. Although it lacks offensive capabilities, it serves as an exceptional support technique. It allows one to perceive the weaknesses of all things. As long as you possess sufficient cultivation, you can discern the essence of any technique, spell, or formation, even penetrating the barriers of elemental fire and white flames. It belongs to the highest echelon of penetrating abilities. Sister, this is a remarkable treasure. Upon hearing this explanation from the gourd, Tao Tao agreed that it was not just a treasure, but a significant one. Integrate the Eye of Illusion. In that instant, as she closed her eyes, a flash of gold illuminated her vision, reminding her of her current endeavor. After the brief pain subsided, a refreshing coolness swept through, alleviating the discomfort and invigorating her, causing her tightly shut eyes to gradually relax and then open. Upon opening her eyes, a golden light radiated forth, rendering everything in her sight transparent. Channeling spiritual energy, she guided the Eye of Illusion through her eyes, making it circulate in concentric patterns until the golden Eye of Illusion fully integrated. Tao Tao could then seamlessly alternate between golden and black pupils. Next came the 7-star Sword Technique, which she immersed herself in, fully awake and alert. As the technique entered her being, she felt an overwhelming sword intent. Was this the essence of divine sword intent? Her intuition suggested that although this sword technique was divine, the sword intent it contained was far beyond mere divinity. Tao Tao absorbed and integrated the energy surrounding her, which swirled like a tempest toward her, enveloping her entirely. She observed a small figure practicing each move in slow motion before her eyes. The intricate sword techniques became increasingly comprehensible, and she recited each word aloud. Finally, with a soft pop, the figure paused and smiled at her. "Congratulations on your successful integration." The surrounding spiritual energy surged once again, rushing into Tao Tao's body. Startled, she quickly activated her chaotic technique to guide the energy through her meridians. Thanks to her earlier activation of the gourd's shielding function, this entire sequence of events, the golden light of the Eye of Illusion and the extraordinary sword intent, remained concealed from all but Tao Tao and the gourd. This was yet another function of the system that Tao Tao had inadvertently discovered. The system commented, "I am not mistaken. It is the gourd that is blind to its own heart." Tao Tao regarded the gourd in silence. The gourd lamented, "Woe is me, for I am new to this and still unfamiliar with many functions." Chapter 116, A Proposal, Sir. Could you find a moment to mention to the elder gentleman that if Yin Yin and Ming Xian possess good temperaments, we should bring them back? They need not reside in the village, but could assist at the ghostly manor. Perhaps they might catch the eye of some esteemed master there. Tao Tao had heard from her sister, Xiao Hong, that Yin Yin and Ming Xian, the sibling duo, possessed talent in martial arts. Yet their family-esque greed had turned them into commodities. It was rumored they had met a tragic end, leaving them unrecognizable. Initially, Tao Tao felt a pang of sympathy, grateful to be the granddaughter of the fifth household. Otherwise, she dared not imagine her fate. Now, however, she found herself pondering anew. In this life, how could Hong Tao discreetly convey messages through escorting goods? What about in the previous life? Was there a means of communication then as well? Were the two disfigured corpses truly those of Tao Yin and her brother? All of this was shrouded in uncertainty. Intuition whispered to Tao Tao that there must be survivors from the previous Tao family village, yet the outcome remained unknown, with the ghostly manor now in existence. If Tao Yin and her brother were virtuous, what harm could there be in allowing them to join? If they possessed talent and were not consumed by hatred, surely finding them a mentor would be feasible. Speaking of mentors, she recalled having sent messages to their master, yet nearly a year had passed without a single response. This was somewhat illogical. The young lady has spoken directly, and I believe if those two children are of good nature, this could be a suitable path for them. Tao Dashan relayed Tao Tao's sentiments and shared his thoughts, then sat quietly in his chair. Tao Zhu, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement, affirming that if the two children harbored ulterior motives, he would not allow them to endanger the Tao family village, but would imprison them instead. Naturally, the elders were in agreement with Tao Tao's proposal, and with Tao Zhu's assurance, the four elder gentlemen ultimately decided to send Liang and Lin to retrieve them. As for the rest, they would assess the situation upon their return. Liang and Lin discreetly departed the village. Each day thereafter, Tao Tao enjoyed waking naturally, signing in, reading, and tending to her space, occasionally sending Ji Qin up the mountain to check on things. 7 days passed in this manner. Tao Tao signed in and acquired numerous valuable items. 30 top-grade Peiyuan pills, 15 exquisite Shisui pills, 5 medium-grade magical tools, 3 medium-grade spiritual tools, 2 top-grade spiritual tools, and an artifact known as the chaotic fan. Additionally, she received 1,000 inferior spiritual stones, 500 medium-grade spiritual stones, and 100 exquisite spiritual stones. There was also a collection of illustrations, divided into 2 volumes, Compendium of Beasts and Compendium of Flora. Upon a cursory glance, Tao Tao noted that these volumes documented not only ordinary animals and plants, but also spiritual beasts, demonic creatures, and celestial flora. Currently, Tao Tao had achieved the rank of a 3rd-grade alchemist, a master-level advanced smith, and an intermediate formation master. Her only shortcoming was that she had only just begun her studies in talisman crafting, not yet qualifying as a novice talisman master. The ranks of formation masters included apprentice, junior, intermediate, advanced, respected, sacred, celestial, royal, imperial, and supreme formation masters. The levels of formations range from entry-level, junior, intermediate, advanced. Spiritual stage, which served as the sex protective formation, requiring significant effort even from those in the great ascension stage to breach. Sacred stage, impenetrable by non-immortals. Celestial, royal, imperial, and supreme stages. The ranks of talisman masters included apprentice, junior, intermediate, advanced, sacred, celestial, royal, and supreme talisman masters. The levels of talismans were categorized as initial, intermediate, advanced, sacred, celestial, royal, and supreme. Tao Tao benefited from the teachings of her venerable ancestor regarding formations. In terms of talismans, she discovered a comprehensive guide titled Talisman Knowledge and a manual called Basic Talisman Techniques within the Yuling space, learning to draw the talismans through her own exploration. Each stroke required her to channel spiritual energy onto the paper with utmost care. While it appeared simple, the execution was far from easy. Tao Tao emerged from her dwelling, rubbing her eyes and yawning, and noticed her grandmother, along with her mother and aunt, tidying up various areas. Tilting her head and blinking in contemplation, she realized that the new year was less than half a month away. Her intention in inviting her sister, Tao Yin'er, and her siblings back was primarily to summon Tao Er and the others. Hong Qi had already investigated, revealing that Hong Tao had not yielded even after enduring great torment. Cast aside like a dead dog by the Tao family in the capital, he had not journeyed towards Ning County, but instead sought refuge in a nearby, dilapidated corner. Recently, the weather in the capital had been frigid enough to freeze one to death. Zi Xiao and his companions stealthily rescued Hong Tao, administering medicine before discreetly transporting him to the Ghost Mountain Manor. Tao Tao resolved to extend an opportunity to Hong Tao's family. Therefore, following her great-grandmother's departure from the village, Ji Qin conveyed the message, instructing Tao Er and his companions to escort Hong Tao's wife and children directly to the Ghost Mountain Manor. Hong Chi was tasked with seeking out the Divine Doctor Valley to find a healer for Hong Tao. Now 7 days had passed, and it was time for Chapter 117, Surprise and Unexpectedness. Master, Tao Air and the others have returned, Ji Qin reported softly to Tao Tao. Indeed, was the journey peaceful? With the steward Hong's men shadowing them, everything went smoothly. It seems my great-grandmother's party should have arrived as well. Ji Qin, since Hong Chi is not at the manor and Tao Yi has yet to return, allow Tao Air and the others to rest for a while. Then provide them with 3 copies of the Hongmeng Sutra. I am aware that you have already memorized it. Sharing it with them will expedite their training. Also, ensure that the techniques for converting internal energy and spiritual energy are passed on to them verbally, while Zhao, the steward, can offer additional assistance with matters of the manor. Understood, Master. Is there anything else you wish to command? No, you may go. I suspect Tao Yi is en route. Yes, Master. I take my leave. Having just returned from the manor, Ji Qin promptly headed back. Tao Tao correctly surmised that Tao Yi was indeed on his way, accompanied by 15 half-grown children and 2 scruffy old men. What she did not anticipate was the arrival of a party from the direction of the capital, led by the rotund Lu Dongxiao and his ever-present sidekick, the foodie Xinyuan Haoyan. Before dinner, Liang and Lin, along with their group of 4, returned. As Tao Yin'er and her siblings disembarked from the carriage, Tao Tao could not resist utilizing her discerning eye. To her astonishment, she was taken aback. What the heck? Didn't Tao Xiaohong claim that the Tao family in the capital had cultivators? Why are these 2 exceptionally gifted children not being properly educated but instead treated as bargaining chips? At that moment, she was uncertain whether to consider it fortunate or unfortunate. Tao Yishuan, observing the girl's peculiar expression and the twitch at the corner of her mouth, sensed that Tao Yin'er and her siblings must possess some special significance. Otherwise, the girl's demeanor was undeniably strange. Once she had composed herself, Tao Tao approached her grandfather. Tao Yishuan, great-grandfather, after the new year, let Yin'er and Mingxian go to the Ghost Mountain Manor. Is that true? Tao Tao shot him a glance and replied. The Tao family in the capital does not recognize gold inlaid with jade, mistaking pearls for fish eyes. After uttering this, she skipped back to her room and materialized in the library of the Yuling space. Tao Yishuan's mind was consumed by 2 phrases, not recognizing gold inlaid with jade and mistaking pearls for fish eyes. Ah, so this means Yin'er and her siblings are geniuses? I cannot bear this shock alone. The old men must experience it too. He instructed Li to bring Yin'er and her siblings into the room while he and his wife, Liang, sought out the other 3 families and their elder. In the main hall of the Tao family, what did you say? Yishuan, did you misspeak or did I mishear? The first to speak was Tao Yishuan's grandfather, Tao Yifei. Tao Zhu, the elder, was so astonished by Tao Yishuan's words that the teacup in his hand made intimate contact with the floor. Tao Xiao and Tao Yu, 2 other elders, widened their eyes in disbelief, clearly questioning whether they had misheard and seeking confirmation. In contrast, Tao Zhu, the elder from Tao Tao's family, remained notably calm, though one might not notice his trembling hands if one overlooked them. Elders, brothers, and sisters, how do you feel? Surprised? Unexpected? Tao Iran's teasing voice echoed once more in the hall. What do you think? Tao Iran replied darkly, twisting his wrist. As soon as Tao Yishuan finished speaking, Tao Yifei and Tao Yiyang sprang to their feet. The 3 of them clearly understood that Tao Yishuan was intentionally provoking them. The next moment, you are not following the rules of engagement. You strike faces, not bodies. Tao Yishuan's cries grew increasingly louder. The 4 elder men, watching the scene unfold, added fuel to the fire. Go ahead, give it your all. This brat is so arrogant. I feel like joining in. 3rd brother, if you want to join, hurry up so we can see some action. This was the encouragement from Tao Yishuan's father, Tao Zhu. 5th brother, are you not afraid of being beaten by your 3rd brother? Tao Xiao teased. This kid can take a beating. If he weren't at the 3rd brother's place, I would have kicked him a couple of times already. Let him be arrogant. Let him be arrogant. The 3 brothers continued to jest while they playfully fought. In truth, the 4 brothers were merely engaging in a jovial brawl, but Tao Yishuan's expression and demeanor were undeniably provocative, prompting them to respond appropriately to his performance. The 4 sisters-in-law watched with their arms crossed, thoroughly entertained. Such a scene had not been witnessed in many years, and its reappearance was increasingly amusing. If Tao Yishuan were aware of his wife's current psychological state, one wonders whether he might become quite agitated. Meanwhile, the four brothers engaged in playful banter, while the four sisters-in-law watched the lively scene unfold. The elderly gentlemen resumed their discussion. Third brother, since you will be heading to the mountains after the new year, there's little time left. You should prepare diligently. Third brother, it seems that Yenner and her siblings have turned misfortune into fortune. Indeed, third brother, the villa likely lacks for nothing. You may organize your things at your leisure. Yes, while there is still a few days left. Speak with the two children and counsel them not to dwell on that ungrateful family. Tao Zhu understood and felt grateful, nodding in agreement with his brother's sentiments. He thought to himself, if the two children continue to think of that family, it will be better to refrain from entering the Ghost Mountain Villa, lest they bring trouble upon their brothers. As for that family, well, they will eventually face their reckoning. As the new year approached, the atmosphere of joy in the village intensified. Over the past 2 years, every household in Tao family village had fared quite well, naturally extending their goodwill to their relatives in the vicinity. The same delightful scene unfolded as Tao Tao awoke, still drowsy. Master, Wang Guanshi from Fuyuan County and Tao San have arrived, Jishu announced softly, carrying a basin of warm water into the room. So early? Quickly let them into the hall to warm themselves. I shall join them shortly. Reluctantly, Tao Tao left the cozy warmth of her bed and, accompanied by Jishio, braved the cold wind towards the hall. You have seen the master. Please extend my greetings. Wishing you a happy new year, master. No need for excessive courtesy. Happy new year to you all. Your journey here has been arduous. Rest for a while, and we can discuss matters later. Master, I wish to visit the villa. Wang Yukai and Tao San had long heard of the extensive collection of books in the Ghost Mountain Villa. Very well, go ahead. Master, here are the account books and the list of items sent over this time. I take my leave. Wang Yukai handed over the account books and the list of items to Tao Tao before hurrying out with Tao San towards the mountains. Jishio, let us see what they have brought back, Tao Tao said, her eyes filled with delight as she watched the two depart. She then led Ji Qin and the others to her small storeroom. Master, please wait a moment. There's still some items to verify. Ji Qin said hastily upon seeing Tao Tao enter. Not done yet? Just how many items did Wang Guanshi bring back? And have the returning individuals settled in well? Tao Tao was surprised to hear that the verification was incomplete. Do not worry, they're all settled. This time, Wang Guanshi brought back 4 more carts of goods than last year. What does that imply? Master, this is the list of New Year gifts sent by Li Qinwei from Fuyuan County. Please take a look. Tao Tao took the list from Ji Qin and saw 6 bolts of cotton fabric, 6 packages of candied fruits and pastries, 1 leg of lamb, 40 pounds of pork, and 2 pairs of silver ear ornaments. Tao Tao was puzzled. Had Li Qinwei suddenly become affluent? It seemed she would have to inquire with Wang Yukai. Master, the verification is complete. 3,000 pounds of rice, 3,000 pounds of flour, 2,000 pounds of corn, and 2 baskets each of cabbage, pumpkin, and winter melon. Additionally, there's 1 slaughtered pig, 2 sheep, and 20 chickens, 30 smoked chickens, 40 smoked rabbits, and 30 pieces of cured meat. Wang Guanshi and Nanny Ning had also prepared 4 sets of clothing for the master, along with 4 bolts of brocade and a box of decorative hairpins, 3 pounds of candy, and 6 packages of candied fruits and pastries. Master, there's also a banknote worth 12,000 taels. Tao Tao's mouth fell agape as she gazed at the 3, whispering, have they struck it rich this year? Should we not seize the opportunity? I knew the master would have such thoughts, Jishio replied. We believe this idea has merit. Ji Qin and Jishu concurred, observing the storeroom filled to the brim. With more items still outside, Tao Tao promptly called for her grandmother, Li Shi. Grandmother, this year our village did not plant rice. Yet the estate has sent quite a bit of rice today. Since our village consists of our kin and is not overly populated, let us distribute 50 pounds of rice to each household. I shall also give you 1,000 pounds of rice for you to send to those individuals. What nonsense is this? This extravagant granddaughter wishes to give away rice? Wait, how much did she just say she would give? With this gesture, she had already allocated 2,000 pounds of rice to herself. What kind of extravagant granddaughter was this? Moreover, let us give each household a smoked chicken, a smoked rabbit, and a piece of cured meat. Ji Qin, Jishu, Jishio, you 3 hurry and assist my grandmother in sorting the items. As for the distribution, let my grandmother consult my grandfather. Once Tao Tao had made her arrangements, she quietly slipped back to her study. A moment later, Ji Qin and the others arrived at the study to report back. Did you manage to give everything to my grandmother? We assisted in transferring everything to the large storeroom. Tao Tao nodded and continued to delegate tasks. Xixiu, take 200 pounds of rice, 300 pounds of flour, 1 basket each of cabbage, pumpkin, and winter melon, 4 smoked chickens, 6 smoked rabbits, 1 sheep, and half a pig to the villa to deliver to Hongqi. Xixiu, take 40 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, 2 smoked chickens, 2 smoked rabbits, 20 pounds of pork, and 2 each of pumpkin and winter melon to the grocery store in Wuxia Town for Manager Yao. Tell him to give that store clerk 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, and 10 pounds of pork, along with 1 smoked chicken and 1 smoked rabbit. Understood, master. As the two of them proceeded to take stock of the small storeroom, they found quite a few items still remaining. 30 bolts of cotton, 10 bolts of brocade, 5 bolts of silk, a box of hairpins, a box of velvet flowers, 2 boxes of pearl ornaments, 2 boxes of gold and silver ornaments for sets of writing materials, 12 banknotes of 1,000 taels each, 50 banknotes of 100 taels each, 986 taels of silver, and 3,678 copper coins. There were also 3 pounds of candy, 12 packages of candied fruits and pastries, half a piece of pork, 1 pig's head, 1 sheep, 1 leg of lamb, 20 pounds of pork, 6 smoked chickens, 14 smoked rabbits, 12 pieces of cured meat, and 20 slaughtered chickens, 860 pounds of rice, 2,680 pounds of flour, and 2,000 pounds of corn remained, along with 1 basket of cabbage, 18 pumpkins, and winter melons. Finally, under Ji Qin's persuasion, Tao Tao accepted 12 banknotes of 1,000 taels each and 40 banknotes of 100 taels each. Thus, the small storeroom still contained 10 banknotes of 100 taels each, while the silver ingots and copper coins remained unchanged. As the master and servant entered the house, they heard her mother, Su Shi, calling out, "Daughter, the town head has arrived." Tao Tao nodded, reflecting. Once again, the same old pattern. I wonder if Kong Qiyun and Lu Dongxiao will be arriving soon. Miss Tao, Happy New Year. I, Yunnan, have come to share a meal. May I? Yunnan greeted Tao Tao with a smile and a bow, rolled her eyes dismissively, and waved her hand. What is this nonsense from Brother Yu? Today, we shall feast at my home, and there will be plenty to eat. That sounds delightful. This is a small gift from me to Miss Tao and her family, a token of my respect. You must not refuse it, Miss Tao. With a smile, Tao Tao nodded and instructed Ji Qin to accept the gift. At that moment, her uncle and father were still seated in the main room, while her grandfather was likely taken away by her grandmother to discuss matters. Yunnan's visit was not only to deliver New Year's gifts to the Tao family, but also to inquire about the Ghost Manor. Dear Brothers Tao, I wish to gather some information regarding the Ghost Manor situated on the Spirit Mountain behind Taojia Village. Might you assist me in this regard? Tao Tao in Tazet. Here he comes, Yunnan with his intentions. Tao Tegan glanced at his younger brother, who was fiddling with his tea, and remarked, I do not possess much knowledge about the Ghost Manor. What specifically does Brother you wish to know? Yunnan feigned a cough and said, I must apologize, Brother Tao. I have a son who, due to his mother's excessive pampering, has become quite unruly at the tender age of 10. I was hoping that if the Ghost Manor has any recruitment news, I might send my son there for some proper training. Upon hearing this, Tao Tegan looked up at Yunnan. I have not heard of any recruitment. If I do, I shall certainly inform you, Brother Yu. Are you not concerned that your wife will be reluctant to part with him and cause trouble every few days? Tao Taiju set down his teacup and remarked. Yunnan sheepishly replied, My wife is currently with child, so sending away that troublesome son is indeed the best opportunity. Tao chimed in. It seems the couple are truly in love. While the Tao family engaged in light conversation, Tao Dashan and his wife had also reached an agreement. The village would provide 50 pounds of rice, 1 smoked chicken, and 1 smoked rabbit per household, and for those who had previously contributed, an additional 20 pounds of rice per household. At Ghost Manor, upon receiving the items Tao Tao had asked Xiaxiu to bring, the staff expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mississippi. Similarly, Xiaxiu returned with New Year's gift from Hongqi and others for Tao Tao. Ji Shu, who had gone to the general store in Wuxia Town, also brought back New Year's gifts from Manager Yao for the master. After dinner, Tao Tao returned to her room and looked at the items Ji Shu and Xiaxiu had brought, feeling overwhelmed, particularly the gifts from Hongqi and Zi Xiao. She quickly scanned them and waved her hand to store them in the Yuan space, planning to examine them in detail on a day when she had nothing to do. In a state of drowsiness, enveloped in the warmth of her bedding, Tao Tao drifted off to sleep under the concerned gazes of her friends. All right, Let's rest now. Ji-Qin, I feel quite content in this moment, relaxed and at ease. Our master is delightful and treats us well. I wish it could always be like this. Such a state seems unlikely, especially with some still seeking the ghost manner. Xiuxiu replied. Indeed, she continued. My master's master mentioned that my master has been missing for years. My master is already on the way. What about you? It should be soon. As there are matters to attend to, they responded. With our masters around, our master will not have to toil so hard and can enjoy a bit more rest each day. While Tao Tao lay comfortably, she was busy within the Yuan space. Hearing the sounds of the gourd, she realized that her friends had reached out to their masters and ancestors as she instructed, yet they had yet to arrive due to unforeseen circumstances. Tao Tao noted down this matter of disappearance and continued her tasks. Chapter 120. The unreliable boss. How Ning County, what did you say? My troublesome disciple's master has brought a mysterious person? Just as Kong Qian finished handling official business and was about to head to the backyard of the county office, he was startled by his attendant Kong Fu's report. Having been in Ning County for nearly 6 years, he recalled that this troublesome master had only come once last year to collect potatoes, and otherwise seemed to have forgotten his existence. This sudden arrival felt ominous. Kong Qian dared not delay, especially with a mysterious individual involved. For what he gathered, this mysterious person was most likely that one. All right then, I shall serve them. In the backyard of the county office, Xianyuan Haoyan remarked, Lao Ru, has Kong Shizi been here for almost 6 years? Do you intend to let him remain? Xianyuan Haoyan recognized Ru Dongxiao's exceptional talents and his dual prowess in both literature and martial arts. However, he had yet to see Ru Dongxiao misuse his position for his disciples, which is why he valued him greatly. Although Ru Dongxiao sometimes appeared frivolous, those he took under his wing possessed commendable character. Yet, his standards for accepting disciples were rather peculiar. Among his 5 sons, only the 3rd and 5th could barely meet his expectations. The other 3 were utterly disregarded by the plump Ru. In truth, he felt the same about those 3 useless ones, but what could he do? They were his flesh and blood. Could he possibly return them and start anew? Sighing, he said, I advise you, Boss Hao, do not entertain any ideas. If you were to transfer Xiao Yun away from here, you can forget about obtaining high-yield grain from this place. Ru Dongxiao had guaranteed to his master that as long as the master did not release him, Kong Qiyun would remain in Ning County without moving an inch. Upon hearing Xianyuan Haoyan's comment, he quickly used high-yield grain as leverage, not believing that this old fox would disagree. What do you mean? Xianyuan Haoyan pondered over Ru Dongxiao's words, suddenly enlightened and his eyes gleaming. Seeing this, Ru Dongxiao took 10 steps back, saying, Boss Hao, I have no interest in men. Meanwhile, Fu Quan, who was sipping water and serving as a background figure, choked and coughed at the remark. Xianyuan Haoyan glared at Ru Dongxiao with gritted teeth. Kong Qiyun rushed in, greeted by the sight of a fuming monarch, a bewildered master, and a coughing eunuch Quan. The scene was undeniably strange. Minister Kong of Ning County greets you. Kong Shizi, your eyesight seems to be failing. Do you not see what attire Boss Hao is wearing? Quickly rise and cease with your nonsense. Do you have a training ground? It has been several years since we practiced together. Let us do so now. Kong Qiyun thought to himself, should I show respect? If I do, he will say my eyesight is poor. If I do not, he will claim I lack manners. Truly hard to please. Practice? With your mid-tier, innate martial master skills, how could you possibly compete against my initial tier, innate martial sovereign? He cast a resentful glance at his master and turned to head towards the backyard first. Ru Dongxiao noticed his disciple had improved significantly, likely benefiting from proximity to their master. Perhaps he should consider establishing a residence here, occasionally staying for a while. This visit was initially meant to meet with the master, but with a pesky follower, it seemed unwise. The master clearly disliked troublesome individuals. Quan, go play with Kong Shizi. Be gentle. With his strength, it will be like child's play for you. Picking up on the self-satisfied tone in Boss Hao's words, Ru Dongxiao and his disciple felt increasingly dubious about him. Ultimately, Xianyuan Haoyan estimated Kong Shizi's strength to be at the initial tier of a martial master. Given that 6 years ago, he was still at the martial master level. Over the years, Ru Dongxiao had been exceedingly busy, leaving little time to instruct him. At most, he was at the initial tier of a martial master. Fu Quan has already ascended to the realm of the innate martial master, albeit at the initial stage. Yet still a martial master nonetheless. These two are not on the same level. Kong Shizi is destined to be thoroughly defeated. Little does Xianyuan Haoyan know. The Kong Shiyun of today is worlds apart from the one of yesteryears. Tao Tao not only frequently sends Tao, Yi, and Wei Wu to engage in sparring with Kong Shiyun, but also had Hong Qi transmit the body forging technique. Seven-star fist and primordial art to him sequentially right at the moment Kong Shiyun broke through to the innate martial master stage. At this juncture, Kong Shiyun is capable of contending with mid-stage martial masters, albeit with some exertion. He keeps his master southwards close to heart, ensuring that he does not reveal his true capabilities unless in dire straits, thus maintaining the facade of being unskilled in martial arts. Chapter 121. A unique contest. Thanks for the extra update. Kong Shiyun truly lives up to the moniker of Kong Shizi. His cunning is indeed more numerous than the holes in a sieve used for filtering medicinal powders. He approaches the smiling Fu Quan and whispers into his ear. Initially, Fu Quan appears bewildered, but soon his expression relaxes, his eyes brighten, and he eagerly pulls Kong Shiyun to demonstrate. In a matter of moments, Kong Shiyun completes his demonstration, and Fu Quan gazes at him as if he were a rare treasure, his eyes filled with delight. Nearby, Xianyuan Haoyan and Lu Dongxiao watch in confusion. They had observed Kong Shiyun's peculiar movements, followed by Fu Quan mimicking him. The two ponder, aren't they supposed to be in a contest? What on earth are they up to? As the two remain puzzled, the pair in the training ground spring into action, not only moving but also shouting slogans. Yes, indeed, they're chanting slogans. Rock, paper, scissors. Haha, I am scissors, you are paper, I win. Let's do it again. Rock, paper, scissors. This time I win. The two are thoroughly enjoying themselves, while the spectators remain utterly perplexed. Fortunately, their playful antics do not last long before they revert to the earlier strange movements. In truth, these are not extraordinary actions, but merely the exercises Tao Tao devised for everyone to perform while jogging around the ghostly manor, including push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, and a whimsical movement resembling a silly walk, with feet turned inward, one leg tracing a circle, the other a square, arms dangling at their sides, occasionally shaking them. This peculiar movement arises from Tao Tao's mischievous nature, observing everyone spending their days engrossed in the library or training grounds. She feared they might become bookworms or martial arts obsessives. Thus, she instituted this movement, mandating that each person must complete a lap in the courtyard daily. Additionally, apart from those who can only concoct dark culinary dishes, everyone else is to learn how to prepare simple meals. Anyone caught slacking off or intentionally producing culinary disasters will be punished with 3 laps of the silly walk. Consequently, the ghostly manor is filled with laughter. Witnessing the joy of her companions brings great happiness to Tao Tao. She does not wish for her people to become killing machines nor deadened scholars, nor does she want their minds to be filled solely with the notion of virtuous gentlemen avoiding the kitchen. It is precisely due to Tao Tao's actions that all who enter the ghostly manor exhibit unwavering loyalty and a protective nature. They embody the sentiment that only they can bully those from the ghostly manor. Should anyone dare to unjustly harass any member of the manor, they should brace themselves for a severe reckoning, as the 108 torturous punishments of the ghostly manor await them. Returning to the matter at hand, the two on the training ground complete 100 push-ups, then begin to run laps around the modest training area, performing frog jumps as they run. Fu Quan is hilariously animated. With each frog jump, he croaks like a frog, nearly causing Kong Shiyun to erupt with laughter. Meanwhile, the expressions of the two spectators vary. Xianyuan Haoyan's face grows solemn, yet curiosity and eagerness betray him. Lu Dongxiao remains calm, moving closer to observe the duo, growing increasingly amused, especially upon hearing Fu Quan's croaking, which brings him uncontainable joy. Naturally, he realizes this might very well be the creation of his master. Truly talented, he cannot resist but to place his hands behind his back and join in the fun. Initially awkward and unsteady, he gradually finds his rhythm and revels in the playfulness. After a while, when Lu Dongxiao no longer hears Fu Quan's croaking, he looks up to see what appears to be a divine act, so entertaining yet undeniably foolish. Particularly, Fu Quan's round, cherubic face paired with his current antics prompts Lu Dongxiao to burst into laughter. Xianyuan Haoyan, too, finds himself laughing heartily. Though he is unsure when he arrived at the edge of the training ground, he is now laughing so hard he pounds a training platform. Utterly detached from his usual demeanor as a serious sovereign, he is simply a spectator laughing to the point of nearly cramping. Once the two on the training ground finish, they jump down from the high platform, gazing at their spectators with an expression of navet. Lu Dongxiao, realizing the situation, hastily pulls the two away from the training ground. Chapter 122. Kong Chiyun remains in Ning, County Chiyun. I have come here because I heard you have new seeds, the kind that yield over 6,000 pounds per acre. The astute Lu Dongxiao understands that if he does not mention some matter of importance, the individual in question will not believe him. Now is not the best time to meet the sovereign, especially since that individual mentioned that his disciple possesses new seeds. Master, rest assured, I have prepared the seeds for you. However, Kong Chiyun hesitates, causing Lu Dongxiao to feel an unsettling premonition. Could there be an issue with these seeds? What is it? Xianyuan Haoyan, seated in the main position, leisurely sips his tea. Although his eyelids do not flutter, his ears are attentive to the conversation between the master and disciple. I managed to procure only 300 pounds, needing 100 pounds per acre. Master, you cannot take them all. At most, you may take 200 pounds as I intend to try planting some myself. Lu Dongxiao observes his possessive disciple and, upon hearing there are only 300 pounds, remains silent, casting a glance at the composed Xianyuan Haoyan. Kong Chiyun, are you certain that it can yield 6,000 pounds per acre? Xianyuan Haoyan sets his teacup down and sternly inquires of Kong Chiyun. Your Majesty, according to the recorded planting methods, this crop is called sweet potato, requiring 100 pounds of seeds per acre. The tender leaves can be stir-fried, and if planted in spring, it takes 5 to 6 months to mature. If planted in summer, it will be ready in 3 to 4 months. Your Majesty, this booklet contains the planting methods for sweet potatoes. Please have a look. Kong Chiyun kneels, holding a small booklet above his head. With a glance, Xianyuan Haoyan signals Fu Quan, who promptly accepts the booklet and presents it to him. Kong Aiching, rise. Since there are only 300 pounds, and you are willing to part with them, I will agree to your master's previous suggestion. You shall continue to remain in Ning County. However, you must discreetly investigate the ghostly manor. Do you understand? Xianyuan Haoyan, while astonished by the contents of the booklet, remains skeptical, suspecting that the high-yield seeds might have been intentionally released by the ghostly manor. As for the reason behind this, he is eager to uncover it, yet no one provides him with answers. Thus, the task of investigating the ghostly manor is assigned to Kong Chiyun. Having obtained the sweet potato seeds and the methods for planting them, Lu Dongxiao was eager to return home. However, he hesitated to voice his intention directly and thus silently prayed, "Oh, Sovereign, as the new year approaches and the palace prepares for the grand banquet, it is time for us to return." Whether by the fulfillment of Lu Dongxiao's prayer or by Xianyuan Haoyan's own inclination to return to the capital. On the morning of the third day after their arrival in Ning County, Xianyuan Haoyan announced to Lu Dongxiao and his disciples, "We depart today. Lu Dongxiao shall accompany me back to the capital. Kong Chiyun, you have procured high-yield grain seeds for the Mushi Kingdom. Upon our return, I shall ensure you receive your rewards. Your servant humbly thanks your Majesty for your generous favor. Spare me the formalities. In the future, do not confine all good fortune to your master alone. Your servant obeys." Very well, Lu Dongxiao, Fuchuan, if all is arranged, let us set forth. We shall return just in time for the palace banquet. Xianyuan Haoyan waved his sleeve, dismissing Kong Chiyun from further conversation. He understood that these seeds likely originated from that mysterious Tao village, and he remained uncertain about the existence of the rumored ghostly villa behind it. However, he had sent Fuchuan to explore the mountain. Fuchuan reported that within the middle area, close to the inner region, there lay an array, and he had inadvertently triggered it, exerting considerable effort to escape. He had glimpsed a towering stone, 2 meters high, inscribed with the characters "Ghostly Villa" in an elegant script, yet it was shrouded in mist, obscuring all else. Fortuitously, Fuchuan had refrained from delving deeper, or he might have found himself unable to breathe the air of the Mushi Kingdom. Fuchuan's account caused Xianyuan Haoyan to furrow his brow deeply. It appeared that the ghostly villa might indeed exist, preferring to remain undisturbed by outsiders. Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that immortals resided there? Lu Dongxiao and Kong Chiyun refrained from mentioning the ghostly villa or Tao village. It remains uncertain whether the inhabitants of Tao village wished to remain hidden or if the ghostly villa sought to maintain its tranquility. Sighing, Xianyuan Haoyan resolved to act as though he were oblivious to it all. As long as they posed no threat to the Mushi Kingdom, he would turn a blind eye. Let it be, let all credit for this achievement rest solely with Kang Chiyun. It was unclear from whom this young man had garnered such fortune. Having jested previously about transferring Kang Chiyun elsewhere, Lu Dongxiao's words now seemed to indicate that Kang Chiyun had indeed caught the attention of certain individuals. As he observed Kang Chiyun and reflected on his own troublesome subordinates, Xinyuan Haoyan could not help but wish to send them back for reformation. Chapter 123. A joyous New Year celebration on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Kang Chiyun dispatched 2 carts of New Year gifts to Tao Tao. One cart was from him, and the other from his master, Lu Dongxiao. Simultaneously, an invitation was extended. The 15th county would display lanterns, inviting Tao Tao and her family to partake in the festivities. Tao Tao, as per her usual custom, instructed the messenger to return with their reply regarding the gifts, stating that she would discuss the lantern viewing with her family before making a decision. The messenger complied, taking Tao Tao's response back to the county. On New Year's Eve, every household in Tao village was ablaze with light. The family gathered in the main hall, keeping vigil by the fire. In the latter half of the night, Tao Tao informed her family that she would ascend the mountain with Ji Qin and others. Though Tao Tao had granted them a few days off, none were eager to leave. Aware that they likely had no families to return to, she refrained from further comment. With the arrival of the 30th day, she returned to the villa not only to celebrate the new year with everyone, but also to check on whether Hong Tao's family was settling in comfortably, and to hear news of Tao Yi's return during dinner. Master, Happy New Year. Miss, Happy New Year. Even those of the villa, including Hong Tao's family, greeted Tao Tao, who donned a white fox mask and a white robe adorned with flowers, with respect. Miss, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all. Here are red envelopes for everyone. Each one shall receive their share. Tao Tao raised her hand, instructing Ji Qin and Ji Shu to distribute the red envelopes. Each contained a silver note of 10 taels. And for Ji Qin and the others, Tao Tao had prepared an additional New Year gift. Thank you, miss. Thank you, master. It's quite chilly. Shall we lay out a table and enjoy a hot pot together? As the host, she ensured that this first New Year was lively and joyful, so that no one would feel that life here was less favorable than before. Excellent. A hot pot sounds delightful. Just as the decision was made, Li Posey, Wang Posey, and Qian Posey, accompanied by the maidservants, rushed to the kitchen. Even Zihan took a few young ones to fetch ingredients from a storeroom. Lord Hong, Lady Hong, how are you finding your stay here? If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Do not worry about imposing. Lord Hong, I have already instructed my people to seek out someone from the Divine Physician Valley for your injuries. For now, focus on recuperating. The external wounds will heal, and the internal ones will, too, given time. Tao Tao spoke with sincerity. Regardless of whether it was Hong Tao's shattered bones or the lingering poison within him, they would eventually heal. Even if she could not locate someone from the Divine Physician Valley, she had spiritual spring water, invigorating pills, and cleansing elixirs at her disposal. Yet, at present, she could neither act nor dare to do so. The Hong couple gazed at this young girl, barely 7 or 8 years tall, expressing their gratitude with certainty. At that moment, Hong Tao had believed he might perish from the cold, only to awaken to the joy of reuniting with his family. Initially, he suspected it was some scheme, remaining silent for days until, unexpectedly, he met his wife and children. His heart brimmed with gratitude towards the Tao family for protecting his loved ones, and to the hero who had rescued him from despair. Now, living with his family in this ethereal place, he felt no regrets, regardless of whether he could be healed. Before the Hong family could express their thanks, Tao Tao led Tao Yi to the study. Tao Yi, I hear you not only brought back over a dozen children, but also 2 elders. Indeed, master. We shall discuss this matter in a few days. For now, keep an eye on them. Yes, master. Practice this homing Ju diligently. Tao Tao presented the technique, tapping her finger against his brow, imparting the methods for converting inner energy and spiritual energy, as well as the body refining technique. Having assessed the guards with her discerning eye, she found that they all possessed spiritual roots. The weakest among them had 3 roots, while the best had a single root, whether by coincidence or fortune. All the guards currently at the villa, along with Hong Chi, who sought out the Divine Physician Valley, and the 4 from Fujian County, possessed spiritual roots. When Tao Tao first made this discovery, it felt surreal, yet it was undeniably real. Tao Yi practiced diligently. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or the others. You will practice the same as them. Now, let's go. They should be ready. Yes, Master, Tao, he replied gratefully. The two made their way to the dining hall, where Qian Posey and the others had just finished setting the tables. 6 tables were arranged, each featuring a hot pot simmering with mountain delicacies and chicken soup, surrounded by an array of cut vegetables and meats. How fragrant! Everyone, quickly find your seats and dig in. With a grand flourish, Tao Tao found a nearby spot to sit, picked up her chopsticks, and selected a piece of tender meat to cook in the pot. She then sampled some chicken. This mountain delicacy chicken soup is quite splendid, she remarked. You all must have planned to have a hot pot for dinner long ago, right? Miss, you truly are remarkable. I always said that once you start eating, you can definitely tell. Old way, you've lost. You'll be washing the dishes later. Ha ha ha. As Tao Tao enjoyed her meal, she couldn't help but chuckle and eagerly inquired, who else lost? We all lost too. And there's Wu Jing. Quite a few have lost indeed. Just washing dishes isn't enough. They must also prepare breakfast tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the winners erupted in gleeful pig-like squeals. Miss, you're indeed wise. Ha ha. I don't know about being wise, but I do know that if you all don't start eating soon, there won't even be soup left. Don't grab that. That's mine. That's mine. Chapter 124. 2 treasures. Tao E. Tell me about those 2 old men. What is the story? Master, to be honest, I'm unsure why those 2 old men are following me. Tao E frowned as he spoke. When I was escorting those 15 children close to the borders of Ning County, I encountered those 2 old men. At that time, they were entangled with each other, neither willing to yield. I passed by with the carriage, only to find they followed closely behind. I asked them, but they wouldn't say anything. When I stopped, they jumped right into the carriage. Ah, I see. So, that is why you mentioned there are 2 troublesome old men you can't shake off. Please, step down for now. I'll go check on those 2 old men shortly. Yes, master. I'll cause trouble for you. Tao Tao waved her hand dismissively, yet her mind was racing with thoughts about the true intentions of these 2 old men. She was certain of their agility, indicating they were skilled in martial arts. From them, she sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy and the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Perhaps they frequently dealt with herbs. Could they be alchemists? Tao Tao pondered, narrowing her eyes. As the number of people in the villa increased, she had concealed the spiritual herb garden with formations, leaving only that garden related to medicinal plants within the villa. Rising, she straightened her robes, donned a white fox mask, and prepared to meet those 2 old men. Old medicine man, is that girl truly a cultivator? Did you feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy? You, a medical fanatic, if I felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy, would I still be waiting here? The old man in gray shot a glance at the thin old man opposite him and retorted, How do you know that girl is a cultivator? The old man in white persisted, You should have left your divine physician valley. Haven't you noticed this villa is filled with spiritual energy? I dare say this villa is not built by human hands. It must be an artifact, or something beyond an artifact. I thought so. Ever since I entered here, my body feels so at ease. Even the injuries I had don't hurt as much as before. The old man referred to as the medical fanatic looked enlightened. Besides being unable to use spiritual energy, is your mind also injured? Old medicine man, who are you insulting? Who insulted you? As Tao Tao entered the guest room, she happened to overhear their robust voices. Old medicine man, medical fanatic? 2 lively treasures indeed. The elderly men were spirited and vibrant. They truly were aging like fine wine. Tao Tao Sly Inwali, Gen Lem. Should we discuss why you have come to my ghost villa? She had already discerned that both old men were cultivators. One at the mid-foundation stage and the other at the perfected foundation stage, soon to break into the golden core stage. However, the one at the mid-foundation stage was injured and currently unable to utilize spiritual energy. Young lady, first tell this old man, are you a cultivator? Then I shall answer your questions, the old man known as the medicine man said with a smile. You don't need to ask. I already know. This old man has been pursued and is severely injured. If he uses spiritual energy, his body will rapidly age, ultimately vanishing. And you are an alchemist. As for your grade, this young lady is uncertain. It seems you travel together because you have a method to heal him, but it requires certain herbs. What Tao Tao said came from Hulu, who had indeed mentioned the man was a 4th grade alchemist, with faint signs of breaking into the 5th grade. The 2 old men were astonished by Tao Tao's words. They never expected this 7-year-old girl to be so formidable, almost hitting the mark. Under their stunned gazes, Tao Tao continued, He currently requires 3 revitalizing purple pills to restore his declining strength due to internal injuries, but they cannot be taken immediately. He must rest for some time. What? What? 3 pills? And they can't be taken immediately? The 2 old men gasped in shock. Tao Tao nodded and elaborated. He still has poison in his body and must first take a detoxification pill. 7 days later, he can take the revitalizing purple pill, 1 pill every other day, for a total of 3 doses. Afterward, he needs to cultivate with spiritual energy for a month to fully recover. The 2 old men comprehended the situation, yet they appeared somewhat deflated. Observing their dejection, Tao Tao pouted and retrieved 3 reincarnation grasses from her jade space, waving them under the old man's eyes. Here, take these. Go refine your pills. The revitalizing purple pill is a 5th grade pill, and you are on the verge of a breakthrough. However, these herbs are not given freely. Tao Tao finished speaking without noticing the expressions of the 2 old men, and with her hands behind her back. She hummed an unknown tune as she walked out of the courtyard of the guest room. Did this girl truly just give me the spiritual herbs? These are essential for concocting 5th grade pills, and she handed over 3 of them? Although the old alchemist stared at the 3 spiritual herbs in his hands, he still found it hard to believe. The girl had mentioned it was a gift. Why don't you start refining pills first? The medical expert also seemed puzzled. Yes, let us refine the pills. The old alchemist, clutching the herbs, immediately entered an empty room, retrieving an alchemy furnace and some medicinal materials from his storage ring. With a snap of his fingers, a cluster of crimson flames appeared beneath the furnace. As the flames enveloped the furnace, the old alchemist began tossing the herbs into it one by one. The moment the herbs entered the furnace, they were shrouded in spiritual energy, subsequently purifying into droplets of medicinal liquid, with the reincarnation grass also swirling within the furnace, enveloped by the spiritual energy. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the liquid inside the furnace vanished, and the flames extinguished. The old alchemist, whose appearance was already disheveled, now had his hair standing on end, his face blackened like charcoal. Clearly, the furnace had exploded. Undeterred, the old alchemist took out another batch of herbs and persisted. This time, he meticulously extracted the medicinal liquid in sequence, being particularly cautious with the reincarnation grass, ultimately yielding a droplet of pale yellow liquid. Next came the fusion process. The medicinal liquids were combined one by one, forming a round, yellow-green pill. Following the compression and segmentation, the room was filled with a fragrant aroma of pills, and the furnace contained 2 perfectly shaped yellow-green pills. At the moment the pills were completed, the old alchemist sensed a ripple of energy, his heart settling. He had succeeded. After storing the pills in a small porcelain bottle, he also collected the alchemy furnace and the remaining reincarnation grass, deciding to wait until he recovered before refining again. By the time the old alchemist produced 2 more spirit-reviving purple pills, Tao Tao had already departed from the Phantom Mountain Villa and returned to Tao family village at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 126. Remaining as an elder. Thanks for the update. Master, Tao, he sent word that those 2 old men wish to see you. After lounging at home for 2 days, Tao Tao felt a twinge of confusion upon hearing Ji Qin's words. So those 2 old men haven't left? No. All right. I'll inform my mother, and we shall return to the villa. Yes, master. Mother, I'm back. My daughter has come. Cool me. Help your mother choose which fabric to use for your father's clothing. Su Sher was fretting over which cloth to use for her husband's garments when her clever and obedient daughter arrived. Mother, why choose? Can't we make one from each piece? Tao Tao blinked at her mother, puzzled. Right? Why didn't I think of that? My daughter is so clever. Su Sher exclaimed, realizing the practicality of the suggestion. Mother, I'll be staying at the villa for a few days. Remember to inform Grandma. All right, my dear, take care. Tao Tao swiftly finished her words and turned to seek Ji Qin. At the Phantom Mountain Villa, the master has returned. Greetings, master. Greetings, young lady. All is well. Now go about your tasks. Tomorrow, I shall assess your progress. Yes, Mississippi Tao, aside from wanting to see me, did the 2 old men mention anything else? In the study, Tao Tao tilted her head at Tao, inquiring. Yes, the frail old man in white claimed he could treat Hong Tao. Oh, let us go see. Yes, master. Tao Tao, accompanied by Tao, Wei Wu, Ji Qin, and Ji Xiao, made their way to the guest courtyard. Hey, old men, are you planning to stay here indefinitely? Tao Tao delighted in teasing the 2 old men. How did you know, little girl? Who informed you? Tell him. and I assure you he will not survive. The old alchemist maintained his buoyant spirit with a hint of arrogance. Ahem, little girl. Your mountain is picturesque and abundant in spiritual energy, ideal for an old man to recuperate. I want to be a freeloader. I have this for you. The medical expert produced a rusty rectangular iron plate from seemingly nowhere and tossed it towards Tao Tao. She caught it effortlessly, examined it closely, then tossed it back, saying, "Old man, you're not being fair. Keep this for yourself. Stay as long as you like. What about you, old alchemist? Little girl, I know you are an alchemist. Though I'm uncertain of your rank, I believe you might need this." The old alchemist threw her a badge, which she picked up to find it shimmering. Confused, she looked at him. The old alchemist revealed another badge, explaining, "Little girl, observe the peculiar pattern at the center of this badge. It is a symbol unique to alchemists. The golden patterns etched along the edges signify the rank of the alchemist. Your badge bears 2 golden patterns, indicating you are a 2nd-grade alchemist, while mine, with 5 golden patterns, signifies I am a 5th-grade alchemist." Tao Tao refrained from questioning how he knew, acknowledging his secret with a nod of gratitude before storing the badge in her storage ring. Indeed, the storage ring was a special item Tao Tao had retrieved from her spatial vault, crafted to conceal her Yuchuan space, possessing a capacity of 1,000 cubic units. "Now, let us discuss," the medical expert began. "I am Hua Qing, the esteemed physician of the Divine Physician Valley, capable of curing the one surnamed Hong. But I must reside here. I am Yun Hui, the vice president of the Apothecary Guild, known as the Old Alchemist. Currently, I am a 5th-grade alchemist, quite distinguished among my peers in the Silver Wasteland. I also wish to stay. I do not accommodate idlers." Tao Tao displayed little interest in the continent's affairs, her thoughts preoccupied with the 2 peach trees in the spiritual herb garden, wondering if they had borne fruit yet, especially since those in her space were already producing. Upon hearing the 2 old men's words, Tao Yi, Wei Wu, Ji Qin, and Ji Xiu gasped, their eyes brimming with admiration for the elderly duo. "No free meals here. Since you 2 seniors have chosen to stay, let me clarify. You may remain as long as you wish. But one condition must be met. Once you leave the Phantom Mountain Villa, you are prohibited from disclosing any details about this place, including every blade of grass and tree. I may not relish trouble, but I do enjoy creating a bit of it. There are many here, and should anyone catch your esteemed eyes, please do let me know." Tao Tao recognized that both individuals before her were cultivators, the highest being at the foundation establishment stage. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to unleash her nascent soul pressure, reserving her divine transformation pressure, as everyone has their cards to play. The instant her nascent soul pressure was released, all 6 individuals, including Tao, Yi, and the others, felt an overwhelming closeness to death. Fortunately, Tao Tao only released it momentarily. Otherwise, they would all have collapsed to the ground. In contrast to the calmness of Tao, Yi, and the others, the 2 old men were visibly shaken, their eyes wide in disbelief as they regarded Tao Tao as if she were a monster. 2 venerable elders. "Would you be interested in becoming guest elders at my Phantom Mountain Villa? For a monthly remuneration of 5 medium-grade spirit stones. You may also freely browse the books in the library, and there is a spiritual herb garden on the premises, though it may not be abundant. It is certainly not meager." "Little girl, are you serious?" "I am indeed." "Very well. Today, I have become the elder of the Ghost Manor. Given our close relationship, let the honorary elder title be bestowed upon others." "Indeed, what is our bond?" "From this day forth, I, Hua Qing, shall also hold the title of elder at the Ghost Manor. Young girl, keep this plaque. It symbolizes your identity within the Divine Healer Valley. Ensure it is well guarded, for that old miser might demand its return later." Tao Tao. The 4 who have remained in the background. Chapter 127. Celestial Level Techniques. Wei Wu. Send a message for Hong Qi to return to the manor. Ji Xiu, Yu, and Shuang hurry and prepare robes for the 2 seniors. "Yes, master. Your cultivation will be assessed tomorrow evening." "All right, you may all leave now." "Yes, master." Tao Tao returned to her chamber and swiftly entered the Jade Spring space. She gathered a bounty of grains, vegetables, and fruits, slaughtered 2 pigs and 2 sheep, and also harvested spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, and some spiritual plants. Tao Tao was already on the verge of becoming a 4th-grade alchemist and wished to test her ability to break through. She collected materials for the 4th grade, gathering chi pill, and entered the alchemy chamber, retrieving the blood-recognized black gold dragon furnace to commence her crafting of the spirit pill. The Gathering Chi pill, being a 4th-grade potion, requires the preliminary creation of Gathering Chi powder. The primary materials for this powder include 4 50-year-old ink leaf lotuses, 2 mature snake saliva fruits, and a 20-year-old gathering spirit grass. Tao Tao meticulously extracted the essence from the materials in sequence, then fused them, effortlessly producing the Gathering Chi powder. With the powder prepared, she continued to refine 300-year-old gathering spirit grasses and extracted a gathering spirit fruit to merge with the powder. The chamber soon filled with a rich, fragrant aroma of elixirs. Following the completion of the pill's division and compression, the room was saturated with the scent of success. With a clap of her hands, 6 Gathering Chi pills flew from the furnace, each of the highest quality, which she carefully stored in small porcelain vials. As the name suggests, the Gathering Chi pill condenses the spiritual energy from the surroundings and is best consumed at the moment of breakthrough. However, due to their higher grade and fewer impurities, mid-grade Gathering Chi pills are seldom used. On a winter morning, which arrived particularly late, Tao Tao, clad in a white robe and wearing a white fox mask, arrived at the martial arts arena in the backyard, allowing participants to freely choose their opponents for sparring sessions, engaging in duels with points awarded for skill. Apart from the Hong family and the guard team, along with 2 newly appointed elders, 28 individuals participated, forming 14 pairs, with 7 advancing and 1 receiving a bye into the next round. Upon completion of team formations, with a wave of her hand, Tao Tao divided the arena into 7 sections, a display that left everyone astounded. The matches continued from dawn till dusk, culminating in Wu Yu securing first place, Wu Jiang second, and Wu Hui third. Each of the top 3 received a vial containing 10 bloodstop pills and another with 10 healing pills, while the remaining participants were awarded 2 of each. That evening, it was time for Tao E and the others to undergo their evaluations. Currently present in the manor were Tao E, Tao Er, Ji Qin, Ji Xiu, Ji Shu, Ji Hua, along with Steward Zhao, Granny Qian, and Wei Wu, totaling 12 individuals, who similarly engaged in duels. However, unlike the previous group, this time they incorporated both ancient martial arts and cultivation techniques. Tao E, Steward Zhao, and Wei Wu possessed both gold and earth spirit roots, while Granny Qian and Zihan had water and earth spirit roots. Tao Er and Ji Xiu had fire and gold spirit roots. Ji Qin held fire, wood, and earth spirit roots. Ji Shu had a mutated wind spirit root, and Ji Hua had a singular water spirit root. Tao Tao's 4 junior sisters also participated, with Tao Ming Hai facing Tao Sheng, who had a gold spirit root, and Tao Xiao dueling Tao Xiao Hong, who possessed a water spirit root. The 8 pairs fought across 2 rounds, showcasing an array of offensive and defensive techniques. The spectators below frequently gasped in amazement. The competition concluded with Wei Wu in first place, Ji Xiu second, and Tao Ming Hai third. Each of the top 3 received 5 mid-grade spirit stones, while the others received 50 low-grade spirit stones. The rewards sparked envy among the onlookers, each determined to secure a top 3 finish in the next assessment. Tao Tao waved her hand, dispersing the crowd, and then approached the 2 seniors, presenting each with a 20-cubic storage ring containing 30 mid-grade spirit stones, a black fox mask, and an identity plaque inscribed with their names. As for the robes, Ji Xiu and the others had already completed them, and both were now adorned in their new garments. The old alchemist, holding the mask, spoke ponderously. "Child, is this a magical artifact?" Tao Tao nodded and produced 2 jade slips inscribed with a celestial technique, purple chi formula, for the 2. "This is the technique. Practice it first." The 2 pressed the slips to their foreheads, instantly imprinting the contents in their minds as the slips crumbled to dust. The divine healer, Hua Qing, gasped in astonishment. "Celestial technique, purple chi formula?" The old alchemist regarded Tao Tao with eyes wide in disbelief. "Child, are you suggesting that this technique is merely for preliminary practice? How can you consider it subpar?" Tao Tao looked at the 2 elders in confusion. Currently, not only celestial techniques are scarce, even earth-level techniques are few. Yet you speak of preliminary practice. Do you expect to obtain divine techniques as well? Tao Tao nodded. Tao E and the others are cultivating divine techniques. Is there a problem with that? The elders were taken aback, one stammering. "This is a grave matter. I must take a moment to process this. I doubt I will sleep tonight. I believe this technique suits you well. The purple chi formula, when cultivated to its peak, is even more formidable than divine techniques. Come on, two elders. With that, Tao Tao executed a graceful retreat, leaving the two elders bewildered in the wind. Chapter 128, The Harmonious Lantern Festival, Sign-in notification. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Rewards, 10 invisibility talismans, 4 ginseng fruit seedlings, and 20 high-grade cleansing pills. The adorable voice of the gourd once again reminded Tao Tao of the 2 peach trees planted in the spiritual garden. After careful consideration, she decided to transfer the 2 peach trees into the jade spring space, along with other spiritual plants over 1,000 years old. Without delay, she applied an invisibility talisman and entered the spiritual garden. The talisman's effect lasted for 6 hours. Tao Tao first relocated the 2 peach trees adorned with pink blossoms into the jade spring space, then began her activities within the garden. She moved all the spiritual plants over 800 years old, including purple ginseng, snow lotus, 1,000-year Ganoderma, 1,000-year Hisho Wu, 800-year corrupt bone spirit flower, 1,000-year green dragon ginseng, 500-year illusion heartgrass, 800-year nine-tailed dragon nightshade, and 800-year frost snowgrass into the space. Tao Tao also retrieved some inconspicuous spiritual plants that were a few or a dozen years old from the space and planted them. She wandered around the perimeter of the spiritual garden, dismantling the spatial and temporal formations while leaving only the concealment and protective formations. Satisfied with the now inconspicuous garden, Tao Tao nodded and dusted off her hands before retracing her steps. In the jade spring space, the chubby gourd observed the sudden appearance of the peach trees and spiritual plants, contemplating whether to assist his sister in planting them. Ultimately, reason prevailed, and the gourd waddled back to the room Tao Tao had prepared for him, falling asleep. Upon returning to her room, Tao Tao removed the invisibility talisman and swiftly entered the space. The flowering peach tree was planted near the fruit-bearing peach tree, alongside the ginseng seedlings acquired through signing in. Subsequently, I settled down by the spiritual spring, cross-legged, and began cultivating the chaotic heart method. The night swiftly passed. Upon arriving at the affairs hall, Tao Tao noticed the Hong family of 4 waiting there, and she summoned 2 elderly gentlemen. Old Master Hong, shortly, Elder Hua will examine your injuries. With Elder Hua present, recovery is merely a matter of time. Thank you, Miss Hong, he replied. Miss, my family wishes to remain at the villa, even if it means merely sweeping the floors. We have long desired to stay and have discussed it among ourselves, Hong Tao expressed, finally voicing what had long been on his mind. Tao Tao regarded the Hong family thoughtfully for a moment before nodding in agreement, instructing Steward Zhao to make arrangements for them. Hong Tao's 15-year-old son, Hong Ji, was assigned to the training grounds, while his 13-year-old daughter, Hong Yu Ting, was directed to the embroidery hall. Hong Tao, needing to recover, was cared for by Madame Hong. On the 15th day, accompanied by her siblings and the elderly Tao couple, Tao Tao moved into the courtyard that Tao he had prepared in advance. The county, having not held a lantern festival for several years, was particularly lively this year. As night fell, the streets came alive with excitement. Tao Tao and her entourage, nearly 20 strong, formed quite a sizable tour group. As the bustling crowd swirled around them, they dispersed to explore. Naturally, the guards, including Tao Wei, kept a watchful eye, both near and far. Experiencing the lantern festival in this otherworldly realm for the first time, Tao Tao felt an inexplicable sorrow. Yet, as she gazed at the vivid lanterns, a smile gradually spread across her delicate face. The lanterns showcased various animals, plants, and whimsical faces, each a marvel of craftsmanship. Particularly striking was a lotus lantern, approximately a meter high, positioned at the center of the street, flanked by 2 koi lanterns that appeared to leap joyfully from the lotus pond. The ancient architecture of the street was adorned with lanterns of diverse shapes and sizes, each more lifelike than the last. The air was filled with the cries of vendors and the delighted exclamations of passersby. Some pedestrians donned various masks bought from the stalls, playfully mimicking one another, eliciting laughter from those nearby. Observing the joyous faces and the lively antics, Tao Tao felt a yearning for a life that remained as tranquil and harmonious as this moment. Sister, look at me, called Tao Xinghua and Tao Xiaoyan, both wearing rabbit masks, as they approached Tao Tao and performed silly antics, drawing laughter from her and Jichin. Uncertain where they had procured the rabbit masks, the 2 promptly placed one on Tao Tao's face, and the 3 of them, like mischievous rabbits, giggled together. Sister Tao, Xiaoyan, and I want to go see that. Tao Xinghua pointed toward the lotus lantern. Tao Tao glanced and noticed a nearby stage where a performance was underway. She instructed Ji Shu and Ji Hua to accompany the two girls, reminding them to stay safe before consenting. At the foot of the stage, Tao Tao observed a performer, his face painted and hair standing tall, who spewed forth a liquid resembling alcohol, causing the flames on his torch to erupt dramatically. The audience erupted in applause. Tao Dashan stood with several boys at a booth, guessing riddles to win lanterns. As the children eagerly attempted the riddles, cheers erupted for correct answers, while incorrect guesses were met with encouragement. The next one will surely get it right. Despite their eagerness, the children displayed courtesy, ultimately winning 4 or 5 lanterns, which, though not exceptionally beautiful, brought them joy. Meanwhile, Tao Li and the others were on the opposite side of the stage, engrossed in the captivating performance. 3 young jugglers, appearing around 15 or 16, tossed small balls into the air, skillfully catching them without a single misstep. Their agile movements captivated the crowd. Following the juggling act, 2 individuals took the stage for a magic show. Tao Tao overheard whispers revealing that these performers practiced a folk art known as Kai Min or Kai Li Zi. There were 2 types of magic, large-scale and small-scale. The former showcased spectacular transformations, while the latter focused on dexterity and sleight of hand, enchanting the audience with seemingly impossible feats. As these performances rekindled the smiles of those who had endured 3 years of hardship and 2 years of recovery, a sudden, sorrowful cry pierced the air. Iron egg. Has anyone seen my iron egg? Tao Tao exchanged alarmed glances with Ji-Qin. They quickly began searching for the others, anxious to prevent a similar fate. In their oversight, Tao Xiao and Tao Sheng, following Tao Minghai, had gone missing, as had Tao Su, who was with Tao Dashan. Other children were also unaccounted for, and the extent of their disappearance remained unknown. Hearing that 3 children had vanished, Tao Tao felt a surge of urgency. Grabbing Ji-Qin, she vowed to search through the crowd. Calm down, calm down. Your grandfather has already sent Steward Zhao to find County Magistrate Kong. Tao Yi and the others have also gone out to search. Tao Dashan reassured his granddaughter. Yes, County Magistrate Kong. Of course, with so many children lost. He must be quite busy. I need to collect my thoughts, Tao Tao realized. Grandfather, do you remember when we first noticed they were missing? She pressed, a fire of anxiety burning within her. They disappeared after we finished guessing riddles and went to see the lanterns by the river. Su was with us watching the performance. He was still there until we heard about the missing children. Grandfather, please take the girls back to the courtyard and wait for us there. Ji Xiu will protect them while Ji-Qin, Minghai, and I search for Xiao and the others, she ordered, her tone firm despite her inner turmoil. Miss, County Magistrate Kong has received reports from several families about their missing children. He assures us he will do everything in his power to find them and asks that you remain calm. Steward Zhao reported upon finding Tao Tao and her companions searching the streets. Understood. Zhao, take Minghai and head in that direction, she instructed. When necessary, one must unveil their true capabilities. Indeed, let us proceed, Ji-Qin. We shall take another look near the stage. Yes, Mississippi. The 2 guardians approached the vicinity of the stage, scrutinizing every detail in search of anything suspicious. Suddenly, Ji-Qin noticed some pale yellow powder on the ground, and after inspecting it closely, she exclaimed, Miss, this is a sedative. A sedative? Tao Tao widened her eyes in astonishment as she gazed at Ji-Qin. Her surprise was understandable. She had lived in this world for 2 years, leading a rather mundane existence. Although she possessed a system and a space, surrounded by numerous people, she had never sought to understand her surroundings. Perhaps it was due to her diminished stature that her intellect had also waned. At that moment, Tao Tao felt as if her 2 years had been squandered. Realizing her ignorance about this world was akin to that of a blank sheet of paper. Ji-Qin, this seems to be the spot where Brother Su was standing, Tao Tao remarked, her expression growing increasingly grave as she pointed to the location, her hand trembling slightly. Miss, young master, Su may have been entranced by the performance and thus fell victim to this sedative, Ji-Qin said softly, observing Tao Tao's troubled countenance. Yes, Ji-Qin, let us search more thoroughly, Tao Tao urged. The 2 resumed their meticulous examination of every corner. The once lively lantern festival began to lose its vibrancy as news of a lost child spread, prompting families with children to hastily retreat from the bustling streets. After a thorough search yielded no results, Tao Tao closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and when she reopened them, her gaze was sharp and determined. She summoned her spiritual energy and expanded her consciousness, scanning the streets and alleys of the county for any signs of the missing. This was her first time utilizing her consciousness to locate someone. Those who dared to abduct children during the Lantern Festival were likely seasoned in such nefarious acts, indicating the presence of an organized group with a hideout. As Tao Tao employed her consciousness to search methodically, Taoi and Weiwu spotted 3 suspicious individuals. Initially, there were only 2 furtive men, but then a woman appeared around the corner, cradling a child. The 3 huddled together, whispering and glancing around before they slipped into an alley. Weiwu, I will follow them. You must return and inform others, Taoi instructed, and after Weiwu nodded and departed, Taoi stealthily pursued the trio. Jiqin, alert Manager Zhao, and head west, Tao Tao instructed, having also identified a suspicious group nearby. This group consisted of several adults, 3 of whom were carrying children. Understood, Miss, Jiqin replied. Tao Tao soared through the air, swiftly arriving behind the group of individuals. Manager Zhao, the Miss requests you to head west. Jiqin relayed upon finding Zhao Yukai, prompting the 3 to take flight toward the west. Jishu Jihua, quickly, follow me, Taoi called out. Have you found them, Weiwu? Let us go. The 8 individuals split into 2 groups, trailing the 2 sets of suspicious figures. Tao Tao, with a heavy heart, approached 2 young beggars, offering them a coin to notify the county office while she grimly followed the group into an alley. After observing the individuals glance around, they knocked on the door of a courtyard. Tao Tao, using her consciousness, quickly assessed the situation within the courtyard. It contained 5 rooms, 2 of which were locked and guarded by a middle-aged man. In one room, a woman was diligently attending to 2 men, while Tao Tao's gaze shifted to another room. Boss, our actions may have attracted the attention of the authorities. When shall we leave? A youthful man, resembling a delicate scholar, spoke obsequiously to the burly man inside. The burly man merely glanced at the scholar with disdain. A nearby man with a gloomy demeanor remarked, Young Master Dong, are you afraid? Let's not forget, we came to Ningxuan to assist you, and your precious Taohong is still in our possession. Upon hearing this, the scholar, young Master Dong, immediately bowed and fell silent. Tao Tao observed the 2 locked rooms closely. One contained approximately 10 children along with 2 girls, while the other housed 7 or 8 children, including the 3 from the Tao family that had gone missing, all appearing to be unharmed. As Tao Tao contemplated how to rescue them, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard door. The occupants grew alert upon hearing the sound. Knock, knock, knock. A sullen man cast a glance, prompting a short man by the door to hastily stride toward the entrance. Creak. The door swung open, and 2 men and a woman, cradling a child, hurried into the courtyard. The short man glanced outside, quickly shut the door, and rejoined the others. Boss, the old hag has returned with a shipment, one of them reported. Good, everyone is back. Second, arrange for someone to scout the area immediately. Understood. Hainiu, you and the small one go check it out. Yes, let us go. As Taoi, Weiwu, and Jishu Jiwa trailed closely behind the group, Tao Tao noticed their convergence. After issuing a few instructions, she sent Jiqin and Zhao Yukai to follow Hainiu and the small man while she and Tao Minghai made their way to Taoi's hiding spot. Taoi, go greet Kong Qian. There's currently no danger inside. Taoi nodded, leaping into the darkness. The 2 following figures observed as the group split at a fork in the road. Then they 2 separated and continued their pursuit. Hainiu seemed to wander aimlessly, meandering around before returning to the courtyard. The small man, agile as an eel, darted through the alley, eventually stopping by a wall of a residence. After scanning the area, he leapt into the courtyard, crouched low to eavesdrop, then returned with haste. Before leaving, Jiqin took note of the plaque on the residence. Dong residence. Dong residence? Indeed, Mississippi find out more about the Dong residence. Tao Tao sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint it. Her consciousness enveloped the courtyard as Jiqin and the others inquired about the Dong residence. Inside, the small man was whispering to the burly man, who occasionally glanced at the scholar referred to as young Master Dong. Moments later, Jiqin and her companions returned. It turned out that Kong Chiyun had rushed over after hearing Tao Tao inquire about the Dong residence. Master, the Dong residence is a wealthy household in Ningxuan. The head is Dong Zhua, who has 1 wife and 2 concubines. His legitimate son, Dong Haoyu, went missing 2 months ago, while his legitimate daughter, Dong Xin, is 10 years old. The illegitimate son, Dong Weijia, aged 18, is known for his idleness and often frequents Suwa Tower. Upon hearing Kong Chiyun's words, Tao Tao pondered the connections and cryptically remarked, Kong Chiyun, whether the legitimate heir is missing or has met with misfortune, it is likely that the illegitimate son knows something. That person is currently in the courtyard. Master, could it be that the courtyard must be surrounded? Let us enter directly to avoid the hassle of having someone come out to open the door. Without hesitation, Tao Tao dashed inside like a cannonball, delivering a series of blows to the burly man while exclaiming, "How dare you abduct children? You have consumed the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard. Today, dear aunt, you shall learn what it means to call upon heaven without response and to summon the earth in vain." Here, Tao Tao suppresses with the might of an innate martial master, while over there, those who have yet to react are subdued by Tao Yi and his companions, undoubtedly receiving a thorough beating. Another team led by Kong Chiyun, after unlocking 2 locked rooms, begins to bring out the children one by one, allowing the doctor, brought by Ji Shu, to examine them. It is discovered that they have merely been sedated and are otherwise unharmed, which brings them relief. When Ji Hua disdainfully drags out another woman, barely clothed, from a separate chamber, young Master Dong's eyes instantly blaze with rage, and he rushes towards the thick-browed man being beaten by Tao Tao. "You are not human. Tell me, how is Xiao Taohong doing? Is this what you call well?" Young Master Dong's accusatory voice is met with a contemptuous retort from the man being beaten. "Young Master Dong, how can you presume to know what she desires?" Tao Tao interjects with a single word, "Fool." After discarding the incapacitated man, Tao Tao glances at her slightly reddened hands and, fuming, exclaims, "What on earth is your skin made of? My hands have turned red from striking you. If I do not collect some interest today, I would be remiss to my delicate hands." With that, she places a foot on the man's chest, narrowing her eyes with a smile, and inquires, "How many times have you abducted children? What is your intention here in Ning County? Where is Dongjua?" These soul-searching questions cause the man to regard Tao Tao with newfound vigilance. When he remains silent, Tao Yi and Ji Qin exchange glances before the sounds of shrieks and thuds fill the air. "Ah, bang, boss. Oh, my apologies, I did not see clearly. Let us start again. Ah, my leg. Ah, boss." They treat the bound individuals as if they were kicking a ball, their cries echoing through the courtyard, often accompanied by Tao Yi's repeated, "My apologies, I did not see clearly. Let us start again," which induces fear in all who hear it. The children, having awakened, along with the 2 young women, aside from the 3 from the Tao family, have already been escorted to the county office under Zhao Yotsai's protection. At this moment, aside from Tao Tao's group and Kong Chiyun, a few Yamen runners remain outside the courtyard. I will speak. The first to break the silence is the young Master Dong Haoyu. "Ji Qin, bring me some rope." Though Tao Tao has dealt the man a harsh blow, she will not grant him the opportunity to escape. Once Ji Qin binds the man, everyone in the courtyard enters the house, fixating their gaze on Dong Haoyu. Dong Haoyu, feeling unnerved by their stares and suffering considerable pain, begins to speak obediently. He recounts that Dong Zhua had offended the son of Kai Yuanwei from the capital, leading to his capture. They then sought him, demanding he inflate the prices of rice and flour at the Dong family's grain shop in Ning County. Fearing his father's wrath and the punishment of house arrest, he initially refused. However, half a month ago, they abducted Xiao Taohong, coercing him, and in a moment of impulse, he revealed that he knew the source of Ning County's high-yield grain. Upon hearing this, the astute among them deduced the implications, causing their gazes to turn even colder towards the group. Dong Haoyu, shrinking his neck, continues, "Then today my servant spotted people from Tao village, and we deliberated on abducting them to threaten others. Beyond that, I know nothing. I was terrified and only wished to escape this place of turmoil." Tao Tao, upon hearing this, wears a grim expression but remains silent. However, Tao Su, known for his fiery temper, steps forward and lands a punch. "You brainless fool. I believe I now know who you are." The usually reticent Kong Chiyun fixes his gaze upon the dark-eyed man and states, "Kai Wenkuan, son of Kai Yuanwei. To be precise, you're the illegitimate child of Kai Yuanwei." The dark-eyed man's expression shifts as he looks intently at Kong Chiyun. County Magistrate Kong is indeed extraordinary. "Young Master Dong, by your account, inflating the prices at your grain shop is not a new occurrence, is it? Please, elaborate on this matter. Tao Tao recalls the exorbitant prices of rice, once 800 won per pound, and flour, 500 won per pound, prices that were indeed outrageous, even a year of famine. No one expected Tao Tao to pose such a question, and they all turned their gazes from her to the bound individuals. Are you suggesting that the former prices of 800 won for rice and 500 won for flour were also coerced by the Kai family? The small figure before them now bore a frostbitten expression, each word akin to a chilling dagger poised to strike at any moment. Kang Chiyun comprehended the underlying implications and immediately called out, "Bring forth the people." "Sir, what are your orders?" "Conduct a thorough investigation of all personnel and shops belonging to the Dong family." "Understood." Upon hearing this, Dong Haoyu deflated like a punctured balloon, his gaze darkening as he shifted between Xiao Tao Hong and the others, finally bursting into self-deprecating laughter. "Kai Wenkuan, tell me the truth. Is Dong Zhuo alive or dead?" "Half dead." "Is it because he accused you of profiting without conscience?" Dong Zhuo was right. He was utterly correct. One can do anything, but one must never act against their conscience. "I have brought ruin upon myself." With that, the situation began to clarify. Kang Chiyun signaled for the Yamen runners outside the courtyard to enter and bring the bound individuals collectively to the county office. "My lord, about Dong Zhuo. Have Tao Yi and Wei Wu take Ji Shu and Ji Hua to visit him. We shall temporarily remain in the county." "Thank you, my lord." "Tao Yi, the four of you must exercise caution in the capital. Do not hesitate to reveal your strength if necessary." "Understood." As they watched the figures vanish into the pitch-black night, a thought returned to Tao Tao's mind, lingering and refusing to dissipate. 2 days later, at noon, in the backyard of Ning County's office, Kang Chiyun, with a somber countenance, addressed Tao Tao. "Though the evidence against the Dong family for price gouging is irrefutable, the matter involves Kai Yuan Wai from the capital, which complicates things. I have already sent word to my master." Kang Chiyun felt a headache coming on when discussing the current governor of the capital, Su Wenxian, who lacked connections and background, yet had caught the eye of Shui Wuhua, the eldest daughter of the Shui family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. They say that it is advantageous to have a strong backing, and Su Wenxian is indeed favored in this regard. Now, he is the esteemed son-in-law of the Shui family. Although Shui Wuhua is not a legitimate child, she possesses considerable talent and has already attained the innate martial zone realm before reaching 30. However, Kang Chiyun has always wondered why Su Wenxian, with such connections, would serve as the governor of Heong Prefecture rather than pursuing development within the Shui family's business. Tao Tao, sensing the implications in Kang Chiyun's words, understood that since he had already contacted Lu Dongxiao, they should handle the affairs of the officialdom themselves. Once seated, Tao Tao declared, "That person, Tao Yi and the others rescued, I must return to Tao Village. Tao Yi and Wei Wu will remain here until this matter concludes." Today, Tao Tao had come not only to bid farewell, but also to leave 2 individuals behind to monitor the situation. "Thank you, my lord." "Tao Yi and Wei Wu, you are to stay. Once this matter is resolved, return to the mountain villa. Ji Shu and Ji Hua will accompany me back." "Understood, my lord." "Yes, miss." Before long, Tao Tao and her entourage boarded a carriage and exited the county city, heading towards Tao Village. At the foot of the back mountain of Taojia Village, the elderly herbalist, adorned with a mask, responded to Tao Tao's invitation in his capacity as the elder of the Ghost Manor's Alchemy Hall. Accompanied by the manor's steward, Hong Qi, and 6 disciples of no particular rank, he arrived in Taojia Village, openly declaring his intent to seek fated individuals. Anyone aged 5 and above was eligible, with no upper limit. This announcement immediately stirred immense excitement among the villagers, who hurriedly spread the news. In a matter of moments, the foot of the mountain was teeming with people. The herbalist nodded, and with a flourish of Hong Chi's white sleeve, a stone platform materialized, upon which lay a translucent object, the rare spirit testing stone. This stone not only detected the 5 elemental roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but also identified mutated roots. Standing with an imposing presence, the herbalist's piercing gaze swept over the tranquil crowd of Taojia Village. He gestured towards the spirit testing platform, prompting the villagers to form a queue. Those who approached were instructed to place their hands upon the clear stone and clear their minds. The first participant, though somewhat nervous, followed the instructions and placed his hands on the spirit stone. Instantly, The stone emitted a dazzling display of yellow, green, and blue light. Hong Chi nodded approvingly. Earthwood and water, 3 elemental roots. Step to the right to register your name. Yes, thank you, Master. The response came from Tao Zheng, age 13, with roots in earthwood and water. The registrar promptly noted this down. The herbalist observed that the first participant possessed 3 elemental roots. While not extraordinary, it was certainly commendable. Moreover, it appeared that many in the village were martial artists. A glance around revealed an overwhelming curiosity. The entire village seemed to be a family of martial practitioners. The herbalist marveled at this, while Hong Chi continued the testing. Taojia village, with its 73 inhabitants, saw all but 5, including Tao Tao and 2 children under 5, participate in the tests. Fire and with dual elemental roots. The tester's announcement drew the herbalist's immediate attention. The individual with the firewood dual roots was 17-year-old Tao Minghan. The herbalist's eyes sparkled with excitement. A future alchemist was in their midst. Tao Minghan, 17, firewood dual roots. The registrar meticulously documented the information. The next participant placed their hands on the stone, which shone with a pure green light. Single wood elemental root. The tester was momentarily speechless. What? The herbalist was taken aback. Single wood elemental root. Tao Ming Tao, 19, single wood elemental root. The registrar noted this down. The next participant produced a tricolored brilliance. Fire, gold, and earth, 3 elemental roots. The herbalist felt a pang of frustration. How could each participant possess roots? Fire and gold? Essential for weaponsmith. What kind of auspicious place was this Taojia village? The sequence continued. One with no roots was directed to stand aside, while others exhibited combinations of wood-fire dual roots and gold-water dual roots. As the testing progressed, Tao Tao's brother, Tao Su, theatrically approached the spirit testing platform. Placing his hands on it, a burst of red and earthy yellow light erupted, accompanied by a white halo around the platform. Hong Chi gaped in astonishment. The herbalist, witnessing Hong Chi's shock, hastily approached the platform. He uttered a single word, overwhelmed by the revelation. The white halo indicated a mutated light root, a rarity endowed with purification and healing properties, an existence surpassing even the rarest treasures. Without a moment to lose, the herbalist seized Tao Su and hurried him to the registration desk. Tao Su, 10 years old, fire-earth dual roots, mutated light root. Hong Chi, regaining his composure, called for the next participant. The testing continued for an hour, during which the herbalist's emotions oscillated between shock, wonder, and a tinge of irritation. He was astonished to find that out of 66 tested individuals, over 50 possessed elemental roots, with not a single false root among them. Yet, he felt frustrated that many of these individuals were middle-aged or elderly and seemed reluctant to leave Taojia village. This unexpected outcome had not only defied his expectations, but had also reshaped his understanding. When tasked with the testing by the young lady, he had anticipated only a few individuals with roots, perhaps none at all. However, he was now faced with the stark reality of the village's remarkable potential. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, the herbalist addressed the 28 individuals standing to the right. You shall accompany me to the ghost manor. Are you and your families willing? We are willing. We are willing. Our grandson can follow the master. We are certainly willing. Seeing the enthusiastic responses, the herbalist raised his hand to silence the crowd. With a nod of satisfaction, he spoke. The young lady has decreed. Although you may not enter the ghost manor for training, from this day forth, the manor shall stand behind Taojia village. As long as you do not engage in wrongful acts, do not blur the lines between good and evil, do not disregard human life, and do not harm Taojia village, the ghost manor will always support you. Before anyone could respond, he continued, tomorrow morning, these 28 will accompany me to the ghost manor. Now disperse. As the crowd dispersed, Hong Chi observed the herbalist's hand tremble while holding the registration notebook. He waved his hand to collect the spirit testing platform and instructed his 6 companions. When you return tomorrow, you must also undergo testing. The 6 individuals beamed with joy, nodding eagerly. Yin Elder, let us go. I'll treat you to some delicious food. Hong Chi recalled that among the 28, 6 belonged to the protector families, particularly the one with the light root, who was the cousin of the young lady. The herbalist's eyes sparkled at the mention of food, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf catching sight of prey. He quickly stowed the precious notebook in his storage ring and hurried to Hong Chi, eagerly inquiring, Where is the delicious food? Take me there at once. Hong Chi simply smiled and led the way. Shortly thereafter, 8 individuals halted outside a courtyard gate. A series of knocks echoed, prompting Tao Lisher, who was busy in the kitchen, to hastily set down her kitchen knife and emerge to inquire. Who is it? Hong Chi from Ghostly Mountain Manor. Here to pay a visit, came the reply. As soon as the words left his lips, Tao Lisher's excited voice resonated throughout the courtyard. Oh, it is the immortal master. Please come in. Li Hua, Xing Hua, quickly bring tea for the masters. Yes, Grandma. Right away, the children responded. Having acquainted himself with the lady of the house, Hong Chi inquired politely, when might Lord Tao Dashan return? Upon entering the courtyard, he performed a respectful bow towards Tao Lisher, displaying his humility. Please, masters, take a seat. I will send someone to summon him, the elderly woman assured. Madam, there is no need for haste. We can wait here, Hong Chi replied. Moreover, the young lady has asked me to convey that she will return to the manor tomorrow, accompanied by her 4 junior brothers and sisters. I kindly ask you to relay this message. Very well, she responded. The masters may sit and enjoy tea while I arrange for the message to be delivered. With that, Tao Lisher escorted Hong Chi and his entourage into the main hall, calling upon her youngest son, Tao Taiju, to keep them company while she busied herself elsewhere. The 2 sisters promptly served tea and then went back to the kitchen to assist with dinner preparations. Although Tao Taiju occasionally displayed a lack of focus, he immediately stepped aside, waving his hands and urging, Masters, please, take a seat and enjoy the tea. Seeing this, Hong Chi obliged and gestured for his companions to sit. The elderly herbalist and the other 6 individuals were left somewhat puzzled, uncertain of the significance of Hong Chi's words. Junior brothers and sisters? They pondered, suddenly recalling the 4 exceptionally talented children, redirecting their gazes back to Hong Chi. Could it be that the 4 prodigies are indeed from this village? No, wait. The young lady? I cannot believe it. At that moment, the 7 individuals, including the elderly herbalist, realized the implications, their eyes narrowing as they scrutinized Hong Chi. You certainly have a knack for keeping secrets. Not even a sack could contain your tales. Hong Chi, feeling a twinge of guilt, brushed his nose. I thought I had informed you of this. Would you believe me? The group collectively responded, Thank you. We would sooner believe in ghosts than trust the words of you. Chief Hong. With an innocent expression, Hong Chi provoked a sense of mischief among them. Tao Lisher had heard her granddaughter mention this matter, though at the time, it was not disclosed that they were from Tao family village. It now seemed her granddaughter was no longer concealing her identity, though the reason for this change remained a mystery. While contemplating the appropriate time to inquire with her granddaughter, Tao Lisher instructed Li Hua and the other 3 to deliver the message to Ming Hai and his companions, while she and her 2 daughters-in-law returned to the kitchen to assist. Meanwhile, her eldest son had already been dispatched to locate Tao Dashan. In the midst of discussions with several elderly gentlemen about whether to summon back the hidden guardians who had once protected them now that Ghostly Mountain Manor was behind Tao family village, Tao Dashan hurried home upon hearing that the immortal masters were at his residence. Upon his swift return, as he entered the courtyard, he noticed guests seated in the main hall. Just as he was about to greet them, Hong Chi preemptively spoke. Hong Chi from the Cloud Shadow Guard pays his respects to the Guardian Master. With this declaration, Tao Dashan understood that his granddaughter was gradually revealing herself. Evidently, there was a plan in motion. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities at home. Does your young lady have any arrangements? Tao Dashan gestured for Hong Chi to stand and inquired. The young lady has stated that those individuals may also participate in the assessment. If it proves inconvenient for the Guardian Master to arrange this, she will send us under the pretense of recruiting disciples for Ghostly Mountain Manor, Hong Chi answered candidly. Tao Dashan was taken aback by the synchronicity between his granddaughter and Hong Chi. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, That would be optimal. It is indeed somewhat troublesome. Although the distance is no more than 100 miles, approaching discreetly is not easy, given the number of people involved. However, to recruit under the guise of Ghostly Mountain Manor would be feasible. Yet, you must not limit yourselves to just those 3 villages, as that would appear too deliberate. Daring to inquire, Hong Chi asked, Do all 3 villages fall within the jurisdiction of Wuxia Town? Tao Dashan nodded in affirmation. Then, as per the young lady's instructions, if they all lie within Wuxia Town, we shall recruit there. I must trouble the Guardian Master to send word so that individuals may come for the assessment. Hong Chi continued. Tao Dashan nodded in agreement, and Hong Chi proceeded. For this assessment, the young ladies Li Hua and Xing Hua, along with young Master Su, young Master Di, and young Lady Duo are all on the list. Does the Guardian Master have any message for me to convey to the young lady? Although Tao Dashan was unsure why his previously indolent granddaughter had taken such initiative, he sensed that some peril must be looming or something significant must have occurred, prompting her to act. Regardless of the cause, the fact that it had spurred his granddaughter into action was undoubtedly serious. With this thought, Tao Dashan's previously warm gaze transformed into a steely glare, and his aura shifted dramatically. Addressing Hong Chi with utmost seriousness, he uttered a single phrase: "Prioritize safety above all else." "Understood. I shall convey your message," Hong Chi replied. In the main hall, each individual pondered this weighty declaration: "Prioritize safety above all else." This statement bore immense significance and revealed much. Throughout this exchange, the elderly herbalist, who had remained silent, squinted slightly, beginning to form a vague hypothesis in his mind. Chapter 136. Acquiring a shop in the county town, the atmosphere in the main hall grew peculiar and tense. "Masters, please take your seats. Dinner will be served shortly." Tao Lisher's voice shattered the eerie silence. "Ah, we are coming. Masters, please proceed. Arrangements have been made for your lodgings. We shall depart after breakfast tomorrow." "We shall heed the arrangements of the Guardian Master," the group responded as they followed to the dining area. Upon entering, they beheld a magnificent spread: spicy rabbit pieces, exquisite chicken soup, stir-fried cabbage with cured meat, stewed beef with radishes, alongside finely chopped smoked chicken and rabbit, steamed pumpkin, sautéed wintermelon with pickled vegetables, and 2 jars of wine. The culinary fare of the Tao family had evolved, blending Tao Tao's cooking methods with various spices, resulting in an unparalleled flavor. Standing beside the table, the elderly herbalist gazed at the beautifully presented dishes and the aromatic soup, nearly overwhelmed by the enticing scents wafting through the air. At that moment, he felt as if 2 little figures were quarreling within him. One cried out, "Ah, how delightful! I must eat." The other rolled its eyes, retorting, "You're a herbalist, an immortal master. Maintain your composure, and do not behave as if you have never seen fine dining." The first figure, hands on hips, shot back, "Who are you calling inexperienced? I simply relish good food, what of it?" The second figure, eyeing the abundant spread, swallowed hard, contemplating whether to reach with his right or left hand. "Let's all sit and enjoy. We are family, so do not stand on ceremony." Tao Dashan's words rang out like music, prompting the elderly herbalist to promptly take a seat. Without hesitation, he seized his chopsticks and began to partake in the feast. Tao Taiju and his brother poured everyone a cup of grape wine, while Tao Dashan encouraged them not to hold back. As the 2 brothers uncorked the wine jars, the rich, velvety aroma wafted toward the elderly herbalist, stirring the depths of his desire for a drink. Eagerly, he raised a cup to his lips, savoring the flavor before exclaiming, "Excellent wine." He then continued to indulge in the delightful beverage. "Certainly, this is excellent wine, deliberately set aside by Tao Tao for her family to enjoy, infused with the essence of spring water. How could it be anything but extraordinary?" The old apothecary savored a mouthful of the exquisite chicken soup, indulging heartily while conversing with Hong Chi. "Hong Steward, you are rather ungracious." Hong Chi merely rolled his eyes and leaned closer, whispering, "Shall I knock you out and have someone carry you home?" "What? What did you say?" "As an old man, my hearing isn't what it used to be. Let us discuss it after I've finished my meal." Observing the old man's antics, Hong Chi smirked, contemplating whether to alert Miss Tao to the fact that this old fellow was quite the glutton, with a particularly discerning palate. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, and upon returning to the manor, he indeed mentioned it to Tao Tao. Consequently, 2 years later, when the old apothecary visited the Alchemist's Guild for an evaluation, Tao Tao gifted him 5 jars of wine, and he then learned that the wine he had previously enjoyed at the Tao residence was brewed by the manor's young mistress. He lamented loudly, realizing how many delightful wines he had missed out on. Yet, he remained oblivious to the reason for his oversight. After all, Tao Tao had completely forgotten the incident, while Hong Chi simply relished the old man's theatricality. Thus, the truth faded into obscurity. Meanwhile, the old apothecary, engrossed in the culinary delights before him, remained unaware that he had delayed his chance to taste fine wine for 2 years. In a parallel narrative, during the assessment of spiritual roots in Tao village, Tao Tao was not idle. She was contemplating the establishment of a grain shop in Ning County. Ji Qin had already inquired about grain prices in the county during her visit to the town, and upon returning, she sought out manager Yao in Wuxia town to gather further information about local grain prices, then hurried back to report. Miss, the grain prices in Wuxia town are fairly uniform. Our grocery store sells black flour for 2 per pound, coarse cornmeal for 4 fine cornmeal for 6 white flour for 12 brown rice for 6 aged yellow rice for 8 broken rice for 10 and new rice for 14 Green beans are priced at 1 per pound. Sugar and salt are a bit more expensive. Sugar costs 16 per pound, while coarse salt is 18 and fine salt is 28 As Tao Tao listened to Ji Qin recount the prices in town, she compared them to those she had learned in Ning County, realizing they were 3 to 4 times higher, even after the 2 years since the famine had passed. Her small hands rhythmically tapped the table, leading her to make a decisive choice. Taya, go to the county Ji building and have them find a larger storefront on a main street. Do not skimp on the expenditure. Understood. With that, Tao accepted the silver note Tao Tao offered and promptly departed. Ji Qin, inquire with Wu Jin about our current grain stock at the manor. Yes, Mississippi. Ji Qin hurriedly took her leave. Upon her return, she brought Wu Jin, who possessed the account ledger. Wu Jin, how much grain do we currently have at the manor? Hearing Tao Tao's inquiry, Wu Jin immediately flipped through the ledger to respond. We have 12,000 pounds of wheat, 28,000 pounds of corn, 8,000 pounds of flour, and 8,650 pounds of cornmeal. We also have 4,800 pounds of rice. Ji Qin, what's the price of pork in town? Tao Tao suddenly asked, recalling the breeding yard. Fatty pork is 18 lean pork is 15 bones are 5 per pound, and offal can be bought for just 2 or 3 Ji Qin was diligent in her inquiries, though instructed to find grain prices. She gathered various prices throughout the town. Thankfully, her thoroughness paid off as she relayed the information. Very well. Wu Jin, we plan to open a grain shop in Ning County. Would you be willing to join? Tao Tao did not wish to pressure anyone, as this was a matter of the manor's business, yet her personal interests were at play as well. Wu Jin complied with the young mistress's directives. Yes, we shall decide on a departure time once Tao returns. In the meantime, assess who would be suitable for managing the manor's fields. When Hong Qi returns, discuss it with him. Understood. Now, please return to your tasks. Yes. Ji Qin, ensure Zhao Yukai prepares for the trip to Ning County, and informing Qi that he will be responsible for the shop's security once it opens. Tao Tao meticulously made arrangements, and Ji Qin diligently noted them down. In Ning County, at Ji building, Tao conveyed to manager Sun. The master seeks a larger storefront on a main street. A storefront on a main street? There is indeed a corner property that used to be a small restaurant. I will check it out immediately. Sun Yutian did not inquire whether it was for rent or purchase, as he assumed, given the master-esque character, that it would be a direct purchase. Accompanying Sun Yutian to the small restaurant, Tao took the opportunity to inspect the premises while Sun Yutian spoke with the owner. The 2 storefronts contained several tables, a small counter on the right with an abacus and a few small wine jars, and a decent-sized kitchen in the back. A wooden staircase beside the counter led to the upper floor. At the very back, a door opened into a courtyard with 5 or 6 rooms, a tree, and a well nearby. This was a 2-story street-facing property that appeared quite favorable overall. Sun Yutian had thought of this particular shop because he regarded it as a good option. The shop was for sale only, as the owner was in urgent need of funds, with a price tag of 480 taels. After much negotiation, Sun Yutian managed to reduce the price by 30 taels, ultimately securing it for 450 taels, which included the items inside the shop. Sun Yutian took Tao and the owner to the county office to meet with Master Shui Ji Qian to finalize the deed, handing over the silver note. Thus, a mutually satisfactory transaction was completed. Tao accepted the deed and promptly returned to the manor to report. Just as Tao departed, Kong Qi Yun arrived. Glancing around, she noticed only Master Shui Ji Qian was present. Ji Qian, didn't Tao just come here? Where is he now? He just left. He came and left so quickly? He was here to finalize a shop deed and then turn around and departed? Hearing Master Shui's response, Kong Qi Yun found it hard to believe and inquired again. He left just like that? Indeed. I suspect he will return in no time. Master Shui observed Kong Qi Yun, who appeared more vibrant than before, and spoke with calm assurance. Since when did you become a fortune teller? Next time he comes, inform me sooner. Master Shui shot her a sidelong glance. Why should I inform you? Isn't it more delightful to curry favor with Miss Tao? Ignoring her friend's banter, Master Shui continued organizing the documents in his hands. In the Ghost Manor-esque study, Ji Qin entered to report to Tao Tao, who was engrossed in reading. Miss, Tao Air has returned. Let him in. Yes. Miss, the shop has been acquired for 450 taels. It comprises 2 storefronts on 2 floors, along with a courtyard at the back. Here are the remaining silver notes. After speaking, Tao Air retrieved the silver notes from his storage pouch and handed them to Tao Tao. Tao Tao accepted the silver notes and instructed Ji Qin, go fetch Zhao Yukai. Yes, Mississippi. A moment later, Ji Qin returned with Zhao Yukai in tow. I have met with the young mistress. Tao Tao waved her hand and addressed Zhao Yukai. The shop in the county has been arranged. When Hong Qi returns tomorrow, you and Wu Jin shall set out the following day. You will manage the shop, while Wu Jin will handle the accounts. Ing Qi will oversee security. And as for the staff, let Manager Sun assist in finding 2 clever assistants. The shop sign will feature our Manor's Other Shore flower motif, with the character Ghost inscribed in seal script below the design. We are merely a humble grain shop, aptly named Grain Shop, simple and easy to remember. Yes, that will suffice. Please come to collect the silver notes the day after tomorrow. Have you managed to convey the message to Fuyuan County? Yes, it has been relayed, and I anticipate their response will arrive shortly. Well, in the future, during the harvest season, we may need to enlist your assistance in gathering the grain. It will not be a burden, Mississippi. The 15 individuals brought back by Tao, you should be prioritized. Regarding the 15 children that Tao returned with, Tao Tao cannot help but admire his decisiveness. Among them, 7 are orphans, devoid of parents, while the remaining 8 have guardians. Among these 8, 3 are siblings. 2 are biological brothers, and 1 is a cousin. For 3 consecutive years, the kingdom of Mushi has faced calamities, leading to a flood in the area where the Wu family resides, compelling them to embark on a journey of escape alongside the villagers. During times of famine, anything edible, be it tree, bark, or roots, is coveted, and anyone who lays eyes on it wishes they had more hands to gather it for their own sustenance. The siblings' father, Wu Yuanhong, tragically fell from a cliff while foraging for food in the mountains, plunging into an abyss shrouded in mist. Upon hearing of the incident, the family gathered at the cliff's edge, where they found only remnants of Wu Yuanhong's clothing beneath a peeling tree. Gazing into the unfathomable depths below, the Wu family, already on the run, found themselves compelled to continue their flight. However, fate is often unkind. Just before winter's arrival, after a grueling journey, Wu Yuanhong's frail wife, Qin, fell ill. After scouring their meager belongings, they could only muster less than 100 coins to hire a doctor, who diagnosed her with a cold due to excessive worry and prolonged malnutrition. With just 100 coins, they could afford only 2 doses of medicine, and Qin, knowing she could not endure, resolutely refused her mother-in-law's offer for treatment, hoping instead that she would care for her 2 children after her passing. Thus, Qin endured for 3 days before succumbing, leaving behind her 9-year-old son, Wu Yu, and 7-year-old daughter, Wu Shui. The siblings continued to live with their grandparents and uncle and aunt. Unfortunately, after 3 years of disasters, food was scarce, and even the mountains had been stripped bare. The Wu grandparents and uncle and aunt were not harsh individuals. They treated Wu Yu and his sister with care, striving to ensure they did not go hungry. Eventually, the calamity subsided, yet due to their recent arrival, the abundance of children, and the village's remoteness, they still struggled to fill their bellies. For nearly a year, they lived in tight circumstances, observing the arduous toil of their family members and the weariness etched upon their grandparents' faces. 8-year-old Wu Shui took on household chores, foraging for wild vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms, occasionally returning with firewood. Meanwhile, 10-year-old Wu Yu ventured to the town 8 miles away to seek work. Although only 10, he towered over his peers, resembling a lad of 12 or 13, which greatly facilitated his job hunting. Whenever asked his age, he would chuckle and claim to be 13. With his honest demeanor, strong hands, and keen eyes, he assisted various families in town, earning a favorable reputation. Before long, he secured a position as a courier, earning 600 coins a month along with a meal. Thus, 10-year-old Wu Yu began his daily routine of departing early from home and returning late from the town. Life flowed quietly, and it was indeed quite pleasant, until unexpected misfortune struck. After half a year of work, a significant event befell the Wu household plunging the family, which had just begun to see a glimmer of hope, back into despair. The elderly couple fell ill from distress, while the uncle sighed deeply and the aunt wept. The youngest girl, 7-year-old Wu Taohua, found herself unexpectedly sharp-tongued. Yet, none of this deterred Wu Yu's elder brother, Wu Yuantao, from his determination to marry. Lacking the means to provide a bride price, he resorted to selling his own sister, Wu Taohua, and cousin, Wu Shui. The elderly couple was bedridden with worry upon learning that individuals had come with a contract, demanding the girls, stating they were worth 30 taels of silver, which had already been paid. It was a tragic and infuriating situation. The Wu family could not produce even 3 taels, let alone 30. Young Wu Taohua cried out that she had no such brother, accusing him of having a heart of darkness, always preoccupied with pursuing young girls. Unfortunately, such protests were futile. The individuals brandishing the contract demanded either the silver or the girls. Aware that their family could not provide the sum, the 2 girls felt hope slipping away, leading to a desperate scene where one attempted to crash into a wall while the other brandished an axe in a bid for self-harm. Upon learning of this distressing situation, Wu Yu encountered Tao Yi on his hurried return. Tao Yi noticed Wu Yu's fervent pace and, intrigued, intercepted him to assess his physique, asking if he wished to learn martial arts. However, Wu Yu's mind was consumed with thoughts of his sister's despair, and he ignored Tao Yi, running past him like a wolf, eyes reddened with urgency. Undeterred, Tao Yi followed him to the Wu household, inquiring and piecing together the events from others. Ultimately, Tao Yi, claiming to be a distant cousin of Wu Yu's mother, provided 30 taels of silver in exchange for the 2 contracts. He also requested to take Wu Yu and his sister with him, though he insisted on obtaining their household registration first. To everyone's surprise, as they prepared to leave, the sharp-tongued Wu Taohua insisted on accompanying them and demanded her own household registration, but being just a young girl, she could not obtain it separately. In the end, Wu Taohua sold herself, signing a new contract in front of Tao Yi to protect herself from her brother. Finally, Tao Yi offered an additional 20 taels to the Wu family and departed with the 3 siblings. The remaining 5 children were taken under the pretense of acquiring servants for the estate, with contracts signed and silver exchanged. Upon their return, Tao Tao discovered the contracts and, upon hearing the background of the 15 children from Tao Yi, realized that these were not mere contracts but life-saving tokens. The 15 children arrived at the Ghost Mountain Manor, where Tao Tao arranged for them to learn literacy and painting, while Tao Yi guided them in becoming familiar with every corner of the manor, encouraging them to run and regulate their breathing during their daily exercises. Over the course of 2 weeks, while they were not taught any specific techniques, they diligently absorbed knowledge. Several girls ventured to the embroidery room to learn from Shuang, while the boys sought out opportunities to assist wherever they could. Although sometimes assistance may lead to chaos rather than resolution, it has undeniably infused the manor with vitality, adding a delightful zest to the otherwise monotonous life. Of course, if one were to disregard the occasional thunderous roar akin to a lion's, one might find even greater enjoyment. At this moment, Tao Tao was in the study conversing with Ji Qin about the 15 children, when a loud shout erupted from the manor. "You little rascal! If I forbid you from chopping, you insist on doing so. In the blink of an eye, you've sent the axe flying into the neighboring courtyard." "Old man, the axe flew over by itself. I didn't throw it." Tao Tao mused. "I wish I had some sunflower seeds to enjoy the spectacle. What should I do?" Chapter 139. The emergence of the sharp-tongued Tao, the voices of the old and young echoed throughout the manor. The expressions of those present varied. Some shook their heads in exasperation, others laughed heartily at the unfolding drama, while a few cheered enthusiastically, reveling in the chaos. Tao Tao and Ji Qin strolled into the courtyard just in time to witness Wei Jing, the old man, panting as he chased after a boy. Upon closer inspection, Tao Tao couldn't help but chuckle. It was none other than the simple-looking yet remarkably strong Wu Yu. She had just been pondering about him. The boy had changed significantly since arriving at the Ghost Manor, shedding his previous mature demeanor to become a mischievous imp, always eager to stir up trouble. Watching the scene unfold, Tao Tao regretted not having packed some sunflower seeds or peanuts in her storage ring. Observing the antics felt incomplete without a snack. Eventually, she took out a basket of pears, munching on one while watching the daily farce, giving the rest to Ji Qin to distribute. As the saying goes, it is better to enjoy together than to revel alone. Thus, Everyone in the courtyard was happily eating pears, occasionally commenting on the spectacle. I think that old man's footwork was off just now. Why does you always target the old man? You don't know? He has been forced to read history books by Wei Jing. An informed bystander eagerly answered. While enjoying the pears and the show, Tao Tao listened intently to the gossip, her curiosity igniting a fervor that even Ji Qin found hard to overlook. Each day at the manor brought forth a series of comical pursuits and playful banter, rendering the scene a delightful chaos. Consequently, Tao Tao ensured that her storage ring was always stocked with ample snacks. It was uncertain whether the two were weary from running or if Wu Yu, feeling sympathetic towards the exhausted Wei Jing, decided to reverse his course, grinning as he pulled silly faces at the old man, nearly causing him to collapse in laughter. At that moment, Wu Jin and Zhao Yukai appeared out of nowhere, seizing Wu Yu by the arms while he was momentarily distracted. Wu Yu's expression shifted instantly, and he pitifully exclaimed, "You're cheating, bullying a child." His ability to switch expressions with such ease reached an unparalleled level. Tao Tao's eyes sparkled with mirth and intrigue as she approached, her small hands playfully pinching his cheeks and inspecting his ears. "This is true, face-changing. I thought you were wearing a mask. That skill is quite impressive. Well, you should practice it diligently." After giving him a pat on the shoulder, she earnestly advised him. Wu Yu, bewildered, glanced between Tao Tao and the laughing crowd, seeking answers, but those familiar with her nature were too busy laughing to respond. It was a question destined to remain unanswered. "Miss, you truly are the eldest daughter, always spouting nonsense earnestly. Don't you think it's adorable when she does that? Indeed, it's delightful. My stomach hurts from laughing." "Me too. I might just burst from laughter." Tao Tao blinked innocently at everyone. "Do you really believe I find that skill impressive?" Dinner at the manor was prepared amidst laughter and playful banter, followed by another round of delightful chaos. After the meal, everyone returned to their rooms, wrapping themselves in blankets and drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, the Dream Lord, busy analyzing a new chess position, was perplexed. "What does your sleeping have to do with me?" The others looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. "How should we know? You ought to ask yourself." Before long, the dawn broke, heralding a new day. The manor commenced its routine exercises, with various activities taking place in the martial arts arena. On the other side, after enjoying breakfast at Tao Family Village, Old Medicine and Hong Chi, along with 8 others, prepared to bid farewell to the villagers and return to the manor alongside Tao Ming Hai and the other siblings. Just before Old Medicine and Hong Chi turned to enter the forest, some villagers, reluctant to leave home yet possessing spiritual roots, requested Old Medicine to inquire if they might practice in the village. Upon hearing this, the anger that Old Medicine had managed to suppress the night before flared up once more. It was only after Hong Chi calmed him down that he nodded to the villagers, assuring them he would ask. Grateful murmurs filled the air, with villagers cautioning the 28 individuals to study diligently, warning them against any form of deceit lest they face severe consequences. Once everyone had promised faithfully, they expressed their gratitude to Old Medicine and his group. With a huff, Old Medicine waved his hand, irritated, and led the way into the forest. The villagers of Tao Family Village watched as the group disappeared into the woods, their hearts filled with excitement and gratitude, driven by thoughts of the village's future development and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Ghost Manor, the voice of Old Medicine echoed throughout, calling for the young girl. Hearing the commotion, Jishu chuckled as he watched the old man hopping around, shouting for the young lady. Elder Yun, the young lady, is at the martial arts arena. She said to come there once you return. Before Jishu could finish his sentence, Old Medicine had already darted off to the training grounds. Hong Chi and the others hurried after him. Hey, little girl, I have news for you. You've struck gold. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, they found Old Medicine animatedly chattering with Tao Tao, his excitement akin to that of discovering a valuable alchemical formula. My dear girl, this time I brought back 28 individuals. If it weren't for those unwilling to leave home, I could have brought back over 50 with spiritual roots. It infuriates and pains me, Old Medicine recounted, still thumping his chest, a mixture of disbelief and excitement, causing the usually silent medical sage, Hua Qing, to gape in astonishment. What a terrifying revelation. Tao Tao, remaining composed, blinked curiously at Old Medicine. How can someone who has died of anger still have so much to say? How peculiar it is. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The assessment concluded, and it became evident that the acerbic Tao Tao had made her entrance. Upon hearing this, the old man, akin to a petulant child, turned his head away, deliberately ignoring Tao Tao, as if to convey that unless she appeased him, their current predicament would remain unresolved. Elder Hua, Qinghua, observed the impromptu performance of the old and the young, pondering whether his knowledge was too extensive and if he might soon be silenced. Perhaps it was still not too late to depart. Chapter 140. The theatrical and the petulant. Watching the theatrical Yun and his own sharp-tongued mistress, Hong Qi retreated a few steps, glancing around to ensure he was within a safe distance, letting out a sigh of relief. Elder Hua, Qinghua, felt as though he had stumbled into a deep pit, one that was far from shallow. Tao Tao cast a sidelong glance at the haughty old actor, remaining silent as she retrieved 3 spiritual fruits from her storage ring. She offered one to Elder Hua and prepared to give another to Hong Qi, only to turn and discover that he had not approached, but rather stepped back. Consequently, she returned a fruit to her storage ring and, instead, took another for herself, noisily savoring it. With a bite, she exclaimed in delight, truly delectable. The spiritual fruit is far superior to ordinary fruit. Elder Hua, is this fruit not to your liking? Upon hearing her words, Hua Qing realized he could not evade the situation any longer. Without glancing at his old friend, the old man, he nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is quite delightful. The spiritual energy is abundant." Ah, Elder Hua truly possesses discerning taste. As Tao Tao munched away, she engaged in light conversation with Elder Hua, occasionally nudging the spiritual fruit towards the theatrical old man. Meanwhile, Elder Hua discreetly retreated a few steps, hastily finishing the fruit and pocketing the pit, contemplating planting it. He was well aware that while spiritual fruits were not exceedingly rare, a child like Tao Tao, who treated them as common snacks, was indeed a rarity. In the outer world, presenting a dozen or more spiritual fruits would earn one admiration, let alone a child who consumed them as if they were mere fruit. It was hard to believe that such a girl would not attract a multitude of adversaries if she behaved so in public. As Tao Tao leisurely finished one spiritual fruit and prepared to take another, suddenly, the fruit in her hand was claimed by the old actor. With a hint of arrogance, he declared, never mind, I shall not bicker with you, little one. I am rather parched, so this spiritual fruit shall suffice for quenching my thirst." Hua Qing glanced at the old man with a questioning gaze. "What of your dignity?" The old man, lifting his head with a hint of pride, replied, "I possess a fruit." Hua Qing scoffed, "Does it hurt your pride?" The old man gleefully munched on the fruit. "I possess a fruit." Hua Qing, exasperated, nearly succumbed to a fit of bloodshed. Following an intense exchange of glances, Hua Qing was utterly defeated. The old man, clutching the fruit, paid no heed to the others, eagerly taking a bite, his expression akin to one savoring a rare delicacy. At this moment, Hua Qing, feeling utterly defeated, could only support his forehead, wearing an expression that suggested he did not know this man. Only then did Hong Qi finally breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that these theatrical individuals encountering the sharp-tongued one warranted a performance in itself, lest they dishonor their fateful meeting. After consuming the spiritual fruit, the old man leaned closer to Tao Tao and whispered, "Little girl, does your village below possess any secret formulas?" Upon hearing secret formula, Elder Hua also took a few steps forward, keenly listening. "What secret formula? In our village, we train in martial arts from the age of 5. Does that count? Moreover, old man, among the 32 individuals who returned this time, for are my junior disciples, personally taught by the master of the Phantom Manor." Tao Tao's words exploded in the ears of the 2 old men, leaving them stunned. They exchanged incredulous glances at Tao Tao and then at the group that accompanied her, inhaling deeply as they contemplated the astonishing revelation. In a village of over 70 people, more than 50 possessed spiritual roots, and 5 of them were direct disciples of the enigmatic master of the Phantom Manor. If this were to be calculated, the number of individuals with spiritual roots in that village exceeded 60, all within a mere population of 70. What on earth was going on? At that moment, both old men thought alike, suspecting that this was not merely a village, but rather a family of cultivators. Furthermore, the mysterious Phantom Manor, along with its rumored master and young master who had ventured out for training, did they truly exist? Yet if they did not, the existence of this manor would remain inexplicable. If they were not blind to the truth, then this manor must be a treasure capable of forging such artifacts. What kind of existence could create such wonders? Moreover, the medicinal gardens and spiritual plantations, alongside the extraordinary yields of over 3,000 and 6,000 pounds of grain, were said to bear the mark of the Phantom Manor. The village at the foot of the mountain was rather peculiar. The entire village trained in martial arts, something not typically achievable by an ordinary village. To be precise, it resembled a family. And on the mountain behind the village stood a manor imbued with mystery, with 5 direct disciples hailing from it. To claim there was no connection between the two would be utterly unbelievable. This journey to Mekexi country had proven enlightening, were it not for their thick skins. They would have regretted not staying longer. At this moment, both men made the same resolution, to remain within the Phantom Manor for 2 years. Should they absolutely need to leave, they would resort to the use of disguised pills and wear masks belonging to the Phantom Manor. In truth, the old men's speculations were not entirely misguided. Tao family village indeed constituted a family of cultivators. However, the abundance of spiritual roots stemmed not only from the villagers' rigorous training, but also from the blessing of the spiritual spring. The items that Tao Tao occasionally presented bore some degree of spiritual energy, which only benefited them without any harm. Tao Tao had merely scanned a few children with her gourd, not utilizing it or her eye of truth otherwise. Had it not been for the previous incident in Ningxian County, she might not have thought to test the villagers and guide them in their cultivation. Although her intuition hinted that many in Tao family village possessed spiritual roots, she was astonished by the sheer number. In addition to the spiritual spring's influence, genetic inheritance played a significant role as well. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development, a remarkable opportunity. As for those who wished to remain in the village to cultivate, Tao Tao readily agreed to their requests and promptly arranged for Ji Qin to descend the mountain the following day to provide instruction. Returning to the matter at hand, Tao Tao remembered the need to test the individuals in the manor and quickly organized. Hong Qi, let us begin by testing the spiritual roots of everyone in the manor. And you should test yourselves as well. Understood. With a leap, Hong Qi landed on the platform of the training field, waving his hands to summon the testing platform. Tao Tao and the others arranged for the individuals from the manor to step up for testing, starting with the 28 who had come from the beggaress sect. The first to be tested was the lively Wu Yu, whose hands had barely touched the platform when golden and earthy lights erupted forth, a dual spiritual root of gold and earth. Quite impressive indeed. Meanwhile, Elder Hua Qinghua seized the responsibility of recording the results. Under the piercing gaze of his old friend, the old man, he diligently noted, Wu Yu, 19 years old, dual spiritual root of gold and earth. Hong Qi shouted next. Following him was Wu Jiang, radiating a pure green light, with a single wood spiritual root. Upon hearing this, Elder Hua was filled with excitement and promptly noted, Wu Jiang, 21 years old, single wood spiritual root. Next, Gu Xin, no spiritual root. Next, Shuang Ye, possessing both water and wood spiritual roots. Next, Wu Ye stood beside the spiritual testing platform, steadied his mind, and placed his hands upon the spiritual stone. A brilliant display of red and earthy yellow light erupted, unmistakably indicating a dual fire and earth spiritual root. However, Hong Qi remained silent, glancing at Wu Jiang, then at Tao Tao, and briefly at the 2 elderly registrars. Their hesitant expressions stirred a sense of urgency in those watching.